Chapter 1. The Declaration of Slavery. I am filled with malice towards this world. Yet I must survive to live, is to possess hope to live, is to be worthy of dreaming. I shall grind all my grievances, anger, and indignation into ashes and swallow them whole. I have no right to complain, for I am the most wretched of slaves. As was his custom, Cassius recited the declaration of slavery before retiring for the night. His expression, during the recitation, was imbued with sincerity and candor, as if he were engaged in a profoundly sacred act. The declaration was penned by Nicholas Clayton, a former son of slaves, and now one of the 12 saintly knights of the Caesar continent. His legendary tale is widely known across the Caesar realm, and countless slaves deprived of their freedom yearn for the day they might, like Nicholas, stand atop the continent and gaze down upon countless lives. Cassius was but one among the myriad slaves who harbored such dreams. After his companions, who shared the cramped quarters, completed their recitation of the declaration, Cassius gently closed his eyes, succumbing to a profound weariness. His body, already exhausted from the day's labor, fell in a slumber the moment he laid down within the narrow chamber. 6 boys, all around 15 or 16 years of age, slept soundly, their rhythmic snores resonating through the air. Cassius did not have the habit of snoring, and the sounds made by his companions no longer impeded his sleep. Rather, the snores provided him a sense of security at dawn. When the first rays of sunlight graced the room with its small window, Cassius and his companions awoke in succession. The first task upon rising was to replace the old fodder for the horses and groom them. Once completed, they would receive a piece of hard black bread and a cup of lukewarm water for breakfast. Though the black bread was somewhat stale and tough, when softened with a bit of water, it became much more palatable. A piece of black bread, roughly the size of a palm, was considered a delicacy by these young slaves. They hurriedly consumed the bread, for awaiting Cassius were tasks of chopping wood, fetching water, and breaking stones. Cassius now found himself within the confines of Puya Fortress, one of the many slaves owned by Lord Colson. The master of the fortress, he had lost all understanding of how he had come to be here, or indeed, why he existed in this world, and was uncertain about what he should do next. For now, he was merely a slave, compelled to perform excessive physical labor under the threat of the whip, in exchange for meager rations barely sufficient to stave off hunger. Time had frozen 3 months prior, when Cassius awoke from unconsciousness, disoriented and bewildered, only to be dragged into this castle by a knight clad in silver armor and a crimson cloak. Bound by a rope from that moment on, Cassius became a slave to Lord Colson, the master of the castle. Many like him endured the same fate, forced to exert their last ounce of strength in servitude to the castle, and its lord. Slaves are devoid of human rights. Clatter, 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 a troop of cavalry swept past, raising clouds of dust. Cassius cast a distant glance, a flicker of envy flashing in his eyes. The cavalry represented the elite of the castle's military, enjoying privileges second only to those of Lord Colson, and a few nights their existence was a source of longing for young slaves like Cassius. Cassius, what are you daydreaming about? The steward has ordered us to fill these water barrels before nightfall. Gizman nudged Cassius, his expression a mix of helplessness and fear. Failure to complete the steward's orders would mean no dinner that night, and enduring a night of hunger was not something to be taken lightly. "Oh, I'm coming," Cassius replied absent-mindedly, gazing at the array of large water barrels before him, his demeanor reflecting a hint of resignation. Ultimately, he had to awaken from his dreams at this moment. Cassius remained just another ordinary little slave within Puya Fortress. Hoisting the wooden buckets, Cassius made his way toward the small stream that flowed southwest of the fortress. The stream was not far from the fortress, yet reaching its banks required navigating a steep slope of over 10 meters. The risk of stumbling on the incline while carrying water was high, and any misstep could result in precious water spilling away. As he filled the buckets, Cassius dared not overfill them. Half a bucket was sufficient. Bending down, he tightened his expression, exerting force from both his waist and shoulders, managing to lift the 2 half-filled buckets with an unsteady gait. Cassius felt a wave of dismay wash over him as he realized that he was now trading his meager labor for coarse food necessary for survival. His thoughts drifted back to 3 months ago, to the water-blue planet he so dearly missed, once a promising young man nurtured under the banner of the Great Red Flag. Lin Zheng had now become Cassius, a frail scholar unable to shoulder burdens or lift weights. However, after being inexplicably transported to this world, Cassius had contemplated rebellion in his initial days, yet the scars etched upon his body reminded him that this was no longer the world he had known here. He was a slave one without rights, a being whose life could be extinguished for a mere handful of gold coins. 3 months had worn away the rough edges of Cassius' initial resistance to this world. He had now fully accepted Gisman babbled on, his words predominantly laced with reproach, yet Cassius could discern an abundance of concern in his tone. Gisman, the son of impoverished farmers, found his family in dire straits in a desperate bid to ensure the survival of his 2 elder brothers. His parents sold him to human traffickers after numerous harrowing experiences. He arrived at Puya Fortress, where he, alongside Cassius, became a slave. How can a mere steward be so arrogant? Just wait until I become a noble, I shall show him. Cassius laughed heartily, seemingly unaffected by his current plight. Gisman was both amused and exasperated by Cassius' optimistic demeanor, shaking his head in resignation given our status. Escaping slavery is exceedingly difficult, let alone ascending to nobility. How many nobles have you encountered who started as slaves? Isn't Sir Nicholas the Holy Knight an example? Cassius recalled the slave declaration he had recited for 3 months and couldn't help but dream. How many such figures have emerged over the millennia? It's far too elusive. Let us instead strive earnestly for our emancipation. Gisman replied with a bitter smile, his aspirations not reaching such lofty heights. What if I were to be the next? Cassius said, his innocent eyes wide as he gazed at Gisman. Gisman, fantasy is undoubtedly enchanting, while reality remains harsh. With Gisman's assistance, Cassius nervously made his way to the woodshed, where he commenced the new task of chopping wood. In truth, Larry's original directive was to confine both Cassius and Gisman to the woodshed, yet everyone understood that such a measure was unnecessary. The status of a slave in Puya Fortress was so disparaged that it rendered the notion of defiance or rebellion utterly unthinkable. Cassius surveyed the towering woodshed, nearly overflowing with the logs awaiting processing. His lips quivered as he paled. With so much firewood, and just the 2 of us, how long will it take to chop it all? Moreover, we haven't eaten in days. Where will we find the strength to do this? Gisman was the first to voice his grievances, his tone unmistakably tinged with frustration. Indeed, it was perfectly reasonable to feel a surge of resistance upon witnessing the mountain of firewood. By the way, Gisman, my right leg is injured, so I fear I won't be able to assist you in chopping. What it seems this task falls solely to you. Cassius feigned helplessness, an expression of deep remorse etched on his face. Gisman, enough of your pretense. I know about your leg. Leave this firewood to me, Gisman declared, bracing himself as he prepared to tackle the first substantial log. Gisman leaned against his waist, a result of the injury sustained while moving stones with Cassius the previous day. Observing Gisman diligently working, Cassius' lips parted slightly before closing again. Having spent nearly 3 months in Gisman's company, Cassius could sense the inherent simplicity and industriousness that characterized the farmer's son. He was a good person. If you help him today, he will remember it for eternity. Cassius scoured the area for a suitable stick. Tearing a strip of cloth from his undergarment with a semblance of determination, he began to fashion a makeshift splint for his right leg, recalling the image vividly in his mind. His leg had likely sustained injury due to prolonged malnutrition, rendering the bones fragile enough to suffer damage from a mere fall. Once he managed this makeshift repair, Cassius found a long branch, planted it firmly in the ground, and propelling himself with his left foot, hopped over to where Gisman was sawing the thick log. Seizing the other end of the saw with deftness, Cassius and Gisman commenced their labor in synchrony. What has awakened you? Cassius inquired. Gisman offered a knowing smile. He understood Cassius, just as Cassius comprehended Gisman's temperament. It was simply inconceivable for him to allow his companion to toil in hardship alone while he reclined at leisure. Often, when the bond between 2 individuals reaches a certain depth, there is no need for extensive dialogue. A mere glance or gesture suffices to convey their mutual intentions. Clearly, this was the case for Gisman and Cassius. I end the 3rd chapter. If you were to die tomorrow, time flowed swiftly, and night had fallen before they knew it. Through the shattered wooden window of the woodshed, Cassius beheld the resplendent moonlight outside, round and grand. Hunger besieged his body and spirit. He had consumed but a small piece of black bread that morning, hardly enough to sustain him through a day of arduous labor. He felt weary and famished. The woodshed, illuminated by the luminous moonlight, provided a clear view of Gizman, who leaned against a neatly stacked pile of wood. His gaze distant. "Cassius, are you asleep?" Came a faint voice. Gizman's. Cassius forced himself to muster some energy, gazing at Gizman through the hazy moonlight. "Not yet." "What is it?" "You once said that if one could escape hunger, it would be a most joyous affair," Gizman mused, his eyes fixed longingly upon the moonlight streaming through the broken window. "That day will come. We cannot remain slaves for eternity," Cassius replied, his throat parched, his voice hoarse. "Yet to break free from slavery, one must enlist in the army and become cannon fodder. I have heard that 3 enemy heads must be claimed to earn one's freedom." Gizman's tone darkened momentarily, recalling how in recent days, a group of a dozen, including Norchi, had joined the military, only to meet their demise, their bodies left to rot in the wilderness, unclaimed by anyone, destined to be devoured by wolves. A chill breeze swept through the window, causing Cassius to shiver as he wrapped his thin garment tighter around himself. There must be a way. A deep, resonant snore filled the air, and Cassius glanced at the peacefully slumbering Gizman, admiring his ability to fall asleep so quickly. Cassius felt equally fatigued, yet sleep eluded him. Besides the gnawing hunger, he was primarily troubled by the fact that the last vestige of the dark hue of the key-shaped ornament around his neck had vanished. Under the gentle glow of the moon, the key ornament emitted a faint azure light. Though not blinding, it was undeniably captivating. Unable to resist, Cassius reached out with his right hand to touch the exquisite azure ornament. It felt smooth and cool to the touch. This trinket must be worth at least 10 gold dragons, he mused, his eyes fixed on the beautiful key-shaped ornament, envisioning how 10 gold dragons could feed both him and Gizman for half a year. Just as Cassius prepared to return the now azure ornament to his chest, safely concealing it, a sudden, searing pain pierced his palm, blood trickling from his hand onto his garments. Cassius cried out in agony, both from the pain and the shock of the bizarre transformation before him. Was he not supposed to be in the disheveled woodshed? Yet, what lay before him were azure rooftops, azure ground, and a grand azure tree looming before him. Cassius felt certain he was dreaming. He pinched his cheek hard, the sharp sting jolting him awake. He stared blankly at his surroundings, which felt utterly alien. Struggling to his feet, he leaned against the towering azure tree, gazing at its crystalline branches and leaves. Momentarily rendered speechless, he was oblivious to where he was or how he had arrived. Everything felt so unfamiliar. The entire azure space was not particularly vast, roughly the size of the woodshed he had occupied, and he found himself standing in the center, leaning against the crystalline trunk of the tree. Dazed, the silence was palpable, and Cassius could distinctly hear his own breathing. An eerie sensation. An hour passed. Cassius could no longer bear it. He had paced back and forth within the narrow confines nearly 100 times. The space was entirely crafted from a translucent azure material, with only the azure tree standing in its midst. Cassius believed his heart was sufficiently large, at least enough to endure for an hour longer. "I want to leave. I want to escape this cursed place," he shouted weakly, realizing that this surreal space bore no openings. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him. How did I return? Having nearly surrendered hope, Cassius gazed at the familiar, dilapidated window through which moonlight poured in. Momentarily entranced, could it be that everything before was merely a dream? Yes, it must be that his overwhelming hunger had conjured such illusions. He consoled himself, observing the loudly snoring Gizman beside him. Cassius shook his head with a wry smile. Gizman certainly slept soundly. Under the moon's gentle illumination, Cassius wrapped his thin garment tighter and soon drifted in a slumber upon the hay. The following day, Cassius was awakened by a kick, regardless of the time. Being roused from a pleasant dream was always disheartening. Cassius opened his eyes to find Larry, arms crossed and wearing a mischievous grin. Any ire he had intended to unleash evaporated, replaced by a grimace that was almost more sorrowful than a cry. "I summoned you two to chop wood," And yet you seem to be enjoying yourselves. Do you wish to feel the whip? Larry sneered, tossing several pieces of black bread before Cassius and Gizman. His face contorted in disdain. To Cassius's astonishment, beside the bread lay a substantial chunk of cured meat. Meat, Cassius swallowed hard, feeling a rush of shame. Since arriving in this world, he seemed to have been exiled from meat entirely. Not even the cheapest black bread was provided in sufficient quantities that Cassius's puzzled gaze lingered on Larry's rotund, almost lidless face, incredulous that he had personally delivered food and that it included a piece of cured meat. This was stranger than the dream he had just experienced in the azure space. He mused silently, hesitating to reach for the black bread and cured meat. For reasons unknown, he felt as though he would not experience hunger today, as if he had already feasted. What are you staring at? This is a gift from the Lord. You should be grateful, Larry said, casting a disdainful glance at Cassius and Gizman before strutting out of the woodshed. Why aren't you eating? Cassius picked up a piece of black bread, noticing its softness, far more tender than the usual fare. Yet he found himself devoid of any desire to eat. His gaze shifted to Gizman, who appeared lost in a trance, staring blankly at the black bread and cured meat before him. Cassius, if you were to die tomorrow, what would you do? Gizman's vacant eyes focused earnestly on Cassius. In the 4th chapter, the Jade Tablet, Cassius realized he had never truly contemplated death. His curious gaze roamed over Gizman before returning to the soft, dark bread in his hands, sensing a tinge of desolation. Do you know something? Cassius set down the bread and inquired gravely. Did you see the piece of cured meat? Gizman asked, his expression distant. Yes, I saw it, Cassius replied, puzzled. Why not eat it first? Gizman inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. I can't while you are here. It feels inappropriate, Gizman in truth. Norchi had also enjoyed several days of ample food before he departed, Gizman recalled, lost in thought. And then, Cassius prompted, keenly interested. Then he joined the ranks of cannon fodder and perished. Gizman's countenance darkened. You mean to say that we too are destined to join the ranks of cannon fodder? Yet we are merely 15 or 16 years of age. Cassius, having encountered the Norchi that Gizman spoke of, who was already in his 20s and robust as a young bull, found it quite ordinary to be conscripted onto the battlefield. However, the contrast with Gizman was stark. Gizman's condition was slightly better. But Cassius was the epitome of malnutrition, his entire form reduced to a mere skeleton, and his underdeveloped body was exceedingly frail. To be cannon fodder, age has never been an obstacle. A slave does not enjoy the protections of imperial law. Gizman, appearing rather disheartened, uttered a remark, then indifferently took a bite of the first piece of black bread. The black bread was soft and fragrant, with a hint of sweetness, a far cry from the usual hard, rock-like black bread they received. Gizman devoured 3 or 4 pieces in one breath, only to notice Cassius standing there in a daze, his gaze vacant. Why aren't you eating? Even if we were to perish shortly, we must at least fill our stomachs. Gizman spoke earnestly, his eyes fixated upon the solitary large piece of dried meat, unwilling to move his gaze. Cassius glanced at Gizman, who resembled a starving ghost, and hesitated slightly before picking up a piece of black bread, only to set it down again, perplexed by his complete lack of hunger. Habitually, Cassius stood up, wishing to step outside for some fresh air. Your leg, Gizman exclaimed. Isn't your leg perfectly fine? Did you deceive me yesterday? The mention of his leg startled Cassius, who felt no pain in his right leg and momentarily lost his train of thought. Could it be that my skills in treating leg injuries are so remarkable? Just yesterday, I was in excruciating pain, and now I awaken to find it healed. Moreover, this inexplicable sense of fullness is quite bizarre. Cassius felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body, an urge to unleash it. Despite having gone an entire day and night without food, this sensation was indeed strange, for reasons unknown. Cassius recalled that azure space. Feeling a connection between the two, after explaining extensively to Gizman, he managed to convince him that his leg had indeed healed overnight. Sensing Gizman's skeptical gaze, Cassius felt a sense of helplessness. Not only did Gizman disbelieve him, but even Cassius himself found it hard to accept. His hand instinctively brushed against the azure key pendant around his neck, a desire to test whether it was under the influence of that mysterious azure space surged within him. However, upon seeing Gizman beside him, Cassius temporarily set aside the thought that it was not that Cassius lacked faith in Gizman. Rather, he found it difficult to trust even himself that the new day unfolded, monotonously spent sawing wood and chopping logs. As night descended, Gizman, having recited the slave's declaration, was already snoring loudly. Cassius, however, remained transfixed, admiring the moonlight streaming through the broken window, the moon appearing larger and rounder than the night before. Cassius gently rose from the haystack and stepped outside to a secluded spot. Gazing up at the pristine moonlight, his hands caressing the azure key pendant that it was still the same brilliant blue, unchanged from the night before. Cassius scrutinized it for a quarter of an hour, unable to discern anything peculiar about the pendant that a thought crossed his mind. I want to enter. Suddenly, a shift in space occurred, and in the blink of an eye, Cassius found himself back in that azure realm. He inhaled sharply. The first time might have been a dream, but experiencing it again with such vividness seemed implausible. Could this truly be real? The azure space remained as he remembered, yet Cassius furrowed his brow as he discovered a translucent azure monument nestled beneath the trunk of the central tree. Something he had not noticed the day before. His throat felt dry as he approached, his fingers gently brushing against the smooth surface of the monument, where a few lines of small characters caught his eye. In the realm of Jalon, those fated shall obtain it. Within this secret realm lies an ancient Jalon tree, whose leaves can transform into pure essence, aiding the user in ascending to higher levels of life. Its fruit can heal injuries. Meditating beneath the ancient tree, one can progress immensely in but a day. I am the Jalon Elder, leaving great opportunities for mankind, though Cassius could not read the characters inscribed on the monument. The moment he touched it, he instinctively understood its meaning, a profound and stimulating revelation. His complexion reddened slightly, fingers trembling with excitement. That moment, Cassius felt an unwavering conviction that this was all genuine. He could not pinpoint the source of his newfound confidence, yet he firmly believed it. The ancient Jalon tree mentioned on the monument must be the crystalline tree in the center of the space, which, as of now, bore only leaves and no fruit. Cassius reached upward, gently touching one of the translucent leaves. Upon initial contact, the leaf naturally detached. The leaf, about the size of an adult's palm, was oval-shaped and adorned with intricate patterns. According to the monument, this leaf could transform into pure essence. Though he was unsure how to utilize it in the Jalon secret realm, Cassius engaged in various experiments while talking to himself, yet achieved no results. As time passed, impatience began to overtake him, leading him to place the Jalon tree's leaf into his mouth. The crystalline leaf dissolved instantly, and in the blink of an eye, Cassius felt an overwhelming sensation of fullness enveloping him. A surge of pure essence coursed through his entire being. The pain made Cassius scream. He realized he had been too hasty, daring to casually ingest the leaf for experimentation, and now this pure essence was overwhelming his body. Cassius rolled about in the azure space, howling as beads of blood and sweat began to seep from his skin. Chapter 5. The Knight's Journey. Who? Cassius gasped for breath, his eyes now a fierce crimson. His hands clawing desperately at the trunk of the Jalon tree, his entire form resembling that of a bloodied specter. This power is truly immense. Cassius reclined against the trunk of the Jalon tree, his gaze unfocused, lost in thought. However, after the pain subsided, his body felt significantly lighter. Slowly, Cassius stood, wiping the blood and sweat from his face, and once his vision cleared, he began to take steps forward, and I feel as though I could fell a bull with a single punch. Cassius swung his right fist, and with a whoosh, the sound of cutting air echoed. The speed of his punch was astounding, causing his expression to brighten. He could distinctly sense that his physical capabilities had improved drastically. Though his body still appeared emaciated, the power he could unleash was astonishing. According to Gizman, they would be joining the ranks of cannon fodder in a few days, should he bring a piece of the Jalon tree's leaves for him as well. Cassius contemplated this in his mind, ultimately shaking his head slightly. While the leaves of the Jalon tree indeed possessed remarkable effects for enhancing physical abilities, the accompanying risks and suffering were equally daunting. Looking at the blood and sweat covering his body, Cassius let out a bitter laugh. He had felt as though he were on the brink of death, clinging to a thread of survival to make it this far. Cassius did not wish for his only friend in this world to endure such peril. Moreover, on a subconscious level, Cassius felt that the Jalan's secret realm and the existence of the Jalan tree were exceedingly enigmatic. Not to mention, the astonishing efficacy of the Jalan leaves was something Cassius had personally experienced. If such a treasure were to fall into the hands of the nobility, they would surely seize it with ruthless fervor. With a composed expression, Cassius shook his head slightly. Until he possessed sufficient strength to ensure his safety, he should refrain from exposing such treasures to others. He understood the principle of the innocent suffer for having something precious. Finally, casting one last glance at the still, pristine azure space, Cassius silently intoned, "I wish to leave." A brief sensation of dizziness washed over him, and Cassius returned to the real world. The moonlight remained bright, illuminating the space around him. Utilizing the moonlight, Cassius located the small river from his memory and washed away the bloodstains on his body, also cleaning the garments that had been tainted with blood and sweat. Should he appear before Gizman clad in bloodied attire, it would surely frighten him to the point of losing his wits. Now, in early spring, the nights in Puya Fortress remained frigid, just last night. He had felt bone-chilling cold wrapped in hay within the shed, yet now, submerged in the icy river, he felt no chill whatsoever. It seemed that his physical constitution had indeed improved significantly, Cassius whispered, his expression growing increasingly agitated, indicating that the azure realm was indeed a treasure. With such a precious artifact in hand, how could one worry about the path to greatness? Having arrived in this world for 3 months, albeit as a mere slave, Cassius had gleaned a considerable amount of information from the conversations of those around him, particularly from the lips of Gizman. For instance, he learned that Lord Coulson, the master of the fortress of Puya, was a powerful noble within the Tianlan Empire. The so-called powerful nobles were those who possessed their own fiefdoms, and Lord Coulson's fief was the fortress of Puya, situated in the northwest of the empire. This region was notorious for its rampant banditry, making it anything but a peaceful locale. Thus, the fortress was home to a substantial number of regular garrison soldiers, who were frequently required to clear out bandit dens, often necessitating the use of expendable troops to scout ahead. Naturally, no sane individual would willingly join such a sacrificial force. The ranks of these expendables were traditionally filled by commoners condemned to death and certain troublesome slaves. In the land of Caesar, those who wielded extraordinary powers were known as knights. The legendary tales of knightly valor attracted countless slaves, commoners, and even nobles to aspire to the esteemed honor of becoming a knight. Their existence was forever enshrined as a myth on the continent of Caesar. Only the most exceptional individuals could attain knighthood. From what Cassius understood, knights were further divided into apprentice knights and formal knights. Whether there existed higher tiers of knighthood beyond, that was not something a lowly slave like Cassius could ascertain. Lord Coulson, the master of Puya, was a formal knight commanding extraordinary power, and a formidable one at that. This was the source of his audacity to establish his domain in the bandit-ridden northwest of the empire. A formal knight could triumph over hundreds of bandits without breaking a sweat. The sheer might wielded by knights was evident that Cassius's throat felt parched. To become a knight, even as an apprentice, would bestow a status and privileges enviable to the vast majority. An apprentice knight could expect favorable treatment from any noble they chose to serve. And it was not beyond the realm of possibility for some generous noble to grant them a fief, elevating them to nobility in an instant. After hastily gulping down a few mouthfuls of the slightly brackish river water, the dryness in his throat subsided somewhat. Cassius adjusted his linen tunic, now dampened by the river, and quietly returned to the woodshed. The moonlight remained unchanged, still as bright and resplendent as ever. Inside the woodshed, Gizman snored thunderously, and Cassius paid him no mind, lying beside him and awaiting the drying of his clothes, gradually succumbing to slumber. The following day, Cassius was once more awakened by a kick, this time from the rotund steward. Larry. However, he spoke little, merely placing a black loaf of bread and 2 pieces of dried meat before Cassius and Gizman, urging them to eat quickly. He then obsequiously approached a figure clad in silver chainmail, bowing his hefty head in a continuous nod. Lord Olden, these are the two slaves who voluntarily wish to join the expendable troops. Once they finish eating, we can take them along. Larry spoke, gesturing towards Cassius and Gizman, nodding fervently. Gizman, oblivious to the piece of black bread that fell from his mouth, stared vacantly at the imposing armored officer outside the woodshed, devoid of any desire to eat. Hurry and eat. Lord Olden has matters for you. Aren't you always dreaming of shedding your slave status? This is a golden opportunity. If you assist Lord Olden in his tasks, your status as commoners could be resolved. Who knows if Lord Olden is pleased? You might even be rewarded with a bright future. Larry prattled on, his demeanor increasingly sycophantic. Chapter 6. The Vanguard Company Gizman realized that upon seeing the piece of dried meat, his fate had already been sealed. He just hadn't anticipated it would come so swiftly. Leaving him in a daze, the black bread, which should have been delicious, held no flavor to him at that moment. Cassius picked up a piece of dried meat from the ground and placed it in Gizman's hand, gripping it tightly, insisting that he should not allow himself to starve, even if he were to die the next day. This was a sentiment Gizman had previously shared with Cassius, now echoed back to him. The taste of the dried meat was still quite good, enough to spark Gizman's appetite somewhat. After a brief while, Steward Larry returned with an air of arrogance, casting a glance at the remaining black bread on the ground, his plump face darkening with disapproval. You worthless scoundrels! How dare you waste the food graciously bestowed upon you by the Lord? If it weren't for the fact that you're joining the expendable troops today, I would teach you a lesson with my blood-stained whip. Larry threatened, making a show of drawing the whip from his waist, which had become stained crimson from years of punishing slaves. Well, since they have finished eating, I shall take them now. The armored officer, Lord Olden, strode into the room, surveying Cassius and Gizman sitting on the straw-covered ground with a furrowed brow, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. All right. Lord OL, the sensation of being gawked at like a monkey was profoundly unsettling. Gizman's face flushed crimson as he glared at the onlookers, his fists clenched tightly, resembling a small lion poised to pounce. Welcome to the Cannon Fodder Battalion, gentlemen. Here are your new uniforms and equipment. I'm your logistics officer, Gil. Should you require anything, feel free to ask me, though whether I choose to assist you is another matter entirely. Suddenly, something was hurled from the side, and before Cassius could react, it landed in his hands. He glanced down to find a deep blue long-sleeved military uniform. The outfit was unembellished, save for the word pioneer inscribed clumsily across the chest, an eyesore. Alongside the uniform was a short-handled combat knife, marred by 3 or 4 small chips, yet it gleamed with a silvery sheen and felt comfortable in hand. The knife was about 50% new. If not for the nicks, it would have been deemed quite presentable. Gizman, like Cassius, possessed similar equipment, though Gizman's knife was not only chipped but also significantly rusted, rendering it even more forlorn in comparison. Gil, brother, where will we be staying tonight? Cassius posed a rather pragmatic question. Although Alden had mentioned they could sleep here for a night, Cassius felt uncertain upon seeing the throng of burly men charging out from the large tent, of course here. Is there a problem? Gil, appearing to be just 20, wore an innocent expression, looking at Cassius with a hint of annoyance that is there only one tent for the Pioneer Battalion? Cassius continued his desperate inquiry, recalling that despite the hardships endured while enslaved at Pueblo, he at least had a place where he could sleep soundly. But here, Cassius surveyed the predatory gazes surrounding him and shivered involuntarily. Among those stares, he sensed a tinge of lewdness, reminiscent of a man gazing at a beautiful woman. It was unsettling. Chapter 7. Bloodshed. Cassius's hopeful gaze fixed upon Gil, the self-proclaimed logistics officer of the Pioneer Battalion. Deep down, he truly wished to avoid residing in this tent with these individuals. This was not mere sentimentality. The nature of their stares was genuinely disconcerting. Well, Gil's gaze flitted between Cassius and Gizman, laced with a hint of disdain as he continued, but do you possess any golden dragons? Or perhaps silver wolves? Cassius's expression grew awkward. No. Then do you have any copper horns? Gil inquired, feigning already knowing the answer. Not even a single copper coin, Cassius replied bluntly, raising his hand dismissively. A slave. He was acutely aware of his circumstances. A pauper, Gil muttered, his disdain unabashed. Lacking any golden dragons, Cassius and Gisman were naturally relegated to the dilapidated, filthy tent, subjected to the predatory gazes of dozens, which only deepened Cassius's grim demeanor. Since learning of their fate as cannon fodder, Gisman had grown increasingly listless, and even now, he had yet to fully recover. However, faced with so many unnerving stares, Gisman, no matter how dazed, should have regained some clarity. Cassius, it was Gisman's voice, thick with fear, barely above a whisper. Yet Cassius, standing close, could still hear him. "Yes, I'm here," Cassius responded, his tone neutral, attempting to quell the feral gazes with his cold demeanor. Should we run?" Gisman's voice quivered, nearly breaking. "Run? To where?" Cassius murmured, without the Empire's civilian credentials. "We would be hunted down as slaves wherever we go." Their cold gazes locked. Cassius's icy glare sent a shiver through Gisman's body. Although Gisman understood more about this world than Cassius, who had only been here for 3 months. He still bore the scars of being abandoned as a child and the many years of servitude that had extinguished his spirit. Cassius wished for his closest friend to thrive. However, the present environment indicated that to survive, to live without humiliation, one must be ruthless, merciless to others, and even more so to oneself. That Cassius's cold gaze shifted from Gisman, catching sight of the newly issued combat knife in his hand. Its chipped blade could sometimes instill greater fear. "Hey kid, what's your name?" Just as the malicious gazes reached a boiling point, a burly man stepped forward, towering over Cassius by a head, his bare torso revealing well-defined muscles. Cassius ignored the man, surveying him with a frigid stare before returning to his task of grooming his nails. "Oh ho, quite the temper. I like it. No wonder my Quillian has taken an interest in you." The man's gaze flitted between Cassius and Gisman, finally settling on Cassius, striding forth with a smug expression adorned with a scar shaped like a knife on his finger. "Get lost." Cassius pressed down on Gisman's fidgeting body, maintaining his indifferent act of nail grooming as he uttered the word "get lost" with a resounding authority. Quillian was taken aback. He clearly hadn't anticipated that this seemingly mere child would respond so calmly. The force behind the word momentarily halted his advance. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. "Look, Quillian has been intimidated by a rookie. I told you he was a silver gun candlehead, but you didn't believe me. Who would have thought that Quillian, all muscle and no brain, would be so cowardly now?" Mockery echoed from behind, darkening Quillian's already fearsome visage. "Stop your prattling. I'm merely resting. Watch how I handle these 2 fledglings." Quillian's face reddened with rage as he glared at the boy who had spoken out, his fingers creaking ominously. Being cowed by a half-grown child was hardly a matter of pride. "You read dead meat." Quillian charged forward, his enormous hands sweeping toward Cassius, intent on lifting him off the ground. Seeking death. A fierce glint sparked in Cassius's eyes as he swiftly grasped the combat knife he had set aside, swinging it toward Quillian's approaching hands. The glimmering blade ignited a fiercer rage in Quillian's eyes. He expected this fledgling to defy him yet again, now daring to brandish the knife just issued to him. Though sharp, Quillian dismissed the threat, having fought in the military for many years. If he possessed no skills, what purpose had his life served? Quillian spun suddenly, his hands lunging for the knife's hilt, seemingly eager to demonstrate a technique of unarmed combat against the blade. Caught off guard by Quillian's unexpected maneuver, Cassius instinctively attempted to withdraw the knife, but lacking experience, he hesitated just as Quillian's massive hands descended upon him. A harsh sound pierced the air as the blade sliced through Quillian's rough skin. Contrary to his expectations, his hand did not grasp the hilt, but rather slid across the blade. Combined with Cassius's instinctive retraction, the knife left a vivid mark upon Quillian's palm. "You're seeking death, kid." The vivid bloodshed most profoundly stirs the human heart. Some are seized by paralyzing fear, while others rise in defiance, consumed by unrelenting rage. Clearly, Kuei sure belongs to the latter category. He boldly guides the blade of his weapon to meet its hilt, attempting to wrest it from Cassius's grasp under the astonished gaze of Cassius. Yet, as if awakening from a fleeting stupor, Cassius quickly regains his composure. Faced with the ferocious Kuei, he does not choose to retreat. Instead, he raises his right leg and delivers a forceful kick to Kuei-Shi's vulnerable area. A howl of anguish erupts from Kuei Shur as he relinquishes his blood-stained weapon, clutching his groin, and collapses to the ground, writhing in agony. Chapter 8. The apprentice knight Alden hiss. A collective gasp of shock reverberates around. For though they have not experienced it firsthand, the intensity of Kuei Shur's screams conveys the sheer agony he endures. While Kuei Shur may not be the strongest among them, he is undeniably a prominent figure. Yet, such a character finds himself first with a lacerated palm, and now subjected to such humiliation. The onlookers within the dilapidated tent regard Cassius and Gizmin with a newfound amusement. Those burly men who initially exuded a predatory aura now exchange laughter, seemingly losing all interest in Cassius and Gizmin. Aside from a few troublemakers, most of the others merely fold their arms and watch the spectacle unfold, having shifted their attention from the anticipated clash between Cassius and Gizmin to the sight of Kuei Shur, groaning on the ground. The wailing persisted for nearly an hour before it began to subside. Kuei Shur's gaze towards Cassius grew increasingly venomous, yet the lesson learned from his prior humiliation kept him from recklessly seeking retribution. The dull ache emanating from his lower body ignited a burning desire to eliminate Cassius. But as he fixated on the bloodied weapon lying at his feet, he hesitated. This was no mere soft target to be trifled with. This man was genuinely capable of wielding a blade to kill. Having experienced the sensation of flesh being torn, Kuei Shur was reluctant to endure such a torment once more. Throughout the night, the large tent was anything but quiet. The symphony of snores intertwined with the occasional muffled cries of Kuei Shur. Cassius hardly slept a wink, although he and Gizmin had agreed to alternate watch throughout the night. Even during Gizmin's watch, Cassius remained restless. His eyes may have been closed, but his mind remained taut, fearing that a moment's negligence could result in a cold blade poised against his throat. While he understood that murder was unlikely in this place, the chaos surrounding them made such events more probable. After all, they were merely cannon fodder. Killing someone would only extend their stay in this purgatory. Those who fear nothing are indeed the most terrifying. Thus, Cassius remained exceedingly vigilant, for his life was his own, and neglecting it would leave him devoid of any concern from others on the following day. As a blush of dawn crested the horizon, Cassius donned the dark blue military uniform issued the previous day. Though the fit was somewhat awkward, it was serviceable enough. As he traced the embroidered word Vanguard with his fingers, he felt an overwhelming sense of mockery. The so-called Vanguard was merely a more palatable term for cannon fodder. In the morning, provisions were delivered to the occupants of a large tent, and the fare was surprisingly decent. 2 pieces of dark bread, a bowl of mutton offal soup, and a small portion of dried meat. It was fair to say that the rations rivaled those of a modest landowner. Today, Cassius felt an acute hunger, an insatiable craving that seemed to converge with the absence of appetite he had felt over the past 2 days. Upon finishing his meager portion, he licked his lips, yearning for more. He mused that if he could have 10 such servings, he might finally feel satiated. This amount was far too scant. Suddenly, he recalled that last night, due to the peculiar circumstances surrounding him, he had not entered the celestial realm. Could this abrupt ravenousness be connected to that? Contemplating this, he silently nodded in agreement with the notion. Just a few days prior, he had gone an entire day without food and felt no hunger, likely due to the unknown energy he had absorbed within the celestial realm. The enigma of the celestial realm had ascended to a new level in Cassius's mind. As he touched the azure key-shaped trinket securely hidden beneath his breastplate, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. The road ahead promised to be extraordinarily wondrous. Life in the Vanguard Company was not particularly easy. Although the rations were commendable, they were accompanied by rigorous training demands. Throughout the day, they were subjected to relentless drills, focusing primarily on how to run faster, how to maintain cohesion while running swiftly, and how to maximize their chances of survival when faced with an enemy breach. The training was overseen by the company's second-in-command, a veteran named Jian, who claimed to have served for over a decade and had been with the Vanguard Company for more than 3 years. The company commander was Lieutenant Alden, reputedly a bona fide apprentice knight. Cassius couldn't help but recall the moment Alden had led them to the Vanguard camp, when those proud cavalrymen had bowed in respect. At that time, he found it curious, not realizing that the noble Alden, who had guided them, possessed extraordinary power as a knight. Even as an apprentice knight, he undoubtedly deserved respect and recognition. However, Cassius found it somewhat surprising that this apprentice knight had been appointed as the commander of the vanguard company, a position typically reserved for someone of higher rank. After all, an apprentice knight held considerable status in Puya Fortress. Placing him in a unit of cannon fodder seemed to convey the sense of a flower growing from a pile of dung. Alden hailed from humble beginnings, having risen through the ranks in the vanguard camp, and by fortunate circumstance, acquired a knightly cultivation manual on the battlefield, successfully training to become a genuine apprentice knight. Although Alden was not as renowned as the St. Nicholas Knight, he was nonetheless a figure of aspiration within the vanguard company. Upon earning the rank of apprentice knight, Alden had opportunities to join more elite units for further training. Yet despite numerous entreaties from noble lords, he chose to remain with the vanguard company, ultimately becoming its commander and leading them toward advancement. An old soldier in the vanguard company conversed with Cassius, claiming to have accrued 2 confirmed kills, and upon achieving 1 more, he would be free to leave the vanguard and embrace a life of liberty. Cassius sincerely congratulated him, for leaving this wretched place was indeed a cause for celebration. Through various channels, Cassius learned that although the vanguard company was structured for 100 personnel, it had never been at full strength. The name cannon fodder was not given lightly whenever battle ensued. The vanguard company invariably suffered the most casualties, which was a primary reason for its chronic understaffing. Chapter 9. Changing fate. Currently, the vanguard company comprised 58 members, which was considered a relatively abundant period. Due to the frequent and severe losses, there was no platoon division within the company. They were directly organized into squads. The existing 68 personnel were divided into 6 squads, each with its own squad leader. While Cassius and Gizamon, being newcomers, were naturally assigned to the smallest squad, Squad 6, the Take Care of Yourself. The veteran who had previously informed Roland about the situation of several vanguard squads was named Job. Upon seeing Roland assigned to the 6th squad, he uttered a remark that seemed insincere. Cassius sensed an underlying meaning in Job's words. However, in the presence of so many onlookers, he felt it inappropriate to inquire further. A quarter of an hour later, Cassius grasped the implication behind Job's warning to be careful, for the squad leader of the 6th squad was none other than Coaze, with whom Cassius had an unresolved conflict. At that moment, Coaze stood proudly, casting a sidelong glance at Cassius, the scar on his index finger twitching slightly, his eyes wide and menacing. Standing beside Cassius was Gizamon, whose expression reflected a lingering fear. Though under Cassius's guidance, he was gradually fortifying his resolve, at least managing to suppress any involuntary tremors for the time being. This marked the first step towards integration and adaptation, and Gizamon had already performed better than the majority. After all, transitioning from a mere slave to a member of the Cannon Fodder Brigade and suddenly facing the entrance to a blood-soaked battlefield was a daunting adjustment that required time. Thus, Cassius spent 7 days in the Vanguard Brigade, diligently practicing basic formations and marching postures. Though these were rudimentary skills, they formed the very essence and foundation of an army. For a military force to possess a true martial spirit, mastery of these fundamentals was imperative. During this week, Coaze refrained from provoking Cassius again, yet Cassius could sense that Coaze's resentment towards him was growing deeper. Occasionally, he felt the piercing gaze of Coaze, akin to a bloodthirsty serpent, fixated upon him. Whenever he turned his head, he would catch sight of Coaze seated not far behind, slowly sharpening his teeth. Cassius's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Coaze's lower body, wondering if that kick had truly incapacitated him. Otherwise, why would Coaze harbor such intense animosity? In reality, getting beaten up in the Vanguard Brigade was an all-too-common occurrence, hardly something worth holding a grudge over. After all, this place was steeped in a culture of bloodlust, where rivalry was the norm, and as long as no one was killed, few would intervene, with his trusty, battered blade strapped to his waist. Cassius felt a surge of confidence. Armed, he would at least have some measure of security should Coaze choose to act against him. The previous encounter that had forced Coaze to withdraw had involved a stroke of luck on Cassius's part. He could feel Coaze's strength far surpass his own, at least double his current capacity. Before consuming the leaves of the ancient Jalon tree, Cassius doubted whether his frail body could even manage to inflict any injury on Coaze, if he were to grasp the blade. One could not deny that Coase's muscular physique was no mere fa audata on this day. Cassius, as usual, responded to the assembly call and arrived at the designated training ground for the Vanguard Brigade. After establishing his position behind Coase, Cassius's gaze began to survey the surroundings. A habit of his, he always took the time to assess the terrain, contemplating where to escape, where to set ambushes, and how to deplete the enemy's forces most effectively. At some point, Cassius had developed this peculiar inclination, finding a certain charm in what should have been a monotonous task. Lieutenant Alden? Cassius's gaze shifted slightly to the left, settling upon an officer clad in resplendent silver armor, confidently approaching the platform. Following closely behind was Deputy Commander Gian, who had been instructing and training Cassius and the others over the past few days. Typically stern and taciturn, Gian appeared remarkably animated in Alden's presence, engaging in conversation and laughter, displaying an inexplicable excitement, occasionally betraying a hint of shyness. Cassius recalled how Gian had previously praised Gizman, and the resemblance between Gian's current demeanor and that moment was striking. After spending 7 days in the Vanguard Brigade, this marked Cassius's first encounter with Alden. Generally, the training was overseen by Deputy Commander Gian. Compared to their last meeting, Alden now exuded a more vibrant and authoritative presence, his silver chainmail enhancing his imposing aura. Brave warriors of the Vanguard Brigade, it is a great honor to see you again. Have you felt uncomfortable or unjustly treated since joining our ranks? Have you even entertained thoughts of escaping this place? Alden's voice, though not loud, resonated well enough for the gathered crowd, its magnetic quality captivating. Cassius mused that Alden's striking appearance must surely be well received by the female populace. As Alden's words echoed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, for he had articulated the sentiments of all present. Who among them would willingly endure suffering in the Vanguard Brigade if given the slightest chance to escape? Although the food here was decent, the relentless training and the perilous roles they were expected to fulfill were far from trivial. If you have harbored such thoughts, I am relieved, for my brigade consists of individuals who are indeed normal. Alden's humorous quip ignited a wave of laughter among the ranks, and Cassius, mingling within the throng, regarded the steadfastly standing Alden on the platform with a look of astonishment. This Lieutenant Alden seemed quite different from the typical high-ranking officers. Deputy Commander Gian would never dare to engage in such levity with Cassius and his companions. I must congratulate you, for you are about to receive another opportunity to change your fate. In one day, the forces of Puya Fortress shall launch an assault on the Valley of Jard, targeting the bandit leader Rhodes, who has audaciously dared to plunder our merchant caravans from Puya Fortress. He deserves his fate. Alden's voice thundered, exuding a formidable presence. Chapter 10. A rousing speech war is upon us. We shall step onto the battlefield for the first time. From Alden's grandiloquent address, Cassius could clearly discern this impending reality. Though he had known since the moment he joined the Vanguard Brigade that this day would eventually come, the actual approach of that day plunged him into a tumult of conflicting emotions. The battlefield was far more merciless than the life of a slave. Those who fear not death are, after all, a minority, and it was evident that Cassius did not belong to that rarefied group. He feared death, and it was precisely this fear that drove him to confront limits time and again in a bid for survival. Gradually, Cassius began to relish the sensation of wielding a weapon, for holding it instilled within him a profound sense of security, a feeling that was enigmatic yet deeply cherished. The reins of destiny lie within your grasp, should you aspire to become free men and savor a life of abundance. Then raise your blades and let them be drenched in the blood of your enemies to demonstrate your valor. Thus, your dream shall be realized. The resonant voice of Alden echoed continuously atop the elevated platform, intensifying the atmosphere among the Vanguard squad. Cassius could sense the tension radiating from Gizman, who stood resolutely beside him, tightly gripping the battle knife. Marred with several nicks and flecked with rust, his expression gradually solidifying with determination. It must be said that it would be a pity if Alden did not pursue a career as an orator, for he had the uncanny ability to awaken the deepest desires hidden within one's soul and magnify them unabashedly, igniting a fervor and madness in those who harbored such longings. The captivating speech concluded after half an hour, and observing the flushed neck and face of Gizman, along with his restless urge to draw his weapon, Cassius could only sigh inwardly, acknowledging the undeniable magnetism of Lieutenant Alden. This marked the 7th day since Cassius joined the vanguard squad, and the 8th night spent within the confines of that vast, dilapidated tent, still permeated with a pungent odor. The routine of alternating night watch had become a habit for both Cassius and Gizman, despite having encountered no dangers during the nights thus far. Neither chose to abandon this practice. Perhaps this was a form of unspoken understanding. However, under Gizman's vigilant watch, Cassius found himself able to sleep soundly, lulled by the symphony of snores echoing within the tent. At the crack of dawn, Cassius was roused by Gizman, having been so deeply asleep that he had entirely missed the call for assembly. Contrary to the usual rigorous training regimen, today they were each allocated a substantial portion of dried meat and several pieces of dark bread by Gil, who managed logistics, a ration ample enough for a typical soldier to sustain them for 3 or 4 meals. Yet, Cassius's instincts warned him that even consuming all of it would scarcely satiate his hunger. Ever since he ingested the leaf of the azure ancient tree, his physical prowess had notably increased, yet this came at the cost of a dramatically heightened appetite, a situation that left him feeling quite helpless. During his time in the vanguard squad, Cassius had taken to sneaking into the azure space for brief respites while the others were fast asleep in the wee hours of the night. Emerging from there would restore a semblance of fullness to his stomach. Otherwise, relying solely on the meager rations provided by the vanguard squad would have left him on the brink of starvation. The existence of the azure space was Cassius's greatest secret. Though he had not spent an extensive amount of time there, he could distinctly feel his physical condition improving further. This was data he had gleaned from his own experiences. Previously, the provisions from the vanguard squad had sufficed to make him feel about 10% full. But now, even the same rations barely managed to provide a fraction of that. This was a frightening revelation. Would his appetite continue to grow without bounds? If such were the case, once he was no longer able to access the azure space, the cost of sustenance alone would become exorbitant. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Cassius began to follow the main body of the vanguard squad as they commenced their movement. Today, they were not exempt from training. Rather, the location had merely changed, and the nature of the training had evolved into practical exercises in regular drills. Bloodshed was a rarity, and casualties were minimal, but in the heat of combat. Practical training meant using the bodies of comrades and foes alike as models for rapid self-improvement and strategizing. A harrowing yet exhilarating experience on the battlefield that invoked both thrill and trepidation. The forces deployed from Puya Fortress numbered approximately 3 companies, totaling under 300 men, with the vanguard squad naturally positioned at the forefront. Captain Alden, mounted on a magnificent white steed, traversed the center of the vanguard squad, surrounded by dozens of his men as they advanced toward the Garden Valley. Throughout the journey, Alden maintained a stoic silence, his silver visage obscured beneath a gleaming helm, as the entire battalion marched with methodical precision. Had Cassius not witnessed Alden's impassioned oration the previous day, he might have perceived this lieutenant, who wielded extraordinary powers, as an aloof and distant knight. Yet his recent observations had revealed the captain's inherently benevolent and affable nature, even towards those who were often disrespected, such as slaves out of course. This was merely Cassius's personal impression, which he hoped was accurate, unless Alden had been deliberately masquerading in a guise that belied his true character. In truth, as a noble knight, Alden had no need to expend effort on such trivialities, much less to feign a persona merely to appease the expendable soldiers of the vanguard squad. It was an unrealistic notion. Unless this esteemed knight harbored some undisclosed eccentricity. Cassius shook his head vigorously. The imminent confrontation with the enemy loomed ahead, yet he found himself devoid of any anxiety, as if the earlier dread had vanished entirely. Strangely enough, despite it being his first time on the battlefield, he felt more composed than many seasoned veterans. Cassius was bemused. He longed to feel a surge of agitation and tension, as such emotions might lend a sense of seriousness to the situation. Yet this state of calmness was something he could not force. Observing Gizman's trembling lips and body, his hands, veins protruding as he clutched his weapon tightly, and the beads of sweat forming on his brow, Cassius's lips moved silently, though no sound escaped. Chapter 11. The thrill of battle. Cassius could discern the palpable tension radiating from Gizman, a mixture of anxiety intertwined with a hopeful yearning for the future. This blend of fear and excitement manifested vividly in Gizman's demeanor. "Stay close to me," Cassius murmured softly, applying a firm grip on Gizman's arm, aware that at this moment, Gizman might not even register his words. It was unclear whether Gizman's response stemmed from the discomfort of Cassius's grip or if he truly heard the latter's words. Fixating on Gizman's still flushed visage, Cassius refrained from elaborating further. In truth, any additional words would be futile, for he himself was a novice, a fresh recruit on his first battlefield, buoyed only by newfound confidence from his enhanced physical abilities. However, the brutal theater of war was not a place where mere confidence could afford one the luxury of recklessness. Cassius stomped forward with purpose, attempting to embody the disciplined march of a soldier. Eager to feel the weight of impending conflict awaken every drop of blood within him. Regrettably, apart from the initial excitement and trepidation he had felt upon learning of the impending deployment, now, as he stood on the brink of battle, he felt as if he were a lifeless husk, devoid of the complex emotions that gripped Gizman. Ahead lay the Garden Valley, where the vanguard squad's mission was to withstand the enemy's initial onslaught. Following the conclusion of this first wave, Lord Coulson would lead the remaining 2 companies to charge alongside them, aiming to seize the valley in one decisive sweep to end this campaign. "Whoever can secure 3 enemy heads will have my personal guarantee to Lord Coulson for the restoration of your status as free citizens. At that point, you may choose to either join other forces to continue serving Puya Fortress or return to civilian life, according to your own wishes." After marching for nearly 3 hours, Cassius heard Alden speak for the first time. His voice still resonant and powerful. As his voice rang out, Cassius could distinctly feel the once lackadaisical vanguard troop, fatigued from the relentless journey, suddenly invigorated as if doused with a refreshing splash of water under the scorching sun, revitalizing them from head to toe. "What a remarkable man," Cassius murmured to himself, acknowledging that despite his own lack of stimulation, he could not deny the high esteem in which Lieutenant Alden was held among the vanguard. The rear troops delivered 20 large shields, each formidable in size, standing upright to roughly reach Cassius's neck, providing ample coverage when he bent slightly. Positioned towards the front, both Cassius and Gizman received one of the shields. Given their relatively slender builds, the 2 men found themselves comfortably nestled behind the shield without feeling cramped. Before Cassius lay a narrow passageway, scarcely wide enough for 2 or 3 adults to traverse side by side. Flanked by towering peaks to charge through, they would have to navigate this constricted route. Of course, launching an assault from the summits was not out of the question, but it would require considerable effort, only to find many soldiers beneath them exhausted or perished after the arduous climb. From Cassius's vantage point, the peaks loomed at least 300 to 400 meters high, steep and almost vertical, with little disparity between the summit and the base. Gripping the broad, ironclad wooden shield that nearly enveloped him, Cassius exchanged a reassuring glance with Gizman, then focused entirely on Alden, awaiting his command to advance. The 20 large shields formed a formidable barrier at the forefront, followed by 58 soldiers of the vanguard, along with Lieutenant Alden and Sergeant Jane, making a total of 60 men in early spring. The daytime air was refreshingly cool, chilling against the skin and evoking involuntary sighs. Even as the specter of war loomed, Cassius felt this sensation, absorbing the solemn atmosphere around him. He instinctively tightened his grip on the jagged combat knife in his hand. He should have been feeling anxious, yet it seemed that the nerve controlling his emotions had been sealed away by some unseen force. At least until now, with the brutal battlefield looming before him, he had not experienced the self-awareness typical of a rookie soldier making his first appearance in combat. Advance, fight to alter fate. The day of victory shall bring glory. Alden unsheathed his knightly sword, letting out a fierce roar that echoed into the heavens, while calmly directing the vanguard to initiate the assault, holding the reins bound to his steed with unwavering poise. The 20 shields laid before the vanguard began to shift in response to Alden's command. As dozens of bandits clad in simple fabric garments, armed with bows and crossbows, surged forth from the narrow valley passage. Faced with the vanguard's charge, they swiftly drew their longbows to their full arcs and released volleys of arrows. Their fingers pressing down heavily on the triggers of their crossbows, dozens of arrows sliced through the air, hurtling towards the vanguard. Thud, 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 the arrows struck against the solid wooden shields, producing a sharp, resonant sound. A significant portion of the incoming projectiles met the massive shields, causing only a slight tremor for those who bore them, without inflicting further harm. However, a few arrows evaded the grasp of the 20 shields, soaring into the higher realms before descending upon the areas shielded behind. The vanguard soldiers, pierced by arrows, emitted faint cries of agony. The sensation of being on the battlefield was exhilarating as the sharp arrows and bolts collided with the sturdy wooden shield he held. Cassius felt every cell in his body buzz with excitement. This thrill was absent before he entered the fray. Previously, he had exhibited an indifferent demeanor, harboring mere curiosity about the battlefield without any desire to partake. But now, having experienced this electrifying sensation, Cassius believed he would never forget it for the rest of his life. It felt as though he were born for the battlefield, where he could attain all he yearned for. It was a peculiar feeling, yet Cassius welcomed it wholeheartedly, relishing every moment. He craved an endeavor that would ignite his exhilaration, and now, it seemed he had discovered just that. Chapter 12. The Empire of Iron Control. By the time Cassius could clearly discern the faces of the bandits flanking the narrow passage, they had already unleashed 4 waves of arrows and bolts. Despite the vanguard being shielded by 20 robust, iron-embellished shields, several arrows still found their mark, claiming the lives of a few among the vanguard. 5 or 6 fell, their dreams of freedom extinguished on the path of the charge, while their comrades continued to race forward over their fallen bodies. Even before engaging in close combat, casualties had begun to mount. Although the soldiers of the vanguard shared little emotional bond, witnessing the lifeless form of a comrade, pale-faced and vacant-eyed after so many days together, inevitably stirred something within the very least. One ought to feel a twinge of sorrow for the fallen. At this moment, the vanguard was less than 20 meters from the narrow passage. 20 meters was a trivial distance, easily traversable within a few breaths. The bandits wielding bows and crossbows began to filter into the narrow gorge. The vanguard reached the mouth of the passage just in time. Upon first contact, the scene was not as gruesome as anticipated. The narrow entrance permitted only 2 or 3 lightly armed vanguard soldiers to enter at once. If a soldier bore a shield, only one could pass through upright. Naturally, instinct drove them to shield themselves with the hardest of barriers when danger loomed. Thus, when a shield-bearer from the vanguard attempted to enter the passage, he was violently thrust back by the ferocious bandits wielding sharp blades. The 2 sides engaged in a chaotic dance at the narrow entrance, with iron shields marking the boundary. Observing this farcical scene, Cassius's initial thrill plummeted to an icy chill. This was absurdly childish. Clearly, such a harmonious tableau could not endure for long. At Alden's command, every member of the vanguard discarded their shields, opting to confront the bandits with their dark blue tunics against the gleaming swords and knives. Sparks flew as weapons clashed, and the scent of blood began to permeate the air. The constricted passage limited the vanguard's combat effectiveness, allowing only 2 valiant soldiers to engage at a time. Yet, even these 2 brave souls, having breached the passage, were soon overwhelmed, their bodies pierced by countless sharp blades and spears. Their demise was tragic and harrowing. Cassius gasped, for this was his first direct encounter with the brutality and bloodshed of the battlefield. Though he had often suffered blows from his overseer during his time as a slave, those injuries had never threatened his life. Now, however, a single misstep could cost him dearly. Yet, despite this reality, the fear that should have gripped Cassius's heart was conspicuously absent. Instead, it intensified his eagerness to join the fray. Gradually, the bodies of the vanguard soldiers, now in pairs, were hurled out from the passage, their eyes wide with terror, faces ashen, breaths halted, their bodies, faces, heads, abdomens, legs, were all soaked in blood. Where life once flowed. Not everyone shared Cassius's perverse love for the battlefield. The majority cherished their lives far more. The soldiers of the vanguard hesitated, faltering in their advance, for no matter how alluring Alden's voice might be, the instinct for self-preservation would inevitably prevail before such a deadly gamble. The battle had reached a stalemate. From the rear, The rhythmic sound of galloping hooves approached, and Cassius seized the moment to glance back. He beheld nearly 100 cavalrymen bearing the banner of Puan Fortress charging towards them, flanked by infantry armed with long spears and standard swords. This time, the effort to eradicate the bandits of the Jader Valley included not only the vanguard but also 2 regiments, the elite cavalry unit and the core infantry battalion of Puan Fortress. Together with the vanguard, they numbered nearly 300, according to reliable intelligence. The bandit group, hiding in the Jader Valley, numbered fewer than 500, although the forces of Puan Fortress were outnumbered. Military strength is not solely determined by numbers. For instance, a standard cavalryman in Puan Fortress is equipped with a full set of armor, a finely crafted saber, a precision crossbow, and a lance for charging. Heavy cavalrymen even have their steeds armored. While the cavalry of Puan Fortress may not be so lavishly outfitted, each soldier is still clad in high-quality leather armor, significantly enhancing their defense. Likewise, the equipment of the core infantry battalion is far from lacking. Their arms and armor are comprehensive. Even the majority of the vanguard soldiers can procure weapons in good condition. Yet, what do these bandits possess? The Tiamat Empire maintains stringent control over wrought iron, with mining operations requiring imperial approval. During extraction, oversight teams from the Empire frequently inspect to prevent strategic resources like wrought iron from escaping imperial jurisdiction. This, of course, applies only within territories directly governed by the Empire. For noble lords with autonomous rule, they may manage iron mines in their domains, provided they do not sell such strategic resources to enemy nations. That it is evident that the consequences for any noble lord engaging in anti-imperial actions would be dire. The scarcity of wrought iron ensures that not every bandit wields a sharp and effective weapon. The arrows and bolts recently fired by the bandits were often not crafted from fine iron. Many were merely tipped with bamboo or bone, revealing their lack of iron weaponry. Thus, the nearly 300 regular troops of Puan Fortress were more than a match for the 500 bandits. If they were to confront each other head-on on the plains, it wouldn't even require the involvement of the vanguard or infantry units. A mere charge from the nearly 100 valiant cavalry could potentially shatter the formation of the 500 bandits and encircle them. Chapter 13. The Grievance of the Lion. However, the notion of engaging in a battle on the open plains was nothing more than a fanciful dream, for these bandits were not so foolish as to challenge an enemy in open combat. Fully aware of their inferior equipment, their greatest reliance lay in this narrow gorge, a natural geographical advantage that undoubtedly served as their final bastion of security and confidence, perhaps from the very beginning. When they dared to raid the caravan from Puan Fortress, they had considered this factor. The defensive advantage of a single warrior holding the gate against a multitude emboldened them. The vanguard unit had deployed 5 or 6 pairs of soldiers, and the outcomes were astonishingly similar. It was hardly surprising to find each of them bearing at least a dozen wounds from blades and swords. Cassius and Gisman were rather fortunate, although they stood at the very forefront of the formation. Their seemingly delicate appearance drew no attention, sparing them from being ordered to charge into the treacherous gorge to meet their doom. Cassius's gaze swept left and right, and he observed that the once proud and imposing figure of the vanguard squad leader, the lion, had diminished significantly. There he crouched on the ground, his massive iron shield slightly tilted to shield him, his body gradually shifting towards the edge of the formation. He was gripped by fear. This narrow and deep gorge was a bottomless pit of death. And the few who had ventured forth before him, possessing similar resilience and physical prowess, had all perished. Their deaths were gruesome. The lion wished fervently not to meet a futile end here, having previously slain his own comrades in the vanguard unit. He had been condemned by Olden to claim 10 enemy heads before he could leave this hellish place. After half a year of lurking in this cursed locale, he had amassed 7. Just 3 more to go, 3 more, and he could finally escape, soaring freely in the vast expanse, living a life of bliss with his formidable strength. Thus, the lion was particularly fearful of death now. More so than usual, for there were too many things in this world that tethered him to life. The thought of the delicate widow he had recently courted in Puan Fortress ignited a fervent flame in his heart. Squad leader Lion, what are you doing? Just as the lion tried to diminish his presence, Cassius's sudden shout pierced the air, and the lion's eyes burned with a wild hatred. Fixated on Cassius, Cassius's voice was not particularly loud. Just enough for the deputy squad leader, Jane, commanding the battle ahead, to hear T that moment. Jane, unable to locate a robust soldier from the vanguard to charge forward, instinctively set his gaze upon the lion. Squad leader Lion, you shall lead the next wave. Jane's voice resonated in the lion's ears like the growl of a demon, and with a begrudging glare at Roland, who was cowering behind his shield. The lion reluctantly took a couple of steps forward. I could see that moment. The lion contemplated whether to flee or press onward, surveying the dozens of vanguard soldiers, armed and vigilant, and the impending tide of cavalry surging from behind. The corner's Cassius held an iron shield in his left hand, while wildly wielding a chipped battle knife in his right, taking advantage of a brief respite to encourage Guiseman beside him. Upon seeing Guiseman, Cassius let out a leisurely sigh. This was indeed the typical reaction of a novice soldier stepping onto the battlefield, whereas he considered himself somewhat of an anomaly. Olden held his ground here for an increasingly prolonged duration. More and more soldiers from the vanguard regiment began to pour through the narrow passage into the canyon, gradually stabilizing the situation at the opposite end. It was only then that Cassius had the time to focus on the injuries sustained by Captain Olden. The blade that had struck was thrust into Olden's waist, and blood was now gushing from the wound. In addition to the injury at his waist, Cassius noticed a deep gash across Olden's chest. Though not profound, it was extensive enough to have stained the chainmail, covering his upper body a vivid crimson. It turned out that even knights who wielded extraordinary powers were not impervious to injury. Initially, Cassius was under the delusion that a knight with such power should be invincible in this world. Unless faced with a knight of equal standing, a knight would serve as a symbol of invulnerability in the presence of mere mortals. Yet now it appeared that even when breaking free from constraints to ascend as a knight, one could not act with complete impunity. As the numbers swelled, even a knight faced the risk of falling at any moment. Cassius observed Olden being dragged aside by logistics officer Gill for bandaging and the application of pressure to staunch the bleeding, his expression momentarily solemn. He withdrew his gaze, settled Guiseman next to Olden, and dashed alone into the fray. The sounds of slaughter on the battlefield grew increasingly thunderous, and the scent of blood thickened in the air, causing Cassius's demeanor to become more fervent. Brandishing the large iron shield, he charged at the nearest enemy. The massive shield absorbed the blow from a brigand wielding a hammer, sending a jolt through his left arm and nearly dislodging the shield from his grasp. Cassius shouted, seizing the moment before the burly brigand could launch a second attack. His battle knife smoothly bypassed the giant hammer and plunged into the brigand's heart as the latter's eyes widened in terror. Watching the hammer-wielding brigand fall with a look of bitter resignation, Cassius exhaled, muttering to himself. The second, as the vanguard regiment established a foothold within the canyon, reinforcements bearing the banner of Puya Fortress continued to flow in through the narrow entrance. First came the infantry, fully equipped, followed by cavalry charging into the battleground on horseback. Although the canyon's formation was not conducive to a full-scale charge, cavalry inherently possessed an advantage over infantry, even without the capability for a long-distance assault. The elevated position of the cavalry and their gleaming leather armor rendered them formidable against brigands who scarcely possessed weaponry. Akin to a grown man confronting a child just learning to walk, there was a qualitative disparity between the two. The overall situation was now clear. Cassius dispatched his fifth terrified brigand underfoot, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. The war was concluding too swiftly. The impulse within him had yet to be fully unleashed before it was all over. Leaving him somewhat disheartened, continuing to survey the scene, he spotted a middle-aged brigand, notably different in demeanor and attire from the common ruffians, subtly maneuvering through the chaos towards the canyon's passage. He advanced with purpose, and unless one paid close attention, it would be difficult to discern his intentions, despite being besieged by several soldiers of Puya Fortress. The middle-aged brigand navigated with apparent ease, and on numerous occasions, Cassius sensed that the brigand could have eliminated the soldiers obstructing his path. Yet he refrained, instead feigning retreat and exhaustion. What a curious individual. The peculiar actions of this middle-aged brigand piqued Cassius's interest, prompting him to gradually approach the narrow passage of the canyon. The battle deteriorated. The hundreds of brigands that had once gathered together lost all chance of resistance with the arrival of the infantry and cavalry from Puya Fortress. The number of brigands dwindled, and the situation began to shift from chaotic disarray to clarity. The middle-aged brigand grew increasingly impatient, no longer concealing his strength, rampaging through the battlefield with a defined purpose. His determination, coupled with a degree of skill, allowed him to draw nearer to the canyon's passage. Just as a look of joy appeared on his face, anticipating his escape, Cassius suddenly emerged from the side, wielding a well-crafted longsword he had scavenged from the bodies, charging towards the middle-aged brigand. Cassius sensed that the middle-aged brigand held a significant position among this group, as evidenced not only by his superior attire, but also by his evident prowess. The longsword lunged towards the brigand with Cassius's calm focus. But the middle-aged brigand, caught off guard by the ambush, managed to evade a fatal blow, though his left hand was inevitably struck, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He glared at Cassius with icy contempt. Just as Cassius prepared to withdraw his sword for another strike, the brigand retaliated with his own blade, clashing against Cassius's sword in a shower of sparks, resulting in the latter's weapon shattering. In an instant, Cassius's pupils dilated as he noticed a blade of light rushing towards his face with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. He had to evade. Desperately, Cassius instinctively raised his broken sword to shield himself. And in a dazed moment, he noticed that the blade aimed at him was enveloped in tendrils of ghostly white energy, reminiscent of what he had previously observed on Olden's knightly sword. Could it be that this brigand was also a knight? The thought crossed Cassius's mind as his already fractured sword splintered again, and he was flung against the canyon's rocky walls by the force of the impact. Coughing and sputtering, Cassius expelled blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs, leaning against the blue stone as he gasped for breath. Chapter 15. The great sword glimmering with golden light. Cassius watched as the menacing blade approached, a chill creeping into his heart. For the first time, he sensed that death was alarmingly close. Life felt so fragile, as if in the next instant his throat or heart could be pierced, gushing forth a torrent of blood. With a clang, a golden longsword intercepted the blade, aimed at Cassius, the two weapons clashing violently before him. Breathless, Cassius realized just how close he had come to death, within arm's reach that he could even feel the icy touch of the sharp blade. A thrilling sensation he had no desire to experience again. Cassius scrambled on the ground in search of a spear for a temporary weapon, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding battle. Opposing the middle-aged brigand was a commander clad entirely in black armor, wielding a striking golden longsword that sparkled brilliantly, instantly drawing Cassius's attention. This golden sword seemed to be worth a considerable amount of gold dragons. Moreover, Cassius recognized this commander as the leader of the cavalry regiment that had just charged in from the rear. His certainty stemmed from the sword's glaring golden hue. It was the first thing he had noticed when the cavalry had surged forward. The middle-aged brigand clearly did not wish to engage further, defending against the golden-bladed commander's onslaught while attempting to retreat towards the canyon's passage. Unfortunately, that narrow exit was now thoroughly blocked by nearly 100 soldiers from Puya Fortress. As the middle-aged brigand struggled to fend off the commander's fierce assaults while simultaneously attempting to carve out an escape amidst the encirclement of fully armed soldiers, the difficulty of his predicament was evident. Though the brigand displayed considerable ferocity, the golden-bladed commander's prowess, which had earned him the role of cavalry leader, was equally formidable that Cassius's eyes remained fixated on the dazzling tip of the golden sword. Recognizing the familiar, ghostly white energy swirling around it, sending ripples through the air with each arc it traced, the golden-bladed commander was also a knight, Cassius boldly speculated, his expression growing increasingly agitated. It was evident that the middle-aged bandit, who had managed to engage the golden sword commander for such an extended period, was also a knight. I have just thwarted a knight's desperate escape. Cassius murmured to himself, his excitement swelling. To encounter someone with extraordinary powers in this world was indeed a stroke of fortune. Feeling a sharp pain in his chest, Cassius attempted to calm his racing heart. No wonder he could hardly withstand a single move from the middle-aged bandit. To survive a strike from a knight was already a matter of pride. Gradually, the battle began to reach its conclusion. Under the relentless assault of the golden sword commander and the encirclement of nearly 100 elite soldiers, The middle-aged bandit was caught off guard and struck in the abdomen, after a flurry of sword strikes. The wounded bandit collapsed, his eyes glazed over. It's over. As he absorbed the jubilant atmosphere surrounding the soldiers of Puya Fortress, Cassius planted his spear firmly into the sandy ground and leaned against it to rise. "You did well, warrior of the Vanguard Company," the Golden Sword Commander remarked. Sheathing his bloodied sword and approaching Cassius, he gave a hearty pat on Cassius's left shoulder, nodding solemnly. I could see that moment. Cassius could finally discern the commander's youthful visage. Likely in his 20s, though his tense expression conveyed a certain oppressive aura. Yet he was already a knight, promising a bright future ahead. "Thank you for the compliment, my lord." Cough, cough, Cassius managed to utter, before succumbing to a fit of harsh coughing. "Rest well. I have high hopes for you," the Golden Sword Commander replied with another nod, turning to leave, leaving Cassius to lean against his spear, barely able to stand. After a brief cleanup of the battlefield, the army advanced into the bandits' stronghold in the canyon, seizing a significant haul of cloth, jewelry, and gold coins before taking a moment to regroup for the return journey to Puya Fortress. The bodies of the fallen bandits were burned on the spot, while the soldiers of Puya Fortress who had perished in battle were carried away by their comrades, preparing to return for a proper burial. The captured bandits numbered around 300, but once the main force of Puya Fortress entered the canyon, the fully armed soldiers easily overwhelmed the ill-equipped bandits, a clear display of dominance that, of course, Cassius had no need to involve himself in these mundane affairs, as he lay on a makeshift stretcher, being carried forward by the soldiers of the Vanguard Company. To be by his side was Gizman, still reeling from the brutal battlefield. "Cassius, you are truly remarkable." Feeling Gizman's fervent admiration, Cassius felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, they had become close friends over the past 3 months. It was indeed a joyous occasion to be appreciated by a dear friend, yet the intensity of Gizman's gaze was somewhat overwhelming. "Cough, you are quite capable as well," Cassius awkwardly responded, gazing at the birds flitting about above. "That I know I am not. Just now, you saw how cowardly I was." Gizman's voice was laced with disappointment. "It's like this the first time on the battlefield. Who can claim to be fearless and slay countless foes on their first encounter?" Cassius attempted to console him. "But you can," Gizman replied earnestly. "Cassius, just consider me an anomaly." Cassius sighed deeply, understanding that his exceptional performance on the battlefield today was largely due to the leaves of the ancient Jalan tree he had consumed. Without those leaves significantly enhancing his physical abilities, he might have struggled to even lift a sword, let alone defeat an enemy. However, such matters were too inexplicable for Cassius to explain to Gizman. He would not believe it unless he had experienced it himself. Though Gizman was Cassius's most trusted friend and brother in this world, some truths are not about mistrust through concealment, nor sincerity through full disclosure. Many things must be analyzed and understood from different perspectives. Chapter 16. 1 gold dragon, 2 silver wolves. Cassius had earned his merit this time, with 5 confirmed kills and successfully thwarting the escape plan of the bandit leader. Rosted in the Vanguard Company. Securing just 3 confirmed kills was sufficient to attain civilian status, allowing one to leave this wretched place and either become a citizen of Puya Fortress or be reassigned to another army as a regular soldier. It was important to note that the soldiers in the Vanguard Company could not yet be regarded as regular troops of Puya Fortress, as evidenced by their lack of military pay. What kind of army operates without pay? They're hardly even mercenaries, more akin to a loosely assembled group formed out of necessity, which in many ways is not recognized by those in power. In truth, for those soldiers in the Vanguard Company who had accrued enough merit beyond the aforementioned paths, there was another option, though it was one that few chose to pursue. Serving in the Vanguard Company as a civilian, appearing as a mercenary, selling one's life and freedom for a meager wage. While still lacking military pay, at least one could earn some form of commission. This commission was determined by one's abilities and contributions. As Cassius understood, a single confirmed kill could earn one a silver wolf in commission. The universally accepted currency of this world comprises gold dragons, silver wolves, copper horns, and copper coins. These currencies operate on a decimal system, and the purchasing power of this world's currency is quite strong. For instance, a copper coin could buy a soft black loaf of bread or a small cup of warm milk. One gold dragon is approximately equivalent to 1,000 of the soft currency from the blue planet in his memory. 10 silver wolves could be exchanged for one gold dragon, which means that even a single silver wolf could accomplish much, such as feeding an ordinary person for 10 days that I in this world. Aside from the nobility, landlords, and merchants who can indulge without restraint, ordinary peasants toil year-round with scarce opportunities to fill their bellies. More often than not, they meticulously ration their food to guard against famine in the coming year, lest they find themselves without sustenance. With already low productivity, they also endure the heavy exploitation of the aristocracy. The most miserable are always the working masses. Observing Gizman, who appeared forlorn and blinking beside him, Cassius resolutely abandoned the first two options, choosing instead to remain in the vanguard company. In truth, even without Gizman, Cassius might have made the same choice, for he felt lost. He did not know what he should be doing now, or how to go about it, though he had been in this world for over 3 months. The information he had gleaned through his constraints was still too scant, akin to a blind man navigating a world of light. Even with illumination, he remained unable to perceive anything. Presently, Cassius found himself in such a state. He needed to settle down, gradually break free from these constraints, allowing his mind and body to unfurl, and then slowly open his eyes to the blinding sunlight beneath the azure sky. The Vanguard Company, despite its dangers, was the second place he had come to rest, the first place where he truly felt the passion and significance of life that he hoped to cultivate more of his own endeavors here. Such as a clearer direction, moving forward, at the very least, he did not want to continue wandering aimlessly. The logistics officer, Gil, presented him with 1 gold dragon and 2 silver wolves. The 2 silver wolves were the reward for his 2 additional confirmed kills, while the gold dragon was a special commendation from Captain Alden for successfully intercepting the bandit leader. Transitioning from having nothing to now possessing a fortune, Cassius marveled at the cold touch of the gold dragon and silver wolves. Feeling their smoothness in his palm. They are rather slick, with a slight friction at the edges. Overall, the tactile sensation is quite pleasant. By the way, our brave Cassius, didn't you wish to sleep in another tent? If you give me 1 gold dragon, I'll let you borrow the small tent where we store supplies for a month. What do you think? Gil said excitedly, rubbing his hands together, his gaze fixed intently on the gold dragon and silver wolves in Cassius's palm. I'm afraid I have grown accustomed to the aroma and snoring of the main tent. Moving to the small tent would be rather unsettling. It is best that the logistics officer retains it for storage, as it would not do to impede your duties, would it? Cassius stared earnestly at the exuberantly excited Jill and spoke with utmost seriousness. No. Brave Cassius, at this very moment, there are no supplies being delivered to that little tent. Your residing there will not affect my work in the slightest. How about this? For 5 silver wolves, you may occupy that little tent. After all, you are a hero who has fought valiantly on the battlefield, and now that you're injured, you deserve extra care. Jill continued with a beaming smile, clearly hopeful that Cassius would take up residence there, as it would also bring him an unexpected financial gain. Is that so? To be honest, I really do not wish to take special treatment by moving into that little tent, Cassius replied leisurely, observing the anxious expression on Jill's face, unable to suppress a smile. This fellow truly was avaricious. However, considering the concern shown by the logistics officer, I could begrudgingly part with 1 silver wolf. What? Just 1 silver wolf? Are you joking? Jill exploded before Cassius could finish his sentence. Evidently dissatisfied with the offered price, logistics officer, could you please allow me to finish? Cassius emphasized his displeasure with a firmer tone. What I meant was, 1 silver coin will grant you the right to use that little tent for 6 months, during which no supplies may be stored inside. If that is acceptable, we have a deal. Cassius produced a silver wolf gleaming in his palm, a smirk playing on his lips. This is unacceptable. That price is far too low. It is simply unreasonable. Jill's face was a mask of reluctance, his gaze fixed on Cassius, recognizing the ruthlessness in his negotiation tactics. Oh, very well then. Cassius waved his hand, preparing to lie down. He had been injured by a middle-aged bandit, and although several days had passed, his body still felt somewhat weak. Hey, brave Cassius, please reconsider. This is certainly not the best place for your recovery. Perhaps you could add a few more silver wolves. Jill was evidently not ready to concede, persistently pursuing the matter. "Apologies, but I must rest now." Cassius understood Jill's greedy nature at a glance. Offering him one silver wolf was already quite generous. Chapter 17. A lavish feast ultimately. Cassius secured the right to use the small tent beside the large one for 3 months in exchange for one silver wolf. Feeling the overwhelming resentment emanating from Jill, Cassius felt no guilt whatsoever. On the contrary, he sensed he had come out on the losing end point. One silver wolf could purchase a substantial quantity of black bread, enough for a hearty meal, although he could quell his hunger by absorbing energy in the celestial space. It could never compare to the satisfaction derived from consuming food directly. If given the choice, Cassius would prefer to feast in reality, savoring the delightful fullness it brought. However, with his current financial situation, it seemed he had yet to reach a state of comfort. After settling the fee for the small tent, Cassius and Gizman moved from the large tent into the small one that, though the space was limited, it was sufficient for 2 individuals to make do to the very least. They were free from the nauseating stench of excrement and urine. Cassius had witnessed the unsightly behavior of the rough men in the vanguard, who, while in a stupor during the night, would stand up and relieve themselves directly in front of the large tent. Cassius finally understood the true source of that unpleasant odor, only to discover that such behavior was commonplace within the vanguard. What was initially a deplorable act had become normal when committed by many. Fortunately, now that they had moved to the small tent, they could enjoy a bit more freedom and no longer had to endure that indescribable stench. After returning from battle, the vanguard had 3 days of free time, though this so-called freedom was limited to a radius of 1 kilometer from the large tent, surrounded by soldiers from other units. Though termed free activities in a sense, it was merely a larger cage. Nevertheless, even this modest change was enough to excite all the soldiers of the vanguard. The notion of free time implied many layers of meaning. While they could not leave the 1-kilometer perimeter, outsiders were allowed to enter. The merchants in Puya Fortress would never miss an opportunity to profit, and the vanguard was no exception, although the vanguard did not receive regular military pay. Their frequent frontline engagements often brought them into contact with bandits, who would carry a few silver wolves or copper coins. If luck favored them, they might even stumble upon a gold dragon. Yielding a substantial windfall, as for Lieutenant Alden, the commander of the vanguard, he typically turned a blind eye to such matters, knowing that these soldiers earned their spoils through blood and sweat. Alden remained silent, and the officers from other units had no grounds to object. After all, these were enemies slain by the vanguard itself, so it was only natural that they could reap some rewards. Thus, the soldiers of the vanguard were not impoverished, and being confined to the vicinity of a large tent did not result in any expenditure. Whenever they were granted a few days of free time, the merchants, with a nose for profit, would bring an array of fine goods to extract whatever little gold dragons and silver wolves the vanguard soldiers had in their pockets. Various delicacies, such as roasted ducks and chickens, their aroma wafting for miles, were presented at the entrance of the vanguard camp, all for just 5 copper coins a meal. Soldiers with a few coins would flock in groups, indulging in the succulent fowl, tired of the dry, bland black bread. These soldiers would seize any opportunity to savor something more gratifying, knowing well that their meager funds would not easily be spent while cooped up in the vanguard, of course. In addition to food, various fabrics and bedding were also laid out for the soldiers to choose from. However, the most lucrative and sought-after items for the soldiers of the vanguard were not merely food or warm clothing. After prolonged stays in the barracks, every soldier developed an insatiable craving. Such pent-up desires could lead to dire consequences if not released. Where there is demand, there is opportunity. That on this day, the less than attractive prostitutes from Puya Fortress lined up outside the vanguard camp. While others indulged in a lavish feast, a soldier from the vanguard company, much like Cassius, made irrational choice to reject the remnants of debauchery. This soldier was none other than his immediate superior, the squad leader of the 6th platoon. Kuei's it was unclear when exactly Kuei's began to feel devoid of any desire in that regard. In the past, he had been the most vociferous in the vanguard company, always the first to rush forward during their leisure hours, embracing the most voluptuous women and bringing them back to the tent to satisfy his cravings. However, ever since the incident involving Cassius's kick, it seemed as though his mind had been purged, leaving no trace of those chaotic and lascivious thoughts. These notions had vanished from his world. Kuways had experienced fear and uncertainty. He dared not confide in anyone about this matter. During the recent feast, he had done nothing but keep his distance from the very tent that had once brought him countless moments of glory. This time, which should have been the most joyous, had turned into the most sorrowful. The psychological imbalance and overwhelming sense of loss twisted Kuways' mind that he longed to strangle those revelers, drenched in sweat. Both inside the tent and in the fields. Cassius, all of this is your doing. The night sky sparkled with stars, illuminated by the full moon's glowed. This moment, Kuways found himself hidden in a secluded patch of grass. Lying on the damp earth, gazing up at the heavens with an expression of utter despondence. Not far from him, a couple was engaged in the most enchanting of earthly pleasures, their sounds grating on his ears, robbing him of any chance of sleep. Slowly, he rose, moving stealthily so as not to disturb anyone, including the nightingales nearby. He drew a gleaming long knife from his waist, its blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. Stripping off his shirt, he wrapped it around the blade and crept towards the nearby tent. He needed an outlet for his pent-up frustrations, now that he had lost his usual means of release. He felt compelled to seek new avenues. Otherwise, Kuways feared he might lose his sanity. It was already past midnight. Typically, the Vanguard Company's camp would be filled with the sounds of slumbering soldiers, but tonight, the atmosphere was stifled, the hushed murmurs creating a rhythmic symphony in the dark. Kuways approached the tent, which was only a few paces away. That moment, he slowly extracted the bright blade from his shirt. Gently lifting the tent flap, the cold blade entered first, followed by his hefty frame as he crouched and leapt inside. As he beheld the bulging bedding illuminated by moonlight, a cruel smile curled at the corners of Kuways' mouth. He raised the knife high, gripping it with both hands, and brought it down with force. Sizzle! The sound of the blade piercing flesh was not sharp, yet it was hauntingly melodic. Kuways' gaze shifted behind him, where he caught sight of a figure, smaller than him by half, standing resolutely in the darkness. He could see the weapon, indistinguishable as sword or knife, firmly planted in his own chest, causing a sharp pain. Kuways attempted to scream, but the mere act of turning his head had exhausted his remaining strength. Now he could only part his lips, unable to produce any sound. Just in time, Cassius caught Kuways' collapsing body, allowing the weapon to remain lodged in his chest, as blood flowed freely onto the ground. Cassius had just emerged from the Callan space, intending to return to his tent for rest, when he noticed a shadow stealthily approaching. Though indistinct in the night, the figure's general outline was recognizable. It couldn't be Guy's man, as he lacked such bulk. As the figure drew closer, Cassius saw it was brandishing a gleaming long knife. Startled, Cassius unsheathed his own weapon and, in the instant before the shadow could strike, plunged it into the intruder's heart. It was Kuways. The man truly held a grudge. Cassius gently laid Kuways' body aside and sighed, reflecting on how this all stemmed from a mere injury inflicted upon him when he had first joined the Vanguard Company. He hadn't anticipated that Kuways would still harbor such resentment, much less resort to murderous intent. Cassius thought Kuways overly sensitive, unaware that his earlier kick had stripped Kuways of the joys of manhood. What happened? Guy's man awoke from his slumber to find Cassius seated on the ground beside a lifeless figure. Instantly terrified, had Cassius not swiftly covered his mouth, Guy's man's scream would have echoed through the tent. Kuways attempted to assassinate me, but I turned the tables. Cassius spoke in a low tone, finding no reason to conceal the truth. Is he dead? What do we do? Even though it was not his first encounter with death. Guy's man was clearly still in shock. Calm down. Cassius rolled his eyes, fixing an innocent gaze upon Guy's man. He intended to kill us. We acted in self-defense. We face severe repercussions, even if it were deliberate murder. It would merely mean claiming a few more heads for glory. Cassius rose, appearing nonchalant, wiping his bloodied hands on the tent's fabric before fully opening the flap and preparing himself for the impending confrontation. Killed. Cassius bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice overpowering the languid murmurs that floated over the Vanguard camp, startling the men and women who were reveling in their fleeting pleasures. Quickly, the vice captain of the Vanguard Company, Jane, arrived. Despite holding the rank of sergeant, Jane, as the vice captain, was entitled to reside within the Puya fortress, unlike Cassius and the struggling soldiers who were forced to share tents. Typically, any issues within the Vanguard Company would be brought directly to Vice Captain Jane, and if he could not resolve them, he would escalate the matter to Captain Alden. Upon entering the tent, which bore a faint scent of blood, Jane furrowed his brow and glared at Cassius, clearly displeased. It was inconvenient to be summoned at such an hour. "What on earth is going on?" Jane inquired, his eyebrows knitted tightly. He ignored Guy's man, who stood frozen beside him. "Kuways came to kill me, but I killed him first," Cassius shrugged, appearing resigned. "Why on earth would he want to kill you? Speak honestly." Jane's disbelief was palpable, his irritation heightened by being roused in the dead of night. "When I first joined the Vanguard Company, he tried to bully me due to his status, and I injured him. Who knew he would hold a grudge for so long?" Cassius feigned innocence, genuinely believing the conflict had not escalated to a life-or-death situation. As for why Kuways acted this way, it was likely due to his prolonged stay in the Vanguard Company, which had warped his mindset, something that could not be interpreted through the lens of normalcy. This explanation barely satisfied Cassius. "I will conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Until then, you are not to leave the Vanguard Company, even if you accumulate enough merit." Jane flexed his muscles, then turned to leave. Due to the homicide within the Vanguard Company, all activities were temporarily suspended, and all personnel and materials not belonging to the Vanguard Company were to be cleared from the vicinity. As Jane walked, she issued the latest commands, leaving the onlookers, men and women alike, dumbfounded. Their blissful lives had only just begun, and yet it had come to an abrupt end. Some, in their fervor, contemplated rebellion, but upon witnessing Jane draw her sword from her waist, they wisely opted for the latter. The fleeting happiness of the moment and the endless possibilities of the future. The fervent soldiers of the Vanguard Company were compelled to send away the nightingales they had recently subdued. And before parting, the scene was one of desolation and sorrow. Once the world fell silent, feeling the residual warmth in their palms, they cast hateful glances towards the inconspicuous tent nearby. Within that tent lay the still cooling corpse of Quirion. Cassius gently closed the burlap door of the tent and lay down inside, which, though not spacious, at least lacked any foul odors or clutter, resting atop a few tattered burlap garments. Meanwhile, Jaisman appeared to be still grappling with the recent death incident, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the tent, which bore traces of blood under the moonlight. Cassius smacked his lips. This time, Jaisman did not regurgitate that dark, bilious substance, a sign of progress and transformation, from an inexperienced little slave to a competent soldier, a journey that invariably demands effort. The following day, Vice Captain Jane led a group to bury Quirion's body, while Cassius awaited news of his impending punishment. He was unperturbed. Even if he were to bear full responsibility for the murder, it would merely entail serving additional time in the Vanguard Company, a prospect he was willing to embrace, eager to earn accolades on the battlefield. The thrill of battle was an experience Cassius could never forget. Most individuals in this world yearn for peace and cherish tranquility, yet a small fraction harbors a perverse obsession with warfare, relishing in its chaos to attain their desires. Cassius, though he did not consider himself one who would resort to any means to instigate conflict for profit, remained willing to face the battlefield when necessary. Deep within him resided an insatiable pursuit of strength and an ardent love for the blood of battle. The strong always relish overcoming adversity with their weapons in hand, illuminating their path with fervent zeal. After several days of seclusion, the Vanguard Company resumed its regular training regimen. Cassius, as usual, arrived at the camp, taking his place among the 6th Squad. Ordinarily, Quirion would occupy the front, his imposing stature blocking the view of all behind him. Now that Quirion was dead, Cassius's sight was considerably less obstructed. The Vanguard Company had lost 17 men in their last confrontation in the Gad Valley, and with Quirion's recent demise, Cassius had witnessed the deaths of 18 soldiers since his arrival. In less than 18 days, he had borne witness to the demise of 18 members of the Vanguard Company. Indeed, the moniker cannon fodder was aptly earned. Currently, the Vanguard Company had not replenished its ranks. Aside from Captain Alden and Vice Captain Jane, only 40 scattered soldiers remained in the camp. This numerical disadvantage rendered the formation of the Vanguard Company rather desolate. Lacking in spirit, a fully staffed company should consist of 100 soldiers, Yet the Vanguard Company, despite retaining its designation, had become a mere shadow of its former self, unable to even muster the original 6 squads. Following the first reorganization after the Great Battle, both Vice Captain Jane and Captain Alden were present. This time, Alden was not clad in his exquisite silver chainmail, but wore simple burlap attire. Appearing quite humble, he paused every few steps, his hand pressed against his chest, walking with a slight wobble, a stark contrast to his usual vigorous demeanor. It appeared that Alden had sustained significant injuries that day. Cassius observed the notably changed Alden, silently reflecting. Previously, at the narrow choke point in the Gad Valley, the bandits had ambushed numerous elite Vanguard soldiers attempting to breach the entrance. Ultimately, it was Alden who led the charge, momentarily stabilizing the passage with the might of a knight, allowing reinforcements to enter. This was a crucial step in the eradication of those bandits. Had Alden not rushed in, even the entire Vanguard Company might have fallen short. The disparity between knights endowed with extraordinary power and ordinary men was not trivial. Even a powerful knight like Alden could only hold the choke point for mere seconds, bearing multiple wounds in the process. From his current gait and lack of armor, it was evident his injuries were severe. Knights, though formidable, had yet to reach a state of invulnerability, surrounded by numerous adversaries employing a strategy of attrition. Even a knight who had completed the ascension process would struggle to endure. Chapter 20. The choice Captain Alden slowly approached the elevated platform specially erected in front of the Vanguard Company camp. Turning to face Cassius and the others, "It brings me great joy to see you all here once more." Alden spoke softly, his voice not loud, but imbued with a profound weight. "That I witnessed your valiant struggle in the Gad Valley. I once made a promise to you, and today I come to fulfill that promise. For those among you who have accrued sufficient accolades, I will personally grant your release, allowing you to depart from the Vanguard Company and bestow upon you a normal identity. Furthermore, before you leave, I will provide each of you with a settlement fee in silver wolves, drawn from my personal funds that I hope you will not find the sum too meager that, of course, if any of you wish to remain in the Vanguard Company after accumulating sufficient merit. You are most welcome. Your presence will be a great honor to the Vanguard." As Alden's words progressed, they grew increasingly strained. From his vantage point on the platform, Cassius could discern beads of sweat forming on Alden's brow. This newly promoted knight was clearly in need of rest. Among the surviving Vanguard soldiers who had accrued the requisite 3 accolades, 4 remained, including Cassius. The first to be released by Alden was a rather slender soldier from the Vanguard, whom Cassius recognized but could not place. The second was the leader of the second squad, a dark-skinned figure whose physique, though not robust, was undeniably fit. The third soldier was someone Cassius knew well. It was Job, a veteran he had encountered upon his arrival at the Vanguard Company, who had miraculously survived numerous harrowing battles. Observing the excitement and elation on Job's face, Cassius felt a surge of happiness for him. Cassius was the last to step forward. He exchanged a brief glance with Alden before lowering his gaze, the disparity in their statuses necessitating his humility. "Is this your first time on the battlefield?" Alden inquired, taking a couple of steps closer to Cassius. "Yes, Captain," Cassius replied succinctly. "Captain Luddies has spoken highly of you, describing you as an astute soldier." Alden regarded Cassius with appreciation, recalling the time he had personally welcomed Cassius to the Vanguard Company. Initially dissatisfied with the young man's slight frame, yet now surprised by his unexpected prowess. "Thank you for your praise, Captain," Cassius responded, modestly lowering his head. "Regarding Quirion's incident, I've heard some details from Jane." Alden lowered his gaze, attempting to gauge Cassius's reaction. Unfortunately, Cassius had already averted his gaze to the ground, rendering Alden's efforts futile. "That I believe you. The truth is as you have described." Noticing no change in Cassius's expression, Alden remained undeterred and continued. "Captain Luddy specifically informed me that if you wish, you can join the cavalry and become one of its esteemed members, thus completely shedding your status as a slave." Upon hearing the term cavalry squadron, Cassius finally comprehended that the so-called captain of the Luddy squadron mentioned by Alden was none other than the renowned Golden Sword General. Previously, Cassius had thwarted the escape of a bandit leader, harboring no expectations for reward. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to discover that this Golden Sword General possessed a noble temperament. Regrettably, At this juncture, Cassius had already formulated his own intentions, although joining the cavalry squadron was an unparalleled honor. For Cassius, who now stood at a pivotal moment in his journey, the notion of honor felt a tad premature. Remaining in the vanguard squadron afforded him ample opportunities for practical battlefield experience. While such circumstances might seem disastrous to others, for Cassius, they were a source of fortune in the throes of combat. He could amass invaluable real-world experience, an essential foundation for his continuous growth, and he eagerly embraced the chance to refine himself in the crucible of war. An unquenchable thirst for comfort, even with remarkable talent and fortuitous opportunities, often results in squandered potential due to inadequate ability. Cassius had already accomplished the first step of his life as planned, shedding the shackles of slavery. His next aspiration was to ascend to the ranks of knights, wielding extraordinary power, and to elevate himself among the nobility, drenched in the blood of battle. The journey from the mundane to the resplendent is fraught with challenges, interspersed with moments of brilliance and despair. One cannot simply cling to the former while discarding the latter. Sometimes, it is the setbacks that more profoundly foster personal growth. Captain Olden, please allow me to remain in the vanguard. I yearn for the exhilarating atmosphere of the battlefield, where I can realize my aspirations. Cassius spoke earnestly, lifting his lowered head, his eyes sparkling with fervor, a surge of determination emanating from him. Olden gazed at Cassius's fearless countenance, as if witnessing a reflection of himself from years past. It seemed that even amidst the vanguard, he could not conceal that youthful pride and unrepentant arrogance. "Are you certain you wish to stay?" Olden inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Indeed," Cassius affirmed with a nod. "From this day forth, you shall be the leader of the 6th Squad," Olden declared, slowly descending from the platform, casting a complex glance at Cassius, gently patting his right shoulder before returning to his elevated position. Subsequently, Olden detailed the outcomes of the recent engagements and the forthcoming training assignments for the vanguard, along with certain personnel adjustments. Previously, the vanguard comprised 6 squads, but after the casualties in the Guard Valley, 3 were lost, and Quirin had been slain by Cassius, alongside the 2nd Squad leader who had accrued sufficient merit to depart from the vanguard. Thus, apart from Cassius, who had just been promoted to lead the 6th Squad, only one complete squad leader remained. Although the vanguard frequently suffered severe attrition, and the deaths of officers were a common occurrence. The structure of a military unit, to some extent, is akin to an organization where cohesion and leadership are paramount. Therefore, Olden placed great importance on the composition of the vanguard, even though selecting new squad leaders was a mentally taxing endeavor. He persistently undertook the task time and again that in fact, during Olden's tenure as captain, the vanguard had achieved the lowest attrition rate in its history. Chapter 21. Reinforcements. Cassius assumed command of the 6th Squad in the vanguard. Yet he could only oversee 4 individuals. When Quirin held the position of squad leader, there had been 8 members in the 6th Squad. However, during the operation in the Guard Valley, 2 fell, and with Quirin now deceased, there remained only 5, including Cassius. This situation appeared somewhat dismal, yet Cassius remained unfazed. The state of the vanguard had always been thus, perpetually failing to meet full strength, and the high attrition rate was beyond Cassius's capacity to remedy. Subsequently, the vanguard received a contingent of over a dozen civilians convicted of serious crimes and disenfranchised slaves, primarily to replenish its ranks. This influx totaled 13 individuals, if distributed across the 6 squads. Each could receive 2 new recruits, starting from the 1st Squad and rotating through to the 6th. By the time Cassius was to select his candidates, only a few frail, emaciated individuals remained. Such sickly recruits were typically the first to perish in the vanguard, having never had the chance to witness the true nature of battle, instead being thrust into the fray as mere shields, cut down by enemy arrows. That was a harsh and sobering reality. Generally, new soldiers in the vanguard must endure an adaptation period, and many who fail to navigate this phase meet an untimely demise. Cassius could not help but reminisce about his own initial arrival at the vanguard encampment. When Quirin had mockingly lunged at him, had he lacked the courage to wield a weapon, or had his physical condition not undergone significant improvement, the fate awaiting him in Gisman would have been grim. Observing these newly conscripted recruits, now filled Cassius with a sense of melancholy. Although his time in the vanguard had not been extensive, he had subconsciously begun to categorize himself apart from these fresh recruits. This classification was not born of a sense of superiority. Cassius had not sunk to such baseness. Rather, it was as if he had become an integral part of the vanguard, welcoming new blood into their ranks. And that was the essence of his sentiment. Surprisingly, among the 13 newly inducted recruits, Cassius spotted a familiar face, Bartle, a former roommate who had shared a roof with him. Unlike Cassius and Gisman, who had once been frail and diminutive, Bartle was a towering figure. Though his physique had suffered from prolonged malnutrition, his robust build still shone through. He claimed to be the son of a small landowner, whose father had been slain amidst the chaos of war. Leaving their fortune plundered, Bartle had survived by begging, only to be sold into slavery at Pueblo. Although Cassius's relationship with Bartle was not as intimate as that with Gisman, they had nonetheless spent 3 months living under the same roof, making them relatively familiar with one another. Perhaps due to having channeled all available nourishment into his physique, Bartle's mind was somewhat sluggish. He was generally perceived as somewhat dull-witted during their time as slaves. The overseer Larry had appreciated Bartle's willingness to undertake any grueling task without resorting to deceit. More importantly, Bartle's substantial stature endowed him with greater strength, allowing him to work far more efficiently than Cassius or Gisman had in their earlier days. Aside from his voracious appetite, Bartle was the kind of slave that every slave owner coveted. Cassius exchanged 2 of his recruit slots for Bartle alone, believing that quality trumped quantity, that a figure like Bartle would undoubtedly be prioritized by the other squad leaders, leaving Cassius with little chance of selection. Therefore, it made sense to be forthright and forego 2 slots solely for Bartle's benefit. Though Bartle was strong, I'm fine. I just know that you and the Gizman brothers are not so easily vanquished. Bartle's smile has grown more pronounced, and Larry has been threatening us all day with tales of you and Gizman's exploits. He claims that it is precisely because you refused to heed his commands that you were sent to the cannon fodder squad, where you would have long since met a gruesome end. What else can that fat pig do, aside from oppressing us, the lowly slaves? Doesn't he approach every figure within the castle like a wild dog wagging its tail? Gizman interjected, recognizing that his presence in the Vanguard Company was intricately tied to Larry's meddling. Otherwise, a slave of his age would never have been dispatched to the Vanguard Company to face death. Class 6 has been joined by Bartle, increasing its numbers from 5 to 6, making it the smallest class among the 6 in the Vanguard Company. Cassius remains unfazed. Numbers do not necessarily equate to combat prowess. 100 elite warriors can often be far more valuable than 10,000 rabble. This is especially true within the Vanguard Company, where the frequent eruptions of war necessitate a heightened awareness for survival. Chapter 22. The night's breathing technique. The Vanguard Company resumed its urgent training regimen, and Cassius began to gradually cultivate a sense of introspection. Each day, he engaged in simple military discussions with Gizman and Bartle. Life became somewhat mundane, yet it was peaceful as before. Opportunities to meet with the company commander, Alden, remained scarce. Usually, it was the vice commander, Jane, who led Cassius and the others in essential military training. Every night, Cassius would rise at midnight and enter the celestial space. Once he felt a sense of fullness, he would quietly return to the real world. This nightly ritual had become an essential part of Cassius's routine. Each time he emerged from the celestial space, he not only felt that sense of fullness, but also perceived a further enhancement in his physical capabilities. This was not merely an illusion. Cassius could distinctly sense this improvement. However, he recently discovered that the advancement in his physical attributes seemed to be nearing a critical point. Although he still experienced slight enhancements upon exiting the celestial space, these gains paled in comparison to the significant increases he had previously enjoyed. As he gazed at the tree trunk, thick as a basin, that he had shattered with a single punch, Cassius's expression shifted. With his current strength, it was unlikely anyone in the Vanguard Company could rival him, save for the already promoted knight, Commander Alden. Even Vice Commander Jane would not stand chance. Despite Jane's muscular physique, Cassius was confident he could subdue him in 3 exchanges. This was not blind arrogance, but rather a unique confidence born from his own strength, a confidence that simultaneously filled him with a sense of uncertainty. This uncertainty stemmed from Cassius's struggle to elevate his power to the next level. It felt as if he was encountering some form of bottleneck, an unsettling sensation that prompted him to explore various methods of change. For instance, consuming another leaf from the ancient celestial tree proved futile. It seemed that without the knight's breathing technique, advancing to knighthood through sheer force was an impossibility. After enduring a prolonged period of experimentation and failure, Cassius chose to relinquish his pursuit. Sometimes, the act of letting go is not a sign of surrender, but rather a strategic decision to pursue one's goals through more effective means. The knight's breathing technique is a set of cultivation manuals required for ordinary individuals to ascend to knighthood. While there are no explicit levels, a superior knight's breathing technique greatly aids in the speed of knightly cultivation and future accomplishments. Those techniques that have been proven to yield remarkable results are typically reserved for the aristocracy or the direct descendants of the imperial family. For an ordinary person to obtain even a basic knight's breathing technique would be a cause for great excitement. After all, knights represent the taboo power of a faction, wielding extraordinary strength that makes them the true rulers of this continent. A nation may survive without a king, but it cannot exist without a knightly order. Though this saying, often used to illustrate the supreme status of knights, may be somewhat simplistic, it nonetheless underscores the extraordinary position knights hold. Many aspire to become knights, yet how many truly succeed? The path of knighthood relies on innate talent. Without it, or if one's aptitude is lacking, even the finest knight's breathing technique will yield little success. The nobility of knights is self-evident. Should one ascend to knighthood, even if merely as a lowly apprentice knight, they could secure a position as a company commander within the imperial army, commanding nearly 100 subordinates, an exhilarating prospect indeed. On the battlefield, the combat prowess of a knight is formidable. Even an apprentice knight can effortlessly navigate among a dozen robust warriors. This assertion is not exaggerated. The adoration knights receive from both commoners and nobles on the Caesar continent is well deserved. From Cassius's understanding, there exists a hierarchy even among apprentice knights and fully fledged knights, typically categorized into 5 levels. Even among apprentice knights, a 5th-level apprentice could easily overpower a 1st-level counterpart. The journey of knightly cultivation has reached its zenith in this world. Possessing the talent for knightly cultivation and the opportunity to ascend to true knighthood signifies a departure from the common class, stepping into the realm of quasi-nobility, even if one achieves no further accomplishments. The identity of a knight ensures that they need not worry about sustenance. As long as one remains a knight, they can live in luxury. In this world of rigid hierarchies, the dynamics are starkly simple and brutal. Strength serves as the foundation for all material assessment, evoking both admiration and a longing sense of aspiration. Currently, Cassius, having encountered a bottleneck, fervently hopes to acquire a knight's breathing technique, thereby enabling him to ascend to knighthood through his own efforts. Knights are the protagonists of this world. In the absence of any background to lean on, possessing formidable strength is the key to survival and achieving a degree of freedom. Cassius has contemplated many avenues, yet the most pressing question before him remains: how can he obtain a set of knight's breathing techniques? Although he does not aspire to possess the finest techniques, even the most commonplace knight's breathing technique is beyond his current reach. Who would not cherish a knight's breathing technique like a treasured family heirloom, let alone offer it freely for others to see? Such techniques are not absent from the black market, yet the exorbitant prices, often in the thousands or tens of thousands of gold coins, are far beyond Cassius's means. Of course, Cassius has another potential avenue to acquire a knight's breathing technique: by slaying someone who has successfully ascended to knighthood. If they have attained knighthood, they must possess a knight's breathing technique, the value of which is well known, leading most to carry it on their person. Typically, if they encounter difficulties during their cultivation, consulting their knight's breathing technique can be immensely beneficial for overcoming bottlenecks, which is why many choose to keep it close for reference. Moreover, even the most inferior knight's breathing techniques are challenging to create, often representing the culmination of a high-ranking knight's lifelong experience. Chapter 23. The territory of Karaz. Thus, acquiring a knight's breathing technique has become a matter of utmost importance for Cassius. However, the pathways to obtaining such a technique are limited, leaving Cassius feeling rather helpless. Given his current strength, Attempting to kill a knight to seize their technique seems unrealistic, while purchasing one at a high price in the market is beyond his financial capacity. Cassius feels a sense of helplessness, as the current situation gives him an impression akin to punching a pillow, soft and ineffective. Each day in the Vanguard Company, engaging in various military drills, Cassius cannot help but feel a sense of monotony. He recalls the thrilling exhilaration ignited on the battlefield, a sensation that remains etched in his memory, as if it were indelibly imprinted in his mind, never to be forgotten. "Cassius, have you heard?" as he strolled around the Vanguard Company encampment. Lost in thought about the knight's breathing technique, a sudden voice jolted him from his reverie. "What's the matter?" Cassius was momentarily taken aback, glancing towards the source of the sound, where he beheld a robust figure standing beside him. This man, whom Cassius recognized as Elmer, was the sergeant of the first squad of the Vanguard Company. Known for his amicable disposition and generosity towards Cassius, we have engaged in conflict with the Kalaz territory. Our cavalry unit has clashed with their cavalry, and it seems we gained nothing from the encounter, Elmer remarked with an air of mystery, his demeanor cautious and measured. Kalaz? The domain of Baron Kells? Cassius pondered, bewildered as to why they were embroiled in warfare with them. He was aware that Kalaz bordered Puya Fortress and was indeed the fief of Baron Kells, while Baron Kells held a rank superior to that of Lord Coulson of Puya Fortress. The latter, being a seasoned military man and a legitimate knight, ensured that the military might of both territories was relatively comparable. This balance had historically fostered a harmonious coexistence between the two lands. Serving as a model of a friendly federation that it was perplexing to consider the reasons behind their current hostilities. Rumors suggested that a medium-sized iron mine had been discovered near their shared border. Elmer's expression carried a hint of nostalgia as he continued, "You should be aware that neither the Kalaz territory of Baron Kells nor Lord Coulson's Puya Fortress had ever shown signs of iron or before. Consequently, we annually expend a considerable amount of gold dragons to procure iron or from other territories for our own smelting or to purchase finished weapons and armor directly." As he spoke, Elmer exaggeratedly raised 5 fingers, his face a portrait of astonishment. Cassius understood Elmer's implication. Puya Fortress, lacking its own iron mine, had to rely on purchasing weapons and armor from other territories to maintain its military strength. Given that Puya Fortress resided in the northern regions of the Tianlan Empire, it faced a more tumultuous environment, fraught with banditry and unrest among various territories, although the higher authorities of the Tianlan Empire disapproved of such territorial conflicts. Believing them to drain the empire's resources, the remoteness of this region rendered it largely impervious to imperial intervention. Thus, skirmishes between territories were commonplace and rarely attracted significant attention. The survival of Puya Fortress in such an environment attested to its strength and resilience. As Cassius contemplated these matters, he also considered what he might gain from the imminent conflict with the Kalaz territory. If he were to desire anything at this moment, it would undoubtedly be to acquire a knight's breathing technique. Though such a treasure was often elusive, despite his rapid progress in strength and physical conditioning, having witnessed the combat prowess of Alden and the Golden Sword Commander Rudis, Cassius was acutely aware of the chasm that separated him from these formidable warriors. This was not a matter of self-deprecation. Rather, it was an acknowledgement of the qualitative difference between a knight of extraordinary power and an ordinary individual. Cassius had the confidence to evade the assault of 5 or 6 burly men and, leveraging the terrain to his advantage, could dispatch them one by one that, however, a knight, even a novice one at the most basic level, could face 7 or 8 adult men head-on and dispatch them with the utmost authority. This was the essence of the distinction. In the face of absolute power, all schemes paled in comparison. As Cassius mulled over these thoughts, his expression shifted subtly, for the aspiration to possess the power of a knight had become an obsession for him. Should he succeed in obtaining a knight's breathing technique and ascend to knighthood, he believed he would not merely remain a novice knight. The wonders of the Jalan mystical realm and the formidable effects of the Jalan ancient trees leaves endowed Cassius with the qualifications and resources to achieve greatness. The day following Elmer's revelation, the Vanguard Company was summoned for an urgent assembly, and Cassius once more encountered Alden. Alden appeared to have fully recovered from his injuries, exuding vitality and confidence as he walked with the same commanding presence Cassius had first observed. It was evident that the company commander was nearly healed. The Vanguard Company, comprising Alden, the deputy commander Jane, and a total of 55 members, was organized into 6 squads, with Cassius's squad being the smallest. Consisting of merely 6 individuals, as was customary. Prior to deployment, Alden would deliver an inspiring speech to the soldiers of the Vanguard Company, though Cassius perceived it as little more than indoctrination, observing Alden's fervent exhortation from the platform. Cassius felt a twinge of ennui. Noticing the eager expressions of his comrades Gizman and Bartle, he couldn't help but reflect on Alden's popularity. His mere words seemed to illuminate a path of hope for the anxious soldiers of the Vanguard Company. Chapter 24. The war sparked by the Iron Mine tensions with the Kalaz territory swiftly escalated into warfare in the face of the immense profits represented by the medium-sized iron mine. Neither Lord Coulson nor Baron Kells showed any inclination to compromise. The prospect of peacefully resolving the dispute over the mine became utterly impossible the moment provocation was initiated by either side. Who wouldn't desire to monopolize such a valuable resource? Who wouldn't yearn for greater wealth? It was all too common to incite war for the sake of gold dragons. Although the Kalaz territory and Puya Fortress had previously maintained amicable relations with minimal conflict, this was predicated on the absence of competing interests and the parity of their respective military strengths. Without disputes over resources and lacking any overt military superiority, both Lord Coulson and Baron Kells had previously endeavored to preserve a facade of peace and stability. After all, it required no expenditure to maintain such a state. Why bring discomfort to one another? However, should that peace necessitate the sacrifice of a mine of immeasurable value, both Lord Coulson and Baron Kells would undoubtedly reconsider their positions. In such circumstances, did they still find it necessary to uphold the fragile status quo of peace? The spark that ignited the war was none other than the medium-sized iron mine. Naturally, the epicenter of the conflict also revolved around this very mine. This medium-sized iron deposit had been discovered in advance by the men of Baron Kells. But upon surveying the entire vein, it became apparent that most of this medium-sized mine lay within the territory covered by Puya Fort. After such a painstaking search for a medium-sized iron mine, it seemed implausible for Baron Kells to freely cede a significant portion to Lord Coulson. Initially, Baron Kells intended to secretly exploit this mine without informing Lord Coulson. However, in a world where secrets are hard to keep, the truth soon emerged. Just a month into Kells' clandestine operations, the cavalry of Puya Fort, while patrolling the border, inadvertently discovered the covert movements of the Karas Territory's army not far from the boundary between the two lands. Captain Luddies of the Puya Fort cavalry immediately sensed something amiss. Although he initially dismissed the idea of the mine, he simply believed that the Karas forces were up to no good along the border. Noticing the relatively small number of Karas troops, Luddies led his cavalry straight into action. First, he aimed merely to ascertain the intentions of this force, without preparing for an outright battle. However, as they approached the camp of the Karas troops, they encountered fierce resistance. This only heightened Luddies' suspicions, and being a man of a fiery temperament, he promptly engaged the Karas forces in the first skirmish at the border. Ultimately, neither side emerged unscathed, resulting in a mutually damaging confrontation. Although the cavalry of Puya Fort was powerful, they were hindered by their numerical disadvantage and their lack of full battle preparation at the onset of the conflict, leaving them at a disadvantage. In contrast, the Karas troops, motivated by their determination to protect the mine's secret, exhibited unwavering resolve against the strong cavalry force, fighting fiercely and refusing to retreat. The subsequent events unfolded predictably, as the unusual response from the Karas troops aroused Luddies' suspicions, leading him to uncover the secret of the medium-sized iron mine. This revelation was promptly reported to Lord Coulson, who, like Baron Kells, valued the iron mine highly. Thus, the war between the two territories was all but inevitable upon the discovery of this medium-sized iron mine. It was a situation that could only lead to a relentless conflict unless one party chose to withdraw, making it a matter of life and death. After spending several days with the Vanguard, Cassius had gained a rough understanding of the military strength of Puya Fort. Firstly, the highest military unit in Puya Fort was the company level, although the forces could have been organized into battalion-level formations. Lord Coulson had not opted for such complications. Besides the vanguard and a cavalry unit, Puya Fort also housed 2 infantry companies, a crossbow unit, and an enhanced guard attachment, bringing their total strength to over 600. This was already an overextension for a population of just over 10,000. Lord Coulson, having earned his title through the rigors of battle, was naturally inclined to promote military development within his territory, understanding that for a passionate man who wouldn't want to command countless soldiers and revel in the glory of battle. However, maintaining an army was an expensive endeavor. Despite numerous revenue streams, most of Puya Fort's finances stem from the taxes paid by the populace. Supporting a 600-strong army with a population of just over 10,000 was no small feat, leading to high tax burdens that left ordinary citizens barely above the subsistence line. In dire times, they often fared worse than the slaves of Puya Fort. Thus, Puya Fort was not truly affluent. Sustaining an army sometimes cost more than recruiting soldiers. Now, with a medium-sized iron mine of immense value within reach, Lord Coulson had every reason to be tempted. Should he choose to act on this temptation, the ensuing developments would unfold seamlessly, with the entire territory preparing for war to seize this invaluable resource. Bolstering Coulson's ambitions for a formidable military force, profit is the only constant that drives a war. Conflicts do not erupt arbitrarily. Rather, they are always rooted in some form of mutual exchange of interests. Whether through territorial gain or the pursuit of a long-desired beauty, war requires a catalyst, a manifestation of self-interest. Chapter 25. Confrontation. This time, Lord Coulson himself took the reins, bringing nearly all the organized military forces of Puya Fort, including Cassius' vanguard. From a distance, Cassius beheld Lord Coulson, around 40 years of age, in the prime of his life, clad in imposing black armor that accentuated his formidable presence. Here stood a genuine knight, Cassius mused. Given the formidable prowess exhibited by apprentices like Alden and Captain Luddies, one could only fathom the terrifying combat power wielded by a full-fledged knight. Cassius thought to himself that even if the entire vanguard charged, they would hardly inflict any fatal damage upon Lord Coulson. Rather, they would likely face merciless death at his hands. Knights, endowed with extraordinary power, embody a forbidden existence, especially those who have attained full knighthood. A profound yearning stirred within Cassius, an urgency to ascend to knighthood himself, to glimpse the world from such an exalted vantage point. Once again, the drums of war were about to sound, and the excitement was palpable among the fresh recruits of the vanguard, who had yet to experience the horrors of battle. They brimmed with boundless aspirations, hoping to emulate Captain Alden's words and emerge victorious on the battlefield, shedding their current identities as slaves or escaping their dire fates. They believed that through valorous deeds for their territory, they would be rewarded with status and wealth, using the vanguard as a stepping stone to ultimate glory. Alden had painted this enticing picture, but it was mostly effective only on the naive newcomers like Bartle. Having endured the brutality of war, Gismund had built a resistance to Alden's impassioned rhetoric, merely feeling stirred momentarily before quickly forgetting it. Of course, Gismund's indifference was not unrelated to Cassius' pervasive nihilism. From the outset, Cassius had shown little concern for Alden's stirring proclamations, let alone any reverence. The territory of Puya Fort was relatively small, and a swift march would bring them to the border with Karas within 2 hours. From afar, Cassius observed a desolate landscape. Had the medium-sized iron mine not been discovered, this area would have remained eerily silent and desolate, strewn with jagged stones that made cultivation nearly impossible. Yet now, it was alive with activity, and the acrid scent of gunpowder wafted in the air. As both sides refused to yield an inch, it was evident that a bloody conflict loomed on the horizon. The fate of the iron mine would be decided by the most brutal means, for in the northern territories of the Celestial Empire, power was dictated by the might of one's fist. Those with greater strength reaped greater rewards. In many ways, this exemplified the harsh reality of survival of the fittest. Traditionally, both sides established camps 3 to 4 miles apart along the border, under Alden's command. The soldiers of the vanguard erected a massive tent capable of housing dozens, while Cassius, along with Gismund and Bartle, set up a smaller tent nearby. Originally, the The small tent was meant for just Cassius and Gizmond. But upon Bartel's arrival, Cassius extended an invitation for him to join. Although Bartel appeared robust, the unique dynamics of the vanguard made Cassius wary of him being taken advantage of, so he designated a specific area within the tent for Bartel. Allowing Bartel into the small tent also subtly indicated Cassius' trust in him. Two former slaves, now sharing a tent once more, was a twist of fate. Meanwhile, both Captain Alden and Vice Captain Jane each had their own small tents. And even Gil, the somewhat inept logistics officer, managed to secure a somewhat shabby yet sturdy tent for himself. Observing this scene, Cassius reflected that while the vanguard had a fair share of tents, sometimes these resources were withheld by those higher up. Especially with logistics officers like Gil, who seemed incapable of moving without a gold coin's allure, it was no surprise that he had grown accustomed to the sight of soldiers crammed into a single large tent. Opting not to separate them, as Cassius pondered idly, he surveyed the surrounding situation. The Kara's forces were stationed some distance away, obscured from clear view, but their banners flapped in the wind, indicating that they too were mustering their troops for the impending battle over the iron mine. On the side of Puya Fort, aside from Cassius' vanguard, there was an infantry company, a crossbow unit, a battered cavalry unit, and an elite guard detachment protecting Lord Coulson, totaling nearly 500 soldiers, the cavalry unit. Having recently engaged in fierce combat with the Kara's forces guarding the mine, had suffered over 30 casualties and injuries that rendered them unable to fight, with another 20 to 30 lightly wounded still on the field. The cavalry's effective combat strength had been reduced to less than half of its previous capacity. The crossbow unit was fully staffed at 100 soldiers, equipped mostly in leather armor and armed with either long or short bows. With a few wielding crossbows, the crossbow unit stood as Puya Fort's sole ranged attack force, subordinate only to the cavalry in rank. The elite guard detachment, tasked with protecting Lord Coulson, typically comprised 40 to 50 of the most formidable soldiers selected from the various armies. Being part of the Lord's personal guard was even more prestigious than joining the cavalry. After all, one had the chance to interact closely with the Lord, and should one catch his eye, the future would be bright. Moreover, there was the enticing prospect of receiving training from the formally recognized knight, Lord Coulson, who often took time to instruct the guards. For those with exceptional talent, the opportunity to be bestowed with a knightly breathing technique was not out of the question. Chapter 26. The Heart of a Lord in Truth. Joining Lord Coulson's personal guard provided a potential means of acquiring the knightly breathing technique. Cassius mused this as he gazed up at the darkening sky. A profound sense of loneliness welling within him, that he longed for the azure planet he once called home, yearning for the beauty it contained. Yet now, they seemed a world apart. He felt like a solitary traveler in a foreign land, experiencing an indescribable loneliness during the stillness of night. Having arrived in this world, Cassius' expression gradually turned resolute. He resolved to carve out his own destiny. Fortune and misfortune are often intertwined, and many matters can be viewed from different perspectives. When one can see clearly, it signifies that their state of mind is approaching completeness, that a night passed without dreams. Cassius awoke early as usual, feeling the subtle progress made during his training in the celestial realm. With a sigh, he realized that he had likely reached the pinnacle of his pre-knighthood state. And no matter how hard he tried, he could only approach the knightly tier without actually attaining it, making the path to true knighthood seem dauntingly distant. Without the knightly breathing technique to guide him, the hope of mastering it on his own seemed exceedingly slim. Cassius shook his head with a wry smile. The situation had returned to square one. Obtaining a knightly breathing technique was now his most pressing concern, for it was crucial to his future. Without attaining knighthood, even if he honed his body to perfection, he would remain merely a 10-man adversary. Unable to achieve any significant accomplishments that in this world, survival demanded either a formidable background or exceptional personal strength. One must possess at least one of these. Lacking both would lead to obscurity, becoming a mere pawn adrift in turbulent times, a pitiful and powerless existence. Strength is the eternal currency of influence at that moment, within the most opulent tent at the Puya Fort encampment. The esteemed Lord Coulson was engaged in military planning with several company commanders as the leader of the vanguard. Alden was naturally included in this assembly. Compared to Alden's role, his status as an apprentice knight garnered even greater respect and attention. In the conventional imperial military, An apprentice knight typically held the rank of a battalion officer, making the presence of apprentices in the ranks of both the vanguard and cavalry a notable distinction. If a unit's commander was a knight wielding extraordinary power, it was undoubtedly an elite force. Today marked Lord Coulson's 40th birthday. Having risen from humble beginnings on the battlefield, he neither harbored a profound love for war nor felt repulsed by it. As a commoner who earned nobility through valorous deeds, he had once envisioned imposing minimal taxes on his subjects to demonstrate his benevolence and magnanimity, having experienced the struggles of common folk. He genuinely wished to extend such kindness. However, upon becoming the Lord of Puya Fort, he realized the naivety of his aspirations. Surrounded by ravenous wolves, one misstep could lead to being devoured by their insatiable greed. To avoid such a painful demise, one must become a wolf themselves, awakening their predatory instincts so that others would fear them, keeping their distance. This was the harsh reality of survival among wolves. Thus, Coulson chose to bolster his military might. He refused to let the territory he had fought so hard to secure be consumed piece by lurking predators that he resolved to resist. Baron Coulson began recruiting soldiers within his domain, training his forces, and purchasing weapons and armor from neighboring territories. As fully armed soldiers stood before him, Coulson's gaze was a mixture of excitement and bitterness. The excitement stemmed from the growing strength of his territory, while the bitterness arose from the tightening of his purse strings. As a commoner, Coulson had no family to rely on, and his savings were limited. The gold he could accumulate through military endeavors was always finite. Without gold, no soldier would serve loyally. Without it, other territories would refuse to sell him quality armor and weapons, and even constructing a proper lord's manor would prove exceedingly difficult. Consequently, Coulson yearned for gold, desiring an endless supply to support his vision of a powerful military expansion. He sought to become the mightiest wolf lord in these turbulent times. All of this necessitates a substantial reserve of golden dragons as a safeguard. The so-called Lord Coulson has transformed his initial naive intention of alleviating tax burdens for his subjects into a demand for increased military funding. Without golden dragons, nothing can be accomplished. Lord Coulson is unwilling to endure such a life. Being perpetually marginalized and unable to resist, even the slightest response must be tempered by consideration of his adversary's reactions. This is a state of profound hardship and helplessness that on one side lies the innocent dreams and aspirations of childhood, while on the other looms the pressing realities that demand resolution. In weighing these two aspects, Lord Coulson naturally opts for the latter. The yearnings of youth are ultimately just that, youthful, when one's economic situation is secure. Choosing to exercise benevolence is hardly an issue. However, when one's own life and livelihood are not guaranteed, opting for fearless compassion seems rather foolish. Lord Coulson has survived numerous battles, accumulating merit to become a landed noble. He is not a man of singular focus. Adaptability is always essential, even if it may lead to outcomes that are somewhat disconcerting. Yet such adaptability is undoubtedly more valuable than being mired in unwavering idealism. If he can seize this medium-sized iron mine, it would not only enable the expansion of his existing forces, but also allow for the sale of the extracted iron ore, thus earning a significant amount of golden dragons to alleviate the economic crisis in Puya Fortress. Chapter 27. Reconnaissance. Thus, in this contest for the iron mine, Lord Coulson will undoubtedly exert his utmost efforts to secure victory. Even if it entails some cost, he is willing to pay the price. The subjects of Puya Fortress have been pressed to their limits. It is time to allow them to breathe, that a ruler cannot solely focus on oppression, as such actions will inevitably provoke backlash. Although Lord Coulson does not hail from a prominent family, and may possess inherent shortcomings in managing his fief, he still understands some fundamental truths. The distinctive call for an emergency assembly of the Vanguard Company rang in the air, prompting Cassius to temporarily set aside his thoughts and head toward the source of the sound. The striking silver chainmail of Captain Alden caught Cassius' eye. Within the Vanguard Company, only Captain Alden and Lieutenant Jane are entitled to don iron armor, while the remaining Vanguard soldiers are typically clad in nothing more than thin dark blue uniforms. Even the notoriously cunning logistics officer Gill of the Vanguard Company merely wears a tattered leather armor. In Puya Fortress, iron goods are exceedingly scarce, and equipping elite troops adequately is a challenge. Thus, it would be a waste of resources to squander them on a cannon fodder unit like the Vanguard Company. Perhaps in Lord Coulson's eyes, the Vanguard Company is merely a collection of expendables. Their existence primarily serves to draw enemy fire, with most falling in the charge, making it seem wasteful to equip these individuals with superior weapons and armor. Furthermore, given the already scarce iron resources in Puya Fortress, it is only reasonable that the Vanguard Company, being the least valued and of the lowest status, is fortunate to be issued even basic weaponry. While these are merely Cassius' conjectures, it is likely that the reality is not far from this, as it is a starkly evident issue, one that has simply not been openly addressed. Observing the other companies, which had yet to take any action, Cassius felt a tinge of hesitation. He was uncertain why Alden had specifically assembled the Vanguard Company. Surely, it was unlikely they were to engage in routine training here. My lord has assigned us a task. We must dispatch 2 squad from the Vanguard Company as reconnaissance teams, probing both flanks in batches to ascertain the enemy's scale and troop deployment. Captain Alden spoke with solemnity, indicating that this was no trivial assignment. Are there any volunteers willing to undertake this mission? Alden's gaze held a glimmer of hope. Naturally, he wished for every soldier in the Vanguard Company to be proactive. However, it was evident that his hopes were destined to be in vain. Those who had risen to the position of squad leader in the Vanguard Company were all seasoned veterans who had been around for quite some time. Cassius, of course, was an exception, as he was quite unique. Generally, in the face of danger, no one willingly marches to their demise. Even within the Vanguard Company, where the mortality rate is exceedingly high, it is considered an honor for one's comrades to perish before oneself. Those who successfully complete the task will be handsomely rewarded by my lord. Alden added, but the atmosphere remained silent. The soldiers of the Vanguard Company, eager to claim glory, had long since met their demise. Cassius Malin stepped forward. Standing at the front of the line with an air of detachment, Cassius was taken aback to hear his name called by Alden, and he stepped forward, feigning innocence. Malin, the squad leader of the 3rd Squad of the Vanguard Company, was not particularly familiar with Cassius, having little interaction with him. All he knew was that this individual possessed considerable strength and was quite clever, often wearing a cheerful demeanor that endeared him to Lieutenant Jane. You two are quite astute. This mission will be entrusted to your squads that Cassius's 6th Squad will surge from the left flank, taking care to remain concealed, and upon discovering the enemy's military disposition, return immediately. Malin's 3rd Squad will begin their exploration from the right flank. Exercise utmost caution, Alden commanded firmly to Cassius and Malin. Instantly, the squad leader of the 2nd Squad displayed a woeful expression. Cassius, however, bore no resentment toward this task. While he was not particularly fond of reconnaissance missions, he was content to brush against the fringes of battle, which was sufficient to prevent him from feeling any aversion. Cassius's 6th Squad, including himself, comprised 6 individuals. Among them, Gisman and Bartle were his trusted confidants, whom he sought to cultivate diligently. The remaining 3 were the sort who had barely survived several conflicts through luck and cunning, generally leaning towards the frail side, rendering them of little combat value. Gazing at the enemy's formation, faintly visible 4 or 5 miles away, Cassius felt a twinge of suspicion. Although the distance between Puya Fortress and the Karaz military was not great, the 2 territories were well acquainted. Now that both sides had resolved to wage war over this medium-sized iron mine, they would undoubtedly commit as many troops as possible, if that were the case. What purpose did this so-called reconnaissance serve? Could it be that the enemy was merely feigning an empty city? This seemed implausible, given their mutual familiarity. Charging forward would promptly reveal the ruse. Strangely, Cassius sensed that this reconnaissance mission was not as straightforward as it appeared. Unable to pinpoint exactly what felt amiss, he scanned the surroundings carefully. Keeping his guard up, he subtly signaled to Bartle and Gisman that if anything seemed off, they were to flee immediately. Cassius, along with the 6th Squad, cautiously emerged from the left flank, diligently searching for the opportune moment to advance forward while remaining vigilant, of course. Cassius was not oblivious to the fact that the larger the group, the greater the likelihood of being detected by the enemy. Nevertheless, this was an order from Alden, and Cassius felt he could not simply alter it. He could only strive to reduce their pace, subconsciously believing that moving slower was prudent, casting a glance back at the troops of Puya Fortress. Cassius was astonished to observe that the previously motionless cavalry, infantry, and archers were slowly beginning to assemble. Due to Cassius's deliberate pace, a brief moment had passed, yet he had not traversed even half the distance between the two armies, allowing him to witness this unfolding scene clearly. Chapter 28. The arrow that pierced the void. It was no longer merely a matter of doubt. Cassius's gaze sharpened, sensing that there was certainly some hidden intricacy at play. Although he remained unaware of the specifics, he instinctively felt it could not bode well for him. To the very least, this vague command to investigate served as an obscure signal. Cassius momentarily halted, gesturing for Gizman and the other soldiers of the 6th Squad to pause as well. After a considerable interval, they continued their advance. Sometimes, rushing ahead only leads to hastened demise. That be why the time Malin, probing the right flank, was nearing the encampment of the Kara's domain. Cassius had barely managed to lead his 6th Squad halfway across the distance. Unbeknownst to him, behind their position, Lord Coulson and Captain Olden stood side by side, gazing at the slowly crawling reconnaissance teams of Cassius and Malin, their expressions cold and shadowy. Why was the left reconnaissance team advancing so slowly? The right team was almost upon the encampment of the Kara's forces. Had they perhaps uncovered something? Clad in black armor, Lord Coulson, though already in middle age, exuded an undeniable aura of fervent battle spirit, radiating a natural authority that commanded respect. And why, Lord? Perhaps they are simply being excessively cautious. Olden remarked, a hint of anxiety etched upon his features. The original plan had involved 2 squads encircling from either side, thereby increasing the probability of success. But while the situation was not dire, it certainly deviated from their initial expectations of perfection. Damn it, they're not cooperating at all. Lord Coulson's countenance darkened as he muttered a curse under his breath, then turned his gaze toward the advancing Malin's reconnaissance team, his icy demeanor softening slightly. With a subtle glance, Lord Coulson signaled to Olden, who promptly handed over a bow significantly larger than the standard longbow, along with a specially reinforced arrow. The gentle breeze swirled around them as Lord Coulson's face broke into a cold smile, filled with excitement. This was a plan he had meticulously orchestrated. Once successful, the leverage he would gain over this medium-sized iron mine would be considerably enhanced as for the potential casualties among the expendable soldiers. What did it matter? These pawns could be acquired for a few golden dragons, but if they secured the iron mine, would they not profit handsomely? Those expendable soldiers would be at their beck and call. The contempt of the elite toward the lower echelons has always been extreme. In this hierarchy-driven world, without status, position, or power, one can only descend into the realm of the despised and discarded. This is the fate of expendable soldiers, to be cast aside at the right moment, to withstand a barrage of fire, to be nurtured if they survive, and to be thrown into the fray again when the opportunity arises. Gripping the massive longbow, Lord Coulson drew the string back until it formed a perfect crescent, then released it with force. The arrow, slicing through the air, emitted a tremendous sound as it landed before the encampment of the Kara's forces, provoking a stir. Initially, Malin and several vanguard soldiers were stealthily advancing, documenting the enemy's military arrangements. They had not attracted undue attention and were relatively safe. However, this sudden arrow completely disrupted their rhythm. The troops of the Kara's domain became alert, and the reconnaissance team, led by Malin, who was crawling around the encampment gathering intelligence, was inevitably discovered by the forces of Puya Fortress. They sprang into action, surging towards Malin's reconnaissance team with clear intent to eliminate those audacious enough to encroach upon their encampment. In the face of life and death, the instinct to flee surged forth. The astute Malin was no exception. Realizing they had been compromised, he leapt to his feet, shouting in terror, "Run!" retracing their steps along the original path. They were fortunate to find some hay nearby, which provided a semblance of cover, slightly enhancing their chances of escape. Yet this was merely a fleeting comfort, for as the soldiers of the Kara's domain regained their composure, they summoned archers to unleash a hail of arrows upon the fleeing enemies. Death became a hauntingly subtle concept as Malin's vanguard soldiers fell one by one into pools of blood. Their eyes glazed as they fixated on the distant banners of their own forces, yearning to crawl back to safety. But now, that was beyond their reach. Malin himself was struck, his sizable frame rendered an easy target. Despite his cleverness and agility, when dozens of arrows pursued him, he found himself helpless. Arrows pierced his arms, legs, and left chest, and he collapsed into a pool of blood, struggling to rise but unable to do so. Now he lay face down, trembling in the blood-soaked ground. The Kara's forces advanced, clearly intent on annihilating those who dared to covet and scout intelligence on the enemy. They showed no mercy, each soldier imbued with an aura of brutality and bloodlust. Witnessing a squad of Kara's soldiers charging towards him, Cassius swallowed hard, having witnessed the complete annihilation of Malin's reconnaissance team. The grim scene left his throat parched. Where had that sudden arrow originated? Who had unleashed it? As Cassius retreated, he pondered, had it not been for that unexpected arrow shattering the tranquility, Malin's reconnaissance team would not have been discovered so swiftly, nor would they have suffered such a devastating blow leading to their total destruction. Clearly, the arrow that had disrupted the entire battlefield had come from afar. And that arrow, Cassius's eyes narrowed as he considered a possibility that he was unwilling to accept, judging by the sound of the arrow. It must have originated from behind, and in this desolate area, the only force behind them was that of Puya Fortress. Analyzing this, the implications sent a chill down Cassius's spine that if this were indeed the case, then someone within the Puya Fortress forces sought to bring about their demise. Yet they were mere expendable pawns. Who would go to such lengths to eliminate them? Chapter 29. The role of expendable soldiers. Cassius was still acutely aware of his position. He understood that their status as expendable soldiers was insufficient to warrant such a risky endeavor aimed at their elimination. If that were not the case, then there must be some undisclosed secret at play. And that secret was on the verge of being unveiled. Leading Bartle and Giesman, along with several vanguard soldiers from the 6th Squad, Cassius desperately headed towards the forces of Puya Fortress, seeking escape. Hot on their heels were the pursuing soldiers from the Kara's domain, the menacing arrows instilling a sense of impending doom. Flee. They had to escape, Cassius silently repeated to himself, realizing that if he were still unaware of the trap laid for him, he would indeed be a fool. Yet he lacked the energy to ponder who was orchestrating his demise. All that mattered now was to escape as swiftly as possible. Losing his life here would render all thoughts mere fantasies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed from behind, causing Cassius's heart to leap into his throat. He concentrated all his strength into his legs, sprinting nimbly across the ground, evading the arrows before they could reach him. In a moment of desperation, Cassius seized Giesman, and almost instantaneously, a shimmering arrow shot through the very spot where Giesman had just been standing. Gripped by a surge of anxiety, Giesman gasped for breath, his heart racing from the near miss that had been far too perilous. Though Bartle, the imposing figure, is more likely to be struck by arrows due to his size, he possesses an acute reflex speed that complements his robust physique. Observing him darting left and right on the route back, Cassius breathed a sigh of relief. At least he no longer had to worry about Bartle. His adaptability on the battlefield far surpassed that of the average person. Certainly more so than that of Giesman. Cassius's energy was also limited. He could not attend to every soldier in the 6th Squad, resulting in the immediate consequence that, within less than a minute of their desperate retreat, 2 soldiers from the 6th Squad had fallen on their escape route. Their bodies were riddled with arrows, their demise a tragic sight. Cassius once again struggled to swallow, attempting to moisten his throat, and continued his frantic flight. The thunderous clash of battle caught Cassius off guard. The sounds were emanating from not far behind him. Instinctively, he turned his head, choosing to glance at the source of the chaos while running at full speed. Upon realizing the circumstances of the tumultuous sounds behind him, Cassius halted his steps. Bartle pressed on, desperately fleeing, only to helplessly realize that he was now alone, having unwittingly left his squad leader, Cassius, nearly 100 meters behind. To his astonishment, Cassius had seemingly chosen to stop his escape, and Bartle was bewildered by the intense sounds of combat trailing behind him. That Cassius's expression was grim. He had fully grasped the situation at hand. It was merely a ploy to use him and Malin's reconnaissance team as bait to gather intelligence on the enemy. The so-called intelligence gathering was merely a facade, The true intention was to awaken the forces of Karas by launching arrows at the camp when Rolling and Malin's reconnaissance team drew near. Once they discovered Cassius and Malin's unit, they would undoubtedly pursue them with all their might, providing Lord Coulson with the perfect opportunity. The battlefield was thick with underbrush. If Lord Coulson ambushed his troops in the vicinity, the outcome would be dire for the panicked soldiers of Karas when they passed by and were attacked from behind. This plan was a meticulously crafted one, highly manipulable, and once successful, the rewards would be substantial. Typically, the instinctive reaction upon discovering the enemy near the camp would be to pursue, a natural response. Lord Coulson had skillfully exploited this understanding to execute his scheme. The plan was flawlessly devised. Appearing seamless, in a sense, Cassius and Malin's reconnaissance team had been treated as expendable fodder, the cheapest kind. Captain Alden was undoubtedly aware of this. Cassius sighed inwardly, realizing that from the very beginning, he and Malin's team had been abandoned. Not only had they been forsaken by Lord Coulson, but also by Captain Alden, whom they had trusted and revered. Alden had given no indication of any such treachery when assigning the mission. Perhaps, to him, sacrificing lives was simply the duty of the vanguard troops. The harsh reality was impossible to ignore. The coldness of human nature could not be more evident. Cassius was uncertain of his own feelings. There was a mix of anger and a faint sense of liberation, as if these truths had always been destined to surface, yet he had clung to illusions. Alden had once represented the embodiment of his hopes. And although Cassius had often looked down upon Alden's motivational speeches, he fundamentally respected the man. Now, however, that ideal had shattered, revealing its grim reality, leaving Cassius with a sense of doubt. He was reluctant to accept the truth, wishing instead to conceal his thoughts and consciousness beneath a facade of hypocrisy, striving to uncover something genuine. With the dream now dispelled, Cassius silently regarded his dark blue military uniform, resolutely making his way toward the Puya Fort encampment. At the present moment, aside from a few remaining sentinels, the rest of the combat units had already rushed to the battlefield, gambling everything in the fight. With the bait cast and the fish ensnared, there was no reason to release them now. This juncture, Lord Coulson, a man of military background, would undoubtedly do everything in his power to annihilate the forces of Karas, solidifying the victory. Cassius cast a distant glance at the fierce combat unfolding on the battlefield, emotionless, and turned away, unwilling to involve himself further in the conflict. Chapter 30. The game of nobility. The battle commenced abruptly, yet concluded slowly. The battlefield, with nearly 1,000 participants, had taken on a significant scale. The forces of Karas, caught off guard, suffered considerable losses at the outset. The archers leading the charge were almost entirely annihilated by the troops of Puya Fort. However, as the situation stabilized, the two roughly equal territorial armies began to engage in a back-and-forth struggle. Overall, Puya Fort's forces maintained a steady advantage. Lord Coulson's baiting strategy could not fail to yield results. It was precisely due to the initial advantage that the gap began to widen, representing the crux of victory in warfare. At that moment, at the heart of the battlefield, two heavily armored knights faced off. "You despicable scoundrel, you have conspired against me," cried a commander clad in silver armor, brandishing a bloodied knight's sword. His face contorted with fury. In warfare, one must employ guile. You would do well to retreat and relinquish the iron mine. Otherwise, Lord Coulson's face bore an expression of triumph and disdain. Otherwise, I shall lay claim to your Karas and take your head. The figure standing before Coulson was none other than Baron Kells, the Lord of Karas, whose willingness to confront Coulson directly indicated his strength, albeit in a different context. Although Kells was also a knight, and they had both ascended through the same ranks, a vast chasm existed even among equals. For instance, the disparity between Baron Kells and Lord Coulson was immense. A confident smile graced Lord Coulson's lips. A seasoned warrior, he possessed extensive combat experience and skills honed through years of battle. Such qualities were evidently lacking in Kells, who had been nurtured in the privileged confines of nobility. Lord Coulson hailed from humble beginnings, earning his title and knightly status through relentless effort, arguably at the cost of his very life. In contrast, this is the original words of Lord Coulson. It was at this moment that Cassius truly beheld the visage of this nobleman. Marred by the passage of time, exuding an aura of dread, He was indeed a terrifying figure. After Lord Coulson pronounced the sentence upon Cassius, the captain of the Vanguard Company, Alden, who stood silently beside him, wore a faint smile. This world is undeniably fearsome, and while Cassius felt a chilling despair within, it ignited a flicker of fierce resolve. The way of heaven is ruthless, treating all beings as mere fodder. These so-called elites, the noble lords, the exalted knights, harbor an intrinsic disdain and contempt for the lower classes. Perhaps Lord Coulson has long forgotten the humiliations he endured as a commoner, or perhaps he remembers vividly, which compels him to amplify such humiliations, spreading them through his own hands, as he revels in the twisted joy of his elevated status. The congregation of terrifying individuals, they asked for their motive to eliminate him and Bartle. Cassius understood with crystal clarity. These elites must maintain a facade of tranquility and composure. After all, they cannot afford to completely expose their true faces. They still require those whom they scorn, commoners and slaves, to generate wealth and contribute to the expansion of their territories. Thus, they will undoubtedly uphold this superficiality, while Cassius and his companions are a group capable of tearing asunder this veil of shame at any moment. Hence, Lord Coulson is intent on ensuring Cassius's silence. Or perhaps they dread the possibility of Cassius revealing what is, in fact, an open secret to a wider audience. The complexities and distortions of human nature often elude verbal expression. One must never doubt the existence of unimaginable deeds, for the answer is invariably affirmative. Each individual is an autonomous entity, their consciousness a remarkably potent reservoir of inclusivity. Amidst the confluence of this world, unique character traits and abilities inevitably emerge. Some are benevolent, others malevolent, diverse in nature. However, it is certain that nothing is utterly impossible. To declare otherwise merely reveals the limitations of one's experiences. Bound to the stake, Cassius suddenly experienced an epiphany, as if he had grasped some of the survival principles of this world. Previously, he believed he understood these laws completely, yet it now appeared that what he had witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg, with complete comprehension remaining elusive point. 4 individuals from the 6th Squad managed to escape, including Cassius himself, Bartle, Giesman, and a soldier named Deke, a rather clever and slender this moment. He too was bound to the stake, and barring unforeseen circumstances, a solitary death awaited them. Chapter 31. Desperate Measures. It is cruel, yet it imprints certain truths, vividly illustrating the extraordinary yet lamentable state of this world. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding from the very beginning. Cassius mused silently, his expression growing desolate and flavorless. The cold night wind whipped against Cassius's cheek as he slightly lowered his head, appearing listless, yet within his downcast eyes sparkled a glimmer of determination. As long as one does not meet death on the spot, hope for survival cannot be extinguished. This is an innate instinct, and for Cassius, it holds true. At this moment, he has merely chosen to lie in wait. This moment of waiting is, of course, in pursuit of better survival chances. At midnight, within the encampment of the plebeo army, the lights gradually dimmed. Aside from a few drowsy sentinels yawning incessantly, silence reigned at this moment. Bartle, Giesman, and their comrade Deke, also bound to the stake alongside Cassius, had all lowered their heads, evidently fatigued from the day, as tribulations that it was a clear day, and even at midnight, the moonlight remained bright, casting a sacred glow around Cassius. Enter the azure realm, Cassius silently intoned. And simultaneously, his entire being vanished from the reality, succumbing to a brief dizziness before arriving in the familiar azure realm. The azure expanse was as familiar as ever, the ancient azure tree standing tall at the center, its azure trunk offering a stunning visual impact. Cassius glanced down at his unbound body, his racing heart calming slightly. The azure realm was Cassius's final trump card, while bound to the stake. He had conceived this strategy, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to grant himself a brief respite. This time was crucial for him. Indeed, he could immediately escape into the azure realm, but what of Bartle, Giesman, and Deke? If Cassius had acted hastily, their fate would undoubtedly have been dire. Cassius considered himself not yet so cold-blooded. Should the opportunity arise to save them, he would do so without hesitation, since arriving in this world. Cassius had endured much and gained profound insights that a world where the strong prevail is the most orderly of realms. If you possess strength, you shall receive all that you deserve. However, this is not the era of the lone hero. Even the most formidable knights, capable of instilling fear across the land, are ultimately limited by their solitary might. That a powerful knight may vanquish 100-strong armed force, but what happens when faced with an army of thousands? Fully armed, can that knight still fulfill his expectations of sweeping victory? This is clearly impossible. Therefore, to carve a place in this world, possessing immense strength is indeed vital, yet even more crucial is having willing followers. The solitary hero is not the prevailing theme here. One person's might cannot elevate a nation above the ranks of the continent's great powers. Bartle and Giesman were among the first individuals Cassius deemed trustworthy. He yearned for their support, their trust, and even their loyalty. As for Deke, though their interactions had been limited, sharing a common plight made him a candidate Cassius was eager to recruit, gently caressing the azure-hued trunk of the ancient azure tree. Cassius whispered to himself. Simultaneously, the world before him shifted, plunging him back into darkness and solitude. In the chill of the night wind, Cassius moved his joints, observing the scattered ropes at his feet. A cold smile crept across his face as he approached Giesman, loosening the bindings that restrained him. The starry sky arched above, a crescent moon casting its glow upon the ground. As gusts of wind stirred ominously, in his dazed state, Giesman felt an unexpected lightness. Teetering on the brink of collapsing to the ground, Cassius acted swiftly, catching Giesman just in time. Noting Giesman's horrified gaze and his mouth forming a silent scream, Cassius swiftly covered his mouth. "It's me," Cassius silently urged, though this was somewhat superfluous. Upon seeing Cassius, Giesman would undoubtedly recognize him. Nevertheless, at that moment, Cassius's words proved effective, swiftly calming the agitated Giesman. "Cassius, how did you escape?" Giesman's shocked gaze flitted over Cassius, still struggling to comprehend the sudden appearance of his ally. "Let us set that aside for now. You untie Bartle, and I'll free Deke." Cassius lowered his voice. Every moment was precious, and they must act swiftly and silently. Cassius was in a fight for survival. Should they attract the attention of the soldiers from the Plebeo, their chances of survival would be non-existent. While Cassius had confidence in his abilities, he was not so arrogant as to believe he could elude the pursuit of several apprentice knights and a formal knight. This was undeniably an exceedingly daunting task. Escaping the jaws of death required meticulous attention to detail. Moments later, Bartle and Deke were successively liberated from the stakes by Cassius and Giesman. Initially stunned, they instinctively opened their mouths to call out, but fortunately, Cassius had prepared adequately, stifling their cries within their chests. Under the cover of darkness, Cassius, Giesman, Bartle, and Deke slipped away from the military camp, their sole objective: escape. The sole fate that awaited them was death in that moment. When Cassius was bound to the pyre, he comprehended the gravity of his situation. From the instant he was designated by Alden to undertake the reconnaissance of the enemy's military dispositions, his destiny was irrevocably sealed. In a certain sense, the fates of the entire Sixth Squad were similarly predetermined. They would either meet the same grim fate as the Third Squad, being turned into targets by the crossbowmen under Calaz, or, as was their current plight, they would face inevitable death, albeit not immediately at the hands of enemy arrows, thanks to Cassius's forewarning. Having entered this noble game, the fates of commoners and slaves were destined to be entwined with demise. Chapter 32. The flight and death struggle in the night. We must escape from Puya Fortress. Under the cover of darkness, Cassius led Giesman, Bartle, and Dayak on their arduous journey of flight. Their time was woefully limited. Should dawn break or their absence be discovered, pursuers would undoubtedly be dispatched. Furthermore, to expedite their pursuit, cavalry units would likely be deployed, and if they had not fled far enough, they would face annihilation. Thus, Cassius longed to cover as much distance as possible while the opportunity remained. "Cassius, can we truly escape?" Giesman inquired, a tremor of fear evident in his voice. Indeed, Gizman had yet to fully ascertain his own identity. Having experienced but a single battle, he still harbored the hope of accumulating enough merit to attain a civilian status and, through his own efforts, support a family, a humble aspiration for one born into poverty. Yet, in this tumultuous era, even such seemingly modest desires had become extravagant dreams. Thus, he was fated to accompany Cassius, navigating this chaotic land. Yes, the cool voice of Cassius echoed through the night, as the crescent moon gradually descended. The darkness began to lift, heralding the imminent arrival of dawn. The night's stillness had eased the tension within Cassius's heart. The absence of pursuers thus far indicated that their escape had gone unnoticed. In a sense, Cassius and his companions had traversed the most perilous moment. To claim their lives were preserved would not be an exaggeration. Just as he contemplated this, his gaze sharpened abruptly that a squad of cavalry charged directly towards them. Clad in dark gray leather armor, adorned in silver breastplates, and bearing the familiar banner of the Puya cavalry unit, that instant, Cassius's countenance turned ashen. Beside him, Gizman and Dayak mirrored his pallor, while Bartle, a burly figure, appeared blissfully unaware of the looming danger. Grinning foolishly, 7 horsemen advanced, and Cassius's eyes narrowed with intensity. He could sense the terrifying visages concealed beneath their visors. Their intent was singular: to obliterate Cassius and his companions. With no room for negotiation, News, mounted on a towering steed and wielding a broad, curved blade, led the charge, eager to slay these unarmed fugitives. The mere presence of these adversaries had robbed him of any chance for a peaceful slumber, and a cruel, bloodthirsty smile crept upon his lips in the dead of night. Soldiers seeking to relieve themselves had discovered that Cassius and his companions had escaped from the pyre. Instantly, Lord Coulson's urgent summons was dispatched, rousing News from his slumber with a jolt. Awakened from sleep, a state typically hard to bear, News's fury was palpable. As the most mobile cavalry unit, their collective purpose was to pursue the fleeing Cassius and his group. Lord Coulson had branded Cassius and his allies as traitors and deserters, warranting their execution for the sake of glory. The discomfort of being roused before dawn was compounded by News's innate desire for warmth, leaving him seething. Lacking knowledge of the specific escape route taken by Cassius's group, several squads from the vanguard were dispatched in various directions to hunt them down. As the leader of the second squad in the third row of the cavalry unit, News directed his men northward in pursuit. He had initially intended to merely make a brief appearance before returning to report, but fate had smiled upon him, leading him to encounter the escaped Cassius and his companions. This presented an opportunity for glory before the Lord, revitalizing News's spirit and igniting his enthusiasm at the thought of the promised golden dragon reward. His squad comprised 7 men, facing off against 4. Fully armed and representing the most formidable cavalry unit, they were pitted against mere fodder from the vanguard, who were entirely unarmed. The impending confrontation was undoubtedly a guaranteed victory, and a sadistic smile spread across News's face. A single charge could annihilate them all. As he beheld the glint of the curved blade and the imposing stature of the warhorse, beads of sweat trickled down Cassius's forehead. T.O. claim he was unafraid would be a falsehood. Before him stood 7 genuine cavalrymen. Their combat prowess ranks among the most formidable within the same tier of soldiers, and Cassius felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Ultimately, they had discovered him in truth, as he made his escape. Cassius had contemplated the idea of swiping a few horses for transportation, yet he also realized that none among them possessed the skill to ride. Even if they succeeded in procuring war horses, they would not be able to ride them out. As the 7 cavalrymen began to encircle them, Cassius stepped forward resolutely. It was clear that their only option was to fight to the death. The foremost cavalryman charged at Cassius, his iron-shod hooves trampling down upon Cassius's in a swift motion. Cassius pivoted and lunged, seizing the assailant from behind. Startled, the slave, Snus, let out a roar as he swung his curved blade. With a forceful twist of his arms, Cassius reversed the positions of Snus' limbs, causing him to howl in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Cassius wrested the dagger from Snus' grasp. Amidst Snus' anguish cries, Cassius plunged the curved blade into his back. Piercing through his chest, the struggle atop the horse caused the steed to buck violently. and Cassius, entwined with Snooze, was thrown to the ground. Swiftly withdrawing the dagger from Snooze's lifeless form, Cassius fixed his gaze on the remaining cavalrymen. At that moment, the other cavalrymen had also found their opponents. Bartle fought valiantly against two riders, bloodied yet resilient, while Deke and Gizmond were desperately pursued by a single cavalryman, their situation appearing dire. The last two cavalrymen, however, had their sights set on Cassius, for they had just witnessed him, unarmed, dispatch their commander Snooze. Chapter 33. Annihilation wiping the blood from his face, Cassius focused intently on the two cavalrymen charging towards him. His heart steadied as the recent triumph over the cavalrymen had given him a more objective assessment of both his own capabilities and those of his adversaries, although he had yet to be knighted. His frequent sojourns in the celestial realm, coupled with the consumption of leaves from the ancient celestial tree, had brought his strength perilously close to that of a knight. While sheer power does not always equate to martial prowess, Cassius had learned to harness his strength effectively. The battlefield was not a hell to terrify him. Rather, it offered Cassius a genuine sense of liberation. Encouraged by this feeling, he was able to unleash his full potential. Grasping the broad-bladed saber, Cassius's gaze remained fixed on the two cavalrymen, his expression resolute and serene. The cavalrymen attacked from both flanks, their gleaming blades radiating a menacing aura, just as the mighty steeds charged towards him. A peculiar smile crept across Cassius's lips. He surged forward into the midst of the two galloping horses, and before the astonished riders could react, he delivered a powerful strike to the leg of the horse on his left. The tremendous force combined with the sharp edge of his saber cleaved through the horse's leg, severing it cleanly. Cassius swiftly darted towards the rider who had just been thrown to the ground. The cavalryman, still dazed from his fall, caught a glimpse of the blood-stained blade before losing consciousness. His final moments were marked by a desperate grip on his throat, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Taking a deep breath, Cassius gazed at another cavalryman falling beneath his blade, feeling an inexplicable exhilaration. The second cavalryman, witnessing the demise of his comrade, swiftly turned his horse around and charged at Cassius once more. Cassius grinned. Raising his saber to meet the oncoming rider, with a deft sidestep he evaded the horse's charge, yanking the cavalryman from his mount and driving the saber into his chest, extinguishing his life in less than a quarter of an hour since the cavalryman had discovered Cassius and his companions. 3 of their number lay dead. Drenched in blood, Cassius turned his attention to the fate of his comrades, his expression darkening. The slight, clever Deke now lay motionless in a pool of blood, forcing Cassius to brace himself for the worst. One of the two cavalrymen pursuing Bartle had already been slain, while the one originally chasing Deke had joined the attack against Bartle, whose stamina appeared to be waning. Meanwhile, Gizmond was being relentlessly pursued and trampled by another cavalryman. Fortunate merely to be alive, after a swift assessment of the battlefield, Cassius made a decisive choice. Gizmond, exhausted to his core, wore an expression twisted with desperation, clinging to the hope of survival, and one wishes to embrace death. And Gizmond was no exception. Yet his physical condition had deteriorated significantly. The days spent as a slave immersed in backbreaking labor, compounded by a lack of proper nourishment, had left his body in a fragile state. To endure so long under the blade of an armed cavalryman was a feat in itself, and as fatigue overcame him, Gizmond collapsed onto a patch of verdant grass, closing his eyes, prepared to meet his fate. The sharp clang of metal against metal jolted him back to awareness, and after a moment, he opened his eyes to see a corpse lying beside him, its eyes wide in shock, a bloodied saber protruding from its chest. Gizmond's gaze slowly rose, recognizing the owner of the saber. Cassius had saved him. With a deep breath, Gizmond lay on the grass, gazing at the gradually lightening sky. The sensation of being alive was exquisite. No one detests life. Even those who speak of wanting to end their existence often reveal fear and reluctance when confronted with the specter of death. Such sentiments are utterly normal and universal. Nothing to be ashamed of. It is essential to protect oneself, Cassius called out to Gizmond, then turned his attention to the last two cavalrymen locked in combat with Bartle that moment. Bartle was clearly reaching his limits. Though his expression remained fierce, the relentless assaults from two cavalrymen were taking their toll. For Bartle, To have slain even one of his attackers was an extraordinary feat. The limitations of human strength were becoming evident. And Bartle's achievements were commendable. The tide of battle had shifted dramatically. Initially, the 7 cavalrymen had charged at Cassius and his companions with overwhelming force, but now 5 lay dead, while only Deke remained incapacitated among Cassius's side. The others still fighting valiantly. Recognizing their precarious position, the remaining 2 cavalrymen attempted to flee. A sinister smile crept across Cassius's lips. With a swift dash, Cassius leapt onto one of the warhorses, launching a surprise attack that pulled the rider from his mount. Simultaneously, Bartle seized the opportunity to grasp the head of another horse, climbing up along its neck and sending the last cavalryman tumbling down. Cassius narrowly evaded a punch from the rider beneath him. And, almost simultaneously, he clenched his right fist and delivered a crushing blow to the face of the flailing cavalryman. Blood sprayed forth, and the rider's cries echoed through the air, but Cassius remained unfazed. With a left punch and then a right, he struck the cavalryman until no sound escaped his lips. Rising from the rider's prostrate form, Cassius retrieved the broad-bladed saber from the ground and advanced towards the cavalryman still engaged with Bartle. Silently, Cassius plunged the saber into the cavalryman's back, twisting it from left to right. Chapter 34. Following They Are All Dead. Gismund approached, speaking with a tone of relief. Indeed, they are all dead. Cassius surveyed the surroundings. A grim tableau of bloodied corpses and startled warhorses scattered about. Bartle, how are you faring? Cassius stepped forward, assisting Bartle to his feet, his gaze falling upon the fresh wounds that oozed blood profusely from Bartle's body, causing Cassius's brow to furrow slightly. Gismund, ignite a fire, and do so with haste. Though time was of the essence, Bartle's injuries required immediate attention if they were to continue their journey. Cassius picked up a bloodless saber from nearby, holding it over the glowing embers until it glowed red. Bear with it, he instructed, as he removed Bartle's shirt, revealing a gruesome sight of mangled flesh. That Cassius's lips twitched in response. I apologize for the trouble. Cassius, Bartle said with a sheepish grin, his complexion somewhat flushed. Cassius pressed the heated blade against Bartle's wounds, gritting his teeth as he applied it directly. Bartle's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his body trembling slightly. Bite down on this, Cassius urged, offering a strip of cloth torn from the body of fallen cavalryman for Bartle to clench between his teeth. After a quarter of an hour, Cassius observed Bartle, who was shivering uncontrollably, and though he felt a pang of sympathy, he stated resolutely, we must depart immediately. Otherwise, when the main force from Puya Fort arrives, we shall find ourselves unable to escape, that he inquired. Bartle, can you endure the journey with this injury? Supporting Bartle as he stood, Cassius asked. Hey, with my physique, I can manage just fine, Bartle replied, forcing a smile, straining to suppress his tremors. Come, I shall carry you. Without waiting for Bartle's response, Cassius bent down and hoisted Bartle onto his back. Cassius, this isn't right, Bartle protested urgently, realizing he could not let Cassius bear his weight after having already saved him. Deep down, he refused to become a burden. Enough of this nonsense. The pursuers are closing in, and if we don't act quickly, we shall perish. As long as we can escape the territory of Puya Fort, we will be safe. Cassius's gaze drifted towards the north, the direction they were to take. Bartle stammered, knowing Cassius well enough to understand his reluctance to allow others to suffer on his behalf. This simple giant had somehow survived in this perilous world. If you wish to avoid watching us perish, hurry up. That Cassius's voice was firm, and as Bartle finally acquiesced and lay against Cassius's back, Cassius sprinted northward with all his might. Their supplies consisted only of 3 sabers, some provisions, and fresh water, all of which were shouldered by Gismund. Although he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of a cavalryman earlier, he fortunately sustained no serious injuries and managed to bear the load without issue. Cassius glanced at the steeds that had scattered in fright, feeling a sense of helplessness. If only one of them had not bolted, it could have hastened their escape. Yet, surveying the area, he saw only a single horse, its legs shattered by Cassius's blade, lying there in its last throes. Cassius, where are we headed? Gismund asked as they pressed onward. The northern frontier, the farthest reaches of the Tianwan Empire, Cassius replied, exhaling a heavy sigh. feeling the weight of their predicament. Given his current physical condition, carrying an adult was manageable, but Bartel's hefty frame and muscular build made it particularly taxing. What purpose do we have there? I've heard that battles frequently occur in that region, making it even more chaotic than around Puya Fort. Are we seeking death? Gizman exclaimed, his expression one of incredulity, clearly lacking knowledge of the northernmost territories, that we are all without identity now. Where else can we go? South, without identification, we would be captured once more and sold into slavery, Cassius asserted, his pace unwavering as his mind raced. The Tianlan Empire is vast, yet regrettably, the only place that can accommodate us is the northern frontier. Though fraught with conflict, it also presents opportunities. Cassius's eyes sparkled with longing and determination. Do you wish to live your lives branded as slaves? Merely surviving? A man should not live under the heavens and upon this earth without a sense of freedom. The northern frontier, despite its battles, is where our fortunes may converge. If we can achieve distinction on the battlefield, we may be rewarded with land and title, becoming lords who command the fates of many. Do you wish to continue this aimless existence, or dare to challenge fate and live without regret? His voice resonated with fervor, his expression growing resolute and passionate. The feeling of being unable to control one's own destiny was unsettling to Cassius. He loathed that sensation, and to cast it away, he needed strength as his assurance. Bartle, pledged to follow you to the northern frontier, Bartle declared, his voice booming from Cassius's back. Though simple-minded, he held a clear sense of loyalty in the face of right and wrong. In Bartel's heart, he recognized Cassius as a true friend, hence his willingness to follow Gizman shall accompany you as well. Gizman added, his tone firm, a stark contrast to his usual timidity. I know, I lack courage. I was a coward while enslaved at Puya Fort, and even in the Vanguard Company, it was no different. Were it not for your repeated rescues, Cassius, I would have perished long. It is my honor to have met you, and I hereby devote my life to your cause. Gizman stepped forward with newfound resolve, exuding a sense of purpose. Most individuals in this world are inherently kind. They remember every act of kindness and strive to express their gratitude through actions. Although Cassius had not initially harbored such thoughts, earning the trust of Gizman and Bartle felt immensely gratifying. The sensation of being trusted is always comforting, and with each step, Cassius' resolve grew even stronger. Chapter 35. The northern frontier stronghold. Cassius had his own considerations regarding their journey to the northern frontier. Present, he lacked allies, status, or even the qualifications to be regarded as a commoner within the Tianlan Empire. Of course, even if an opportunity arose for a life of toil, he would wholeheartedly reject it. He had witnessed the terrifying reality of nobility in this land. Their exploitation of the common folk was excruciatingly harsh, leaving most households unable to secure even the barest means of survival. Gizman was a product of such a societal environment. He should have been nurtured under the affection of his parents. But instead, they had to sell him into servitude for survival. How many parents in this world would willingly sell their own children? Even the fiercest of beasts refrain from consuming their young. This truth is universally acknowledged. This merciless world has transformed people into shadows of their former selves, driven to extremes for the sake of survival. Such a life was one Cassius refused to endure. His veins coursed with fervor and passion. He would not submit to the arbitrary rules of this world. He would rise against the tide. Some individuals are destined to defy the mundane. If one must be ordinary, they might as well strive to become the most influential among them. The northern frontier stronghold consists of 7 fortresses, all designed to defend against the encroachment of the kingdom of Chang'an. Our objective is the largest among them, Liza's city. Cassius wore a solemn expression as he addressed Bartle, who was slung across his back, and Gizman, who stood beside him. It was imperative to devise a plan. Since Cassius and Gizman had expressed their willingness to follow him, Cassius felt a sense of responsibility and awareness to contemplate matters more thoroughly. During his time in the Vanguard Company, Cassius had not emerged empty-handed. At the very least, he had deepened his understanding of several key cities in the northern territories of the Tianlan Empire. The city of Liza which Roland had just mentioned, was a prominent border town that stood at the forefront of resisting the Changhan Kingdom, housing hundreds of thousands of Tianlan troops year-round, capable of forming several formidable legions in terms of military deployment. In comparison to the Puya fortress where Cassius had previously resided, Liza was a veritable giant, incomparable in stature. After all, it was the front line against the Changhan Kingdom. Without a robust military presence to instill fear, the northern territories would never find peace. It was precisely because of those valiant men who sacrificed their lives on the northern front that the entire region could be spared the humiliation and suffering of foreign invasion. Regrettably, after the absence of external foes, it was they who turned upon each other, a rather ludicrous irony. Warfare frequently erupted around Liza, as the animosity between the Changhan Kingdom and the Tianlan Empire had escalated to an irreconcilable level. For the sake of profit and territory, conflict was a commonplace affair, and war truly claimed lives. Hence the city was dotted with recruitment stations offering generous stipends and military pay to entice more individuals to join its ranks and stand guard at the forefront of battle. Whether one was a slave or a commoner mattered little in Liza, for once summoned into service, one would face the brutal reality of combat with real weapons. To say it was a perilous endeavor would not be an exaggeration. In such circumstances, the distinction between slave and commoner became insignificant, as long as one was willing. Even the most heinous criminal could receive the most equitable treatment there. Merit would always be rewarded. This was all recounted to Cassius by Elmer, the sergeant of the first squad of the Vanguard Company. Elmer claimed to have been a veteran on the northern front himself before he could no longer endure the bloody environment and had deserted, later being apprehended and assigned to the Vanguard Company. Cassius found a kindred spirit in Elmer, who casually shared these tales during their idle banter. Cassius had always been keen to remember intriguing information, and it was during such conversations that he first learned about Liza. According to Elmer, the journey from the Puya fortress to Liza would take at least 3 or 4 days, assuming they were mounted on good horses. Given their current predicament, with Bartle injured, Cassius surmised that they would be unlikely to reach Liza in under a fortnight. The meager provisions pilfered from the cavalrymen would only sustain the 3 men for about 3 days, after which Cassius would need to seek sustenance elsewhere. Fortunately, he still possessed a gold dragon, which had considerable purchasing power. Along the way, he purchased some salves to stabilize Bartel's injury and spent a few silver wolves on provisions. By the 21st day, when Liza's majestic fortifications came into view, Cassius still had 3 silver wolves left unspent. Liza was vast, even larger than Elmer had described. From a distance, it appeared to stand at least 30 meters high. Its walls constructed of hewn blue stone, with a colossal vermilion gate reinforced with iron plating, surrounded by layers of soldiers guarding it, while ordinary citizens in plain linen garments moved in and out. Despite being a military stronghold, Liza housed a significant number of civilians. These civilians not only provided a quality source of troops for Liza, but also engaged in farming and cultivation. Transporting grain from distant lands to Liza proved cumbersome and costly. Thus, the fertile land surrounding Liza was more suitable for agriculture. Hence, in addition to the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, a larger populace of civilians supported the operation of this grand edifice at the northern frontier of the Tianlan Empire. At that moment, Liza appeared tranquil, suggesting that Cassius's fortune was favorable, as no war had yet erupted, allowing him unimpeded access to the border stronghold. Big brother, this city is immense, far larger than Puya Fortress. Bartle, robust and sturdy, had nearly recovered from his injuries after days of recuperation, no longer requiring Cassius to carry him. Since the day Bartle and Giesman pledged their allegiance to Roland, they had taken to addressing Cassius as Big Brother, finding the title rather pedestrian. Cassius suggested they call him boss instead. In his heart, Cassius had already considered Bartle and Giesman as his own kin, and as Bartel's health improved, he contemplated it was time to cultivate their potential. Chapter 36. Trials and Tremors. Cassius's training plan for Giesman and Bartle was straightforward: to provide them with a leaf from the ancient gallantry. It was after consuming such a leaf that Cassius experienced a significant enhancement in his physical abilities, a crucial factor in his survival on the battlefield. He surmised that the effects of the gallantry leaf on Bartle would be somewhat diminished. Yet for someone of Giesman's physique, It would undoubtedly act as a transformative catalyst that Bartel's previous feat of surviving against two fully armed cavalrymen and defeating one with his bare hands had already demonstrated that his physical prowess exceeded that of an ordinary person. While the gallantry leaf was indeed miraculous, it would likely only facilitate a secondary evolution of Bartel's body. How much energy Bartel could absorb from the leaf remained uncertain. However, Cassius harbored a concern for Gizman. Never forgetting the harrowing experience he faced when he first consumed the gallantry leaf, his body drenched in sweat and blood, I could see that moment. Cassius felt as though he stood on the brink of death. Had it not been for his unwavering will, he might have succumbed. Though Gizman's body had strengthened somewhat over these days of hardship, it still lagged far behind Cassius, and certainly fell short when compared to Bartel. Cassius found this lamentable, knowing that improving physical quality was not something that could be achieved overnight through ordinary means. Cassius first sought a secluded residence near Lisa, spending a silver wolf to rent it for half a month. He procured sufficient provisions for 3 days and gathered herbs for treating external injuries, preparing himself for the endeavor ahead. Naturally, Cassius needed to clarify the situation with Gizman and Bartel beforehand, for this was a matter of life and death. Even though they had resolved to follow Cassius, he still lacked the authority to unilaterally dictate their fates. This was a process of mutual respect. Since Gizman and Bartel were willing to refer to him as boss, it was Cassius's duty to do everything within his power to ensure their safety. In the small courtyard, Cassius, Gizman, and Bartel sat upon earthen benches, their gazes focused inward. Now, there exists an opportunity for your physical qualities to be significantly enhanced. Cassius stated directly, his demeanor tinged with seriousness, observing the glimmer of hope in Gizman and Bartel's eyes. Cassius already knew the outcome, but continued, "You should be aware that my physical condition was once quite poor, and it was only through consuming this unique leaf that I achieved a remarkable improvement in my abilities. Not only in strength, but also in mental acuity." As he spoke, Cassius produced a vibrant blue leaf from the gallantry, placing it on the small table before them to invite their examination. The jade-like texture and visual appeal were captivating. As soon as Gizman touched it, he was entranced. "Boss, this must be worth a pretty penny if sold," Gizman remarked, unable to contain his astonishment. "Indeed, boss, this jade leaf could easily sustain us for months." Bartel chimed in. Cassius's lips twitched. These two fools. The gallantry leaf's effects were something Cassius had personally experienced. Such a treasure, capable of drastically enhancing one's physical attributes, could hardly be measured in gold dragons. If one were to measure worth in terms of golden dragons, even 10,000 golden dragons would seem insufficient for Cassius, of course. This is merely Cassius's self-delusion. What I wish to convey to you is that consuming this leaf, while significantly enhancing one's physical prowess, also necessitates passing through a cycle of life and death, a sensation not unlike that of dying. Cassius could not help but recall the harrowing image of himself, drenched in sweat and blood, causing him to involuntarily shudder. "Hey, boss, although I may be a roughneck, I understand the immense value of this item that wouldn't using it on me be a waste." Bartel chuckled, scratching his head while pushing the azure leaf of the ancient Jalan tree toward Cassius. "Indeed, Bartel has a point that it would be rather wasteful to use it on ourselves when it could be better utilized by you." Gizman nodded in agreement. "You are all my brothers, the closest kin in this world. We are one collective." Cassius paused. "Your strength signifies the strength of our collective, that if you still acknowledge me as your leader, do not refuse this, that if, however, you genuinely wish to forego this opportunity to evade danger, I will not hold it against you. To be frank, each individual can only consume one leaf at a time. Ingesting more would yield no benefit. I have already consumed one. The remaining 2 are for you." As Cassius's expression turned stern, he felt a warmth blossom within him. He realized he had not misjudged Gizman and Bartel. They had not displayed the insatiable greed that often accompanies treasures, but instead demonstrated sincere humility. It is rare for individuals to maintain their composure and remain unmoved in the face of potential gain, and it is precisely this rarity that makes such qualities worthy of cherishing. As Gizman and Bartel simultaneously consumed the leaves of the ancient Jalan tree, Cassius's heart tightened with uncertainty. He was unsure whether his actions were aiding them or leading them to ruin. What if something went awry? What if they did not survive? What if Cassius watched as Bartle and Gizman writhed on the ground, a sheen of sweat forming in his palms? After all, he was the only one who had previously consumed the leaves. And that had been a near-death experience. He dared not project his own success on Gizman and Bartle, for this was inherently a gamble fraught with uncertainty. After approximately half an hour of anguished cries, Bartle trembled to his feet, and upon seeing his body covered in blood and sweat, Cassius felt a significant weight lift from his heart, although Gizman still writhed and screamed on the cold ground. Bartel's survival indicated that this was not an experience unique to Cassius, but rather one that held universal applicability. The leaves of the ancient Jalan tree could indeed enhance the physical constitution of an ordinary person dramatically. Cassius fetched a wooden tub, filled it with clean water, and gestured for Bartle to wash himself, then turned his focus back to Gizman. At that moment, Gizman's condition was dire. He rolled on the ground, his cries reaching a crescendo that heightened Cassius's anxiety. He was powerless to assist. All he could do was hope that Gizman would endure, although Cassius longed to alleviate some of his suffering. He understood this was a futile desire. Consuming the leaves of the ancient Jalan tree was an opportunity for empowerment, yet it came at the cost of one's very life. It was a fair and just principle, devoid of any grounds for disdain. "Boss, just kill me. I can't go on." Gizman, drenched in blood and sweat, extended his crimson-stained hands, grasping Cassius's pant leg with desperation and despair, in the face of extreme agony. One can indeed lose hope in life. Perhaps in the next moment, he would cherish existence, but at this juncture, teetering on the brink of death, his mind and body craved respite. Clearly, Gizman was experiencing a similar sentiment. Cassius's gaze hardened, resolute. "If you choose to be a coward, then perished. Why Brother Cassius has no room for cowards among us. After your death, I shall cast your body into the wilderness, for such a version of you is unworthy of my mourning." Cassius's tone was light, as if discussing something trivial. He bent down, grasping Gizman's collar, his eyes piercing with an icy chilled, Gizman collapsed, continuing to writhe on the ground, his cries echoing in Cassius's ears. Yet at that moment, Cassius felt a sense of relief. What one fears most is the loss of hope. If you yourself believe you cannot survive, where then lies the hope for life? It is akin to trying to awaken a person feigning sleep. One cannot save someone who is intent on dying. Only by instilling a sense of hope and worth in Gizman could his spirit be preserved. The greatest struggle is not against death, but rather the submission to it, within the small courtyard. A scene of crimson chaos unfolded. The remnants of Gizman's struggle were evident on the tables, benches, walls, and piles of withered grass. Every corner bore the marks of his torment. If Bartel's consumption of the ancient Jalan tree leaves was akin to a fleeting encounter with the gates of hell, then Gizman had lingered at death's door multiple times. The disparity in their physical capacities meant that their respective risks and pressures were drastically different. 2 hours passed. The anguished cries within the courtyard gradually faded to a whisper until Cassius could scarcely hear anything at all. Bartle had since risen from the tub, changed into fresh clothes, and stood beside Cassius, anxiously watching over the still-lying Gizman. Cassius approached, his gaze intense as he knelt beside Gizman, placing a finger before his face to feel the faintest breath. A heavy burden lifted entirely from Cassius's heart. He was still alive. He had not perished. The absence of further cries indicated success. The leaves of the ancient Jalan tree had indeed worked their magic on Gizman. Although he appeared exceedingly weak, Cassius could sense the depth of his breath. His physical condition had significantly improved. The current state of unconsciousness was merely a result of his earlier exertion, and he would soon recover. Both Gizman and Bartle had successfully consumed the leaves, a tremendous piece of good news for Cassius. It meant that the leaves not only benefited his own constitution, but also that of others. Furthermore, Cassius harbored a hypothesis. Could the abundant energy within the leaves of the ancient Jalan tree also provide significant assistance to knights and warriors in their training? If Cassius's speculation proved true, the potential of the ancient Jalan tree would be extraordinary, and his demeanor and gaze sharpened with newfound determination. Perhaps through such means, he could establish a foundational advantage in this world. As night fell, the moonlight cascaded from the sky, cloaking the secluded courtyard in an air of mystery and ethereality. Inside the modest abode, a solitary candle flickered, its glow dim yet unpretentious. So, how do you feel? Cassius inquired, facing Gizman and Bartle. Gizman had awakened from his stupor, his spirits considerably lifted. Boss, that thing is insidious. I nearly didn't make it back. Gizman recounted, a hint of trepidation in his voice, yet his posture straightened with joy. However, my strength has increased at least 7 or 8-fold, that I feel capable of single-handedly battling a giant wolf. Gizman swung his fist, the air slicing with a sharp whoosh, demonstrating his newfound might. Indeed, between life and death, great transformations are only natural, Cassius replied, squeezing Gizman's shoulder and nodding in approval at the power emanating from him. With your current strength, you surpass the former Bartle by a considerable margin, Cassius chuckled. Casting a glance at Bartle, who wore an endearing grin, I can't help but feel that I might struggle against you now. Indeed, Bartel's inherent strength was already formidable among his peers, and with the enhancement from the leaves of the ancient Jialan tree, he had become even more fearsome. How could I compare to the boss? I'm merely a tad stronger than before. Regardless, if I were to encounter those cavalrymen from earlier, I could take on 5 of them at once. Cassius harbored no doubts regarding the weight of Bartel's words. This formidable figure was known for his unwavering honesty. Devoid of any inclination to deceive, it appeared that both of them had grown significantly stronger. Rising to his feet, Cassius's shadow elongated in the flickering candlelight. Tomorrow, we shall enlist. A surge of confidence enveloped Cassius, allowing him to profoundly feel the exhilaration and excitement coursing through his veins. Days devoid of war and the bloodshed of battle were utterly mundane. Cassius yearned for greater strength. He could not ascertain when this desire was birthed within him, but he relished what he termed ambition. Individuals devoid of ambition were truly frightening, for they often lacked the drive and purpose to forge ahead, merely conforming to the tides, becoming either subservient citizens or dissenters, never pausing for self-reflection. Why should others enjoy privileges and statuses that elude me? Why can they reside in opulent castles while I am confined to a thatched hut? Chapter 38. The recruitment office. Such reflections could sometimes prove beneficial, preventing one's inner world from becoming overly monotonous and barren. Strolling through the bustling streets of Liza City, Cassius felt the last silver wolf coin in his waist pouch and smiled ruefully. He had overlooked a pressing issue. With the substantial enhancement of Gizman's and Bartel's physical prowess, their appetites had similarly surged. Though not as alarming as Cassius's own, their food consumption had increased by several times compared to before. While Cassius could absorb energy from the Gallon secret realm to satiate his hunger, he was at a loss regarding Gizman and Bartle. He could hardly bring them into the Gallon secret realm to ensure they absorbed enough energy before returning them. Setting aside the fact that Cassius had no idea how to bring outsiders into the Gallon secret realm, even if he did, he would undoubtedly refrain from doing so 8 times. Being overly ostentatious is not a virtue. Some secrets must be preserved in solitude. It is a wisdom of survival. The rapid increase in Gizman's and Bartel's appetites rendered their enlistment into the Liza City army an urgent matter. For if they delayed any longer, they might find themselves unable to afford a meal. Within Liza City, there were numerous recruitment points. It did not take long for Cassius to spot a location marked with the words recruitment on a wooden sign. At this moment, several individuals were already queuing at the recruitment office, but Cassius paid them no mind, leisurely joining the end of the line. His observation, approximately 50 to 60 individuals stood ahead, registering for military service. Fortunately, the registration process was relatively straightforward, requiring only one's name, age, and place of origin to be escorted away by soldiers clad in standard armor. After a brief half hour, it was finally Cassius's turn. At this moment, Cassius finally beheld the countenance of the individual seated behind the desk, clad in a green silk robe, sporting an octagonal beard, and with yellow hair styled in curls. He exuded a comical air. "What is your name?" the man with the octagonal beard inquired. "Cassius," he replied. "Age?" 17.17. The man raised an eyebrow, glancing at Cassius's less than sturdy physique. "Do you have anyone else at home? Joining the military is no trivial matter. Have you considered this carefully?" It was evident that the man with the octagonal beard was a decent fellow, as his concern for Cassius was apparent in his words. Due to the nutritional issues of the world, Cassius appeared rather gaunt. Although he had grown taller in recent days, his foundation was too weak, making him resemble an adolescent. My family is no more. I am determined to join the army and fight for the empire. It is my honor. Cassius feared that the man might dismiss him due to his youth, which would be a tragic fate. Thus, he resolutely expressed his determination and courage to serve the Tianlan Empire in battle. Had these words been spoken by a robust adult, they would have elicited no surprise. However, spoken from the lips of a mere youth, they certainly captured attention, at the very least. Cassius could see the man's head nodding in approval, evidently appreciating his spirit. The Empire's army needs spirited youths like you. I look forward to the day you stand atop the city walls of Liza, bravely defending it. That will be your glory. Suddenly, the man's demeanor shifted to seriousness, his gaze upon Cassius growing fervent. Cassius nodded in agreement, his face alight with excitement, as if the man's words had ignited a fire of patriotism within him. You may step aside now. Shortly, you will join the other new recruits for training that I hope you maintain this fervent enthusiasm forever. The man nodded in satisfaction, directing Cassius to step aside. Cassius complied obediently, moving to the side as he awaited Gizman and Bartel's completion of their registration. Make way, make way. Clear the path for my young master. Bartel, brimming with excitement, was about to announce his name and age when a ruckus erupted behind him. Cassius turned to see several burly men barging forward. Their disdainful words suggested they believed their behavior to be quite impressive. As the majority of the queue was cleared, the burly men created a path that revealed a young man clad in lavish attire. Cassius's eyes were drawn to the elegantly dressed youth, whose fair skin indicated noble lineage, and the spectacle surrounding him suggested he was not from a humble family. Ordinary individuals would not dare to act so brazenly at the recruitment office. And Cassius quickly deduced that this young man's identity was likely significant to that moment. Only Gizman and Bartel stood in the way of the lavishly dressed youth. Sensing trouble, Gizman wisely stepped aside. Yet Bartel, the towering figure, remained steadfastly in place, awaiting the octagonal-bearded man to register him. Hey kid, didn't you hear me? Move aside. The burly men, confident that their display would intimidate everyone, were taken aback when they encountered Bartel, who remained unfazed. Feeling the hands of two men approaching from behind, Bartel turned in irritation, witnessing their grasp reaching for him. His expression shifted as he swiftly seized their hands and forcefully shoved them aside. With such little strength, how dare you make a fool of yourselves? Having consumed the leaves of the gallant ancient tree, Bartel's physical prowess had been subtly enhanced. He easily pushed the two men aside, a mere routine for him. Though Bartel spoke these words without malice, they inadvertently struck a blow to the pride of the burly men, who were not inclined to let the matter rest. They regrouped, intent on surrounding Bartel, their eyes betraying ill intentions. Cassius observed the glint of blades in their hands, his expression tightening as he prepared to intervene. Chapter 39. Acting camp leader Gatron Cassius surged forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the gleaming blade flying. His expression darkened. How audacious of them to brandish weapons in the recruitment office. Judging by Cassius's current physical capabilities, the force he could exert with his legs was formidable. The men struck by his kick fell to the ground, howling in distress. Clutching their hands in pain, Cassius's strike was fueled by urgency and anger, and he showed no mercy. The sharp cries that followed only intensified the men's resentment. The elegantly dressed youth regarded Cassius with curiosity, perhaps intrigued by how such a physique could wield such power. What are you doing? What are you doing? The octagonal-bearded man trembled with fury, glaring at the men sprawled on the ground with utter disdain. As for Cassius, the man merely displayed a hint of astonishment before concealing it. This is a recruitment office. Are you not aware? Desiring to enlist, one must join the ranks. At that moment, Bajiao exuded an imposing authority, while Cassius quietly stepped aside, signaling Bartel to act with discretion. I am of the Daniel family. My name is Milo. The young man, clad in a well-fitted deep purple attire, strode forward with an air of confidence. He cast several glances at Cassius and Bartel before addressing Bajiao, who directly, his tone dripping with disdain as though he were speaking to a subordinate. No Cassius's surprise upon hearing the youth's introduction. Bajiaohu's previously furious expression suddenly transformed, his face shifting from pale to flushed in a rather comical-mannered, it is the young master of the Daniel family. Please, come this way. I lack the authority to register your military enrollment. Bajiaohu rose, respectfully gesturing for him to proceed, and Cassius realized that the Daniel family wielded considerable influence. Observing Bajiaohu's deference, the purple-clad youth relished the moment, casting one last glance at Cassius and Bartle before striding ahead. Once the youth had distanced himself, Bajiaohu exhaled a sigh of relief and turned his gaze towards Cassius. I did not anticipate your prowess, he remarked, pausing briefly, but you must understand, the waters of Liza's city run deep. One cannot recklessly venture forth relying solely on brute strength. Even a knight can meet a grim fate should they err here. Thus, I advise you to tread carefully. Thank you for the warning. My lord, Cassius nodded earnestly, acknowledging that he had indeed been impulsive. Liza's city, a crucial stronghold in the northern frontier, was home to countless formidable knights. The dangers were profound and the environment treacherous for someone like Cassius. Devoid of any connections, it was wise to maintain a low profile. Moreover, as he had yet to be knighted, he was scarcely on the radar of the powerful factions. Cassius pondered deeply until Bartle and Giesman completed their military registration and gathered nearly 100 new recruits. Cassius and his companions were then escorted by several soldiers towards the northern part of the city, the true encampment. The majority of Liza City's military forces were stationed in the northern sector, primarily to guard against incursions from the Changhan Kingdom. The very purpose of Liza City was to safeguard the northern territories, essentially existing for warfare. Cassius had come here to join the fray, to partake in battle, and to earn merit. The battlefield, fraught with peril, was equally a realm brimming with opportunities for impoverished commoners or even the enslaved, whose freedom was often curtailed. This place undoubtedly represented a chance for rebirth. Should one accumulate sufficient merit, the prospect of being granted titles and lands was entirely feasible. However, few were genuinely willing to sacrifice their lives for their country. Most sought merely to seize opportunities in this perilous arena, hoping to secure a lifetime of prosperity. As Cassius contemplated these matters, he was led to a military camp. Habitually surveying his surroundings, he noted that the camp's layout was meticulously designed, generally adopting a triangular formation, with a central thoroughfare wide enough for 3 individuals to traverse side by side, allowing for rapid response in the event of an enemy attack. Each tent was modest in size, significantly smaller than the large tent he had previously occupied at the Vanguard Company, accommodating only a dozen individuals at most. Presently, the soldiers clad in crimson armor delivered Cassius and the other new recruits to the camp before whispering a few words to a visibly higher-ranking officer and departing. Cassius's gaze fell upon the officer, who donned a dark blue-black iron breastplate, a broad-brimmed helmet, and sported a scruffy beard at a scar resembling a finger's length sliced across his right eye, and he stood approximately 1.78 meters tall, exuding an imposing presence. Welcome to the 3rd Division of the Featherless Legion, 5th Company, 2nd Battalion. The scarred officer stepped forward, his voice a gruff bellow that silenced the previously chaotic assembly of recruits. I am Gatrin, the acting commander of the 2nd Battalion. Find a tent to settle in. Supper will be provided shortly, and we will assemble for training tomorrow. With that, the scarred officer departed, leaving Cassius and the other recruits exchanging bewildered glances. Cassius, Giesman, and Bartle shared a knowing look and approached a nearby tent. Upon lifting the flap, they discovered it was already occupied by others, not clad in military garb, indicating they were also fresh recruits. Cassius offered a polite greeting before he, Giesman, and Bartle found a spot to sit within the tent. The interior of the tent was rather austere, furnished with merely a dozen or so beds. Devoid of any other belongings, the bedding was worn and some emitted a strong, musty odor. Cassius frowned but refrained from voicing his discontent. He was no stranger to hardship. He had endured days in the Vanguard Company within a tent rife with various unpleasant scents, making this environment seem trivial in comparison. His purpose in the military was not to seek comfort, but to find a place where he could grow stronger, external conditions were of little consequence. Chapter 40. Training. The tent housed roughly a dozen individuals, each occupying a small bed, their gazes reflecting a spectrum of emotions. Some were excited, others uncertain, and some filled with trepidation. Joining the military and becoming a soldier often invoked notions of defending one's homeland. Yet such ideals felt hollow. For naive youths, this rhetoric might suffice, but for adults, self-interest inevitably took precedence. Humans are inherently driven by desire, a timeless truth. They joined the military for various motives, and from the moment they stepped into this realm, they gained a measure of honor and rights. However, they also faced inherent dangers. Stripped of moral pretenses, this was a transaction of fame and fortune against the specter of death. Of course, this represented only a fraction of the reality. The outcomes were often predictable. That a nation devoid of loyal supporters is a nation that has lost its purpose. Nonetheless, self-interest does not inherently contradict the notion of serving the empire or vanquishing enemies for its sake. In fact, personal ambition can sometimes catalyze potent positive energy. Not everyone can be a saint, and it is unreasonable to expect such from all. That would be an untenable demand. Personal gain may propel one to take the first step, and perhaps along the journey, one might offer their most precious loyalty and bravery in pursuit of that gain, and that would suffice. As the recruits were largely unfamiliar with one another, friendly exchanges were scarce. Cassius could only faintly catch snippets of hushed conversations, though even those were few and far between. That night, lulled by Gisman's snoring, Cassius slept soundly, opting not to enter the Gellan space to satiate his hunger. For in choosing to enlist, he had spent his last silver coin on a sufficient supply of black bread. Thus, Cassius, Gisman, and Bartle, three hearty eaters, commenced their ravenous feast the following day, as dawn broke with a gentle light. Cassius was abruptly roused from his slumber. Within the confines of the tent, the resonant symphony of snores persisted, with Gisman's rumble being the most thunderous of all. That in truth, not everyone shared Cassius's peculiar fondness for the sound of snoring. Many within the tent were unaccustomed to such nocturnal disturbances, and it was not uncommon for the newly enlisted soldiers, who had only just settled down after a restless night, to still be grappling with fatigue. Stealthily, Cassius rose from his cot and stepped outside the tent, inhaling the crisp morning air, which inexplicably invigorated him. However, the gnawing sensation of hunger in his abdomen rendered his expression somewhat resigned. Yet Cassius refrained from seeking a secluded spot to nourish himself in the realm of the astral. As this was an unfamiliar territory, and prudence was warranted, Cassius had always prioritized safety, and in this military camp he was far from familiar territory. After approximately half an hour, the nearby tents began to buzz with activity. As most of the new recruits had revived their spirits, patting their flat bellies in anticipation of breakfast. The morning meal was hardly lavish, consisting of a few pieces of commonplace black bread accompanied by steaming fish soup. Perhaps in recognition of Cassius and his companions being newcomers to the camp, there was no restriction on the amount of black bread each soldier could consume. Gisman and Bartle could not help but swallow hard at the sight of the mountainous pile of black bread. Had it not been for Cassius restraining them, they would likely have rushed forward to pillage the feast. Ahem, take it easy, Cassius advised, feeling the pangs of hunger, before approaching the bread and devouring it with earnest abandon. Following breakfast, the acting commander of the 5th Brigade's 2nd Battalion, Gatlin, assembled all the new recruits. By his side stood a number of soldiers, their presence exuding a palpable aura of ferocity, unmistakably seasoned veterans forged in the crucible of battle. However, Cassius was somewhat taken aback to observe several soldiers among them who were missing limbs. Momentarily bewildered, Cassius struggled to comprehend Gatlin's intentions. From the moment you stepped into this camp, savoring your first piece of black bread and your first sip of hot fish soup, you have become soldiers of the 2nd Battalion. Gatlin's voice boomed, bolstered by his imposing physique and the prominent scar on his cheek, instilling a sense of a be candid. I was once a platoon leader in this battalion. My company commander and battalion commander have perished, and all my fellow platoon leaders have fallen as well. Presently, I am the highest-ranking officer in the 2nd Battalion, hence I have assumed the role of acting commander. You may have noticed the soldiers beside me. Many of them are missing limbs that you feel a sense of pity for them. Let me assure you, they are the fortunate ones. It is you who should feel pity. They could have accepted generous compensation in gold dragons and departed, purchasing a plot of land to enjoy a life of ease. Yet, I chose to retain them. They're the veterans of the 2nd Battalion. True warriors who survive the battlefield. They will uphold the military structure of this battalion, and you will become your platoon leaders and company commanders, should you one day possess the ability to replace them. They will gladly pass their positions to you and depart the military with smiles on their faces. As Gatlin spoke, his fervor was palpable, his arms gesticulating animatedly, the clanging of his armor and the sword at his waist creating a rhythmic sound. Listening to this, Cassius gleaned a basic understanding of the 5th Brigade's 2nd Battalion. It appeared that during the last conflict, the entire battalion had been nearly decimated, shrinking from an original strength of 500 to a mere handful. In a bid to preserve the battalion's integrity, a large influx of new recruits was being summoned to restore its combat capability. Liza City was no benevolent realm, a fact Cassius had grasped from the outset. It was rife with war and slaughter. The sight of a battalion originally comprising 500 personnel now reduced to a pitiful 20 or 30 was indeed chilling. Yet, amidst the peril, this also signified an amplified opportunity for camaraderie in battle. The two aspects were inextricably linked. In this place, you can accumulate merit to attain the positions you deserve, even earning lands bestowed by the Empire, potentially ascending to the status of a noble. On the battlefield lies everything you must strive for. As long as you endure, anything is possible. Your fate rests in your hands. If you wish to avoid death on the battlefield, then commence learning the survival tactics from these warriors at this very moment. Gatlin proclaimed, gesturing towards the soldiers beside him, his face alight with enthusiasm. Cassius, listening below, felt a twinge of ennui. It was not that he dismissed Gatlin's words, but rather he yearned to be thrust into the fray of battle. A fervent sentiment that had long since lain dormant. Moreover, as time passed, he increasingly recognized the significance of strength. He yearned for the day he could acquire a set of nightly breathing techniques. Even the most rudimentary would suffice, and he would be willing to risk everything for it. He felt as though his body was akin to a large barrel, continuously filled with water from the outside. Yet the barrel's capacity remained fixed, and a tightly sealed lid prevented any influx. The existence of this lid was a source of frustration, for although energy was abundant, the barrier obstructed Cassius' absorption of it. He too aspired to ascend to knighthood, to experience the exhilarating sensation of wielding extraordinary power, to seize control of his own destiny. Surviving in this land, if one did not possess an exalted lineage, one must diligently strive to ascend the elusive pinnacle of knighthood. Once a knight was attained, even as a squire, one's status would transform instantaneously. These were stark realities. Strength equated to status. Taking a moment, Cassius surveyed his surroundings. They had gathered in what appeared to be a vast drill ground, with ample space to accommodate several hundred individuals, but he estimated there were no fewer than 400 to 500 new recruits. And with the seasoned veterans on stage, they could barely muster the appearance of a battalion. Typically, in the Empire of Tianlan, military organizations below the company level were structured in groups of 3, while at the company level and above, they operated in 5s. For instance, a company consisted of 3 platoons, and a platoon comprised 3 squads that a battalion encompassed 5 companies, while a brigade comprised 5 battalions. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, a standard battalion would typically comprise around 500 personnel. While not an overwhelming number, it was not insignificant either. The army at Pueblo had merely exceeded 600. Of course, in the context of Liza City's hundreds of thousands of soldiers, the strength of a single battalion was akin to comparing an elephant to a mouse. They were not even in the same numerical league. Yet this marked Cassius's first foothold within the official military structure of the Tianlan Empire. Following Gatlin's lengthy and impassioned address, logistical personnel distributed standard military uniforms and weapons to Cassius and the other recruits. The weapons could be broadly categorized into 2 types, spears and medium to long sabers. Both the arms and uniforms were pristine, prompting Cassius to marvel at the Empire's resources as he ran his fingers along the cold blade. A frown creased his brow. This sword, why is it so light? Although Cassius had little expertise in weaponry, he could still discern basic weight. the sword in his grasp, while new and gleaming black, evoked an initial impression of quality. However, upon closer inspection, it was rather thin for a weapon. It is not that Cassius is nitpicking. After wielding the lightweight battle knife a few times, the sensation of being utterly feeble left his complexion tinged with a faint green. Seizing an opportunity, he swung the blade at a nearby wooden post, and although the knife appeared sharp, upon closer inspection, his face grew even more pallid to his dismay. After just one strike, against a mere wooden post, the blade had already dulled. Cassius felt no inclination to voice his grievances. Initially, he thought himself unfortunate to have encountered such a wretched weapon. However, upon witnessing the identical expressions of dismay on the faces of Giesman and Bartle, he quickly abandoned that notion. Setting aside the questionable quality of the spears, the subpar craftsmanship of these medium-length blades was indeed disheartening. Cassius had previously marveled at the Empire's generosity, but at this moment, he truly wished to scream in frustration. This was utterly ridiculous. A weapon is a soldier's second life. Possessing a reliable weapon brings a sense of security. Yet wielding such a featherweight blade made Cassius feel profoundly unsettled. Even a brand-new knife of this kind could not compare to the well-worn but sturdier one he had received in the Vanguard Company at Puya Fortress, though he longed to inquire how one could possibly engage in battle with such inferior weaponry. The pervasive silence around him stifled his words. Sometimes, turning a blind eye is a virtue. Meanwhile, the impassioned speech delivered earlier by Captain Gatlin was now a distant memory as he stood within his private military tent. Gripping the gossamer blade with fervor and struck it against the wooden table, the blade lodged itself deep into the wood, and Gatlin's expression darkened as he exerted force, splitting the table with a resounding crack. Curse it, those scoundrels in the logistics unit. How dare they present such shoddy weapons? He clenched the hilt tightly, feeling the tremors reverberate through the blade, his mood growing increasingly irate. Was it not a travesty to present such weapons? The memory of his comrades frequently encountering broken swords in previous battles gnawed at him, intensifying his ire. Those ravenous curs! Gatlin muttered a curse under his breath, yet he could only indulge in this private rant. To voice such grievances publicly would be unwise. Though he harbored no fear of offending those unscrupulous individuals, he dreaded the thought that, should he speak out, he might find himself deprived of even these flimsy blades in the future. The logistics unit's backing was too formidable for him to contend with. Chapter 42. The captain's anxiety. In truth, Gatlin found himself in a predicament. His ascent to the role of acting captain was largely due to the decimation of senior officers within the 2nd Battalion of the 5th Regiment, which had paved the way for his unanticipated rise. Furthermore, he was the last person to witness the old battalion commander, who entrusted him with the deeply concealed knight's breathing technique before taking his final breath. Gatlin remained uncertain whether the old commander intended for him to pass this technique on to someone specific, perhaps even to himself. When the commander's family arrived to claim the body, Gatlin refrained from relinquishing the knight's breathing technique. Although he understood that the commander's dying wish was likely for him to deliver this technique to his kin, it remained merely a possibility. Thus, he discreetly concealed the technique and developed a habit of wandering outside the tent under the cover of darkness to clear his mind. Old comrades speculated that he was merely shaken from the battlefield and needed to decompress. In truth, Gatlin seized this opportunity to contemplate the knight's breathing technique under the luminous moonlight. Lacking innate talent, but blessed with diligence, he persisted until one fateful day, he unlocked a crucial pathway and condensed a small vortex of energy within his body. He successfully ascended to the rank of knight, an apprentice knight. Though he occupied the lowest tier of the knightly hierarchy, he stood above the vast majority of others. Taking that step meant that everything had changed. Thus, the newly minted knight Gatlin swiftly ascended to the position of acting captain. Although this rapid ascent might seem extraordinary, it was not uncommon for a knight to lead a standard infantry battalion. Not every location was akin to Puya Fortress, where even a commander of what was deemed a sacrificial Vanguard Company was a mere apprentice knight. Knights were not as plentiful in the world as one might imagine. Typically, an ordinary infantry battalion would be fortunate to have an apprentice knight among its ranks to the height of his life-journey. Gatlin reveled in his newfound strength and elevated status within the army, both worthy of celebration. Yet, deep within, he harbored a persistent sense of anxiety and uncertainty. His current circumstances stemmed from the knight's breathing technique bestowed upon him by the late commander. Without it, he would still be a lowly platoon leader, fervently hoping to earn recognition for his efforts and bravery during assaults. Those who have achieved success ought to wield the power to shape their destinies. No one would dare critique your present glory based on your past actions, as you have rendered them utterly incapable of comparison. Gatlin's sole desire now was to effectively lead this infantry battalion. Only then could he alleviate the turmoil within his heart. Easing the burdens of his conscience, he endeavored to shake off the psychological weight imposed by the deceased commander. After distributing uniforms and weapons, it was time to organize the 400 to 500 new recruits into a cohesive unit. The veterans approached one another, sizing each other up, and soon, Cassius found himself under the command of an unassuming, slightly portly middle-aged man. I am Nadas, currently serving as the captain of the 3rd Company, and I will henceforth oversee your military training. That a company typically comprises around 100 men, generally divided into 3 platoons, each further segmented into 3 squads, alongside the captain's personal guard, resulting in a standard company structure of 10 squads in practice, while there exists a military unit termed a platoon between the company and squad. Many armies forego this division for the sake of simplicity, particularly in new recruit units. In the infantry battalion that Gatlin belonged to, certain rules from the new recruit units were also adhered to, such as the absence of any military units between the company and squad. I require 10 squad leaders, 5 of whom will be veterans, while the remaining 5 will be selected from among you new recruits. Nadas strolled leisurely before Cassius, frequently displaying a benevolent smile, exuding an approachable demeanor akin to that of a friendly neighbor. Yet, Cassius continually reminded himself not to be deceived by Captain Nadas's affable facade. Anyone who had survived the treacherous battlefield and earned the trust of the acting Captain Gatlin to lead the 3rd Company was, in truth, no naive fool. Sometimes, appearances can be the most misleading of all, and Cassius maintained a solemn expression, awaiting developments. It is worth noting that both Bartle and Giesman were also assigned to the 3rd Company, and Cassius surmised that the veterans' earlier sizing up was likely a discussion regarding which new recruits they sought to claim. Since Bartle and Giesman had stood alongside Cassius, their assignment to the same company was hardly surprising. Out of the 10 squad leader positions, 5 had already been claimed by veterans, leaving 5 remaining, according to Captain Nadas. These would be filled by the most outstanding new recruits. Cassius exchanged glances with Bartle and Giesman, and they resolved to claim 3 of the squad leader positions. That, of course, merely desiring the title of squad leader was insufficient. One needed to possess the requisite strength to back it up. Cassius was unperturbed in this regard, for both Bartle and Giesman had undergone significant enhancements to their abilities, courtesy of the transformation from the ancient tree leaves. While not yet masters, Cassius estimated that they could easily dominate among this group of new recruits. 100 new recruits will be divided into 10 groups of 10. The victors of intra-group battles will advance to the reserves, and then the 10 winners will engage in a final melee, with the ultimate 5 being awarded the title of squad leader. After Nadas briefly introduced the rules, he surveyed the somewhat chaotic scene before him and signaled for silence by pressing his hands downwards. I will designate an area for the competitors. Once your feet leave the designated zone, it signifies elimination. That I must remind you that this is merely a simple selection competition, and no intentional harm or irreversible injury to others is permitted. Anyone found deliberately causing harm will be disqualified. Chapter 43. Go away. Nadas circled around the open space ahead, roughly outlining a relatively spacious area, which he then subdivided into 10 smaller sections, each approximately twice the size of the modest tent where Cassius had stayed the previous night. While not expansive, it was sufficient for 10 individuals to engage in combat. Cassius discreetly exchanged glances with Bartle and Gismond, hoping they would distance themselves from one another. Otherwise, it would lead to considerable confusion if they ended up in the same group for combat. Under the guidance of a veteran, Cassius stepped into the 4th small arena, standing at the edge and observing the remaining individuals desperately squeezing into the center, which struck him as oddly humorous. After all, none of them would become the squad leader, So why exert themselves so fervently? Cassius leisurely crossed his arms, awaiting the command from Nadas, the captain. Seeing the intense competition unfolding, Nadas nodded in satisfaction. Such vitality was precisely what the army required. Competition is vital for the growth and strengthening of the military. An ironclad army does not need soft, incessant chatter, but rather requires the kind of grit forged in the crucible of battle. Nadas's gaze swept from the far left to the far right, and then back again. His attention momentarily halted as he frowned, noticing a half-grown child idly standing at the edge of the circle. Arms crossed, seemingly indifferent. This lad certainly enjoys his leisure. At such a young age, he exhibits no sense of competition. This is a matter of attitude. Perhaps he is contemplating simply withdrawing. Well, he is still just a child. Nadas tightened and then relaxed his grip on the sword at his waist. While he found Cassius's fearless demeanor quite distasteful, he was not inclined to hold a grudge against a mere child. Cassius sensed a piercing gaze fixated on his back. Upon turning around, he found nothing amiss, shrugged, and dismissed it. The selection begins with a command from Captain Nadas. The fervor of the scene escalated to a new height. In the center of each small arena, groups of 10 engaged in fierce combat. Due to Nadas's prior warning, the initial exchanges were relatively restrained, with everyone merely intent on pushing their opponents out of the circle. However, as the intensity of the battles escalated, the fighters began to show no mercy towards one another. Blood began to stain the expansive training ground, and Cassius stood at the periphery, observing the tussles of the new recruits at the center of the small arena. Perhaps due to his own not-so-imposing stature and his position at the edge, no one had yet targeted Cassius since the selection commenced in Cassius's circle. 4 of the original 10 had already been eliminated, leaving 6, including himself. From Cassius's vantage point, he noticed several of the remaining competitors were already showing signs of injury, struggling to move. It seemed they would not last much longer. Once more, Cassius surveyed the entire field, noting that several small arenas had already determined their victors, with Bartle and Gismund standing out prominently. The reason was simple. These two were exceptionally eye-catching. Bartel's tall and robust frame was a rarity among the recruits, especially after having bested the other 9. As for Gismund, despite having undergone a transformation thanks to the leaves of the ancient tree, his naturally slight build was still apparent due to his age. Even though his petite frame harbored tremendous strength, it did little to diminish his conspicuousness. Cassius smirked slightly. These two certainly enjoyed being in the spotlight. Silently stepping forward, he raised his hand, observing the 6 new recruits still preparing for potential attacks, and chuckled softly. "Why don't you all come at me together?" Cassius leaned forward, palm up, and subtly beckoned with his index finger in a provocative gesture. The 6 recruits paused, their gazes shifting to Cassius before glancing around, seemingly searching for a sound source other than him. "Hurry up, all of you. I'm in a rush," Cassius spoke again, retracting his right hand and stepping forward once more. "Are you looking for trouble, you little brat?" One of the more robust recruits spat, charging towards Cassius. Soft targets are always easier to handle, and the recruits had previously ignored Cassius due to the urgency of their battles, compounded by his seemingly harmless position at the edge. Now, with Cassius boldly presenting himself, it was only natural that they would be tempted. Very well. Cassius swiftly turned, extending both arms toward the robust recruit as he charged, immediately twisting the recruit's arms behind his back, applying just the right amount of pressure to produce a satisfying crack. "Keep your mouth clean from now on," Cassius remarked nonchalantly, delivering a swift kick to the recruit's backside, sending him sprawling out of the small arena. "I'll kill you, you little mutt." The humiliated recruit, unwilling to let the matter rest, failed to realize that if Cassius could subdue him so easily, killing him would be a mere trifle. Humiliation and anger clouded his judgment. Perhaps he recognized the folly of his actions, but the fury guiding him compelled him forward, forcing him to take a step driven by rage. "Get out of here." A sharp rebuke rang out as a nearby veteran overseeing the small arena chastised the robust recruit, swiftly delivering a kick to his abdomen, toppling the burly man onto the ground. Exceeding the boundary has resulted in disqualification. The old soldier, with a fierce demeanor, spoke menacingly as a veteran who had traversed the battlefield. He naturally exuded an aura of intimidation that could easily unnerve a few fresh recruits who had never faced combat. The robust new soldier paled slightly, refraining from further comment, to eye in the distance. Nadas instinctively licked his cracked lips, appearing contemplative. Chapter 44. The 10th promotion after Cassius kicked the sturdy recruit aside, the remaining 5 regarded him with newfound apprehension. They understood that this seemingly frail young man possessed strength that belied his physique and age. The 5 quietly conspired together. Initially viewing one another as rivals, they began to unite in the face of Cassius's presence. Cassius remained unfazed, although his physical prowess could not rival that of knights imbued with extraordinary power. He could certainly handle 5 or 6 grown men. Moreover, these individuals were far from reaching the standard of true robustness. Cassius advanced a few paces, his movements fluid, and, to the astonishment of the 5 new recruits, he effortlessly seized the one standing furthest to the right and hurled him away 8 times. Demonstrating one's abilities and strength is not mere ostentation, but rather a form of survival wisdom. After all, if someone appreciates your strength, you may be spared much unnecessary trouble that a little while later. Cassius stood firmly in place, his gaze fixed on the eliminated recruits, his expression indifferent. Gradually, the battles in the 10 small arenas approached their conclusion. Cassius stood alongside Gizman and Bartle, awaiting the commencement of the next election round. Nadas took a couple of steps forward, approaching Cassius and the other 10. Cassius sensed Nadas, the team leader, fixing his gaze upon him, an enigmatic sensation that led Cassius to trust his instincts. Next, the 10 of you shall engage in mutual combat within a similarly sized circle. Those who are pushed beyond the boundaries of the circle will be eliminated, and the final 5 remaining will be awarded the positions of squad leaders, along with the rank of corporal. Nadas declared authoritatively, pausing deliberately beside Cassius to cast him a meaningful glance to eye in the Celestial Empire's promotion system. In addition to the bestowal of positions, ranks are also conferred. Generally, a position entitles one to a military stipend, and a rank also grants a separate stipend. For instance, if Cassius were to become a squad leader while simultaneously receiving the rank of corporal, he would be entitled to 2 stipends upon disbursement. Typically, a squad leader in the Imperial Army would be awarded the rank of sergeant, yet due to Cassius and his companions being newly conscripted recruits, despite displaying extraordinary prowess that warranted the squad leader position, they would still have to ascend the ranks gradually. Cassius contemplated this, feeling a sense of satisfaction at being granted the position of squad leader and the rank of corporal so soon after joining the military. After all, many seasoned veterans had fought on the battlefield for over a decade, only to rise to the rank of senior soldier with the title of corporal. The 10 recruits formed their stances within the small circle, with Cassius, Gizman, and Bartle coalescing into a cohesive unit. The other 7 paired off into small alliances, standing in opposition to one another. These soldiers, having emerged from a pool of nearly 100 new recruits, were notably stronger in both physique and spirit than those Cassius had encountered previously. Despite his confidence in himself, Bartle, and Gizman, Cassius remained vigilant and prepared for the battle ahead. In that moment, a pair of recruits set their sights on Cassius and his group. Within this trio, aside from Bartle's imposing stature, both Cassius and Gizman went largely unnoticed. Their primary focus was directed towards Bartle, and the outcome was evident as both Cassius and Gizman effortlessly ejected their adversaries from the small circle. Simultaneously, Cassius continued to observe the skirmishes among the others, surprised to witness 2 robust recruits being decisively defeated by a slender young T that moment. The 4 remaining recruits cowered in fear, hesitating to launch any attacks against the lean youth. The young man's gaze was icy, clad in an ill-fitting dark green military uniform that appeared oversized, making him seem somewhat comical. Noticing Cassius's scrutiny, he turned, his eyes glinting with a taunting challenge. Meanwhile, a gaunt young man clad in dark green military attire dashed towards Cassius. His fists were clenched tightly, and the sound of rushing wind accompanied his approach. Cassius let out a cold shout and lunged forward, their fists colliding in the air, but a surge of turmoil erupted within Cassius, causing him to stagger back several steps. The young man's expression also darkened slightly, the soles of his shoes scraping against the ground with a piercing screech as he too was forced back, albeit to a lesser degree than Cassius. Yet he ultimately failed to maintain his balance. Cassius regarded the slender youth with a complex gaze, his eyes glinting with a myriad of emotions. There was no doubt that this young man had not yet ascended to knighthood. Had he done so, that blow would have sent Cassius tumbling out of this small arena. The absence of knighthood implied that this slender youth remained an ordinary individual, without mastery over extraordinary powers. Cassius had always believed that beneath the rank of knight, he was invincible in terms of raw strength. However, it appeared that there were indeed greater forces at play, and sometimes it was prudent to remain humble and discreet. The complex gaze Cassius directed at the young man was mirrored by the astonished look the youth cast towards Roland. Though the recent skirmish seemed to favor him, he understood that he had initiated the attack first. It was only as he approached Cassius that the latter chose to retaliate. This indicated that in their recent confrontation, he had been thoroughly prepared and had harnessed the momentum of his charge from afar. Yet, even with such advantages, he had only managed to gain a slight edge over his opponent. This implied that, under normal circumstances, he might not stand a chance against this seemingly innocuous individual. Chapter 45. A promising future, although Cassius was still unfamiliar with the slender man in dark green military garb. An instinctive awareness told him that this individual was no ordinary foe, at the very least. He was not someone whom Cassius could easily overpower. Cassius' demeanor turned cautious, despite his previous defeat stemming from overconfidence. A loss was a loss, and there was little justification to be found in it. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt the strength coursing through his fingertips and allowed a confident smile to return to his lips. It was powerful adversaries that he relished the most, for only such formidable opponents could impart the pressure necessary to fuel his growth. After a brief moment of contemplation, the slender young man charged at Cassius once more. His speed impressive, Cassius' brow furrowed deeply. Although he was now fully on guard, he felt utterly unprepared to best this slender youth. Despite not having attained knighthood, the young man exuded an aura that suggested he surpassed even those who wielded extraordinary powers. Although Cassius could not fathom the source of this unsettling sensation, he silently acknowledged that he had indeed encountered a worthy challenger. As their fists clashed once more in the air, this time both combatants were adequately prepared. Refusing to yield any ground, Cassius maneuvered to the left, aiming to launch an attack from the side. The slender youth, harboring a similar intent, swiftly pivoted, unexpectedly invading Cassius' rear. Feeling the sharp sound of air slicing behind him, Cassius' expression tightened. This slender young man was indeed formidable. Had he not fortuitously moved from his previous position, he might have succumbed to that fierce assault. Nevertheless, Cassius was no novice. Through these exchanges, he had begun to discern the young man's patterns of attack. Rapid, precise, and ruthless. Feigning vulnerability, Cassius deliberately presented several openings, each time appearing to buckle under the onslaught. In truth, this was merely a ruse to bait the slender youth. When Cassius sensed that his opponent had grown complacent, it would be the perfect moment for him to strike. Once again, the slender youth's aggressive assault knocked Cassius to the ground, and he coughed up blood. Jaismin and Bartle rushed forward, intent on assisting him, but Cassius, still focused on the slender youth, gestured for them to stay back, signaling clearly that he required no aid as the slender youth began to lower his guard. Approaching him with reckless abandon, Cassius suddenly groaned and sprang from the ground. His seemingly frail frame, Cassius once again let out a silent, bitter smile. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, they are met with soldiers. When water comes, it is met with earth. Some matters are simply unavoidable. Although his interactions with Captain Nadas were still quite limited, Cassius had an inexplicable feeling that events would inevitably unfold between them. This sentiment was vague, yet instilled in him a sense of conviction. However, things were not entirely bleak. The position of squad leader, though modest, could still be considered a formal officer role within the regular army of the Tianlan Empire. While the rank of private was somewhat lowly, it was still a significant improvement over that of a mere foot soldier. Cassius was a person who found it difficult to be satisfied. Yet he was also easily contented. He lamented the fleeting beauty of the world, while simultaneously experiencing the reality of his own existence, acutely aware of the gap between his aspirations and abilities. He took satisfaction in every small advancement, yet he also lamented the uncertainty of the future. Nevertheless, Cassius never felt troubled by his current status, for he understood that this was merely a temporary phase. He possessed the confidence to ascend step by step, always seeking his own pursuits and fulfillment atop that seemingly infinite mountain peak. Chapter 46. The Rank of Private. With the selection process now concluded, Cassius, along with Gizman and Bartle, had successfully become squad leaders in the 5th Battalion of the 3rd Division of the Shahu Corps. Holding the rank of private, each squad leader received a monthly salary of 2 silver wolves, while the rank of private provided an additional silver wolf as a subsidy, totaling 3 silver wolves. While this may seem modest, considering that Cassius's infantry battalion comprised 500 soldiers, with at least 50 squad leaders among them, the total monthly expenditure for just one infantry battalion surpassed 1,000 silver wolves. If converted to gold dragons, that amounted to 100. A single gold dragon could sustain an ordinary family for an entire year. So one can imagine the weight of 100 gold dragons. This was merely the monthly salary expenditure of one infantry battalion. It was said that cavalry salaries were significantly higher than those of infantry. What if we were to calculate the expenses for an entire regiment, division, or even a corps? At that point, the monthly military expenditures would reach hundreds of thousands of gold dragons in addition to daily living expenses. There were also provisions for weapons and armor. Furthermore, if soldiers fell valiantly in battle, their families would require substantial compensation. Thus, the challenges of maintaining an army become evident. It is not solely a matter of financial expenditure. One must also consider the combat effectiveness of the army, the type of warfare it is suited for, and the loyalty it holds towards its commander. Cassius could now comprehend why the fortress of Puya only managed to assemble an army of less than 1,000 men. It was not due to a lack of suitable recruits, but rather because Puya's tax revenues were insufficient for Lord Coulson to continue expanding his military forces, excluding those noble lords with family support. The lives of ordinary noble lords were often quite dire. If they wished to avoid being bullied by other lords, they had to expand their military forces. However, with limited tax revenue, investing all of it into the army would mean sacrificing their lavish lifestyles. Yet, having ascended from humble beginnings to the ranks of nobility, it is only natural for one to desire to indulge in the pleasures of noble life. Therefore, many lords turned their attention to the impoverished citizens, seeking to extract their last remaining savings to sustain their opulent existence. This reflects the grim reality faced by the majority of nobles in the Tianlan Empire today. The Tianlan Empire has existed for thousands of years, and throughout this time, the noble system has undergone numerous transformations. The image of the first generation of hard-working and ambitious nobles has gradually faded into obscurity with the passage of time. Many of the current nobles are descendants of those first-generation aristocrats, having diluted their ancestral glory and lacking the qualifications and capabilities to restore it. It is far easier to descend into luxury than to return to frugality. These nobles have grown accustomed to a naturally luxurious lifestyle, devoting their energies to mutual comparisons, even willing to spend thousands or tens of thousands of gold dragons on exquisite jewelry. Naturally, these gold dragons are to be paid for by the impoverished commoners. This is an inherently unjust world, where fairness is a concept that no one will readily grant. The principles of fairness can only be established upon the foundation of a sufficiently sharp sword. Dressed in the distinctive uniform of a squad leader, the primary difference from that of a common soldier lay in the black-blue shoulder straps adorned with a hand-embroidered white wolf. The white wolf stood out prominently against the dark fabric, and Cassius lowered his head to take a glance, running his fingers over it, finding it remarkably soft. As Cassius understood, the white wolf typically signified a non-commissioned officer. A private would have one white wolf embroidered, a corporal two, and so forth, with a sergeant major naturally featuring 4AS for the insignia of ranks above second lieutenant. They were primarily denoted by purple minks. Generally, officers would have a single purple mink embroidered on their chest, with distinctions of rank indicated through the shoulder straps. For instance, a second lieutenant would have a purple 6-pointed star embroidered on their strap, while a lieutenant would have 2. Overall, the distinctions were not overly complicated. Cassius had previously observed a purple mink on Captain Nadas' chest, accompanied by an exceptionally prominent purple 6-pointed star on his shoulder. This indicated that Captain Nadas held the rank of second lieutenant. However, it was quite rare for a captain in the regular army of the Tianlan Empire to hold the rank of second lieutenant. This was an unusual circumstance. Cassius speculated that it was likely due to the heavy losses sustained by the infantry battalion, leading to a significant shortage of officers, such as captains and battalion leaders, necessitating the promotion of many squad leaders and platoon leaders from the lower ranks. While their positions had been elevated, their ranks were still somewhat constrained, which was a customary practice within the imperial military. The military rank is held in high regard, if military positions signify the empire's acknowledgement of one's abilities. Then rank represents one's honor. The pursuit of fame and fortune has always attracted many. Cassius mentally reviewed some common knowledge about the Tianlan Empire's military, once again fixating on the white wolf on his shoulder. Feeling a tinge of melancholy, the road ahead was still long, and the effort and hardships required to continue on this journey would undoubtedly be considerable. However, Cassius relished such challenges, believing that a life devoid of any challenge was the most tedious of all. It was through overcoming successive challenges that he could unleash his fullest potential and attain profound satisfaction in both body and mind. In the martial training ground, Cassius and the other 9 squad leaders stood at the forefront, while Nada stood on a raised platform, assigning new recruits to each squad leader. Cassius felt a twinge of ennui, his gaze slightly drifting to the sides, a sense of disinterest creeping in. Deke stepped forward. You belong to the 6th squad. The 6th squad? Cassius was momentarily taken aback. Was he not the squad leader of the 6th squad? Previously in the Vanguard Company, he had been the squad leader of the 6th squad. And now, upon arriving here, he had once again claimed this fortunate number. Cassius forced himself to concentrate. He was in the process of assigning new recruits and needed to respond with some degree of distinction. The new recruit, Deke, was called by name and walked towards Cassius. Cassius cast a fleeting glance, curiosity compelling him to discern the demeanor of the soldiers under his command. Chapter 47. Private Dirk. Cassius felt an inexplicable connection to this Dirk. Upon scrutinizing the visage of the new recruit named Dirk, Cassius silently mused. Indeed, Dirk was the slender man with whom he had just engaged in a contest of skill. Cassius had nearly been bested by him, and given Dirk's capabilities, assuming the role of squad leader would have posed little challenge. However, due to the regulations established by Captain Nasta, he was destined to remain a private for the time being. Earlier, during their altercation, Cassius had sent Dirk tumbling out of the arena, thus disqualifying him from the leadership contest. Now, this former adversary had become one of his soldiers. Strangely, Cassius felt a twinge of amusement. After assigning the new recruits to various squads, Nasta designated new encampments for each team. Previously, Cassius had shared a tent with Bartle and Giesman, but that arrangement was no longer feasible, according to Nasta's new regulations. Each squad was allocated a standard military tent, accommodating 10 individuals, including the squad leader. As for Captain Nasta, he naturally merited a private tent of his own. Once these matters were settled, twilight descended, and, at Captain Nasta's command, Cassius escorted the new recruits of the 6th squad to their assigned tent for rest. After a day fraught with skirmishes, fatigue washed over him as he reclined on the somewhat musty bedding. An overwhelming drowsiness enveloping his entire being. Summoning what little energy he could muster, Cassius began to observe the individuals within the tent. These men would soon be regarded as his soldiers, with a solemn expression. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his gaze fixated on a slender figure in the corner of the tent. Dirk, Cassius called out, attempting to conjure a smile. Alas, this endeavor proved futile, for the lanky youth merely paused momentarily in folding his bedding, continuing his task without so much as a glance in Cassius's direction, seemingly disinterested in engaging. That Cassius's lips twitched with irritation. He was certain that the lad had heard him, yet the indifference was palpable. Although Cassius prided himself on his composure, being overlooked in such a public setting was undeniably disheartening. Fixating on the lanky figure, Cassius rose and took a few steps forward, positioning himself directly in front of Dirk, striving to adopt the gentlest tone possible. Dirk, perhaps his voice had risen a tad too much, for the slender youth flinched, lifting his head with an impassive expression, his cold gaze locking onto Cassius. What is it? You are quite skilled. Despite feeling somewhat put off by Dirk's rigid demeanor, Cassius chose not to dwell on it. After all, Everyone possesses their own temperament, which is entirely normal. Yet, you were still bested by me. As Dirk uttered these words, a flicker of emotion softened his otherwise stony visage, his eyes revealing a hint of something unusual. Nevertheless, Cassius interpreted it as a trace of bitterness. Perhaps we could become friends. There's no need for such coldness and rigidity. Cassius shrugged, genuinely wishing to forge a connection with the slender youth, as he was the first individual beneath the knightly facade to evoke a sense of danger in him. Communication among the strong is often straightforward. A simple exchange of blows can forge bonds of camaraderie. Though Cassius had never considered himself a strong individual, this principle of interaction remained applicable. Friends. Dirk's lips moved, seemingly on the verge of articulating more. Yet Cassius could only discern these two words, as long as we aren't brothers. That's acceptable, Dirk murmured, abruptly interrupting Cassius's intended response that, of course, aside from being friends, you remain my subordinate. Private Dirk. Cassius placed his hands gently on Dirk's shoulders, feeling his body tremble slightly, before withdrawing his hand softly. You should get some rest. Within the tent, all faces were unfamiliar. Bartle and Giesman had now assumed the roles of squad leaders in other teams and no longer shared quarters with Cassius. After wishing everyone a good night, he lay upon the somewhat coarse bedding and succumbed to slumber without hesitation. During the night, rhythmic snores filled the tent, and Cassius, lulled by the familiar sounds, slept soundly until the break of dawn. The tent was white, allowing the sunlight to stream through unobstructed. As the sun poured in, Cassius naturally awoke, and upon the assembly command, he gathered the new recruits of the 6th Squad at the training ground. After exchanging greetings with Bartle and Giesman, Cassius turned his attention to Captain Nasta, for he was now under the latter's command, and it was prudent to heed certain protocols. Why regulations are few. We will conduct minor training every 3 days and major training every 10 days. During this time, you are to arrange yourselves as instructed. Outside of these periods, you may remain within the camp, but your movements are restricted to a radius of 3 kilometers. Captain Nasta appeared quite relaxed and amiable today. After outlining these guidelines, he dismissed everyone. Cassius's expression revealed surprise upon hearing of the training schedule, recalling that during his time in the Vanguard Company, daily military drills had been the norm. Those were merely the private soldiers of a lord, and the Vanguard Company had played a role akin to cannon fodder. Now, in the ranks of the Imperial Regular Army in Liza City, was military discipline truly this lax? Although Cassius does not believe that daily training alone can forge a formidable army, he is certain that if one cannot even commit to consistent training, the prospects of becoming a strong military force are bleak. Training every 3 days implies that 2 of those days are essentially wasted, leading to diminished effectiveness on the 3rd day. Initially, Cassius regarded this as a significant blunder in the Imperial military's decision-making. However, as he spent more time in the barracks, he gradually grasped the underlying implications. On days designated for minor training, it is customary to double the supply of black bread, ensuring that the ordinary soldiers are adequately nourished, while on major training days, they might even enjoy a sumptuous meal of stewed meat. The reason behind this is that training demands considerable energy expenditure. Without sufficient energy replenishment, not only is training rendered ineffective, but even standing upright becomes a challenge. In such circumstances, training is clearly ill-advised. Nevertheless, to ensure both the efficacy of training and to maximize cost-effectiveness, conducting minor training every 3 days and major training every 10 days is not an unfeasible approach. Having spent a month in the 2nd Battalion, Cassius has begun to familiarize himself with the routines within the barracks. His battalion is part of the 5th Brigade of the 3rd Division of the Featherless Legion. Typically, generals at various levels prefer to assign their elite troops to the foremost military formations. For instance, within the 3rd Division of the Featherless Legion, the 1st and 2nd Brigades have always been regarded as the elite, enjoying the finest weaponry and the highest quality recruits. Reflecting on this, Cassius cannot help but glance at the new recruits under his command, most of whom possess a rather frail physique, with robust individuals like Bartle being a rare sight. The 2nd Battalion belongs to the 5th Brigade of the 3rd Division. It is evident that the resources available at the brigade level are significantly less than those allocated to other elite forces. Furthermore, the brigade commander has a penchant for concentrating the limited resources on the 1st Infantry Battalion. which means that despite the relatively high ranking of Cassius's 2nd Battalion, it is fundamentally no different from several other battalions. This disparity is evident from the gossamer thin weapon he previously received. However, having arrived at the 2nd Battalion, Cassius has no grievances. Although the initial conditions are subpar, there remains ample room for development. Using the 2nd Battalion as a springboard to greater heights is certainly a possibility, after a month of rigorous training and numerous drills. While the assembled formation still exhibits several flaws, they are at least able to coalesce. Generally, minor training involves each company conducting internal drills, while major training entails the consolidation of all 5 companies of the infantry battalion for large-scale exercises. Over the course of a month, Cassius has grown quite familiar with the 9 new recruits under his command. Aside from Dirk, who perpetually wears a stoic expression that leaves Cassius feeling challenged, the remaining 8 recruits exhibit respect and admiration towards him. In addition to acknowledging Cassius's prowess, they are profoundly impressed by his progressive ideas, as he always manages to capture everyone's attention. As the month of training concluded, the 2nd Battalion was assigned its first mission. Numerous watchtowers and fortifications surround the city of Liza, which typically require garrisoning troops, besides relaying messages of enemy incursions to the forces in Liza. Their primary purpose is to keep the enemy at bay as much as possible. After all, attracting the flames of war to the vicinity of Liza would undoubtedly cause significant upheaval, as the fertile lands surrounding the city are cultivated with rye for producing black bread. Therefore, if feasible, keeping the forces of the Changhan Kingdom beyond the border is the most desirable outcome. Consequently, the various legions stationed in Liza routinely rotate to perform defensive duties along the border. Currently, it is the turn of Cassius's Featherless Legion. The entire 3rd Division of the Featherless Legion is being deployed to the border for defensive operations against enemy incursions. It has been less than 3 months since the last offensive by the Changhan Kingdom. And generally, such a brief interval makes a second attack unlikely. From the tone of Captain Gadalon, Cassius senses a mixture of regret and relief. He is uncertain whether Captain Gadalon laments his own fate or the fact that the 500 new recruits in the 2nd Battalion will be spared from the harsh realities of the battlefield for a while longer. The 3rd Division of the Featherless Legion marches together, heading northward. After about an hour, Cassius can faintly discern a series of rudely constructed bamboo watchtowers and some fortifications made of piled stones. These fortifications are not particularly large. In Cassius's estimation, they are roughly a third the size of Puya Fortress, capable of sheltering around 1,000 soldiers. Hosting too many troops is impractical, as the fortifications are limited in size, providing scant space for direct confrontation when the enemy attacks. The border between the Tianlan Empire and the Changhan Kingdom is extensive, although the precise number of such fortifications capable of accommodating 1,000 troops is unknown. Cassius observes several within his line of sight. These fortifications form a strategic interlocking defense, ensuring that if one side is in peril, the others are ready to provide support. In front of each fortress, there are numerous small outposts that serve as vantage points for soldiers to conduct reconnaissance from a distance. The overall structure is quite commendable. Cassius leads the new recruits of the 6th Squad, following closely behind the company commander, Nastas, who, in turn, trails the battalion commander, Gatron. The entire division advances towards the surrounding fortresses, organized by battalion. Gatron directs the 2nd Battalion as it moves forward to the right front, the entire formation appearing somewhat disordered. However, considering that these are merely recruits who have been conscripted for a month, achieving this level of cohesion is already quite remarkable. The atmosphere among the troops is rather subdued. Apart from a few seasoned veterans, most are still novices, their understanding of the battlefield limited to a mixture of horror and fervor. They possess only vague notions of the brutality of combat, having never truly experienced it themselves. Although this journey merely entails a patrol of the border fortifications, it represents a novel experience for these recruits. They feel a blend of excitement, anxiety, and silence. This complex tapestry of emotions intertwines within them, rendering the entire army somber, evoking a sense more akin to a funeral procession than a force advancing towards the frontier. After approximately half an hour of following Nastas and Gatron towards the right front, Cassius finally arrives at their destination, the 8th fortress of designation, beat out along the way. He cannot help but marvel at the Empire's financial resources. Constructing a fortress such as this is no trivial endeavor. Chapter 49. The portly officer, Gerald Cassius, and his comrades follow Gatron towards the fortress known as 8th Fortress of Designation, B. This fortress bears a resemblance to the one Cassius previously encountered in terms of appearance. Its overall design leans towards practicality, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. From the ground, the fortress stands approximately 7 to 8 meters tall, its summit clearly visible. Such military fortifications primarily serve to house small contingents of troops. If constructed too grandly, they would lose their essence as war fortresses, in relative terms. This fortress, capable of accommodating over 1,000 soldiers, effectively serves to repel the enemy forces emanating from the kingdom of Chang'an. Once established, these small fortifications significantly contribute to the stability of the border. Should the kingdom of Chang'an seek to invade the principality of Tianlan, they must first dismantle these fortresses. Otherwise, even if they penetrate into the territory of the Tianlan Empire, they would find themselves in a precarious position. Entrusting one's rear to the enemy is a grave military blunder. Upon entering 8th Fortress of Designation B, they coincidentally encounter the garrison departing the fortress. After a brief exchange with the other officer, Gatron leads Cassius and the others inside. Upon entering, Cassius observes that while the fortress's exterior appears rather unremarkable, exuding a somewhat drab aesthetic, the interior resembles a grand hall. Equipped with various amenities, the fortress is divided into 2 levels. The front half of the first floor serves as a dining and activity area, while the rear half is partitioned into several small rooms. From Cassius's perspective, these rooms contain numerous beds, presumably intended for the soldiers stationed within the fortress. The second floor is also designated for resting, yet Cassius notices that the few small rooms towards the back contain only a single bed, and their environment is markedly superior to the others, that he glances subtly at Gatron and Nastas, contemplating that these accommodations are likely prepared for them. The fortress boasts numerous rooms, each outfitted with 10 sets of bedding, indicating that these rooms are designed for 10 occupants. However, the total number of rooms exceeds 50. Cassius muses that it would be feasible to house an additional infantry battalion within this fortress. As anticipated, shortly after Cassius's battalion settles into the fortress, another contingent of several hundred soldiers approaches. Judging by their numbers, they likely constitute an infantry battalion. Upon their arrival at 8th Fortress of Designation B, it is only natural for Gatron, as the battalion commander, to extend a welcome. This gesture serves to demonstrate respect for their allied forces and to foster good relations, especially since they will be jointly guarding the border for the next 3 months. By convention, several legions typically rotate every 3 months, and this time it has fortuitously fallen to the Xiaoyu Legion. Gatron approaches with a broad smile, intending to greet their allies. However, upon standing at the entrance and formally saluting, he is met with utter disregard from the opposing forces. Leading this army is a corpulent officer, short of stature, yet exceedingly rotund, his silver chainmail draping over his belly, presenting a rather incongruous sight. The portly officer casts a haughty glance at Gatron, his hands brushing against the chainmail on his abdomen, producing a sharp sound. "Which legion do you belong to?" The portly officer's inquiry elicits a twitch at the corner of Gatron's mouth. His tone is excessively arrogant, as if he were a division commander commanding tens of thousands of troops. Moreover, as his army arrived later, it would be a basic courtesy to first announce his designation. Yet, it is evident that such notions hold no weight for this portly officer, who openly displays contempt. Even Cassius, observing from the sidelines, feels a shiver run down his spine, imagining the humiliation Gatron must be experiencing. "I apologize, but please provide your army designation and display your banner. Otherwise, I cannot verify your identity." Gatron's voice now brims with indignation, having been provoked by the officer's insolence. "I'm the one interrogating you." The portly officer, evidently not one to back down, becomes increasingly sullen as Gatron refuses to concede. "I regret to inform you that we have received orders from the military headquarters to garrison at 8th Fortress of Designation B. And we arrived here first. We have a right to conduct a thorough examination and inquiry of anyone wishing to enter the fortress." As he speaks, Gatoran's gaze fixes firmly on the portly officer, the height difference allowing him to adopt a commanding stance. "Are you seeking trouble with me?" The portly officer's expression darkens, his left hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his sidearm. "I am merely fulfilling my duty." Gatron, still brimming with youthful fervor, is further incensed by the portly officer's condescending demeanor. "Bring our banner to him, so he understands the meaning of looking down on others." The portly officer's face turns a shade darker, his skin twitching as he locks eyes with Gatron, a glimmer of murderous intent emerging. The 3rd Division, 1st Legion, 2nd Battalion. When the Azure Lightning banner, unique to the Tianlan Empire, appeared before Gatlin, he found himself whispering the small inscription at the bottom of the flag. As he recited it softly, a pallor of distress washed over his face. This was the 1st Regiment, specifically the 2nd Battalion, the elite among elites. Not to mention that he, Gatlin, commanded a battalion largely filled with inexperienced recruits. Even the most distinguished company within the 5th Regiment could not compare to such formidable prowess. The disparity was akin to that between a merely robust child and a seasoned warrior well-versed in martial arts. From Cassius's perspective, it was evident that Gatlin, the battalion commander, exhibited a slight tremor in his hands, quickly masked by a facade of composure and a seemingly natural smile. Yet Cassius knew he was not mistaken. Gatlin had just been gripped by fear, astonished by the identity of the rotund officer and the formidable army he represented. The disparity in army designations and structures could not be overstated. Though Cassius had limited direct experience, he had absorbed enough information through hearsay to grasp the situation. The 3rd Division, when discussing elite, ace regiments, would invariably highlight the 1st and 2nd Regiments, with the 1st Regiment holding a superior position over the 2nd. Presently, the rotund officer commanded a battalion from the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Regiment, and Cassius surmised that even doubling the combat strength of his own battalion would prove futile against such elite forces. As Cassius pondered this, he observed how Gatlin would respond. "Please, come in," Gatlin said, his expression a peculiar mix of embarrassment and awkwardness. He had underestimated the rotund officer, instinctively assuming he was merely a ragtag soldier from some obscure unit, not realizing that he had inadvertently provoked the elite of the 1st Regiment. Clearly, Gatlin possessed his own standards of assessment. At the very least, he did not cling to false bravado in this matter. The moment that forced smile graced his lips, he conceded defeat. He was simply not equipped to contend with such an elite army. It was an impractical endeavor, a mere level 1 apprentice knight. Newly acquainted with the powers of mockery, he lacked the foundation and status within the military to challenge such an esteemed force. Initially, he had maintained a facade capable of sustaining it against an ordinary army. But facing the elite of the 1st Regiment, Gatlin could no longer remain composed. "Now, could you enlighten me as to which army this is? I am curious to see who dares to confront me directly." The rotund officer, Gerald, sneered, his gaze fixed on Gatlin. The faint smile that Gatlin had managed to muster faltered, as he recognized that resolving the situation today would not be a simple task. Behind him stood numerous soldiers from the 2nd Battalion. He had to maintain some semblance of dignity, lest he lose the respect necessary to command his troops in the future. Standing tall, Gatlin faced the rotund officer, Gerald, with apparent bravery. "5th Regiment?" "Ah," Gerald scoffed, shaking his ample form. "Remember this. Open your eyes wide in the future. Some individuals are not to be trifled with." With a dismissive snort, Gerald turned to storm into the fortress, barking, "Good dog." Don T blocked the way. Gatlin instinctively reached for his sword at his waist, but upon meeting Gerald's bloodthirsty gaze, he inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge and slowly stepping aside. Cassius and the other soldiers of the 2nd Battalion were herded into the fortress's 1st floor, including Gatlin. The entire 2nd floor had been occupied by Gerald and his troops. With around 70 to 80 rooms on the 2nd floor, protocol dictated it should not be fully occupied. Nonetheless, Gatlin and his men were barred from residing there. The 1st floor had fewer available rooms, approximately 50, which Cassius and his comrades filled to capacity. Cassius felt that Gerald's actions were unnecessarily extreme, projecting an air of superiority as though to announce his own prowess. Was the fleeting gratification derived from trampling upon the dignity and interests of his allies truly sustainable? When war erupted, trust would lie solely with oneself and one's comrades. Creating such a rift in relations seemed utterly unwarranted. Alas, human nature often inclines towards baser instincts, and such internal strife only served to amplify their perverse enjoyment that a soldier is only as good as his commander, and many new recruits in the 2nd Battalion began to perceive Gatlin as overly timid. Failing to retaliate against such indignities from their allied forces, among the new soldiers, Gatlin's reputation was beginning to crumble. Yet, Roland could empathize with Gatlin's predicament. Perhaps he was a passionate man, yearning to confront Gerald with courage. But sometimes reality imposes limitations that render such aspirations unattainable. Although Gerald was arrogant and possessed a poor temperament, it was undeniable that the soldiers he commanded were seasoned warriors. In contrast, Gatlin led a band of novices, and the stark chasm in capability left him devoid of confidence. Moreover, he was the only knight in the 2nd Battalion capable of wielding extraordinary power, and even then, he stood at the lowest rank. Should a confrontation arise, he would have no hope of triumphing over Gerald. Despite Gerald's appearance resembling that of a mediocre soldier, his position as a battalion commander within an elite regiment spoke volumes about the combat effectiveness of his troops. Life within the fortress was both torturous and yet strangely unburdened. Perhaps due to his disdain for Gatlin's forces, Gerald took it upon himself to oversee the fortress's defenses and the sentry duties. While Cassius reveled in the newfound leisure, most of the new recruits in the 2nd Battalion did not share his sentiments. They felt as though they had been slapped repeatedly, grappling with the feelings of neglect and insignificance that left them unsettled. Of course, this was merely the sensitivity of inexperienced soldiers. When the time came for them to prove their worth in battle, their views might very well shift. The peculiar thoughts they harbored now were likely a product of their idleness. After spending over 10 days within the fortress, Cassius had grown accustomed to its routines. Every 5 or 6 days, a designated individual would deliver fresh provisions for the soldiers. Each time, however, Gerald would seize the majority of these supplies, justifying his actions with the claim that those capable should eat more, though the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion would become restless at each occurrence. Gatlin consistently quelled their dissent. It was not the right moment to provoke Gerald. The military was far from the idyllic scenario they had envisioned. Should conflict erupt between the two forces, those accustomed to the harsh realities of war would not hesitate to kill in this desolate border region. Where human presence was scarce, should any altercation occur, annihilation could ensue without anyone being the wiser. Naturally, this was the worst-case scenario, but given the potential for such an outcome, Gatlin had to consider it. Ultimately, it boiled down to the inadequacy of his own forces. Chapter 51. Enemy attack. If one's own army were the most elite battalion within the entire division, then there would be considerably fewer concerns. Ultimately, circumstances often overpower individual resolve. Many times, it is this sense of helplessness that compels one to act against their core principles. The new recruits of the entire 2nd Battalion exhibit a certain righteous indignation. Yet from Cassius's perspective, it is merely a display of overconfidence. This commander, Gatrin, possesses a keen awareness of his own limitations. Thus, he consistently opts for a strategy of tolerance to resolve conflicts between the two camps. From Cassius's viewpoint, he harbors a measure of admiration for Commander Gatrin. From the very first day of their acquaintance, Cassius recognized him as a man of considerable fortitude, an aura of resoluteness emanating from him. The initial altercation with the portly officer, Gerald, further illuminated these traits. It is commonplace for a weak individual to relent. Such behavior warrants no celebration. However, compelling a stalwart individual to yield requires a significant degree of pressure. Life at Fort 8 has been rather uneventful. No war, no bloodshed. Occasionally, they engage in drills outside the fortress for a few days, which makes existence bearable. Yet, Cassius remains preoccupied with the elusive knight's breathing technique, a source of growing anxiety for him. Despite his daily training and energy replenishment in the celestial realm, the results remain unsatisfactory, contributing to his frustration. If given the choice, Cassius yearns for an advancement in his strength. The sensation of being stifled by limitations is profoundly disconcerting. As he pondered, his expression gradually shifted. Alas, in this remote wilderness, where could one possibly seek a precious knight's breathing technique? This feeling is deeply unsettling. Cassius longs for transformation and breakthroughs. At this moment, he should not succumb to despondency that a comfortable and stable life is something many yearn for. Yet for Cassius, it is not a fitting existence. He is reluctant to expend his time and energy on a mundane life. Although it may provide a fleeting sense of tranquility, it ultimately gives way to solitude and loneliness that, if possible, Cassius would certainly prefer not to endure such an environment. He has not forgotten his purpose in joining the military at Lisa City. Cassius does not wish to squander 100 years in vain, only to fade into obscurity. This is not the life he desires. Instead, he yearns to leave a profound mark on this unfamiliar world. As per usual, after dining with Bartle and Giesman, Cassius took the new recruits of the 6th Squad for a stroll around the fortress. This was not a routine patrol or mandatory task. In fact, the duties of defending the fortress had been entirely managed by Gerald's troops. Cassius primarily led his soldiers for a leisurely walk, a means of releasing pent-up emotions, as remaining cooped up in the fortress all day could lead to a sense of isolation and malaise. Today, Cassius noticed that the weather was particularly pleasant. He glanced around at the watchtowers standing not far from the castle and continued his walk further afield. Although military discipline is notably stringent, in this desolate area, with only the fortress and watchtowers nearby, there is not even a soul to quench one's thirst. In such a place, Commander Gatron remains quite at ease, leading to a more lenient approach towards his soldiers. As long as they return to the fortress by nightfall, no one cares how far they wander. As he caressed the slightly dulled edge of his waist knife, Cassius moved it through the air with a few casual flourishes. The sound of slicing through the air resonating fiercely, a testament to the vigor of his movements. A lethargic new recruit, Dirk, observed Cassius wielding his knife, and his previously dull expression suddenly ignited with enthusiasm. His left hand instinctively moved toward his own waist. Cassius accelerated the speed of his knife play, and Dirk's eyes gleamed with excitement, just as he was about to draw his own knife to spar with Cassius. Cassius abruptly halted his movements. He sheathed his blade, glaring at Dirk, who was startled and about to speak, but was swiftly silenced by Cassius, who covered his mouth with his hand. "Silence," Cassius whispered, lowering his voice. He cautiously moved toward a nearby thicket, crouching down, leaving only his eyes exposed. "Someone is approaching." Cassius felt his throat dry, his tongue momentarily faltering, as a wave of cavalry suddenly surged into his line of sight. These were certainly not soldiers emerging from the fortress. It was evident, for there were only 2 horses within the fortress, used solely for messenger duties. Such a force could not be summoned from that meager number. Moreover, the distance from the fortress was considerable. Under normal circumstances, soldiers would not stray so far from their base. Initially, Cassius entertained the notion that they might be imperial messengers, but upon observing their distinctly different uniforms, he felt a wave of heat wash over him, an exhilarating heat. The cavalry before him were not imperial soldiers. In this remote border region, non-imperial cavalry could only mean one thing: the enemy. These must be soldiers from the kingdom of Chang'an. Although Cassius had never encountered the army of Chang'an, he had heard whispers regarding their basic attire and customs. For instance, soldiers from the kingdom of Chang'an typically donned uniforms resembling the color of yellow sand, and they favored wearing flat-topped hats. That it is said that there are specific protocols regarding the wearing of this headgear. Ordinary soldiers are permitted only the most basic flat-topped headscarves or helmets, while esteemed generals may adorn themselves with a half-meter-long feather as a mark of their noble status. This tradition is unique to the kingdom of Chang'an, and Cassius had only heard about it out of curiosity. From a distance, he could see a group of reddish-brown horses carrying soldiers clad in sandy yellow uniforms. Chapter 52. A narrow encounter. This is an enemy attack, as the heat within him intensified. Cassius's gaze sharpened with determination. What are soldiers from the kingdom of Chang'an doing here? This is the territory of the Tianlan Empire. It was just entering the evening, the twilight casting a hazy glow upon the ground, imparting an almost ethereal ambience. Approximately a dozen cavalrymen, unarmored and dressed in simple uniforms, Cassius observed closely. Most of these cavalrymen were equipped merely with curved sabers and hand crossbows. They seemed to be light cavalry, unlikely to assault the fortress with such meager numbers if they were not here to attack the fortress. What could be their intent? The war with the kingdom of Changhan had barely ended 2 months prior. Yet here they were, these northern marauders returning to plunder and invade. This was clearly illogical. It was unfolding before him in a manner that defied reason at times. Conventional wisdom is not to be trusted, as evidenced by the extraordinary circumstances before him. Sensing the heightened breaths of the new recruits around him, Cassius understood their fear. They were terrified. No one can truly face the specter of war with equanimity, especially those who are experiencing their first taste of battle. Strangely, Dirk, who had previously been his rival, exhibited no sign of fear toward the approaching cavalrymen. In fact, Cassius could not detect even a hint of tension in him. Was he simply a fool, or did he share Cassius's perverse desire for the thrill of battle? Cassius pondered silently, directing his gaze toward the cavalrymen galloping closer through the thicket as the cavalry approached. Their speed suddenly decreased, and Cassius's expression shifted slightly. Truth be told, he had no desire to confront these cavalrymen at this moment. This was not due to fear, but rather the lack of safety he felt among his companions. The new recruits surrounding him, aside from Dirk, who exhibited slightly more combat prowess, were merely novice soldiers who had enlisted only a couple of months ago. How could one possibly assure their combat effectiveness? Cassius found himself utterly disinclined to confront the cavalry at this moment. Despite possessing the strength and capability to extricate himself unscathed, or even to slay them one by one, yet he feared that by the time it came to that, there would scarcely be any of the new recruits left by his side. Such thoughts twisted his expression into a deeper turmoil. His fervent spirit yearned to draw his blade and engage in battle. But as an officer, albeit the lowest-ranking one, Cassius felt a profound sense of responsibility. His duty was to ensure that a greater number of his soldiers survived, while those who exhibited valor in combat might be rewarded. A commander who recklessly charged into the fray without regard for danger could well be deemed courageous yet foolish. Even though Cassius was merely a sergeant, he could not bear the thought of losing the comrades he had come to know over several months. This sentiment was decidedly at odds with Roland's nature. However, some matters are beyond one's control, and Cassius sighed in resignation at that moment. The cavalry approached the thicket with deliberate slowness, and Cassius could see their menacing forms brandishing swords and blades. They had been discovered. Cassius immediately assessed the situation in his mind. The moment they were spotted, the area transformed into a battlefield, and he tightened his grip on his sidearm. He sprang to his feet and charged directly ahead. Shouting, "Scatter!" This was a call for self-preservation. Failing to act now would only result in greater harm. As for how many of these rookie soldiers would survive under such dire circumstances, it was entirely up to fate. Engaging in fierce combat might offer a glimmer of hope. Surrendering would mean relinquishing all hope, a fate Cassius was determined to avoid. He was unwilling to become such a person. He had to make a change. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail, as long as there were no knights wielding extraordinary power among the enemy. Cassius was confident he could contend with this band of cavalry. He had faced cavalry before, having once collaborated with Gisman and Bartle to slay 7 cavalrymen from Puya Fortress. The cavalry of the Changhan Kingdom before him seemed to be mere scouts, outfitted with the most basic of weapons and armor. Such cavalry were indeed easier to deal with. Scouts excelled at evasion and rapid strikes rather than direct combat. Mokul, the captain of a reconnaissance unit under the Changhan Kingdom's Heavenly Might Legion, cast a scrutinizing gaze upon the enemy soldier barreling toward him, a hint of skepticism crossing his features. Was he seeking death? When confronted by cavalry on the plains, the first instinct of an infantryman should be to flee. Cassius's series of actions challenged Mokul's perceptions, yet he remained indifferent. Sometimes, a leaping grasshopper incites a stronger desire to squash it. Mokul had led 13 light cavalry scouts to this location primarily to clear the way for the main forces. As he approached, he had intended to halt and turn back, but unexpectedly, he sensed a flicker of movement in the nearby thicket, as if someone were hiding there. Mokul furrowed his brow. If possible, the later the Tianlan Empire learned of the Changhan Kingdom's full-scale counteroffensive, the better. Moreover, since these plans involved hiding in the thicket, it was likely that their combat capability was not of a high order, or perhaps they were merely few in number. Rising to the rank of captain within the reconnaissance unit was no small feat. Though Mokul had yet to be knighted, His position attested to his abilities. Scouts, while considered a high-risk unit, would not encounter peace once war erupted. This was an undeniable reality. Mokul refocused on the enemy's soldier, charging toward him. A smug grin spreading across his face as he raised his curved blade, envisioning yet another soul to claim. Chapter 53. Gazing into the eyes of death. Yet, at times, a chasm exists between hope and reality. A gap that may demand a life to bridge. Mokul ran forward with abandon, his curved blade gleaming with a chilling silver light. Cassius pressed on, narrowly avoiding the warhorse's edge, charging toward the glimmering blade. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed as the thin blade in Cassius's hand shattered. He winced, realizing that such a weapon was truly inadequate. As the sharp edge neared his throat, Cassius suddenly grinned with a cunning smile. He seized the assailant's sleeve and yanked him down from his mount. Taken by surprise, Mokul could not brace himself. His blade, originally aimed at Cassius's neck, veered toward his own thigh. The vicious edge did not relent, and as Cassius witnessed the spurting blood, he could not help but admire the man's ruthlessness. Being merciless to one's enemies was expected, often garnering accolades, but to be equally ruthless toward oneself marked a true idealist. Cassius grinned and, without hesitation, plunged the half-broken blade into the fallen cavalryman's chest. Amidst the cries of agony, Cassius claimed his first kill. Surveying the battlefield, the situation appeared grim. Though these cavalrymen were lightly armored, their ability to ride horses granted them a significant advantage. Moreover, they outnumbered his own forces, with roughly 13 or 14 cavalrymen against his mere 10 soldiers, 8 of whom were inexperienced recruits with little combat capability. Only Roland and a lean youth known as Deck possessed the skill to navigate the chaos of battle. Cassius, having deftly dispatched the first cavalryman, noted that Deck had already slain another, seizing the horse and blade, and was now galloping away. Cassius pondered the nature of this individual. How had he acquired the ability to ride? War horses were typically a rarity within the Tianlan Empire, seen only among specially trained cavalry. Even the pack horses of the common folk were often conscripted from military use in the northern borders, while war horses were somewhat scarce. The further south one traveled, the more limited their availability became. This scarcity meant that few individuals ever had the chance to ride, let alone adeptly maneuver a horse in combat. Such privileges were typically reserved for the signs of nobility. It seemed Deck's origins were not as humble as they appeared. He was likely not an ordinary commoner. Deep in thought, Cassius dodged 2 cavalrymen's blade attacks, retrieving the curved sword lodged in the body of slain cavalryman. He then swung it low, severing the ankle of one of the mounted foes, who tumbled from his steed. With the number of corpses on the battlefield increasing and the cacophony of combat growing louder, Cassius grimly realized he was now encircled by 5 or 6 cavalrymen. Although he possessed remarkable strength and high physical fitness, he was still an ordinary man who had yet to be knighted. While he could manage against 2 or 3 cavalrymen, facing 5 or 6 simultaneously proved overwhelming. Moreover, the energy expended in slaying 3 cavalrymen had taken its toll, and he was beginning to falter that a fresh scar appeared on Cassius's arm, and as he felt a sharp pain radiating through his right limb, he let out a shout, nearly dropping his blade. Seizing the moment, he retaliated and cleaved the head from the very cavalryman who had just wounded him. As he looked at the grotesque head, Cassius spat a mouthful of blood and continued to fight that on the battlefield, all compassion is the greatest deception and folly. Whether toward enemies or oneself, it remains the same. Death is death, and life is life. There has never been a place for bargaining. Cassius understood this truth well. He would never leave his fate in the hands of his adversaries. His life was his alone to judge in the annals of war. The general who perishes in 100 battles finds a peculiar honor in his demise, despite Cassius being but a mere private on this blood-soaked battlefield, amidst the clashes of steel against steel. In the noble endeavor of defending his homeland, his sentiments resonate with those of the exalted generals. Cassius's gaze was filled with resoluteness and melancholy. In this minor theater of war, the only allies still possessing the strength to fight alongside him were himself and the soldier. Dirk, meanwhile, there were 8 adversaries remaining. In his prime, Cassius would have harbored the confidence to vanquish these cavalrymen. But now, Fatigue weighed heavily upon him. The wound on his right arm threatened to split further with every exertion. And as the blood flowed more freely, his complexion grew paler, and his injuries multiplied. Cassius sensed the vitality within him waning, a jarring premonition of an impending encounter with death, akin to drifting through an interminable dream. In this dreamscape, all he beheld was a sky of ashen gray, somber and oppressive, with dark clouds mingling within, casting a pall over Cassius's subconscious. A sudden yearning surged within him. He longed to set the heavens ablaze, to obliterate this world, as this tempestuous emotion consumed him, ravaging his mind and body. Abruptly, the sky transformed into a brilliant azure. The dreary gray vanished, and droplets of cerulean rain, akin to jade, cascaded upon Cassius, rekindling the vigor of his heart. It was a breathtaking sky, a sublime ambience, and Cassius felt himself ensnared in its beauty. The familiar sound of a roar shattered the azure canopy, revealing before Cassius a world wrought from blood. Hiss. A sensation of tearing coursed through him, prompting Cassius to re-evaluate the reality surrounding him. Dirk had inexplicably appeared at his side, lying on the ground, gazing skyward, his hands clawing at the blood-soaked earth in a comically futile manner. After enduring the intense pain, Cassius felt a flicker of strength re-emerge within him. His right arm no longer throbbed with agony. With a swift motion, he rose, his hands, back, and curved blade all stained with blood. Chapter 54. Delivering intelligence. Cassius stood upright, his gaze swiftly sweeping the vicinity before he gripped his bloodied, curved blade tightly and charged at one of the enemy soldiers. Blood flowed liberally as Cassius wiped the crimson streaks from his face. Grinning broadly at Dirk. Now, the two stood back to back. Upon turning, Cassius beheld Dirk Escant, flushed-visaged. "I thought you were dead," Dirk remarked curtly, before once more brandishing his curved blade to strike at the surrounding foes. "If you're still alive, how could I possibly be dead?" Cassius grinned even wider, his movements synchronizing with Dirk as they fought side by side, though their relationship had been fraught with tension since their initial encounter. For reasons unknown, Cassius felt no anger towards Dirk's stoic demeanor. It was as if discord between them was an impossibility. Unlike the dynamic he shared with Bartle and Giesman, Dirk evoked a distinct sentiment within Cassius. Their paths converging in the arena and now battling together on this blood-drenched field was undeniably a unique twist of fate, perhaps driven by the desire to capture both Cassius and Dirk. The cavalrymen began abandoning their steeds, leaping down with a reckless abandon and surrounding Cassius and Giesman in a standard encirclement. Initially, their height on the warhorses would have made them formidable opponents. But now that they recklessly descended, Cassius showed no mercy. United with Dirk, they fought valiantly, and after a brief yet intense skirmish, the two found themselves back to back on the ground, surveying the sea of corpses. Exhaling deeply. This encounter had been perilously close, Cassius mused. He had nearly succumbed to a state of feigned death. Had it not been for Dirk's timely intervention, he might have been reduced to mere pulp. Cassius felt a shiver of apprehension. He had been overly arrogant, believing he could handle the situation. Had he entered the secret realm of Galen sooner, he might have avoided such peril. Yet this current state was still somewhat tolerable. And as he witnessed the remaining 8 cavalrymen fall into the pools of blood, Cassius felt a measure of relief. These must be scouts from the kingdom of Changhan. We must return immediately. This information needs to be relayed to Captain Gatron without delay. Cassius understood the gravity of the situation. A misstep could plunge the entire fortress into vulnerability. The very presence of Changhan scouts, so close to the border, indicated they had been preparing for conflict from the outset. And the impending war would undoubtedly extend beyond the 8th fortress. It was clear that this was a concerted assault plan targeting the entire border of the Tianlan Duchy. Although it was customary for there to be a respite of at least 2 months following the conclusion of the previous war. The scouts clad in the distinctive sand-yellow robes of Changhan had unequivocally signaled that war was imminent. Now was not the time to ponder why the kingdom of Changhan had chosen to strike again. Instead, swift strategies were required to counter the impending threat. For the majority of the Tianlan Empire-stationed troops, there lingered an unfounded belief that the kingdom of Changhan would not dare launch another assault at this juncture. Perhaps the Changhan commanders were exploiting the complacency of the Tianlan commanders, executing a counterintuitive strategy. This might elucidate the presence of Changhan scouts on the Tianlan side at this critical moment. Cassius deliberated in his mind, slowly rising, his eyes sweeping across the battlefield, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over him. The ambush had unfolded too abruptly, leaving Cassius no time for contemplation with the 10 soldiers in the 5th squad. Only Cassius and Dirk remained. Dirk led a sound warhorse to him, and Cassius mounted, galloping towards the fortress. Though some distance from the stronghold, the steed carried them swiftly to the 8th fortress. Upon arriving, they found the fortress eerily silent, devoid of any signs of alertness. Cassius dismounted hastily, rushing into the fortress to locate Gatron. Aware that the fortress was ultimately under the command of the portly officer, Gerald, Cassius felt no hesitation in reporting to Gatron as a soldier of the 2nd Battalion. "Captain, we encountered scouts from the Kingdom of Changhan. 8 soldiers from the 6th Squad have perished, leaving only 2 survivors." Covered in what resembled a sanguine shroud, Cassius's entrance ignited a flurry of hushed discussions among the gathered soldiers. Fortunately, he soon spotted Gatron in a corner of the 1st level of the fortress. "What? How many enemies were there?" Gatron's expression tightened, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The scouts' proximity to the fortress suggested that the main force could not be far behind. There were 15 enemy cavalrymen, all of whom are dead. Their bodies lie 3 kilometers from the fortress, ready for inspection. Cassius exhaled, understanding the urgency of the moment. There was no time for delay. The foremost priority was to prepare the fortress for immediate combat readiness. Only through thorough preparation could they hope to survive the coming conflict. In his heart, Cassius still identified as part of the Tianlan Empire, yet after spending so many days in the barracks, he could not bear the thought of losing those familiar faces one by one. "I trust you," Gatron said, his expression stoic. Cassius's bloodied visage and anxious demeanor were unmistakable, and Gatron felt no need for pretense. What puzzled Gatron was how their small squad could have overpowered a contingent of 15 cavalrymen. Moreover, Gatlin was acutely aware that the 2nd Battalion was currently inundated with fresh recruits in such a scaled-down formation. Encountering a platoon of 15 enemy cavalry scouts made Gatlin feel that it would be nothing short of a miracle if anyone returned to relay their findings. The notion of being able to slay 15 cavalrymen was utterly implausible. Unless, of course, one of the 2 bloodied and disheveled soldiers before him was a knight, which was clearly not the case. Chapter 55, Preparations for Battle. Feeling the hint of confusion in Gatlin's gaze, Cassius widened his eyes dramatically. The events had unfolded precisely as he described. He had neither distorted the truth nor exaggerated the details. Hence, Cassius harbored no concerns that in fact, "Commander, you could inspect the scene yourself." "I'm not lying," he said, spreading his hands innocently. Commander Gatlin furrowed his brow and nodded before ascending to the 2nd floor of the fortress. Shortly thereafter, Cassius observed the corpulent officer, Gerald, emerging with a few subordinates. Grumbling loudly, "Waking me up at this hour? Just wait until I find out you lot have brought back false intelligence. I'll make you worthless miscreants pay." Although Gerald seemed to be directing his ire at the soldiers behind him, it was evident to all that his words were intended for Gatlin. Gatlin's expression shifted from green to pale. As a commander and a knight, he considered himself equal to Gerald and found it intolerable to endure such indignity. However, after a brief moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, he unclenched his fists. The current situation did not permit the luxury of unrestrained emotion that a 100-man squad was dispatched towards the previous skirmish site. And since Cassius and Dirk were both participants and witnesses, they joined the squad on their way to the location. Upon returning to the fortress, Cassius and Dirk had ridden back on horseback. But this time they were deprived of such privilege, as Gatlin had requisitioned the steed. Officer Gerald possessed a magnificent black horse, its coat gleaming with a lustrous sheen. In contrast, Gatlin had no mount, which naturally created a sense of imbalance within him. The desolate surroundings offered little in the way of additional war horses, aside from a few designated for messenger duties. Thus, Gatlin had long harbored a grudge regarding this matter, albeit without displaying it. Now that he had finally encountered a fresh batch of war horses, those ridden back by his own soldiers, he could no longer contain his impatience, and, without hesitation, requisition them. Cassius and Dirk led the procession, for they were the only ones familiar with the site of the incident. After traversing for the duration of approximately half a stick of incense, Cassius detected the unmistakable scent of blood, and upon surveying the vaguely familiar surroundings, he exhaled in relief. He had found it. When they had previously arrived, the sky had not yet darkened, but now the silvery moon hung high above. This change in conditions had certainly complicated Cassius's navigation. He felt as though a pair of malevolent eyes were fixated on him from behind, poised to strike at the slightest misstep. This was not due to any paranoia on Cassius's part, but rather the unpredictable nature of Officer Gerald made him uneasy as the moonlight cascaded down. The mottled bloodstains on the ground were laid bare before all, and the sight of several unscattered warhorses alongside dozens of corpses rendered both Gatlin and Gerald silent. From the outset, they should have placed their trust in the evidence before them. Yet, for various reasons, both Gatlin and Gerald had clung to a glimmer of hope, wondering if perhaps this was all a deception. Alas, the world is devoid of such serendipity. The sanguinary reality before them served as a stark reminder of their circumstances. The truth was that the kingdom of Changhan was poised to launch its first major offensive of the year, and war was on the brink of erupting once more. With the outbreak of war, casualties were inevitable, and no one could guarantee their survival amidst the chaos. Not even Gatlin, who had recently ascended to the rank of apprentice knight. Although knights were often regarded as enigmatic and formidable figures, what transpired when knights encountered one another, both wielding extraordinary powers? The outcome was evident. Knights were the architects of order in this realm, embodying honor, yet they were not invincible. This was clearly inconceivable. Cassius pondered that even the most mysterious president of the knightly guild on the continent would struggle to maintain an air of invulnerability. As long as one was human, there would be taboos. Clean the corpses thoroughly and return swiftly to the fortress. Additionally, send a messenger to inform the division commander of our situation. I require further instructions. Officer Gerald commanded, his expression grave, though he retained an air of arrogance. It was markedly subdued compared to his usual demeanor. It was evident that this Gerald had the capability to serve as the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 3rd Division. After all, a complete buffoon would never ascend to such a position within an elite battalion. The entire 8th Fortress was abuzz, particularly among the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion, to which Cassius belonged. War, a term so fantastical. How many had arrived here with a noble intention of slaying foes for their homeland, only to be gripped by fear and anxiety as the specter of war loomed? Such is the nature of humanity. It is entirely normal. There are no truly fearless individuals in this world. True courage is a rarity, as most choose to dread death. And no matter how eloquently one may speak of valor, when faced with the stark reality of mortality, one remains unable to reconcile such a notion. Given that both Cassius and Dirk had sustained injuries, coupled with the fact that the entire 6th Squad had been decimated, Commander Gatlin had graciously granted them a day of respite. They could take the opportunity to rest while the forces of the kingdom of Changhan had yet to arrive. Upon learning of Cassius's injury, Bartle and Giesman quickly approached, bombarding him with questions, their faces a mix of concern and relief. Observing Bartel's signature innocent smile and the genuine warmth in Gisman's eyes, Cassius felt a comforting warmth in his heart. It was a delightful sensation. The impending eruption of war had not prompted Officer Gerald to seek out conflict or ostracize Commander Gatlin. Perhaps he was momentarily stunned by the abrupt shift in the battlefield dynamics. However, this was a positive development. Despite the fact that the 2nd Battalion was comprised of novices lacking in combat prowess, an additional ally was always welcome if the two battalions could coexist harmoniously. It would bolster the security of the fortress. Of course, the reins of command still rested firmly in the hands of Officer Gerald, as long as he refrained from undermining or belittling Gatlin's infantry battalion. Harmonious coexistence would pose no issue. Chapter 56. A cryptic conversation. Since the discovery of the Changhan Kingdom's scouting cavalry, the entire 8th Fortress had erupted into a frenzy. Naturally, the 7th and 9th Fortresses mirrored this agitation. As for whether more fortresses were also stirred, that was beyond Cassius's knowledge. He was merely a squad leader, on the verge of becoming a mere figurehead, gazing at Dirk, whose perpetually cold demeanor seemed unyielding. Cassius felt a pang of melancholy. While other units prepared for battle, he and Dirk were afforded the luxury of recuperation within the fortress due to their injuries, leaving Dirk as his sole conversational companion. Regrettably, this fellow maintained an air of aloofness, treating Cassius with a dispassionate indifference, akin to a wooden statue. Your background is intriguing. You even know how to ride a horse. Could you perhaps be the scion of a noble family? Or is there some undisclosed secret regarding your enlistment in the armies of the Tianlan Empire? Cassius mused, sensing that the chilly atmosphere needed a topic to lighten the mood. Moving closer to Dirk, he casually placed a hand on his shoulder. Dealing with this stoic individual required more than mere words. Sometimes, one had to take action. Not useful. Don't make wild guesses, Dirk retorted, disdainfully shrugging off Cassius's hand and delivering a curt response. Leaving no room for further discussion, Cassius wished to bestow upon Dirk the honorary title of conversation ender, for he had a knack for elevating coldness to an art form. And what do you think has prompted the Changhan Kingdom to launch another offensive so swiftly? It has been less than 2 months since the last 2 great wars. Cassius was striving to initiate a conversation, as being cooped up in this desolate castle was undeniably tedious. I don't know. The cold, unfeeling response lingered in the air. Cassius felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He believed he had cultivated great patience. Yet when faced with such an ice-cold demeanor, he found himself utterly at a loss. For the past 10 days, the troops within the fortress had been steeped in tension, while the army of the Changhan Kingdom seemed to have vanished without a trace. Aside from the fallen scout cavalry, no sign of the enemy had been detected in the vicinity of the fortress. Initially, Cassius and Dirk, the discoverers of the enemy's movements, were held in high regard by the soldiers within the fortress. They felt grateful, believing that it was thanks to Cassius and Dirk's vigilance that they had gained additional time and resources for preparation, thereby enhancing their chances of survival. However, as the days wore on and the Changhan Kingdom's army remained silent, their attitude gradually shifted. They began to think that had it not been for Cassius and Dirk's encounter with the scout cavalry, they would not have spent the past 10 days in a state of unease, nor would they have had to conduct more frequent patrols. This dual burden of mental and physical fatigue would have felt worthwhile had the anticipated enemy finally appeared, potentially bringing them a sense of relief. Unfortunately, the army of the Changhan Kingdom did not materialize as they had hoped, leaving them with a feeling of unreciprocated sacrifice, which bred frustration. Naturally, they did not dare to voice their grievances against the portly officer, Captain Gerald, or Captain Gadalon, so Cassius and Dirk became convenient scapegoats for their discontent. Feeling the unfriendly gazes surrounding him, Cassius couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. These ingrates. After all the effort I put into delivering intelligence, they not only fail to express gratitude, but instead choose to vent their frustration upon me. Nevertheless, Cassius found the prolonged inactivity of the Changhan Kingdom's forces rather perplexing. Having sent out scouts, it was illogical for them to remain silent for 10 days. Could it be that the Changhan Kingdom's army was plotting something? Cassius pondered silently, his expression turning suspicious. Yet upon reflection, he realized that such matters were of little concern to him as a mere squad leader. Even if the Changhan Kingdom harbored grand schemes, it was not his place to unearth them. He merely found the current attitudes of those around him distasteful. As Cassius was lost in thought and contemplation, Gadalon approached clad in armor, his eyes bloodshot and his brow furrowed in fatigue. Out of respect, Cassius rose to his feet, exchanging a swift, intense gaze with Gadalon before bowing his head. "Are you all right?" The seemingly mundane question struck Cassius with astonishment. Tightening his features, he was uncertain of Gadalon's true intentions. After all, given his current rank and status, he hardly warranted such concern from Captain Gadalon. A flicker of surprise crossed Cassius's eyes, though he skillfully masked it. "I am well. Thank you for your concern, Captain." Though uncertain of Gadalon's motives, Cassius adopted a demeanor of respect and gratitude at awe. "That is good. Do not bear too much pressure. I have faith in you. From now on, you and Dirk will join my personal guard." Gadalon spoke while nodding to himself. "Us?" Cassius's expression faltered. He was thoroughly bewildered. What could Captain Gadalon's intent be in requesting him and Dirk to join his personal guard under such circumstances? As for Captain Nastarin, Cassius struggled to find words, fumbling for an excuse that I will speak with him. "You seem to have rested enough. Tomorrow, accompany me on patrol around the fortress." Gadolon's right hand rested on Cassius's shoulder, his gaze scrutinizing the slightly tanned, relatively slender figures of Cassius and Dirk, his frown deepening. He had long harbored a query. How could a unit comprised entirely of new recruits manage to slay several cavalrymen under adverse conditions? If any of these new soldiers were knights, it would be understandable. Yet Gadolon had specifically checked Cassius and Dirk for any signs of extraordinary energy, finding none. This could only imply that neither Cassius nor Dirk was a knight. Of course, there remained the possibility that one of them was indeed a knight of a much higher caliber than Gadolon. Rendering his observations inconclusive, the thought crossed Gadolon's mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Chapter 57. The battle begins. Gadolon's unusual reaction left Cassius feeling somewhat overwhelmed. However, Gadolon was, after all, a captain. Cassius could afford to challenge him once, but doing so repeatedly would come across as ungrateful. Besides, being a member of Gadolon's personal guard seemed not to be a disadvantage at the very least. In the following days, Cassius distinctly sensed a significant shift in the soldiers' attitudes toward him, which he found quite agreeable. On this particular day, as Cassius and Dirk trailed Captain Gadolon while patrolling the fortress, a distant roar suddenly captured Cassius's attention. Enemy attack. The Changhan Kingdom is upon us. The cry was fervent and urgent. Cassius paused momentarily, scanning the horizon, but finding no traces of the enemy, indicating that the forces of the Changhan Kingdom were still some distance away from the fortress. Calmly, Cassius stood there, appearing deep in thought, as if contemplating a complex scientific problem. However, for Captain Gadolon, the situation was markedly different. His expression shifted dramatically. He staggered back a few steps, grasping the hilt of his sword at his waist, and shouted, "Quickly, quickly, prepare for battle." The entire 8th Bastion of the B Division had erupted into a frenzy, and the rotund Officer Giller, who was resting within the fortress, was startled by Gadolon's exclamations, tumbling out in a flurry. The bastion boasted 2 levels, with a small door on the first floor and several arrow slits for archers to shoot through. The second floor also featured a few such apertures, albeit larger, accommodating over 100 archers to unleash a volley of arrows in succession. Atop the second level stood a vast, open expanse formed by a half-height wall of bluestone. Typically, the design of such a bastion made it challenging to breach via the shooting holes and entrances on the first and second levels, necessitating greater manpower and cost. Thus, the true battleground often lay atop the second level, where combatants engaged with the enemy from behind the low, formidable wall. Despite its somewhat rudimentary design, this bastion was exceptionally suitable for warfare. With its presence, Cassius estimated that the enemy would require at least 3 times their number to have any chance of capturing it. Provided both armies were equally formidable, the outbreak of war came rather abruptly. After more than 10 days had passed, those within the bastion believed that, since the forces of the Changhan Kingdom had yet to appear, the likelihood of a full-scale assault had diminished. After enduring days of tension, a sense of weariness settled in, leading them to subconsciously convince themselves, "I am safe that in such circumstances should conflict arise anew." These individuals would inevitably experience various forms of disorientation, which was entirely natural as their vigilance had been drained over the preceding days. Regaining that alertness would require a period of adjustment. Nonetheless, war had erupted. Irrespective of the soldiers' willingness or their rekindled sense of vigilance and enthusiasm, it was an undeniable reality, devoid of any room for negotiation. Cassius reflected on this as he cast a glance at the frantically darting Gadolon before returning his gaze toward the distance. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Cassius discerned the familiar sandy-yellow uniforms. Rows of soldiers donning flat-top helmets and clad in yellow were strikingly conspicuous amidst the crowd. Even the officers and elite soldiers, clad in iron armor, were enveloped in sandy-yellow cloaks, a symbol of their identity. It seemed to embody their faith. Cassius mused quietly, for the Changhan Kingdom thrived in a lush green plain, which transformed into a sandy yellow during autumn and winter. As dust swirled, they brandished their swords, charging forth with deadly intent. The sandy yellow figures loomed larger, and Cassius felt every cell in his body tremble with anticipation, a sensation both exhilarating and yearned for. Previously, during an encounter with a dozen scouting cavalrymen, Cassius had faced a life-threatening crisis, experiencing a world shrouded in shadow, a surreal feeling as if the universe had ceased to breathe, leaving him adrift in a starry void, weightless and unable to seize control over his existence. Yet, that world soon transformed into a brilliant blue. Cassius tightened his grip on the curved blade in his hand, a prize he had seized from those scouting cavalrymen. At that time, both he and Deck had claimed one for themselves, and no one had come to collect their spoils, so he continued to wield it. This type of curved blade was not prevalent within the Tianlan Empire, showcasing a 90-degree bend in the middle, nearly sacrificing its thrusting capability, yet significantly enhancing its slashing power. In the hands of cavalry, such a weapon could unleash formidable combat prowess, provided one had adapted to its use. Holding the weighty, curved blade, Cassius nodded in satisfaction. Although he struggled to acclimate to this ice-capped world, the blade was undoubtedly superior to the standard-issue waist dagger provided by the Empire. The gossamer-thin blade still made him shake his head in dismay when he recalled it. In the earlier confrontation with the Changhan Kingdom scouts, he vividly remembered that a single direct clash had shattered his waist dagger, while he acknowledged that a thin blade could possess sufficient resilience. It was a pity that such a dagger was utterly worthless. Distributing such curved blades to soldiers and sending them into battle was tantamount to endangering their lives. Cassius had taken special note of the weaponry wielded by the rotund Officer Jeeler's soldiers, which was on an entirely different level compared to Gadolon's troops. Beyond the superior craftsmanship of their arms, many soldiers in Jeeler's ranks were clad in iron armor, whereas only those ranked captain or above in Gadolon's forces were permitted to wear armor. The disparity between the two was glaring. Thus, when the rotund Officer Jeeler emerged, command of the bastion naturally fell into his hands. Although Gadolon felt some reluctance, the evident difference in strength compelled him to concede. Within Cassius's line of sight, the sandy-yellow figures advanced toward the bastion, bearing ladders and maneuvering siege engines, lending an air of authenticity to their approach. Below, a multitude of sandy-yellow figures rendered Cassius momentarily unable to quantify their numbers. But a rough estimate suggested no fewer than a battalion's worth of troops. That a battalion typically comprised 5 conventional combat companies, supplemented by reconnaissance and logistics units, totaling around 3,000 soldiers, observing the enemy's formation. Dispatching a battalion to besiege a bastion seemed entirely reasonable. After all, according to the scale of the fortifications along the Tianlan Empire's borders, one would need no fewer than 3,000 soldiers to mount a successful siege. It was evident that the forces of the Changhan Kingdom had conducted thorough reconnaissance beforehand. Of course, the figure of 3,000 was merely Cassius's preliminary estimation, representing a minimum, given the density of their ranks. He felt both excitement and a tingle of apprehension. The Changhan Kingdom, seizing this moment to assault the Tianlan Empire's borders, was undoubtedly well prepared, while the unprepared Tianlan Empire faced a grim reality, gripping his curved blade tightly. Cassius stood resolutely by the bastion's low wall, ready to enter combat at any moment. Everyone prepared for battle. Archers readied themselves, deploying 20 to the first floor's shooting holes, 50 to the second floor slots, and gathering the remainder atop the second level. Additionally, they firmly secured the small door on the first floor, ensuring the enemy could not breach it. Should the need arise, they would destroy the door, sealing it with blue stone. The few crossbows and foot arbalèsts within the bastion were to be brought forth to secure the front line. Reinforcement from the Empire would soon arrive. All present would become the valiant guardians and heroes of the Empire's frontier. Gerald unsheathed the sword from his waist, bellowing loudly to rally the spirits of those around him. Cassius cast a sidelong glance at Gerald, the portly commander of the elite battalion, realizing that appearances can indeed be deceiving. Initially, Cassius had harbored a certain disdain for Gerald's unit, particularly during the earlier conflicts with Gatron, where Gerald's bravado was evident even if unspoken. Yet, it was surprising to witness such poise and composure from someone who had previously come across as arrogant and overbearing. This was a quality that Cassius found commendable. Kurt, mounted upon his majestic steed, surveyed the not-so-distant fortress ahead, a faint smile gracing his lips at an appropriate angle. Kurt served as a brigade commander in the Kingdom of Changhan, and his current mission was to obliterate and seize control of this stronghold. He commanded an impressive force of 5,000 troops, 3,000 from his own army, and an additional 2,000 hastily assembled from other regiments. Ensuring a foolproof approach, reflecting on the division commander's instructions, Kurt wore a confident smile, deeming the task remarkably simple. As a seasoned veteran who had battled the Tianlan Empire for decades, Kurt possessed an astute understanding of the habits of its soldiers. Aside from a few elite units deserving of closer scrutiny, he believed the rest of the Tianlan forces paled in comparison to his own elite troops, due to the environmental advantages of the kingdom of Changhan. Its soldiers generally exhibited superior physical prowess compared to those from the Tianlan Empire. Moreover, the expansive plains of Changhan were exceptionally conducive to breeding fine steeds, making the war horses that were scarce in the Tianlan Empire quite common here. Typically, the populace of Changhan grew up on horseback, resulting in an abundance of cavalry. Many newly conscripted soldiers arrived already skilled in equestrianism, as not knowing how to ride would be considered a source of embarrassment in Changhan. From Cassius's perspective, nearly half of the troops in this army were mounted, their cavalry flanking the formation and exuding an aura of formidable strength. Engaging in combat on open plains posed a disadvantage for the Tianlan forces due to their lack of horses. And training an ordinary recruit to master horsemanship was no simple feat. Riding was a skilled endeavor, and being a cavalryman required even greater expertise, even if a soldier managed to awkwardly mount a horse for initial skirmishes. Could they truly compete against the cavalry of the kingdom of Changhan, who had been interacting with steeds since birth? The disparity between the two was strikingly vast. Cassius observed the war horses of this realm with a twinge of dismay. Noting the absence of saddles and stirrups, without such equipment, mastering the skill of riding would demand considerable effort, and lacking these essentials, how could one hope to achieve victory on the battlefield? Recalling the ease with which Dirk had ridden previously, Cassius glanced in Dirk's direction. The longer he spent with this enigmatic figure, the more Cassius felt that Dirk was a puzzle. Although Dirk was also unpromoted and perceived as inept, Cassius sensed an underlying significance to him. Given the right opportunity, Dirk might just surprise everyone, including Cassius. Taking a couple of steps toward Dirk, Cassius gently patted his left shoulder, urging him to relax. Dirk turned to him with vacant eyes, then silently returned his gaze to the front, muttering, "We might not survive this time." His tone was ominously somber, sending a chill down Cassius's spine. The hand Cassius had placed on Dirk's shoulder awkwardly halted, his lips twitching in response to Dirk's bleak outlook. Their hushed exchange went unnoticed amidst the chaos of the impending battle. The enemy force numbered at least 5,000, and based on the insignia on their helmets, they appeared to be the elite of the kingdom of Changhan. "Do you think this ragtag bunch can withstand them?" Dirk remarked, glancing around disdainfully at the allied troops. "That Gerald S. battalion. Just a bunch of weaklings." Cassius was uncertain where Dirk derived his confidence to so bluntly critique the armies led by Gatron and Gerald. Yet, observing Dirk's earnest demeanor, Cassius found himself unconsciously nodding in agreement, as if he were validating Dirk's perspective. "Oh, what should we do now?" Cassius inquired, casting a glance at Bartle and Giesman on the city walls, who were eagerly rubbing their hands and brandishing their weapons. Even if he was unconcerned for his own safety, he felt a responsibility to find an escape route for them. "Wait," Dirk replied, his gaze scanning the surroundings. The weight of his words heavy with significance that Cassius's lips twitched in annoyance. He thought Dirk was being overly dramatic. People like him, who never missed an opportunity to show off, usually ended up on the receiving end of a beating. Clenching his fists, Cassius felt his own strength. Wait for what? Cassius pondered their predicament, then glanced back at Dirk, who wore an inscrutable expression that "I feel as though I'm falling under your influence. It seems like everything you say is right." "Fool, of course, we wait for reinforcements," Dirk scoffed, casting Cassius a disdainful look before casually turning away. "Since the kingdom of Changhan has launched an assault now, it's clear they believe the Tianlan Empire is not fully prepared for battle. When do you think reinforcements will arrive? At this rate, we might not last a few days." Ignoring Dirk's derisive gaze, Cassius envisioned a day when this individual would find himself thoroughly beaten. "Aside from holding our ground, what other options do we have?" "Escape," Dirk replied, his eyes fixed on the horizon, his words lacking conviction. "Fleeing is unrealistic. That I merely wish to remind you that with 5,000 enemy soldiers, there are bound to be a considerable number of aspiring knights among them. While you possess some strength, you are still not a knight. After Cassius finished speaking, he immediately raised the broad-backed curved blade in his hand. For the enemy forces had already begun their assault on the fortress. They offered not the slightest moment of respite to the soldiers within. Cassius couldn't help but murmur had he not previously spotted those scout cavalry. The troops within the fortress would likely be in an even more precarious position now. Regrettably, despite having identified those scout cavalry, the passage of over 10 days had diminished the concern among his comrades, and they could now barely muster their forces. Observing his own troops, who appeared tense and anxious, Cassius began to understand why Dirk had previously remarked that they could not contend with the forces of the kingdom of Chang'an. The two sides were simply not on the same level. Even the soldiers under Gerald's command, when confronted with such a dire situation, exhibited a palpable sense of shock. This was Cassius's first experience in a siege, and the sensation was undeniably exhilarating. That it is a natural instinct to feel a rush of excitement when attempting something for the first time. The soldiers of the kingdom of Chang'an charged towards the fortress with siege ladders in hand. And at Gerald's command, a volley of arrows was unleashed from the shooting holes on the first and second floors, as well as the rooftop of the second level. Given the initial density of the enemy's formation, nearly half of the arrows found their mark, a remarkable accuracy that only elite archers could typically achieve. As the siege ladders were placed against the fortress walls, Cassius felt a strong urge to destroy or topple them. What initially seemed a simple task proved to be quite challenging in execution. Once the ladders were propped against the walls, two substantial wooden posts extended from the base, anchoring them into the muddy ground and forming a stable triangular structure. Soldiers clad in sandy yellow uniforms began to ascend the siege ladders, launching their assault on the second level of the fortress. The base, a siege tower equipped with a massive battering ram, was pushed forward. Surrounded by dozens of soldiers in sandy yellow uniforms, who rallied together, shouting as they exerted force to batter the fortress's gates, the wooden door creaked under the strain. Had it not been reinforced with layers of bluestone, it would likely have splintered under such an impact. Reflecting on this, Cassius regarded the corpulent Captain Gerald with newfound respect. Clearly, commanding a force of this caliber required considerable skill. The rhythm of war had fully commenced. Cassius observed the enemy soldiers climbing up the siege ladders toward the fortress's second level while glancing at his own troops, who appeared somewhat intimidated. The enemy was mounting their assault from below, while they were forced to defend from above. Cassius's side held a natural geographical advantage, yet he found it difficult to suppress the fear that gripped his heart. These new recruits, who had felt invincible before the outbreak of war, now found themselves overwhelmed with self-doubt and lacked even the courage to wield their weapons. New recruits remained just that. Transforming them into seasoned veterans would require a long and arduous journey, and the current path was the most direct, forged through the crucible of battle where life and blood served as their harshest teachers. A soldier from the enemy, brandishing a long sword, lunged at as Cassius and Bartle engaged in a spirited discussion about the future. The bloodstained Captain Gatron approached them. Cassius struggled to rise, wishing to pay his respects, but was met with refusal. Gatron slowly pressed his bloodied hands downwards, compelling Cassius to maintain his posture in submission. Not insisting further, Cassius lifted his gaze to meet the stare of the blood-soaked captain, his expression one of inquiry. Captain Nadas of the squad has perished. Gatron spoke solemnly, his eyes betraying a flicker of anguish. A hint of relief and a touch of indifference. He was a warrior, using his own body as a weapon, rolling down from the enemy's siege ladder. I hold great admiration for him. Gatorin's voice grew increasingly hoarse, the toll of the day evident in his demeanor. It was clear to Cassius that the sudden assault from the kingdom of Chang'an had weighed heavily upon him. This pressure rendered him almost breathless, leaving him uncertain on how to confront such a burden. The Third Company had been the main force in today's battle, originally comprising 100 men, now dwindled to 42, with 10 severely wounded and unable to fight again, meaning merely 32 remained capable. Now, in my capacity as the acting commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 5th Brigade, I temporarily appoint you as the captain of the 3rd Company, hoping you shall not betray my trust. As Cassius spoke, he seated himself, letting out a soft gasp, revealing his excitement mingled with fatigue. Suddenly elevated to the rank of captain, Cassius found himself momentarily at a loss. his mind clouded and his gaze somewhat vacant. Unsure of the thoughts swirling within, Captain Gatron, actually, I have been in the military for less than 2 months. Cassius felt compelled to feign reluctance, at least at that moment, believing it inappropriate to appear too pragmatic. Moreover, at this juncture, the position of company captain was not one to be taken lightly. Accepting such a military role entailed the responsibility and obligation to lead the soldiers through this tumultuous conflict, ensuring they survived with minimal loss. With the 3rd Company reduced from 142 and a significant number severely injured, the situation was dire. The remaining 30 or so soldiers had also sustained injuries, albeit minor. Faced with such a beleaguered force, Cassius felt a sense of overwhelming inadequacy. Chapter 61. The plan that I believe in your strength and capability, so do not let me down. I end this situation. Unity is our only hope. We must consolidate all our strength if we are to survive, Gatron said, observing Cassius's reaction, the furrow in his brow slowly easing as if he had come to terms with certain realities. The day's casualties had approached 1/5 of their numbers. Conservatively, they could last 7 days. After that, without reinforcements, death would be inevitable. Captain Gatron's demeanor today seemed somewhat unusual, and Cassius listened impassively, occasionally nodding. What are the 2 fortresses surrounding us? Are they not positioned defensively? Although Cassius had already surmised a likely outcome, he could not refrain from inquiring further. They, too, are besieged, just as we are. As soon as Gatalon's voice resonated, Cassius comprehended entirely that the kingdom of Changhan had indeed made ample preparations this time. In such circumstances, many aspects had become exceedingly complex. Appointed in haste to the position of company commander, Cassius lay upon the coarse hay, gazing upwards at the sky, his limbs sprawled on the ground, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Imagining certain scenarios may be straightforward, yet when it comes to execution, the difficulties often become apparent. Having spent a night atop the fortress's 2nd floor amidst the bloodied corpses, the following day dawned with the sun rising above the horizon, heralding yet another wave of warfare. He gazed into the familiar, yet strange expanse of sandy yellow. Cassius glanced at the curved blade in his hand, now dulled, and noted the absence of many familiar faces around him. That moment, he felt an unmistakable heaviness in his heart, as if something were obstructing it, rendering him unable to find relief. His gaze became increasingly erratic and unfocused. His exposure to war had been far too limited, and his experiences with life and death far too scant. He found it perpetually challenging to manage and conceal his emotions. A failure in judgment that could inevitably lead to ruin. Surveying the soldiers belonging to the 3rd Company of the 2nd Battalion, he had previously counted 32 in total. Now, only 42 remained in the 3rd Company, with 10 gravely wounded lying lifeless within the fortress, in such abysmally deficient medical conditions. Cassius could foresee their grim fate. As the commander of the 3rd Company, he felt an inherent obligation to safeguard the lives of the remaining 30-odd soldiers. Among these 32 were Cassius and Dirk, and now Bartle and Giesman also fell under Cassius's command. Bartle, the burly figure who had valiantly fought at the front lines during yesterday's defense, bore multiple wounds of his own. Yet it was his soldiers who suffered the most misfortune. As the squad leader, Bartle had ignited the fervor and determination of his 9 soldiers, only for 7 to perish and 2 to be severely injured. Now recuperating within the fortress, Cassius paused at a loss for words. Bravery is indeed a commendable trait, and the valiant are often met with greater admiration and recognition. Undoubtedly, Bartle deserves such accolades for his valor. He feared not death, willing to sacrifice his life on the battlefield for a chance to strike back at the enemy. However, such a Bartle was fit solely to serve as a vanguard, as a courageous leader charging into battle. Yet if he were to command, it would spell disaster for the entire army. Casting a glance at Bartle, now to his left, he observed the blood-soaked scabs on his wounds, a testament to the unsanitary medical conditions they endured. The drumbeats of war began to sound, forcing Cassius to muster whatever concentration he could. The moment of reckoning was upon them. The earlier Gatalon had claimed that, if conditions permitted, the fortress could withstand a siege for 7 days. Today marked the 2nd day, and Cassius sensed that Gatalon might have been overly optimistic. Given the current trajectory of events, he surmised that enduring 5 days would be commendable. As for the timely arrival of reinforcements, Cassius remained in the dark, unaware of how the Tianlan Empire's military would respond to such a sudden onslaught or when aid might arrive. All remained uncertain. And the unknown often breeds a sense of disquiet. Like a T present, they fought for the Empire, but also for their own survival. Combat could resolve numerous issues. Albeit through brutal means, it remained the most direct and expedient approach. If they could inflict sufficient pain upon the sandy-clad enemy forces, might they not abandon this inconspicuous fortress and redirect their efforts elsewhere? Such a possibility existed, though the likelihood of its occurrence remained a mystery. At this moment, they were at the mercy of their adversaries, and the power lay in their hands. All that could be done was to strive for perfection in all endeavors. Kurt wielded his knight's sword with a grim expression. The division commander had granted him 5 days to capture the fortress, and in pursuit of greater accolades, Kurt initially intended to seize it within 3 days to claim credit. However, he now faced obstacles and frustrations. Realizing that capturing the fortress in 3 days was evidently implausible, the previous day's battle had illuminated the fortress's defensive capabilities and wartime potential. Although he had achieved a considerable number of victories, the cost to his forces had been staggering. Nearly 500 warriors of the Changhan Kingdom had fallen before the fortress, a toll that weighed heavily on Kurt. Inside the fortress, the enemy numbers were roughly around 1,000, many of whom were seasoned veterans with extensive combat experience. Indeed, the elite of the Tianlan Empire's border forces, he had attempted a direct assault, yet the results fell far short of his expectations. As he swung his sword, a symbol of glory and authority, Kurt contemplated a strategy to swiftly capture the fortress while minimizing casualties. After all, to garner the division commander's favor and trust, he needed to demonstrate capability and resolve. It was said that the division commander was poised for promotion. Seizing this opportunity could yield significant rewards. In his heart, Kurt harbored his own ambitions. Yet to realize them, he needed to make a tangible contribution. At the very least, to ensure that the division commander recognized his efforts and abilities. The following day's assault was even more ferocious than the last, amplifying the pressure on Cassius. Death had seemingly become a habitual occurrence, a habit that felt inescapable. The dulled curved blade continued its grim work, etching deeper traces of slaughter into the battlefield, which remained the most ruthless and terrifying of places. The assault tactics mirrored those of the previous day. Siege ladders, battering rams, and the relentless roar of the soldiers from the Changhan Kingdom. Clad in sandy yellow uniforms, armed with curved blades and standard long swords, they charged forth fearlessly. Such fighting persisted until the 4th day, that Cassius's initial passion, grandeur, and excitement had been numbed by the monotony of repeated actions. He felt utterly fatigued, yearning for a quiet place to lie down and sleep, oblivious to the chaos around him. Yet, such desires were evidently a mere luxury now. His limbs felt shackled, aching painfully, while his mind throbbed with a splitting headache. The once formidable curved blade had long lost its last edge. The Empire's reinforcements seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Typically, if Liza City received word, they could dispatch troops within a day, but 4 days had passed, and the promised reinforcements appeared to have become an illusion, completely disappearing from sight. Cassius was oblivious to what had transpired in the interim. He only knew that within Fortress 8, no more than 300 soldiers remained able to fight. Meanwhile, the enemy, despite suffering immense losses, still boasted a formidable force of at least 3,000. 3,000 against 300, a terrifying disparity, Cassius pondered. The earlier Gatalon had indeed been overly optimistic regarding the war's dynamics. The notion of 7 days was mere fantasy. In the current state of affairs, merely surviving until the 5th daybreak would be miraculous. The 3rd Company had nearly been decimated. Once composed of 100 men, now only a handful clung to life. Cassius felt helpless in the face of this reality, though he had to concede that this was the harsh truth. Fortunately, while Jaismin and Bartle bore more scars than before, they remained out of immediate danger. A small solace for Cassius amidst the chaos. Dirk, on the other hand, engaged in a daily competition with Cassius, each vying to claim more enemy kills. Despite being covered in blood, he displayed no sign of fear. Cassius found himself somewhat admiring Dirk. In the presence of death, one's most primal emotions often surfaced, revealing their true nature and intentions. Few could maintain composure in such dire circumstances, perhaps none at all. Just as Cassius lamented the absence of imperial reinforcements, a fierce battle was brewing between the border and Liza city, escalating to a point of no return. War has become the most exquisite language. In this moment, life is perpetually the most inexpensive commodity. Upon this boundless battlefield, one encounters the grotesque remnants of bloodied corpses at every turn. Lancelot, the commander of the Northern Frontier Legion, casts his scrutinizing gaze into the fray, only to find himself ensnared in an ambush. The identities of the enemy, clad in sandy yellow uniforms, are unmistakably those of the army of the Changhan Kingdom. The reason for the presence of the Changhan forces here is all too apparent. Their objective is evidently to seize what they desire through the means of warfare. And what they covet most is the vast, fertile lands of the northern frontier of the Tianlan Empire. Situated amidst wind-swept deserts and endless grasslands, the Changhan Kingdom's annual agricultural yield is woefully insufficient to sustain its military and populace. In a desperate bid for survival, they have instigated war. To stave off the gnawing hunger, the Changhan Kingdom provocatively stirs unrest along the border, with the simple aim of occupying Tianlan's territory and plundering its grain. In the theater of war between these two nations, notions of justice and injustice hold little weight. It is evident that this conflict is a valiant struggle for the interests of each realm. The Changhan Kingdom seeks to secure more sustenance and land to ensure the survival of its citizens, aiming to reduce the number of its people who perish from starvation. Meanwhile, the soldiers and commanders of the Tianlan Empire face a straightforward duty to safeguard the lives and properties of the civilians within their borders. After years of training their forces, the time to act has come. They're duty-bound to defend the empire. When the plea for assistance reached the city of Liza, Lancelot, a pivotal figure in the military, swiftly rallied the Northern Frontier Legion, intent on dispatching reinforcements to the border with utmost urgency. As long as the numerous fortifications along the border remain fortified, the ambitions of the Changhan Kingdom shall remain unfulfilled. In previous encounters with the Changhan forces, such strategies had proven effective. However, this time, unforeseen complications arose. En route to the border, Lancelot and his Northern Frontier Legion fell into an ambush. The enemy cavalry, clad in the sandy yellow garb of the Changhan Empire, formed a formidable array, surging forth like a ferocious tide against his legion. The enemy consisted entirely of cavalry, their numbers stretching beyond the horizon. At least 50,000 strong, Lancelot mentally assessed the situation, his expression growing grave as the array before him demanded swift decisions to flee or to fight. The Northern Frontier Legion, bearing its name, signified an elite force. Among the various legions in Liza, it was undoubtedly a distinguished one. Yet, within the Northern Frontier Legion, there were only 3 battalions of cavalry, totaling less than 10,000. This disparity in cavalry numbers was a fatal disadvantage. In a typical engagement, a cavalry force of 10,000 would suffice. However, given the current circumstances, the sudden appearance of the Changhan cavalry indicated they were well prepared. Even with equal numbers, the cavalry of the Tianlan Empire posed little threat to the forces of the Changhan Kingdom. Under these conditions of overwhelming disadvantage, victory seemed unattainable for the remaining 90,000 infantry. Lancelot swiftly contemplated several strategies, and for a moment, he fell into profound silence. Chapter 63. A Feathered Loss, Northern Frontier. Dragon Knights. The disparity in strength between cavalry and infantry cannot always be compensated for by sheer numbers. The current situation undoubtedly presents a significant challenge to the entire battlefield that Lancelot's gaze gradually dulled. Becoming indifferent as the commander of the Northern Frontier Legion, he bore the weighty responsibility of leading his troops to triumph over all adversaries, driving them beyond the borders. Yet at times, circumstances arise that evoke a sense of discomfort and powerlessness. The prevailing conditions are such that should he choose to confront the enemy head-on, Lancelot can foresee the blood-soaked aftermath. Under the onslaught of 50,000 Changhan cavalry, the Northern Frontier Legion he had painstakingly assembled might very well be obliterated. Even if they were to repel the Changhan forces through sheer valor and luck, what would it matter? Engaging in a direct confrontation with these cavalry would yield no favorable outcome. Victory, if achieved, would be bittersweet, devoid of value or meaning for Lancelot. Having navigated the tumultuous borders for many years, this commander had honed his acumen to a fine edge, consistently identifying the most prudent course of action to benefit himself. As for actions that could undermine his foundation and status, Lancelot was loath to undertake them. Even in the face of such an unfortunate predicament, he resolved to address it in the most efficient manner possible. This so-called efficient approach entailed extricating himself from the situation at the slightest cost. Lancelot believed that his steadfast attitude and method of handling affairs over the years were sound, representing the most prudent decisions. His survival to this day, along with his command over a formidable northern frontier legion, was not merely due to a penchant for bravado on the battlefield. Commander Lancelot had truly grasped the intricacies of the situation. Sometimes, choosing to conceal oneself does not signify cowardice. Rather, it serves as a means of self-defense and protection, a strategy that can manifest appropriately. Lancelot made a decision, one he knew was morally questionable yet undeniably rational. He excised the 4th Division from his command, a full contingent of 18,000 men, coldly severing it from the legion while sacrificing an entire division to delay the advance of the 50,000 Changhan cavalry. He aimed to buy time for his remaining forces to retreat. Once his orders were given, the fate of the 4th Division was all but sealed. Their equipment and the quality of their personnel were comparatively inferior within the legion, rendering them incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the Changhan cavalry, let alone a feeble 4th Division. Lancelot did not deceive himself regarding his own ruthlessness. He merely adhered to his principle of survival. He yearned to live better, and to live autonomously, unwilling to become a mindless puppet devoid of thought and freedom in the chaotic borderlands and within the tumult of Lyza. Lacking military power meant one must crawl through life on their knees. Commander Lancelot had ascended through such humiliating trials, acutely aware of the arduous and degrading path he had traversed. To expect him to tread that road again was unrealistic, for a myriad of unavoidable reasons. Commander Lancelot resolutely left the 4th Division behind, leading the remaining 80,000 troops in a fervent march toward the city of Lyza. The military deployment within Lyza city is sufficiently formidable to ensure that the iron cavalry of the Changhan kingdom finds no return. Should the circumstances permit, Lancelot would not hesitate to lead his forces to the frontier, aiming to repel the armies of the Changhan kingdom beyond the border. However, it is evident that the conditions are far from favorable. Under such circumstances, numerous options and judgments lose their significance and value. With 50,000 iron cavalrymen of the Changhan kingdom blocking their path, Lancelot can only extend his apologies to the imperial soldiers fighting on the front lines. He is no longer the Navi newcomer who first set foot on this land. Years of wandering have rendered him more mature and composed, and he no longer views his dedication to the empire as merely an honor or a belief. This is not the path he should choose. Instead, he ought to prioritize living for himself from this moment onward. The iron cavalry of the Changhan kingdom has swept through the 4th Division of the Northern Border Legion, mercilessly slaughtering thousands. Mounted upon their majestic steeds, they unleash indiscriminate cruelty from their elevated positions in the distance. Lancelot gazes upon the nearby Lyza city and smiles knowingly. Although there have been some losses, they remain within a manageable range. As long as control is maintained, there are no significant issues. The Northern Border Legion has lost a feeble 4th Division, yet retains the mightiest 1st and 2nd Divisions. Lancelot, still the commanding general of the powerful Northern Border Legion, holds a status and position that remains commendable even at this juncture. That, in itself, is sufficient as for the bones that lie along the 1,000-mile march. Lancelot can only offer a moment of silence. For a better existence, sacrifices must be made. Rather than allowing the entire Northern Border Legion to perish, it is preferable to relinquish a division in Lancelot's view. This transaction is still worth undertaking. Upon Lancelot's defeat and return to Lyza city, a tremor of unease rippled through the city. All high-ranking officials understood that the Changhan kingdom was indeed serious this time. This assault would be far more intense than previous incursions. Without utmost diligence and seriousness, genuine problems would arise. The primary military forces within Liza City comprise 3 legions and an internal garrison division, totaling approximately 300,000 troops. The 3 legions are known as the Shayu Legion, the Northern Border Legion, and the Dragon Rider Legion. Currently, the 3rd and 4th divisions of the Shayu Legion have been dispatched to the 36 fortresses along the border, with each fortress garrisoned by 1,000 soldiers, totaling 36,000 troops, exactly the strength of 2 divisions. Initially, the high-ranking commanders of the 3 legions believed that the war with the Changhan Kingdom had only recently concluded and would not reignite so soon. However, the harsh reality delivered a stinging blow. This time, the Changhan Kingdom seemed thoroughly prepared to launch an offensive against the Tianlan Empire. Faced with this assault, the 3 legion commanders of Liza City convened, needing to devise a plan to repel the enemy. Chapter 64. Marquis Daniel in the modest conference room. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of dry tobacco. Lancelot furrowed his brow as he glanced at Miles, who was incessantly puffing on a robust pipe, his expression far from pleasant. This crude fellow had an affinity for such intensely spicy substances, which were typically favored only by the impoverished seeking distraction. As for someone of his stature, he ought to indulge in the subtle fragrance of a Cuban cigar. The rich brown hue of a Cuban is known to bestow the most gentlemanly testament upon a man. The man Lancelot looked down upon was Miles, the commander of the Shayu Legion, one of the 3 principal legions of Liza City. Despite his numerous grievances towards Miles, Lancelot could only manage to display a semblance of decorum. Any overt actions to curtail him were out of the question. Present in the conference room were 4 individuals: the 3 legion commanders and the Lord of Liza City. Marquis Daniel T.O. become the lord of such a critical border stronghold attests to Marquis Daniel's capabilities and stature. It is said that he hails from a military family, having once commanded nearly half of the Empire's forces. T.O. avoid suspicion. His ancestors relinquished military power back to the emperor of the time, who, in compensation, granted the Daniel family the hereditary title of duke along with vast territories. However, during the transitions of imperial reigns, the Daniel family chose the wrong side, incurring the wrath of the reigning emperor, resulting in their title being downgraded to Marquis. Much of their territory was reclaimed, leaving them with only Liza City to govern in a sense. This maneuver effectively marginalized the Daniel family. While the border region indeed holds numerous opportunities, these are primarily accessible to ordinary folk. For the once magnificent Daniel family, there is little incentive to shift the center of power to this war-torn frontier, although the Daniel family has significantly declined. Even a starving camel is larger than a horse. Thus, the diminished Daniel family remains a formidable force within Liza City. Even the commanders of the 3 legions dare not show excessive disrespect towards the current Marquis Daniel. Such ancient family powers are deeply intertwined. To offend one is to offend many. And it is worth noting that the Daniel family is not as destitute as many may presume in the eyes of the great imperial families. The gradually declining Daniel family still exerts considerable influence within the border stronghold of Liza City. At this moment, Marquis Daniel sits at the head of the long table, flanked by Miles, commander of the Shayu Legion, Lancelot, commander of the Northern Border Legion, and Astas, commander of the Dragon Rider Legion. Miles and Lancelot occupy one side, while Astas sits on the other. As the Lord of Liza City, Marquis Daniel nominally holds authority over the Legion commanders. Yet the latter often regard his commands with mere amusement. Of course, Marquis Daniel is aware of his position and has never actively demanded that the 3 commanders undertake specific actions in Liza City. The relationship between Marquis Daniel and the 3 military commanders is relatively harmonious, with military and political affairs kept distinct, leaving little room for disputes. Typically, Marquis Daniel has never shortchanged the 3 Legion commanders in terms of military supplies. So during this meeting, the commanders naturally extend a modicum of respect to him. With the armies of the Changhan Kingdom once more brazenly invading, the urgency at the border grows. Thus, Marquis Daniel implores the 3 esteemed commanders to make swift decisions. Marquis Daniel is a slender, middle-aged man, sporting a neatly trimmed beard and hair that cascades in golden waves. His every gesture exudes an air of gentlemanly refinement. At this moment, he initiates the discussion, then quietly sips his floral tea, refraining from further commentary. Military matters are best left to the 3 legion commanders to manage and deliberate, having sustained the broken Daniel family to this day. Marquis Daniel is clearly no fool. He knows what actions align best with his and his family's interests. The garrison division within Liza City is entirely under his command. Typically, this garrison is merely a collection of soldiers idling about, dealing with trivial matters that on the surface, they seem devoid of combat capability. However, many, including the Legion commanders, are aware that this garrison is well supported by the Daniel family, which provides various benefits in addition to the imperial stipends. Their weaponry and equipment are also on par with elite forces. The once magnificent Daniel family still possesses some heritage and strength. At the very least, they can afford to maintain a division's worth of troops. I propose we rally all available forces in the city and march to the border to confront those rascals of the Changhan Kingdom. Would that not resolve everything? Miles, puffing on his pipe, bluntly stated. The occurrence of such an incident shortly after the border defense was shifted had indeed irked General Miles of the Shattered Wings Legion, with the 3rd and 4th Divisions recently dispatched to the border. The forces of the Kingdom of Changhan had launched an offensive. Judging by the scale of the assault, it appeared to be extensive, and the thought of potential casualties darkened Miles's countenance. Although the 3rd and 4th Divisions were not the elite or the finest of his forces, their combined strength nearly equated to half of the Shattered Wings Legion. In such circumstances, Miles found it difficult to maintain his composure. When the intelligence first reached Liza City, Miles was on his way to the imperial capital to report to the military command and was not present in the city at that moment. Just as he was halfway there, the army of the Kingdom of Changhan arrived, prompting Miles to hastily return to Liza City. Initially, he felt reassured upon learning that Lancelot had led the Northern Frontier Legion to provide support. However, his relief was short-lived as Lancelot soon returned with tens of thousands of troops to Liza City. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that the Kingdom of Changhan had laid an ambush en route, resulting in the Northern Frontier Legion losing an entire division before managing to escape. Though Miles had intended to question Lancelot, he refrained from doing so upon hearing of the Northern Frontier Legion's losses. Recognizing that they had acted to rescue his troops, Chapter 65, Hidden Agendas, the secret meeting among the major figures of Liza City had fallen into a stalemate. While their underlying objectives were fundamentally similar, no one could agree on how to proceed. The Marquis Daniel, the Lord of Liza City, had uttered a single sentence at the outset and thereafter remained silent, reclining in his red wooden chair, seemingly disinterested in the proceedings. However, a keen observer might catch a glimmer of sharpness in his half-closed eyes. As the Lord of Liza City, he could choose not to engage in the military discussions among the 3 Legion commanders. Yet he must retain his right to be informed. This was a fundamental prerogative of his position. Furthermore, given the changing circumstances, the Lord recognized the need for certain adjustments, all of which must ultimately serve to solidify his hold on power and benefit the Daniel family. Controlling a family and guiding a once faltering lineage towards prosperity is no simple task. It demands considerable time and effort to transform the current dire situation. The frontier fortresses must be defended. They are the foundation and safeguard of Liza City. Should we lose control over these fortifications, we would utterly forfeit the initiative in the war against the Kingdom of Changhan. The commander of the Dragon Rider Legion, Astas, with a robust figure, his face marred by numerous scars, he was a true commander forged from the ground up. It is said that in the North Frontier, when he was merely a lowly soldier, he boldly charged into the enemy ranks, wielding his weapon to behead an enemy division commander. This act once sent shockwaves throughout the entire North Frontier. To become a division commander requires a long and arduous journey along the path of knighthood, possessing immense strength. Yet, at that time, Astas was just a common soldier. The disparity in status and power gradually elevated Astas's name across the land. Now, the once valiant soldier had ascended to the esteemed rank of commander of the Dragon Rider Legion. Even as a commander, Astas often led the charge, fighting valiantly at the front lines. Among the 3 Legion commanders in Liza City, it was Astas who commanded the highest respect and admiration from his troops. The Dragon Rider Legion, named for its fierce cavalry, was indeed the most formidable mounted force in Liza City, bolstered by 2 entire divisions of 36,000 cavalrymen. Under Ostas's leadership, they repeatedly charged fearlessly into battle. Advancing towards victory, their valor established the glory of the Dragon Rider Legion. As the commander of the Dragon Rider Legion, Ostas was undaunted by warfare. For him, conflict enriched his soul. Thus, he turned to Ostas. "What is your opinion? How should we proceed?" Lancelot glanced at the still puffing Miles, revealing a subtle disdain before directing his question to Ostas. Lancelot harbored concerns regarding Ostas. If he were merely a reckless commander, Lancelot would not need to worry excessively. He would be just another Miles. However, Lancelot felt he could not fully discern Ostas. The commander of the Dragon Rider Legion always managed to astonish and impress at critical moments. As a general, nothing is more impressive than his demeanor on the battlefield. Despite Ostas's muscular physique, Lancelot understood that he was the individual in Leisure City he should focus on. With 2 days having passed since the declaration of war, the fortifications could likely endure for a while longer. Given their defensive capabilities with proper protection, they should hold for 4 days, with 5 days being their utmost limit. Ostas contemplated this in his mind, his murky gaze gradually sharpening. This meant we must deliver reinforcements by the 5th day. However, if the kingdom of Changhan's army relentlessly pursued, reaching the border would not be an easy task unless we were willing to incur significant losses, at least 3 divisions worth. Lancelot's brow furrowed slightly as he ceased tapping his fingers on the table. 3 divisions. Such a toll is excessive. Miles halted his smoking, tilting the pipe to empty the ashes, muttering, "Casualties are to be expected. This is war. We are all ensnared in battle, and we cannot afford to be overly sentimental." Ostas spoke decisively, slamming his fist onto the long table. His voice low. "Our 3 legions will advance in 3 directions. The army of the kingdom of Changhan is not as numerous as we imagined. That I estimate that if they wish to target the fortresses along the border, they must leave behind at least 8 divisions. Based on our intelligence on the kingdom of Changhan's forces, their strength against us will not exceed 250,000. Therefore, the troops sent to intercept us will not surpass 100,000. Although the kingdom of Changhan boasts a cavalry advantage, we still have 12 divisions at our disposal. If we mobilize them all, the kingdom of Changhan will be left with no means to counter us. At that point, we will certainly have forces capable of breaking through their encirclement, successfully bringing our legions to the fortresses along the border. When that time comes, regardless of how much the kingdom of Changhan's fighting strength swells, their invasion will inevitably falter." Ostas articulated the strategy and situation with confidence, as if he had rehearsed it countless times, appearing to have an exceptionally clear understanding of the kingdom of Changhan. "Who will take the central route?" Lancelot inquired. Fixated on this question, he had previously led his troops through the central path, intending to expedite the arrival of reinforcements to the border fortresses. Little did he anticipate that they would fall into an ambush midway, ultimately sacrificing an entire division. The difficulty of breaching the central route was well known, and the meeting room fell into silence. The Marquis Daniel remained reclined in his mahogany chair, unperturbed, while Miles continued to smoke his pipe with evident enjoyment. As the questioner, Lancelot could not afford to show any reaction, while Ostas resumed his seat, his right hand hovering in the air, moving rhythmically as though striking the air. Chapter 66. The Rising Night. "I shall take the central route." Ostas's right hand, which had been striking the air, came to a halt. He uttered a few words softly, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. It was only natural that Ostas would take on the central offensive route. The defeated forces of Myers and Lancelot's Northern Frontier Legion had already sustained significant losses, leaving Ostas's Dragon Cavalry as the most formidable remaining force. Moreover, the Dragon Cavalry boasted 2 cavalry divisions. Even if the defeated legions had not been so severely impacted, they could not match the Dragon Cavalry head-on. The plan had been established, and it was now time for its execution, despite the seemingly sound strategy. An unsettling feeling gnawed at Ostas, as if many elements had slipped beyond his grasp, twisting in an uncertain direction. Since the kingdom of Changhan had chosen this moment to launch an assault, they must have made ample preparations and calculations that in the depths of his being, Ostas sensed an unseen eye scrutinizing him, causing an uncomfortable sensation to envelop him. He could not fathom what was amiss. The once decisive and valiant Ostas was now shrouded in a haze of doubt. As he walked along the path to the barracks, Ostas's left hand rested upon the hilt of his sapphire-encrusted sword at his waist, while his right hand involuntarily caressed his own cheek. His face was rough, devoid of any smoothness, marred by scars that told tales of countless battles. Were he to don different attire, Ostas believed he would be the subject of many pointed stares. The scars were numerous, and he wondered whether his fortune had merely spared him or if the gods deemed it not yet his time to die. Having endured numerous wars, he had emerged unscathed each time. Defying death repeatedly, he was torn between laughter and despair. For through war, the name of Ostas had reverberated throughout the northern frontier, and he commanded a fiercely loyal iron army. His status and title had risen with each conflict. At this juncture, he should have been standing at the pinnacle of his life. Yet, only Ostas understood the profound loneliness that enveloped him. His wife, son, and parents were all lost to him, and he was haunted by memories of their brutal demise. His beloved son's head had been severed and tossed about like a plaything, while his beautiful wife lay naked upon the cold ground, the chill of the earth rivaled only by the cruelty of humanity. His aged parents had also perished, treated like refuse cast, and he stood like a merciless machine of slaughter, guarding this place and embodying the very essence of death. Beneath his feet lay Gisman, fallen, while Bartle, a behemoth of a man, leaned against the blood-soaked, viscous walls, struggling to support his own body, blood ceaselessly spilling from the corner of his mouth. Even the usually stoic Dirk trembled at this moment, his hand gripping his weapon, quivering slightly. The fifth day was arduous. The fifth day marked the final day. Within the castle, few living souls remained, and even those soldiers, missing limbs, were carried out from the fortress. They might lack the strength to wield their weapons and slay foes, but as long as they still drew breath, they could distract the enemy's relentless assault, providing others with greater opportunities to vanquish more adversaries and repel further enemy attacks. Exhausted, he longed to lie upon the blood-stained ground like Gisman. Yet the last vestiges of will compelled Cassius to persevere. Continuing on may not guarantee success, but it would at least maximize the chances of triumph. How desperately Cassius wished to abandon everything here, to return alone to the celestial realm, where he could find the most restful repose and sleep, escaping the oppressive fatigue of this environment. Be a deserter, at this moment, was a luxury for many. Cassius quelled such thoughts. He did not wish to become one despised, for as long as he still breathed, as long as he could still move, he could endure it all, and everything might yet culminate in absolute success. Life unfolds thus. Amid the unknown, unanticipated events transpire, yet when one perseveres until the end, they often realize that the original choices were, in fact, profoundly perfect. This so-called perfection is merely a sense of fulfillment deep within one's soul. Such fulfillment gradually liberates one's spirit, allowing the entirety of the inner world to experience a perfect release and eruption. It is a sublime sensation, gazing up at the sun gradually ascending in the sky. He lowered his gaze to the enemy forces surging past him. Cassius bowed his head. He needed a moment's respite. In just a quarter of an hour, the next wave of enemy attacks would arrive as expected. Likely the final onslaught. The corpulent officer, Gerald, had already lost his voice from shouting. His vacant eyes stared into the somewhat gloomy sky, unsure of what to think or do, feeling he had done his utmost. Since he had done all he could, there was nothing to regret. After all, he had exerted effort. As for why failure still loomed, could he be blamed? No, he should not be blamed. He didn't wish for this. But the harsh reality lay stark before him, leaving him powerless. What purpose did his actions and principles serve? He was a knight, a third-tier squire, but what did that truly signify? Could he, relying on his knightly prowess, slay all the enemies before him? He could not, and it was utterly impossible. In that moment, Gerald felt his own frailty, akin to an inflatable doll lacking any bones, his existence serving merely to release a portion of air into this world. Nothing more, nothing else could be added. His once proud elite battalion had nearly perished, and around him lay bodies, many familiar faces among them. He was utterly fatigued. Days of intense concentration had almost driven him to the brink of collapse. He had once harbored great hopes, believing in the possibility of success and victory. He had always envisioned it this way. Now, the fantasy lay shattered, and in that fleeting moment, Gerald felt a profound sense of fullness in his heart. When he chose to let go, his image became most complete. He believed such a choice had little fault. If he could simply lie there and drift into slumber, it seemed a fine option indeed. Gerald gently closed his eyes. Lost in reverie, he imagined himself as a great lord, one who need not worry about his future, who could feast upon the finest white bread, savor the juiciest lamb, and drink the purest spring water without lifting a finger, rather than battling daily within the army, fighting tooth and nail, only to face a stifling death in the end. Suddenly, Gerald opened his eyes wide. Filled with defiance, he remained here for the sake of his beliefs, convinced that the division commander or the legion commander would surely come to rescue him. Yet, as he ignited the last flicker of hope, he saw no sign of salvation. In just a quarter of an hour, those clad in sandy-colored uniforms would ascend this castle, brandishing sharp weapons, their faces twisted in malice, piercing his chest and ending his fantasies. Fulfilling Gerald's long-held desire to merely lie here, in a mere quarter of an hour, everything would change. For now, all he could do was wait. As for Captain Gatlin of the 2nd Battalion, 5th Brigade, he had already perished, dying before Cassius, who was the last person to stand before him. Regarding this captain, known for his peculiar behaviors, Cassius was uncertain how to approach his sentiments. Should he feel gratitude? Or should he disregard it? When Captain Gatlin breathed his last, 7 wounds marred his chest, blood gushing forth in a desolate manner. Chapter 68. The drift of life and death on the battlefield. Death was an ever-present reality. Although Cassius was still a novice amidst the chaos, he had long since grown accustomed to the sight of death surrounding him. War hinged upon the mastery of death. Fewer deaths on one side signified victory. He pressed his battle blade against the low wall, forcing his body to remain upright, awaiting the passage of a quarter of an hour. Cassius placed his idle right hand over his heart, where a few tattered pages lay. These pages, carefully kept close to him, contained the essence of Cassius's hope. He was the last to witness Captain Gatlin's demise. As the captain succumbed, he entrusted those tattered pages to Cassius. At that moment, his eyes widened, his body trembling as he struggled to speak, but he could not, only gripping Cassius's hand tightly, desperate to convey something but unable to voice it. Cassius had no particular feelings at the time, thinking it merely a final utterance, and he nodded firmly as he watched Gatlin peacefully and complexly close his eyes. Releasing a sigh of relief, he moved Gatlin's body to a suitable resting place for eternal peace before examining the tattered pages. The first page read, "The Knight's Breathing Technique." In that instant, Cassius felt his blood surge, an indescribable excitement coursing through him. Flushing his face with warmth, he yearned to unleash his exhilaration through a roar, yet ultimately restrained himself. Amidst the carnage of the battlefield, he paid no heed to anything else, lying among the dead to meticulously peruse the tattered pages, imprinting their contents in his mind. Upon finishing, a peculiar sensation enveloped him, but he could not precisely articulate this feeling. It was simply wondrous, a sensation so remarkable that it filled every cell in his body with an explosive euphoria. Cassius promptly returned to where he had placed Gatlin's body, muttering apologies as he searched the blood-soaked figure, fearing he might overlook any crucial aspect of the Knight's breathing technique. After thoroughly inspecting, he finally felt at ease. This meticulousness was not unfounded. The Knight's breathing technique held immense significance for him, in the past, when his physical condition was frail and his foundation weak. Daily training within the celestial realm led to substantial improvements in strength. Once accustomed to such rapid advancement, any day without that sensation felt stifling. Thus, Cassius endeavored tirelessly to acquire a Knight's breathing technique, yet the results often fell short of his expectations, though it was not priceless. Its rarity made it exceedingly difficult for a mere foot soldier like Cassius to obtain a complete set. Nonetheless, he had never relinquished hope, always believing that perseverance would yield results. This unwavering belief propelled him to challenge the unknown with audacity. Now, possessing a Knight's breathing technique, the feeling was nothing short of exhilarating. This sense of surprise was sufficient to momentarily distract Cassius from his surroundings. However, as the sounds of battle erupted once more, Cassius jolted back to reality. Although the knight's breathing technique was commendable, his foremost duty at present was to safeguard the city walls and preserve his life. Even though Cassius possessed means of escape, he could do nothing but remain here, subjected to the whims of fate alongside Gizman and Bartle in Cassius's heart. Bartle and Gizman had long since become his brethren, and as brothers he could not allow them to suffer harm lightly. At the very least, he must endure until the final moment, for only then would it be time to consider fleeing. But for now they must fight. Cassius slightly opened his narrowed eyes, raising his sword as he stood resolute, his blood-crusted gaze peering into the distance, though blurred. This, Cassius swallowed hard, peering through the blood crust. He beheld two factions clashing beneath the fortress point. One side wore dark green military uniforms of the Tianlan Empire, while the other donned sandy-colored attire of the Changhan Kingdom. Cassius felt as if he was to experience a second wave of astonishment. After days of brutal combat, they had finally awaited reinforcements from Leisure City. Reinforcements had arrived. What a word worthy of jubilation. On the battlements, the few soldiers still able to move emitted sounds akin to a devil's howl, crying out in exuberance. They had survived. Surviving was no trivial matter. In the depths of despair, when the will to live seemed lost, suddenly being told that one could still endure brought forth both terror and exhilaration. Cassius gazed at those soldiers, weeping and laughing in unison. Feeling a profound sadness within, he comprehended their overwhelming emotions. Cassius reached out to peel away some of the blood crust obscuring his eyes, then focused his gaze further afield. The clash between the Imperial reinforcements and the Changhan forces swiftly revealed the victor. Kurt, with a darkened expression, glared at the suddenly emerging troops of the Tianlan Empire, consumed by fury. After enduring 5 long days and losing 2,000 elite soldiers, he was on the verge of capturing the fortress, only to have his efforts thwarted at the last moment. Such a sensation was unbearable, nearly driving him to murder. He longed to engage directly with these unexpected foes, yet when he drew his knight's sword, he hesitated and sheathed it once more. As a commander, recklessness would only lead to the demise of his entire army. Undoubtedly, Kurt understood this principle. His earlier lapse into rage was but a fleeting moment of folly. Now awakened to clarity, he recognized the necessity of adhering to the principles of warfare. He issued the order to retreat, galloping away from the fortress. The Changhan Kingdom boasted of formidable cavalry, granting them remarkable mobility. Of his 5,000 troops, half were mounted, and despite the losses sustained in the siege, the remaining 3,000 soldiers, riding over 2,000 warhorses, were not overly cramped. For Kurt, retreating posed no significant challenge. Yet, he felt a pang of bitterness. After persevering through days of hardship, the fortress was snatched back from his grasp. Chapter 69. The world of the strong holds no mercy. Kurt's countenance darkened to the point of dripping with discontent. He cast one last glance at the shattered battle formation and, without a trace of hesitation, led the remnants of his cavalry into a hasty retreat. A competent commander must discern the most advantageous decisions for his army amidst various circumstances. A truly exceptional commander never doubts his own sound judgment. The enemy forces had disbanded. Cassius yearned to cheer, to proclaim this truth to all, yet when he attempted to open his mouth, he found the corners torn and swollen, rendering speech impossible. Forcing it open brought a searing pain that jolted Cassius back to reality, his gaze casting a dim light into the distance. Since he could not voice his thoughts, he resolved to observe instead. For such exhilarating moments were worth remembering. This was a brutal war, a conflict of utmost cruelty. Cassius braced his dagger against the ground, slowly crouching down, inching closer to Gisman's chest, extending a trembling finger toward his nostrils. Sensing the faintest breath, Cassius's heart sank with relief that he was not dead. He was still alive. Though Gisman's condition was dire, as long as he lived, there remained countless possibilities. Deep down, Cassius had come to regard Bartle and Gizman as friends, brothers, even pillars of support. Despite the absence of blood ties, an inexplicable bond compelled Cassius to worry for their well-being. Perhaps it had all begun when they first consumed the leaves of the ancient Jelen tree. a natural affinity blossoming within. Cassius mused as he continued to tend to Gizman, his expression and gaze softening gradually. He felt weary and drained, sustained only by a flicker of determination, now that he saw Gizman still alive. That very resolve began to wane, and Cassius perceived the world around him blurring once again. He had no desire to focus on the chaotic surroundings. All he wished for was a space to curl up and rest. 3 days later, Cassius surveyed the bandages enveloping his body, feeling somewhat resigned. He had transformed into a veritable mummy 3 days prior, exhausted beyond measure. He had collapsed on the battlefield, ultimately rescued by the Imperial reinforcements. Now he found himself amidst a collection of fellow mummies, all wrapped in bandages. Through shared glances, Cassius recognized Bartle, Gizman, and Dirk among the other mummies. Previously, after enduring until the reinforcements arrived at Fortress B, fewer than 100 souls remained within the stronghold of 1,000. Among these, 50 or 60 were grievously injured and unlikely to survive. Thus, only about 50 mummies remained of the 2 battalions stationed at Fortress B. The toll of battle was devastating. Such warfare was no longer dictated by individual prowess. Even the most cowardly would unearth hidden courage when faced with the brink of death. The so-called cowardice and weakness merely stemmed from not having encountered true adversity, as long as hope remained. One would not feel the weight of pressure and pain. Believing one could relieve stress through alternative means, one would gradually liberate oneself, allowing for a sense of abandon amidst the world. Yet when danger loomed, instinct would reveal one's fearful nature, for hope still existed, and alternative prospects lingered. But amidst that war, who would show you compassion? Who would shield you? Everyone became a machine of slaughter, a madman consumed by bloodlust. Could one genuinely expect protection from madman? Clearly, such a notion was absurd. Cassius wished to smile, yet even that desire was stripped away. His face, wrapped in layers of bandages, would only yield excruciating pain if he attempted to grin. It was said the coagulated blood crust on his face had fused with the skin, and in the effort to cleanse it, Cassius's visage had suffered severe lacerations. If left untreated, he risked disfigurement. Once his wounds healed sufficiently, allowing him to speak with some semblance of coherence, Cassius gleaned information from the comrades tending to him. He was now within the Dragon Rider Legion, comprised of soldiers unlike ordinary troops. They had all been trained in basic first aid. According to their accounts, it was the direct command of their commander, Ostas, that mandated each company to include 3 soldiers skilled in rudimentary medical practices. Furthermore, they had brought ample bandages and medical supplies to the border, all arranged by Commander Ostas himself. Cassius silently honored the man, feeling a sense of curiosity about this Ostas. What sort of individual was he, to so thoughtfully attend to such matters? In Cassius's recollection, the high-ranking officials of the Tianlan Empire had always focused solely on the outcomes of war, paying little heed to such trifling details. Regardless of the circumstances, it was the Dragon Knight Legion that had saved his life this time, Cassius mused. This was still the 8th fortress of Type B. However, the garrison had been replaced with a new batch of troops. A regiment of 3,000 from the Dragon Knights now stationed there. Aside from a single regiment of Dragon Knights, the fortress was left with only Cassius and his band of injured mummies. It was said that the Tianlan Empire was now engaged in a full-scale war with the Changhan Kingdom, with the core battleground centering on the 36 fortresses along the border. Although the reinforcement from the Tianlan Empire managed to break through multiple lines of blockade on the 5th day and finally reach the border, the preceding 4 days had already changed many outcomes. Not every fortress was as fortunate as the 8th fortress of Type B, which encountered the Empire's reinforcements at the last moment. The majority of fortresses lacked the luck and opportunity of the 8th fortress, and their fates were consequently dire. They were seized, and the garrison troops were annihilated. This time, the 3rd and 4th divisions of the Xiaoyu Legion, which defended the 36 fortresses, suffered near total destruction, with fewer than 3,000 soldiers surviving. Out of the 36,000 men from the 2 divisions, less than 3,000 remained. This casualty rate was already grievous, surpassing 90%, a near total obliteration. Cassius sighed softly, although he felt a sense of sorrow regarding this matter. What could he possibly change? This time, he couldn't even protect his closest companions, Bartle and Gizman, which was indeed a lamentable reality. I in the realm of the strong. there is no mercy. The plight of the weak is nothing less than this. Chapter 70. The glance of jealousy now. Among the 36 fortresses along the border, nearly half were under the control of the Changhan kingdom, despite the timely rescue by the 3 major legions. This fact remained unaltered. The current situation was painfully evident. Both the Changhan kingdom and the Tianlan Empire were destined to engage in a bloody battle on this border battleground. Neither side could casually relinquish the fortresses along the border lines. For the Tianlan Empire, abandoning these fortress defenses would signify a loss of half the war against the Changhan kingdom. Without the assistance of these fortifications, the Changhan kingdom could easily advance into the vicinity of Lija City. At that point, Lija City would inevitably become a desolate wasteland. The cost of such a loss was too great. The 3 legion commanders dared not take the risk, and even Marquis Daniel refrained from recklessly accepting this hot potato. At that juncture, the wrath of the military command would be sufficient to reduce them to ashes. The Tianlan Empire could not afford to abandon the fortifications along the border, and naturally, the Changhan kingdom would not easily relinquish them either. Having struggled to seize a grand opportunity that had evolved into the present situation, a rare chance indeed, how could the Changhan kingdom afford to let it slip away so easily? Both sides were now locked in a death struggle. Unless one could decisively crush the other with overwhelming superiority, this war would devolve into a contest of attrition. Soldiers from both sides spilled their blood upon this land, gradually exhausting their strength and power until ultimately, the side that faltered first would be the loser. The vast majority of wars conclude under such circumstances. Not every battle can find a suitable point of entry, and a breathtaking climactic battle does not always determine the victor. War is a profound discipline. To achieve success in this field requires immense effort and sacrifice. Countless individuals spend their entire lives without even brushing the surface of its complexities, a stark reality laid bare before them when confronted with its brutal nature. Of course, regardless of how fiercely the Changhan kingdom and the Tianlan Empire battled for control of the fortifications along the border, it mattered little to Cassius at present. His entire body was wrapped in bandages, rendering him incapable of self-sufficiency, making contemplation of such matters utterly unrealistic. Even if he had the desire, he lacked the ability to put his intentions into practice, as he rummaged through the refuse and unearthed his tattered and shredded garment. Too unsightly to behold, he felt his heart sink upon recognizing the familiar texture of the papers within. The items were still intact. Previously, Cassius had kept the night-breathing technique close to him. But after losing consciousness on the battlefield due to his injuries, he had to have his blood-soaked clothing removed, which was so severely torn that it was discarded as garbage. Fortunately, due to the rags being so dilapidated, the few tattered papers nestled within the fabric had gone unnoticed. These papers contained the night-breathing technique that Cassius had received from Captain Gatlin. He had only managed to glance at them hurriedly and had not had the chance to examine them closely. Had he truly lost this, Cassius would have regretted it too late. With his entire body swathed in bandages, Cassius tucked the few tattered sheets recording the night-breathing technique against his chest, contemplating when he could place them into the gallant space, for that was where they would be safest. Now, being severely wounded, Cassius found himself unqualified to engage in the fierce battles along the border. Regardless of how intense they became, the Dragon Knight Legion had not yet become so tyrannical as to send a heavily injured soldier, completely bound in bandages, to the battlefield to slay foes. The conflict on the border had persisted for nearly a month, during which the battles between the Tianlan Empire and the Changhan Kingdom had reached a fever pitch. Neither side had achieved an absolute advantage over the other. They merely grappled with one another in a stalemate. After a month, Cassius's injuries gradually stabilized. His physical constitution was already exceptional, and having consumed the leaves of the Galan ancient tree, Cassius possessed a remarkable self-recovery capability. He could not comprehend why such a mutation had occurred within his body. It was as if he had been inherently endowed with this extraordinary resilience. It was indeed perplexing, yet it remained a fact. Bartle and Gisman, who had also consumed the leaves of the Galan ancient tree, exhibited a slightly lesser recovery capacity than Cassius. However, after a month, they too could engage in simple activities without much difficulty. The trio of Cassius, Gisman, and Bartle, regaining their ability to move freely in such a short time, drew astonished glances from many. The injuries sustained by Cassius, Gisman, and Bartle were witnessed by all, under normal circumstances. Such wounds, even with the best medicine and the most skilled doctors, would require at least 3 to 6 months to heal gradually. Tendon and bone injuries typically necessitate 100 days of recuperation. Especially under such conditions, where their injuries had nearly reached the brink of death, to save a single life was already a stroke of luck. How could one dare to hope for more? Due to its irrationality, this situation has inevitably attracted attention. Cassius can only respond with a wry smile. He never anticipated such scrutiny. His nature leans towards quietly amassing wealth, and absent any incentives, he would never expose himself to the public eye. Yet, unexpectedly, he has garnered so much attention, leaving him feeling rather helpless. With a furrowed brow, Cassius observes the astonished and envious gazes directed at him, feeling as if he were a rare specimen under scrutiny. Among the myriad of curious glances, one stands out, cold and piercing. Cassius instinctively shifts his gaze to see Dirk, still bound in bandages, glaring at him with disdain, as if fixated on a century-old rival. Seeing Cassius, Bartle, and Gisman unwrapping their bandages, Dirk cannot resist the urge to do the same. However, since his injuries have yet to fully heal, as he removes the bandages, he inadvertently tears away flesh as well. The intense pain compels Dirk to abandon his earlier intentions, silently allowing others to rebind his injuries. From that moment on, his gaze towards Cassius transforms. While it remains icy, it now carries a tinge of jealousy. Chapter 71. Cassius's reflections. Cassius leisurely sways in front of Dirk, who, despite his prior haughty demeanor, now shows signs of discontent with the situation. For reasons unknown, a flicker of satisfaction ignites within Cassius. He finds himself increasingly fond of this tranquil existence. Though the daily binding of bandages was somewhat uncomfortable, it brought a profound sense of peace. The adrenaline of battle had once made him yearn for that life. But now he realizes that at this very moment, what he truly craves is a balance between intensity and serenity. At times, he longs to embrace the thrill of the battlefield, yet after experiencing it repeatedly, the toll on his body and spirit is undeniable. Thus, if he could occasionally temper that with a life of quietude and peace, it would be a splendid choice. Cassius muses, his expression growing earnest. Perhaps this feeling within him is the most genuine. However, expressing such emotions often requires the right timing. Frequently, this sense of unfulfilled longing can leave a person feeling despondent, yet this despondency is merely a manifestation of deeper sentiments and aspirations. To charge forth into the distance, striving for a more fulfilling life. What is it that I truly desire? This question has arisen once again for Cassius. Previously, he had experienced such confusion, but it was easily masked by the ensuing busyness of life, making it hard to uncover. Now, however, this feeling is vividly present in his sensory world, compelling him to seek a convincing answer for himself, to validate his strength and prove his capabilities. He yearns to ascend to the status of nobility upon this land, to see more commoners grovel beneath his feet, reveling in the ecstasy of conquest. At one point, Cassius believed that his dreams aligned closely with these desires. Even if there were differences, they were merely superficial justifications he had concocted. In truth, his circumstances had never changed. He remained trapped in a perpetual cycle. This sensation is akin to a fool chasing the sun, fully aware of the futility, yet unwilling to pause for even a moment. If only there were an option to escape this vicious circle, Cassius would readily embrace it. His aspirations and objectives have never been about subjugating others. At this moment, he embarks on a journey towards the fulfillment of his dreams. A sense of purpose weighs upon him. Initially, he merely sought to shed the shackles of slavery and live as a free commoner. This desire is shared by many enslaved individuals. Human wishes and dreams are often thwarted by numerous constraints, making realization exceedingly difficult. Thus, when selecting dreams, many instinctively opt for grand aspirations while concurrently setting achievable smaller goals. Once these minor objectives are attained, they move on to the next, perpetuating this cycle. This is, in fact, a commendable choice and phenomenon. At least, they are free, possess souls, are conscious of their actions, and are willing to strive for their decisions and dreams. Perhaps I should consider a different path in this direction. Under the midnight sky, amidst a sea of stars, Cassius ascends to the city walls and gazes up at the celestial expanse, feeling a profound tranquility within. This is likely the quietest moment, the only time when he can genuinely sense the inner workings of his soul. He yearns to scale higher peaks, to behold the stars from their summit. He wishes to stand atop this void, watching the clouds drift by. He aspires to reach the pinnacle of power, infusing his life with the most vibrant colors. This should be the essence of his existence. His intention is not to oppress or enslave. Rather, he seeks to shatter the oppressive and forced burdens into nothingness, that he desires a land where no one is enslaved. Life is a divine gift. Why should there be distinctions of rank? True nobility should stem from the heartfelt respect and gratitude of others, not from the lash of a whip, leaving behind a trail of blood. As a person in a position of authority, one ought to embody the virtues of such a status, possessing nobler character and capabilities to reflect the values and significance they enjoy. They should serve as a paragon. When such a model ceases to fulfill its purpose, it may indeed be time for it to return to dust. Perhaps the world I seek is one of genuine spirit. It is akin to residing in the celestial space, a thrilling and comforting sensation, where the entirety of one's being can experience a tremendous spiritual impact. Point 1 does not feel isolated. There's a clear direction forward and a willingness to pursue this vision relentlessly. As time flows under this influence, it gradually becomes fleeting. When such brevity transforms into a habit and feels natural, this is what Cassius ardently loves and pursues. Facing the heavens, he gazes at the crescent moon, his thoughts unfolding, but a slight wave of dizziness passes, and Cassius finds himself once more in the azure expanse of the celestial space. Feeling the subtle energies surging within him, a faint smile graces his lips. He has spent much time in this realm before, initially sensing a gradual enhancement in his physical prowess and strength. However, as he lingered longer, that sensation faded. Previously, he believed he had hit a plateau, his physical abilities reaching a certain pinnacle. Taking a step forward would mean mastering extraordinary powers. Later, upon receiving the night's breathing techniques from Captain Gatelon, Cassius diligently studied them and began to practice as instructed. Gradually, he felt the return of that familiar sensation of increasing energy, filling him with quiet delight. Although he is yet to break through to the nightly tier or gain control over any extraordinary powers, Cassius can undeniably sense his physical capabilities strengthening further. Chapter 72. Ascension. The palpable enhancement of his body signified the efficacy of the night-breathing technique, and a wave of secret delight washed over Cassius. Ascending to the rank of knight had always been a cherished dream of his, one that, over time, had subtly influenced both his life and the path he would tread in pursuit of his aspirations. In the absence of a formidable backing, maximizing one's personal combat prowess was undeniably one of the swiftest routes to elevation. Achieving even the lowest rank of an apprentice knight would instantly transform Cassius's identity. Within the military, his status would expand invisibly, and even should he sever ties with the army, pledging allegiance to a powerful lord would afford him a commendable position. Such was the power and privilege of a knight, a being that existed to defy convention. Thus, their preferential treatment was entirely justified. Regaining his composure, Cassius steadied himself and reverently extracted several tattered pages from his chest, treating them as treasures as he meticulously examined their contents. In that moment, his heart brimmed with urgency. He yearned to grasp what he desperately needed. Yet, as the realization of this desire drew near, a sense of unreality crept into Cassius's mind, circulating his energy. He immersed himself in an ethereal environment, sensing the warmth emanating from within his body. His complexion gradually flushed crimson, deepening until he resembled a lobster plucked from boiling water. The night-breathing technique was, in essence, a method to absorb surrounding energy for one's own use. Initially, the human body naturally drew energy from its environment. Through various exercises, this absorption could be accelerated. However, once the energy within the body accumulated to a certain threshold, the rate of absorption would inevitably decline until the possibility of drawing in more energy ceased entirely at this juncture, without appropriate means to channel additional energy between the layers of the body. It resembled a multi-tiered pagoda, with each layer distinctly separated. The apex of the first layer connected to the external world, implying that, at the outset, it was inherently linked to the outside, allowing for energy absorption without any obstructions. Typically, the size of this apex signified one's innate talent on the nightly path. Once this initial space was filled with energy, the ability to autonomously draw energy would automatically cease, if there were no suitable methods to guide more energy to surge between the first and second layers. Flooding the latter, it would denote that the body had reached its evolutionary limit. Precisely the state Cassius found himself in, the night breathing technique provided a means for self-directed energy absorption, yet not everyone could penetrate that barrier and ascend to the next tier. Beyond mere energy accumulation, a profound comprehension of the new level's principles was paramount. If one could seamlessly grasp this understanding, advancement would occur as naturally as water flowing downhill, seated within this azure expanse. Cassius caressed the roots of the ancient Kalan tree, savoring its smooth texture, and found himself momentarily entranced. The Kalan space appeared unchanged from his initial visit, still as pristine and azure as before. The entire realm seemed devoid of impurities, everything appearing as if crafted by nature itself, imparting an eerily surreal sensation. Perhaps the void was indeed a pathway, if enlightened. Cassius closed his eyes, his consciousness gradually fading. In a trance, he beheld Captain Gatlin standing amidst a crimson tide, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Cassius. With a smile, the captain produced several tattered pages from his chest, pages that Cassius felt inexplicably familiar with, yet could not recall their significance despite his efforts to remember. With a furrowed brow, Cassius sat down, seemingly aware of something. Captain Gatlin nodded in approval, then began elucidating the contents of the tattered scrolls. The material was novel, and Cassius struggled to comprehend it, yet an intense desire welled within him, the yearning for a deeper understanding, as if only through this could he appreciate the profound essence of life itself. It was a curious sensation. Cassius gently closed his eyes, his mind replaying the contents of the tattered scrolls. Gradually, the once obscure characters vividly materialized in his consciousness, causing the corners of his mouth to lift involuntarily. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself still in the same azure space, the Kalan tree unchanged. The captain with the scrolls had vanished, the disoriented environment also absent, and everything around him seemed to have shifted in an instant. Extending his hand, a ball of white flame ignited in his palm, its beauty captivating as it danced gracefully. Remarkably, Cassius felt no burning sensation. Intrigued, he removed a shoe and brought the white flame near it. In an instant, the shoe was reduced to ashes, leaving Cassius no time to react. What was this white flame? He recalled witnessing knights wielding similar ethereal white flames at the tips of their swords during battles. Could they be one and the same? If so, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Cassius's eyes. Perhaps at this very moment, he had ascended to knighthood. Knight, such a dreamlike word, encapsulating the aspirations of countless youthful souls. To become a knight was to attain an eternal glory, an honor that transcended verbal expression, a title seamlessly bestowed upon one as a knight. One could command respect across any realm, enjoying a life of affluence far superior to that of the ordinary. They could summon others merely with their words, who would willingly pledge their servitude to in this age of martial supremacy. Ascending to knighthood represented the sole pathway for commoners to rise to the ranks of the elite. This path was narrow, flanked by perilous cliffs, devoid of any handrails. To traverse it was to embrace risk. Chapter 73. Outlook and strategy. At this moment, Cassius felt as though he were living a dream. The knightly position he had longed for had unexpectedly materialized, overwhelming him with exhilarating surprise. Leaving him breathless, he gazed at the white flame in his palm, his heart swelling with fervor. This sensation was exhilarating, as if he were rediscovering himself. The phrase "after darkness," light aptly described his feelings. After meticulously reviewing the tattered scrolls once more, a spark of realization ignited within him, and he emerged from the Kalan space. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, stars twinkling like scattered jewels, with only a few sentinels keeping watch in the vicinity. Cassius found himself in a rather secluded spot, and though his sudden appearance might have raised eyebrows, The moonlight cloaked him, rendering him unnoticed, now a knight. Albeit still a mere apprentice knight, Cassius could not suppress the radiant smile that illuminated his face, taking a deep breath of the crisp night air. He reclined on the cold ground with a swagger, and succumbed to slumber. Days drifted by leisurely, as the war between the Tianlan Empire and the Changhan Kingdom raged on. The struggle for control over the border fortresses had begun to reveal a discernible outcome. The Changhan Kingdom, after all, was engaged in a long-distance campaign. Though it initially held an advantage due to catching the Tianlan Empire off guard, the tides were turning as the latter regained its footing. According to intelligence gathered by Cassius, it seemed that the commander of the Dragon Cavalry, Ostas, had led a cavalry unit to dismantle the enemy's supply lines, while the Changhan Kingdom continued to persevere. It now faced a dire crisis of dwindling provisions that, if the kingdom could not secure timely food supplies, it would have no choice but to retreat. Failure to withdraw would spell certain doom. They have no alternative path left to tread. Cassius speculated that this protracted war, which had endured for several months, might finally be drawing to a close. The conflict had persisted for several months, a span sufficient to effect significant changes. For instance, when the hostilities commenced, it was still spring. Now, summer was in full bloom. The weather had grown notably warmer, and at this juncture, Dirk had shed his bandages and regained the ability to move freely. To Cassius's surprise, Dirk seemed to have altered his demeanor significantly post-recovery. While he still bore that cold, impassive countenance, there appeared to be a hint of respect and admiration in his words that, of course, this could merely be a figment of Cassius's imagination. After all, it was difficult to discern any emotions on Dirk's poker face, and the supposed respect could well be a projection of Cassius's own thoughts. It had been over a month since his elevation to the knightly rank, during which time Cassius had stabilized his status and gained a rough understanding of his abilities, that if prior to his promotion he could easily contend with 3 to 5 burly men. Now Cassius felt confident that even against a dozen or more, he would not lack for strength in battle. This remarkable surge in power, a hallmark of his knighthood, filled him with an invigorating sense of vitality, something Cassius ardently yearned for. Half a month later, as Cassius anticipated, the war between the kingdom of Changhan and the empire of Tianlan abruptly came to a halt, as if preordained. The sudden cessation caught Cassius somewhat off guard. Although he had foreseen it, the swiftness of the conclusion was beyond his expectations. Following the war's end, Cassius and his fellow remnants were summoned to the city of Liza for recuperation. Although the conflict concluded with a victory for the empire of Tianlan, the cost borne by the empire was far from negligible. The 3 major legions within Liza city suffered grievous losses, and the border fortifications lay in tatters. The sandy, yellow earth was interred with the remains of tens of thousands of soldiers who had valiantly defended the northern frontier, sacrificing their lives for the protection of the empire. Without a doubt, they were the most valiant warriors, and their existence fortified both Liza city and the northern borders. Generals have fought countless battles, proudly standing on the battlefield, while soldiers have battled thousands of times, bringing pride to their armies. The 3rd Division of the fallen Feather Legion, to which Cassius belonged, had been nearly decimated, shrinking from an original strength of 18,000 to fewer than 1,000. With 99% of its members lost, the surviving soldiers appeared rather desolate. Cassius sighed, feeling an inexplicable sorrow welling within him. Though war has always been synonymous with death, witnessing such stark figures laid bare elicited a peculiar feeling within his heart. Cassius pondered this internally, maintaining an outward demeanor of composure. After all, his current position did not afford him the luxury of indulging in melancholy. He was unable to manage even his own affairs, let alone those of others. Previously, the Captain Gatlin had conferred upon him the rank of platoon leader, but that was a designation bestowed directly on the battlefield by Gatlin, who is now deceased. Along with nearly all the soldiers of the 3rd Company he had once commanded, that it was likely that retaining the position of platoon leader would now prove difficult. Although Cassius did not place great importance on the title, he harbored concerns for the future. He could no longer focus solely on himself. With Bartle and Giesman following closely behind, he could afford to disregard his own interests, but he could not ignore their well-being. This was contrary to Cassius's nature and conflicted with his rationality. His journey to the border stronghold of Liza City to join the military was not motivated by lofty ideals of loyalty and patriotism. What favor had the sovereign of the Tianlan Empire, perched high on his throne, ever bestowed upon Cassius? Why should he toil and risk his life for such a ruler? It was merely a quest for a brighter future. A pragmatic transaction. Cassius wagered his very life in pursuit of an uncertain tomorrow. What the future held, he did not know, but he understood that he must make sacrifices, at the very least, not succumb to despair. The path ahead was long, and Cassius felt it imperative to engage in careful planning and contemplation. Now, he possessed a significant advantage for strategizing. He had risen to the rank of knight, and logically. Securing a position as a captain within a remote unit like the 3rd Division should not pose a considerable challenge. Moreover, with the 3rd Division nearly decimated, it was an opportune moment for Cassius to showcase his capabilities. Chapter 74. The struggle for new recruits having ambition is undoubtedly commendable. However, without a robust foundation, such aspirations are ultimately devoid of significance. Cassius was acutely aware of his current abilities and status. Despite harboring numerous unarticulated thoughts, he could not afford to reveal them at this time. Time has the power to transform many aspects, and Cassius believed that one day, through the mystical realm of Galen, he would attain great strength. Yet, that remained a prospect for the future, not the present, in the here and now. His immediate tasks were not as extensive as he had envisioned. Achieving a certain status commensurate with his abilities and gradually strategizing was the path of a true ruler. The 3rd Division had suffered severe setbacks, with senior officers also falling victim to the ravages of war, including the division commander himself. Establishing a new 3rd Division had become an urgent necessity. Even though the 3rd Division could be considered a mid-tier fighting force within the fallen Feather Legion, its standing was not particularly high. Nevertheless, it remained an official unit within the fallen Feather Legion structure. And Commander Myers cared little for the current status or plight of the 3rd Division. He simply required a fully staffed division. Perhaps during the outbreak of hostilities, the 3rd Division's combat effectiveness had been limited. But it was still a complete division, and Commander Myers would not easily abandon it. Cassius understood this well. As one of the prominent figures in Liza City, each leader sought to amass strength. And thus, Cassius believed that the 3rd Division would soon be re-established. The reformation of the 3rd Division presented Cassius with an opportunity. The military is a realm that places great emphasis on experience. And Cassius was acutely aware that his tenure in the 3rd Division spanned less than half a year, an insignificant duration compared to the decades of experience held by many officers. Thus, it is quite realistic that Cassius seeks to seize this opportunity to attain his desires, which is not as easy as it seems. Rather, it necessitates further scheming. The initial step of this plotting involves Cassius revealing the prowess and strength of a knight. Exposing one's capabilities is a straightforward task. Cassius merely needs to brandish his waist dagger, enveloped in a white flame. When onlookers witness the dancing white fire at the blade's tip, they will instinctively recognize that Cassius has ascended to knighthood. Although knights are rare on this continent, they are still occasionally encountered. Upon learning of Cassius's elevation to knighthood, Bartle and Giesman were both astounded, for they had not previously caught wind of any hints from Cassius. His sudden advancement indeed required time to fully comprehend. The reactions of the others in the 2nd Battalion varied upon receiving the news of Cassius's ascension. The number of remaining soldiers was already scarce. With only about 40 belonging to the 2nd Battalion, most displayed expressions of envy and astonishment, considering that previously, only Gatron had been a knight in their ranks. Now, with the death of Captain Gatron, and Cassius showcasing his knightly abilities, it was only natural for them to feel a mix of emotions in the aftermath of the war. After all, in such circumstances, many matters require gradual reflection and digestion. There is no rush. Allowing time to unfold naturally has its advantages. Cassius was meticulously plotting his future as invisible flames emanated from the Lord's mansion in Liza City. The entire estate was suffused with the scent of gunpowder. This scent was not easily identifiable, yet it undeniably lingered in the air, originating from the influential figures within Liza City. Myers continued to puff on his large pipe, while Lancelot, the commander of the Northern Legion, wore a displeased expression, pacing back and forth with his sword in hand. Meanwhile, the Lord of Liza City, Marquis Daniel observed the unfolding battle with the demeanor of a mere spectator. Myers, you are being excessively unreasonable. This calamity was endured in the effort to rescue your forces, and thus all new recruits must be assigned to my command, Lancelot declared, his armor gleaming and his sapphire-encrusted sword gliding effortlessly in his grip. As if to manifest his intense fury and determination, he glared at Myers in rage, feeling that the latter was far too overbearing and that excessive tolerance towards such a person was futile, as he would never appreciate it. Why make such a fuss, Lancelot? Let me be clear. Nearly my entire 3rd Division and 4th Division were decimated, and I bore the greatest losses during the stalemate at the border. All things considered, my Shattered Wing Legion has already suffered over half of its forces. Are you still intent on contesting this small number of new recruits? Myers retorted, taking another puff from his pipe. Appearing rather innocuous, however, given their shared years of command in Liza City, Lancelot was well aware of Myers' temperament. When provoked, he was no different from a madman. Compared to dealing with Augustus, the commander of the Dragon Riders, Lancelot was even less inclined to engage with Myers. It is futile to reason with a lunatic, and he could not fathom how this man had managed to maintain his position for so many years. Lancelot's expression darkened considerably. You yourself stated that the Shattered Wing Legion is at less than half its strength. Will you truly believe that this diminished force can exert any pressure on me? Let me make it abundantly clear. These new recruits must be allocated to my Northern Legion. Lancelot's demeanor hardened, realizing that failing to recruit sufficient new soldiers would weaken his own power. He was calculating, not one to accept losses easily. The number of new recruits that Liza City could accommodate was limited. Should they miss this opportunity for mass recruitment, replenishing his legion would not be a quick undertaking. The military is the most advantageous weapon for any ambitious leader, especially in the precariousness of borderlands. Lancelot was acutely aware of this truth. He had to persist in the struggle, for surrendering easily was not in his nature. As the conflict between Myers and Lancelot intensified, Augustus wore a knowing smile. Ultimately, the disputes between them stemmed from the pursuit of interests, as both the commander of the Shattered Wing Legion and the leader of the Northern Legion sought to secure greater benefits and quickly achieve full strength for their armies. This ambition was entirely justifiable. After all, it is quite normal for a general stationed at the frontier to harbor such intentions. However, if the two sides allowed their contention over this matter to escalate without yielding, the resulting animosity would only deepen. Augustus rose, harboring no biases against either commander, yet feeling little fondness for them either. The 3 legions stationed at the northern borders inevitably fostered some grudges among themselves. There was no supreme authority to govern these 3 commanders. In this borderland, they wielded control. Even Marquis Daniel, the lord of Liza City, held no sway over the Shattered Wing, Dragon Riders, or Northern Legions. The Daniel family could only command the garrison division in Liza City. Whenever significant decisions were made, the 3 legion commanders would invite Marquis Daniel to participate, a gesture of respect. If Marquis Daniel failed to grasp even this, he would have no choice but to sit idly by as the commanders clashed. It was precisely because Marquis Daniel was astute in assessing the situation that he managed to live quite comfortably. In 3 months, I do not require a single soldier from the Dragon Riders. You two shall share the new recruits equally, Augustus declared decisively, though Lancelot remained somewhat dissatisfied. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of conceding to Augustus if he were to fall out with Myers, and then also with Augustus. It would not serve his interests. He did not wish to make enemies of everyone in Liza City. He merely sought to secure more benefits, which were evidently not something others would bestow upon him, compelling him to fight for them. Yet, after the struggle, maintaining a semblance of stability and harmony was his responsibility and obligation. In a sense, it was also about preserving a stable order, a decision made from a broader perspective, requiring rational judgment that could not be easily dismissed. Myers, puffing on his pipe, nodded silently before departing. While he appeared rather reckless, it was evident that he was no fool, having reached his current position. He understood that further disputes would yield no advantages, that it was better to cease the argument now and retain some dignity. Moreover, the Dragon Riders had already forfeited their interests, and receiving half of the new recruits over the next 3 months was not an insignificant concession. Although it would not fully compensate for his losses in one fell swoop, it would certainly alleviate some of the burdened AS for the remaining shortfall. It would have to be addressed gradually. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Myers's eyes, and his brow relaxed slightly. Although the war had concluded, he felt an odd sense of abruptness surrounding both its commencement and conclusion. The IT was as if an invisible hand were orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. And whenever he sought to uncover certain truths, everything would abruptly sever, as if it had never occurred. IT vanished before his very eyes. Years of experience on the battlefield had taught Myers that such hidden elements could not simply dissipate entirely. They would likely strike back when one least expected it, sinking their teeth into one's neck, and by the time one realized the danger, it would be too late. Once everything had solidified into a predetermined outcome, what could one still do? In this chaotic era, the heart is nurtured with blood, rigid and daunting. After Cassius had showcased his knightly prowess, news of it spread rapidly. The 3rd Division had already seen its numbers dwindle, and now they were gathered together, prompting swift responses. Any attempts to keep secrets had become futile. In truth, those who survived such a brutal war were indeed the elite of the 3rd Division. Their existence symbolizing the very essence of its elite forces. They huddled together, relying on one another, establishing a clear objective and plan among themselves, which fostered hope and potential for revival. In a certain sense, this group had formed a close-knit community, bound by their shared experiences on that merciless battlefield. In their hearts, they extended mutual compassion, treating one another as kin and regarding themselves as veterans of the 3rd Division. Under these circumstances, the formation of a stable collective was most natural. During the early stages of its formation, they eagerly anticipated the collective's prosperity, nurturing such desires within themselves. This represents a customary dynamic in the nascent stages of a collective, where mutual assistance is both normal and genuine. This preliminary phase, such relationships are the warmest and most trustworthy. What Cassius now felt was not a wave of disdain, but rather a tide of pride and loyalty directed towards him, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. Previously, at Puya Fortress, during his tenure in the Vanguard Company, Cassius had sincerely treated the company commander, believing him to be a genuine individual. However, the eventual truth revealed it to be a trap. Often, such traps abound, and we cannot fully comprehend them. We can only probe from the periphery, but gradually, these insights accumulate to sufficient effect that Cassius's spirits lifted, as if he had opened a new path, one that necessitated bearing failures and humiliations. If he could glean insights from such experiences, it would significantly inform and assist his future endeavors. In fact, given Cassius's current circumstances, forging more friendships, especially within the military, would undoubtedly benefit his ascent, a notion he was well aware of. After all, this journey cannot be traversed alone. There is no need to play the lone hero in the military. In Chapter 76, aside from Bartle, Giesman, and Deck, Cassius also counted the portly officer Gerald among his acquaintances. This man had been fortunate enough to survive the brutal campaign and was the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 1st Regiment of the 3rd Division, as a commander of an elite force. Gerald's status was undoubtedly significant. Previously, Cassius had little connection with him, but everything changed once Cassius was elevated to knight. The number of knights in the military was limited, even in a standard army. One could assume the role of a battalion commander, and in Gerald's elite battalion, there were only 2 knights, one of whom had perished. Cassius understood Gerald's intentions. He likely sought to win him over. As the 3rd Division was destined for reconstruction, and with Cassius's knightly stature, a battalion command would seem inevitable. Given the 3rd Division's current state, where many officers had fallen, even knights of considerable strength had met their demise. In this context, many matters became starkly clear. Knights were now a rarity within the 3rd Division, implying that this moment could indeed represent a splendid opportunity for Cassius's growth and advancement. Seizing this chance would greatly benefit his aspirations for higher positions in the future. 10 days later, the newly appointed division commander arrived, standing before the dwindling remnant of fewer than 1,000 soldiers of the 3rd Division with a grave demeanor. The new commander, Scanna, was said to have previously served as the captain of the personal guard of the defeated legion's leader. Due to the heavy losses suffered by the legion, the commander, Myers, had no choice but to dispatch his personal guard captain. This newly appointed Commander Scanna appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, exuding an air of authority and dominance. Given that Scanna had once led the Legion Commander's personal guard, Cassius perceived him as having influential backing. For the beleaguered 3rd Division, a commander with such connections would undoubtedly be of immense benefit. After delivering a straightforward address, Commander Scanna retained several senior officers from the remnants of the 3rd Division, among them Commander Gerald. Naturally, Cassius lacked the qualifications for such an honor, though he had ascended tonight. He held no official position and was not regarded by the lofty Commander Scanna. Cassius observed from a distance, silently returning to his previous tent, where he nodded slightly to Bartle, Giesman, and Deck. They were the first individuals he could genuinely trust in this world. It was impossible to achieve anything significant in the military solely through one's own efforts. Those with familial support often brought numerous retainers to assist in managing their troops, but Cassius lacked such advantages and understood that he must rely on his own diligence. He had never forgotten his identity and status. The fortunate elevation tonight represented a pivotal turning point in Cassius's life. Should he allow pride and indulgence to take root, he could foresee a life squandered in mediocrity. Perhaps, with sufficient luck, he might encounter a magnanimous noble lord who would grant him a small village as a fief, leading a life of petty rule in that modest setting, only to reflect, a century later, on how utterly useless he had been. Such a fate would be the most lamentable of all. A life wasted in idleness, a scenario Cassius wished to avoid. He aspired to command the respect of all on this land, to indulge in the comforts of beauty while wielding power over the world. Perhaps that was the life he truly desired. Cassius, come out for a moment. The voice of Gerald echoed from outside the tent. Cassius furrowed his brow slightly, uncertain of Gerald's intentions. However, given their relatively amicable relationship, he harbored no doubts and responded affirmatively before stepping outside. Gerald stood outside the tent, still carrying his rotund figure, his armor somewhat ill-fitting, his expression lacking the usual seriousness and instead tinged with concern. Upon seeing Cassius, a faint smile broke through his furrowed brow. "I have something to discuss with you." Gerald grasped Cassius's arm, leading him to a dimly lit area around the tent. His demeanor serious. "Commander Gerald, what is it?" Cassius was taken aback. Gerald's demeanor and actions seemed rather peculiar tonight, leaving Cassius curious about his intentions. "I have recommended you to the division commander," Gerald spoke softly, glancing around furtively, evoking the sensation of someone engaged in a secretive affair. "Thank you, Commander Gerald. Should I need anything in the future, I will certainly not hesitate to ask." Cassius expressed his gratitude sincerely. Reciprocating kindness was a principle he upheld. Over time, he had come to recognize Gerald's character. Though he occasionally exhibited arrogance due to leading an elite unit, he was ultimately a person worth knowing. That arrogance might merely reflect a desire to assert his authority and protect himself. After all, such occurrences were common in military life and hardly worthy of significant attention. "The division commander wishes to meet you personally," Gerald continued, his expression brightening further. "Meet me personally?" Cassius inquired, astonished. Does Commander Scanna truly have that much free time? To his astonishment, he wished to meet him, and in a fleeting moment, Cassius's mind raced with thoughts. "I informed the division commander that you have been in the military for less than 3 months. Previously, during the confrontation with the armies of the Changhan Kingdom, your composure and exceptional leadership skills were evident. Perhaps it is due to Commander Scanna's appreciation for talent that he seeks to summon you." Gerald provided Cassius with a plausible rationale, yet whether this audience would yield favorable or unfavorable outcomes remained uncertain. Displaying all of oneself could indeed garner greater recognition and utilization from superiors. However, advancing too swiftly might not always be advantageous. In Chapter 77, Captain, Battalion Commander, Cassius felt somewhat ill at ease in the presence of the esteemed division commander. He was uncertain of how to approach the commander, as they had never previously established any acquaintance. To think that he could approach Cassius with the demeanor of a sycophant was something Cassius found difficult to fathom. Despite his self-awareness of not being a paragon of virtue, he struggled to compromise his dignity for the sake of position. He resolved to take things as they came. Cassius mused to himself, not dwelling on the matter further, as the situation was now before him, and he could only brace himself and proceed. It was already nighttime, yet Gerald had mentioned that Commander Scanna was ready to receive him. This was not due to any overwhelming interest in Cassius, but rather because Commander Scanna did not wish to prolong the matter unduly. Gerald led the way, with Cassius following closely behind. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at a particularly grand military tent. Inside, an oil lamp flickered, a luxury typically reserved for high-ranking officers, as such lamps were not easily acquired. Many impoverished households rarely encountered oil, and at night, only the homes of the nobility and affluent merchants would be illuminated, while others remained shrouded in darkness. In the military context, the situation was similar. Cassius recalled that even the tent of the late Captain Gatlin seldom bore light. Pushing aside the burlap curtain, Cassius entered with an air of composure. Within the dimly lit tent stood a tall, robust young man, quietly pondering under the wavering light, allowing Cassius to discern his gaunt features. Though he had seen him during the day, that encounter had been from a distance, and now, with proximity, the impression was entirely different. "Commander, I am Cassius," he announced directly, noting the commander's serious demeanor as he appeared lost in thought. "Ah, you've arrived," was the simple opening remark from Scanna, his gaze now fixed on Cassius, devoid of emotion, as though observing a mere passerby. Indeed, at this moment, the esteemed commander's stature eclipsed that of Cassius, rendering him almost an inconspicuous figure. "Major Gerald mentioned you wish to speak with me." Cassius gradually steered the conversation toward the matter at hand. Yet within the confines of the tent, he felt an inexplicable urge to retreat from the commander's presence. He could not fathom the source of this sensation. Logically, he had never engaged with the man before, let alone had any exchanges or entanglements. Nevertheless, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the tent, making him acutely aware of the tension. "Well, quite impressive indeed. To withstand my presence for this duration without faltering speaks volumes of your potential," Commander Scanna suddenly exclaimed with a chuckle, nodding in apparent satisfaction. Cassius was taken aback, realizing that the commander had been assessing him all along. "Thank you for your kind words, Commander," Cassius replied, lowering his gaze, still puzzled by the commander's intentions, feeling it prudent to observe further. "I have heard that you have only been in the military for 3 months. Yet you possess such courage and capability that's commendable," Scanna remarked, nodding appreciatively, in his eyes. Any officer worthy of cultivation was a treasure for the fledgling 3rd Division. Cassius stood somewhat stiffly, a smile of appropriate warmth gracing his features as he endeavored to align himself with the commander's expectations. "The previous battalion commander of the 2nd Brigade, 1st Battalion, has passed away, and I would like you to assume that role. Is that agreeable?" Scanna stated after a moment of contemplation. Cassius was taken aback. The position of battalion commander for the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Brigade. Such a role was not typically afforded to someone of his rank as a newly minted knight. Initially, he had merely aspired to lead the 2nd Battalion of the 5th Brigade, a goal he had considered rather ambitious. Yet, the unexpected elevation to the role of battalion commander was a delightful surprise. However, with opportunities presenting themselves, Cassius felt no inclination to decline. Turning down such an offer might offend Commander Scanna, leaving a lasting impression of ingratitude that could prove detrimental. "Thank you for your trust and support, Commander. I pledge to give my utmost effort." Cassius found it relatively effortless to express his loyalty. Although somewhat obstinate, he was capable of adaptation when the situation warranted it, primarily contingent on its worthiness. "I have faith in you. The 3rd Division is currently in dire need of personnel, and competent officers are essential. This presents you with an opportunity. Should you exhibit sufficient capability, higher rank shall not be withheld," Scanna stated, placing his right hand on Cassius's shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. "Your military pay will be elevated to captain. I hope you will continue to strive diligently." As Cassius exited the tent, he felt as though he were in a surreal dream. He was now a battalion commander within the 3rd Division of the Shattered Wings Legion, bestowed with the rank of captain and the command of 500 soldiers. Reflecting on his earlier days in the Vanguard Battalion, he found it difficult to grasp the reality of his new position. "How does it feel?" Cassius stood at the entrance of the tent, inhaling deeply the summer evening breeze, when suddenly a hefty hand clapped onto his shoulder, startling him to, "Yes, quite well. The commander has granted me the position of battalion commander." He stammered, glancing up to find it was Gerald, who had startled him. "Which battalion?" Gerald inquired further. "The 1st Battalion of the 2nd Brigade." "Wow, you're quite fortunate. That's an elite battalion," Gerald remarked, his expression shifting to one of envy as he regarded Cassius with newfound respect. "Hey, what have you?" "The division commander is generous. Surely you have received something substantial as well." Cassius gazed at the rotund Gerald swaying back and forth, and with a smile inquired, "What's this?" "Just a mere position of squadron leader." "And you've been dispatched?" "It's even less than my previous rank," Gerald grumbled, yet the delight evident on his face revealed his palpable excitement. After all, being promoted to the rank of squadron leader is undoubtedly a commendable achievement. Although not a prestigious unit, it still holds a certain stature. Chapter 78. Instruction unbeknownst to him, Cassius felt that his relationship with this once derided officer, Gerald, now to be addressed as squadron leader Gerald, had developed to an unexpectedly amiable level. One must not merely judge a person by their exterior. Delving deeper and acquiring a more profound understanding may yield surprising reward. A faint smile crept upon Cassius's lips, his expression tinged with joy. At long last, he had taken a significant step in this world. The position of captain, though seemingly inconspicuous within the entirety of Liz City, marked an important stride forward for Cassius. It served as a foundation upon which he could ascend to greater heights and perhaps achieve even more. His aspirations were distinctly defined in his heart, to stand atop the pinnacle, relishing in the joys of vengeance and benevolence alike. Ambition began to take root within Cassius. He had never denied being an ambitious individual, nor did he shy away from it. Those devoid of ambition often achieve little in their lifetimes, even if they may occupy high positions, as such status is merely an inheritance of ancestral glory. Such glory cannot endure indefinitely. A mere ripple could render it a fleeting illusion. Being appointed as the captain of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Squadron, in a certain sense, indicated that Division Commander Scarn aimed to cultivate Cassius as an elite. Generally, within a division, the commander tends to invest significant resources into nurturing the 1st and 2nd Squadrons. This is a common practice and hardly warrants extensive discussion. From this perspective, Cassius had gradually begun to enter the purview of Division Commander Scarn. This is indeed a favorable turn of events. For Cassius, whose aspirations reached toward higher echelons, this represented an opportunity. Should he seize it, a promising future awaited. Cassius brought Bartle, Giesman, and Deck to serve under his command. A task of little difficulty given that the 3rd Division was essentially undergoing a complete reformation. Personnel arrangements, at this juncture, lacked complexity. The 3rd Division had yet to receive new recruits, with the total number of personnel being less than 1,000, rendering any internal competition unnecessary. Furthermore, in the aftermath of calamity, relationships remained amicable, devoid of entangled interests. The vacancies within the restructured 3rd Division were numerous, all in need of someone to fill them, due to a lack of night-level warriors. It was noted that some battalion leaders in the 4th and 5th Squadrons were appointed without having achieved knight status. Exceptional measures had to be taken. After all, night-level warriors were rare, possessing extraordinary powers, and were not easily found in the ranks. Cassius pondered that the reformed 3rd Division would likely experience a decline in both combat capability and cohesion, as nearly all the seasoned soldiers trained prior had perished on the battlefield. The reconstituted division would inevitably fall short of expectations. To augment the number was already a considerable challenge. Any further unrealistic aspirations were impractical. After waiting in the barracks for about 10 days, new recruits arrived daily, as a large-scale conscription was underway throughout Liz City, aiming to address the significant personnel shortfall across 3 legions. In the Tianlan Empire, soldiers enjoyed commendable treatment, in addition to ensuring they were well fed. They could save some silver wolves each month, bolstered by effective patriotic education, which ensured a steady influx of eager volunteers. Such occurrences were commonplace. Within a mere fortnight, nearly 3,000 new recruits had joined the 3rd Division. Initially filling the ranks of the 1st Squadron before gradually integrating into the 2nd Squadron, as the captain of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Squadron, Cassius busied himself with the training of these recruits. Although he had no prior experience in this area, he had at least observed training processes, having been trained step by step himself, coupled with modern military training concepts swirling in his mind. Cassius managed to conduct the training adequately as time progressed. The number of new recruits in the 3rd Division steadily increased, and after 2 months, the battalion's personnel shortfall was fully addressed. Division Commander Scarn convened a large military meeting for all officers of battalion rank and above. Naturally, Cassius, as the captain of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Squadron, was entitled to attend this gathering, in the vast military tent. Division Commander Scarn stood tall, addressing the dozens of officers of the 3rd Division with a demeanor that exuded calmness. This commander was a man of few words, as Cassius had observed in their previous encounters, which had left him with a distinct sense of pressure. The 3rd Division had undergone a cataclysmic rebirth. And now, as it was being re-established, today marked a significant and memorable occasion that I am honored to serve as the commander of the 3rd Division, and I extend my heartfelt respect and excitement to each of you. I sincerely hope that under your leadership, the 3rd Division will strive toward its most glorious aspirations, and I wish that on that day, I shall still be your commander. Perhaps you are aware that I was previously the captain of the personal guard of Commander Myers. You may think that my appointment as the commander of the 3rd Division is due to this connection, and that this will garner additional favor from the commander. However, I must remind you that I was sent here as a consequence of my own failings. I must tell you that there will be no such favoritism. Instead, there will be more arduous trials ahead. Each of you is an officer I have personally selected, should you demonstrate sufficient capability. I will not hesitate to elevate you to higher positions and extend a helping hand, but this is contingent upon your abilities being clearly demonstrated. I am a meritocratic leader. I appreciate talent. I value capable individuals, and I disdain mediocrity. Now that you are gathered here, remember the faces surrounding you. Commit them to memory, for perhaps by the next military conference, they may no longer be present. The impassioned speech reverberated throughout the military tent, and Cassius observed with slight astonishment. This division commander was indeed unlike the typical superior. Chapter 79. Grand drills training is rarely a comfortable endeavor, particularly for those freshly inducted into the military who often struggle to adapt to the monotonous and demanding life of the barracks. Cassius had first-hand experience of this. Generally speaking, a certain period of adjustment is necessary. This phase of basic training is undoubtedly a trial for most recruits. Only those who endure can be deemed truly qualified soldiers. Newly enlisted soldiers typically receive the rank of private, should they achieve military merit or serve a designated period. They may be promoted to corporal. Nonetheless, whether corporal or private, their fate remains that of foot soldiers, always at the forefront of the charge and enduring the most arduous conditions, due to the severe attrition experienced by the 3rd Division. The proportion of new recruits was excessively high, resulting in a widespread shortage of junior officers. While it was feasible to select some robust and agile officers for ranks above battalion level, the situation for positions such as squad leaders was significantly more dire. The 3rd Division lacked external officers, relying entirely on self-training and development. Yet, where could one find a sufficient number of junior officers in such a short time? Confronted with this vexing dilemma, Cassius could only respond with a wry smile. It seemed that the only option was to select a general from among the lesser candidates. Sometimes, the harshness of reality is simply unavoidable, invariably accompanied by a myriad of uncertainties. If one cannot tolerate these circumstances, to a certain extent, one risks becoming part of the discarded lot. Previously, Cassius had been chosen by Captain Nasta through a rather crude method of competition, which, while somewhat unrefined, he considered worth attempting. For junior officers, it is indeed preferable to possess sufficient wit. However, if that standard cannot be met, it is not necessarily a grave issue, provided one can comprehend orders. With proper management, the overall structure of the Army would remain largely unaffected. A squad leader, as long as he is sufficiently valiant and courageous, can earn trust and be appointed. This has always been Cassius's perspective. He has never confined himself to rigid notions. For him, as long as he can grow stronger and clarify his future, nothing poses a problem. Bartle, Giesman, and Dirk were appointed by Cassius as the 3 company commanders of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Regiment. Given the prevailing shortage of officers, Cassius preferred to employ those he knew well. Initially, he had harbored such thoughts. The battlefield is not a realm for lone wolves. The tempest of blood and chaos necessitates a multitude of trustworthy companions to fight alongside. The division commander, Scanna, had previously made his intentions abundantly clear during the military conference. He would not tolerate incompetence. Those attempting to survive through cunning means had, in a sense, already forfeited their right to exist. Perhaps under the leadership of Commander Scanna, the 3rd Division would ascend to unprecedented heights. A subtle smile graced Cassius's lips. Despite the 3rd Division being newly established, its potential was evident. With a commander of such grand aspirations, Cassius had already glimpsed hope and a promising future. Subsequently, Commander Scanna issued a stringent directive. Within a fortnight, each company was to engage in combat against one another, pitting over 100 companies in the 3rd Division against each other. The competition was straightforward: to assess the uniformity of the military formation and the cohesive cooperation of the entire company, evaluating their combat effectiveness in battle. In essence, it entailed placing 2 companies together to engage in mutual combat. The 10 companies that emerged victorious would be rewarded generously. The promised rewards included consolidating all rations within the division, with half allocated to the top 10 companies in addition to these material rewards. The officers of the promoted companies would receive corresponding Golden Dragon accolades. However, the most significant reward lay beyond these. If one could capture Commander Scanna's attention and earn his favor, future prospects would no longer be a concern. This is a simple truth. Material rewards pale in comparison to the admiration of a division commander. Naturally, with rewards come penalties. The 10 companies ranked lowest would see their commanders replaced, and their respective battalion leaders would meticulously inspect whether they had the capability to retain their positions. To this end, Commander Scanna had even renamed his personal guard to the inspection squad, tasked specifically with these matters. It was evident to all that this commander was not to be trifled with. The regulations he instituted would indeed be enforced progressively. The atmosphere within the 3rd Division grew increasingly agitated. Not everyone could maintain a calm demeanor amidst the storm. The vast majority had an inherent, fervent pursuit of fame and fortune. Moreover, this was no longer merely a matter of reputation and wealth. It concerned the critical issue of their current predicament. The implication of Commander Scanna's message was clear. Everyone needed to become agitated, diligently training their troops, for any sign of laxity could result in being the next to be eliminated. Cassius found himself increasingly in agreement with a newly appointed commander. He perceived a resemblance between himself and Commander Scanna in certain aspects, particularly in their shared belief in the principle of fulfilling one's duties. Once one occupies a position of authority, one must perform the tasks effectively. This is not merely a responsibility and obligation, but a means of self-discipline and enhancement. Often, it is through such endeavors that one experiences rapid personal growth. Following Commander Scanna's directive, a palpable atmosphere of rigorous training enveloped the entire 3rd Division on the training grounds. The fervor of the slogans echoed fervently, brimming with passion. As for how much of this fervor could be transformed into actual combat effectiveness, that remained uncertain. In this fervent environment, Cassius naturally did not lag behind. He spent each day within the barracks directing his soldiers in various physical and combat training exercises. Although Cassius was the trainer, he often found himself participating, and despite having been elevated to knighthood, he could not escape the occasional overwhelming fatigue. Yet beneath this weariness lay a profound sense of satisfaction as he observed the soldiers of the 1st Battalion gradually coming into their own, filling him with immense joy. Chapter 8. The Smiling Tiger. This sensation resembled the rewarding feeling of witnessing the fruits of one's labor after diligently nurturing something. As its caretaker, one inevitably experiences a certain relief from stress. Over the past few days, Cassius had navigated his role as the commander of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Regiment quite smoothly. Generally, he had become better acquainted with those around him. For instance, the regiment commander, his immediate superior, Isaiah, appeared to be a rather earnest and steadfast middle-aged man. However, after spending time together, Cassius discerned that this individual was, in fact, a smiling tiger, a master of deception. Though Cassius was reluctant to engage with him, he was acutely aware that this was his superior, and at times he felt utterly powerless. When this man wished to inspect his troops, could Cassius possibly deter him? Many things are not accomplished simply by desire. Cassius had attempted numerous times and had come to understand this profound reality. From a distance, Cassius spotted Commander Isaiah approaching with his personal guard, and a flicker of unease crossed his features. He was tempted to turn and walk away, yet his legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge. As Isaiah drew closer, Cassius promptly donned a wide smile, one that appeared genuine and sincere. "Commander, it is a pleasure to see you," he said, stepping forward and slightly bowing, adopting a subtly obsequious demeanor. One must lower their head under the eaves. The best strategy for dealing with a smiling tiger is to become an even more refined version of one. "Ah, I merely came to take a casual look. It seems you, Commander Cassius, have been quite idle," Isaiah remarked, his smile broadening as his right hand unconsciously rested on Cassius's shoulder, exuding an air of mentorship. "Hee, I was just about to pause training upon noticing your arrival. Eager to welcome you. By the way, Commander, in a few days we have the competition mandated by the division commander. You have any instructions?" Cassius instinctively evaded Isaiah's hand, his obsequiousness slightly diminishing as he took a step back. "Indeed, had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. I actually came to discuss something with you today," Isaiah replied, feigning an epiphany while internally Cassius silently scoffed at him. "If the commander has something to say, please feel free to express it. It is an honor to serve you," Cassius said, adapting his speech to suit the occasion. "I appreciate your straightforwardness. You are efficient and to the point. Very commendable," Isaiah stated, attempting once more to place his hand on Cassius's shoulder, only to be deftly avoided. Isaiah said, slightly embarrassed, his gaze wandering as he took a couple of steps to the side. "This pertains to the upcoming division-wide competition. I am aware that your battalion's training has always been the most vigorous. I have observed your military discipline and appearance, and it is commendable. You truly live up to my expectations of a talented officer. Your future holds boundless possibilities, and who knows, I may rely on you for support in the future." Isaiah earnestly praised Cassius, who inwardly rolled his eyes, pondering what had led this man to exhibit such abnormal behavior today. "Commander, if you have something to communicate, please do so directly." Cassius stood by, unable to endure the situation any longer, and gently interjected, "Ahem. It is, as you may know, the commander of the 2nd Battalion, Amos, is my nephew. What I wish to convey is that if during the competition your forces encounter his unit, might it be possible to—" Isaiah continued to smile, his eyes reflecting an expectant glint. "Rest assured, Commander, this matter is well within my consideration. Since it is your nephew's unit, I will certainly ensure that they do not suffer an embarrassing defeat. You need not remind me of this," Cassius responded with joviality, as if he were the epitome of righteousness. However, he understood all too well the underlying implication of Isaiah's words, essentially suggesting that he should allow his nephew, Amos, to win. The deeper meaning of this concession was clear. Cassius should yield to Isaiah's nephew. What a duplicitous character! While Cassius might easily acquiesce to Isaiah's demands in a subdued tone, when it came to the welfare of his soldiers, he found such submission utterly intolerable. His soldiers had been training diligently, and Cassius had eschewed conventional methods, instead employing innovative training techniques that he had conceived, which he fully implemented on his 500 troops. The results have been quite satisfactory, earning Cassius a measure of pride. Even when Isaiah visited for inspections, he frequently nodded in approval of such a disciplined army, attempting on several occasions to extract Cassius's training methods. Cassius, however, only offered a selective explanation of the less significant aspects. Each time he concluded his explanation, Isaiah's expression grew increasingly sour. As the competition loomed closer, it was only natural for Isaiah to consider his nephew's prospects. Whatever means he employed to assist his nephew was of little concern to Cassius. However, should it infringe upon the rights of his soldiers, Cassius would stand firm and unwavering. This was a critical stance, one that Cassius would not easily relinquish. "Commander Cassius, I believe you have misunderstood my intentions," Isaiah stated with a grave tone, clearly displeased. "Since you are unable to grasp my point, let me be explicit. In this first competition, my nephew is assuredly to secure a top 3 position. I recognize your capabilities. While your soldiers have only trained for a few weeks, they have made commendable progress. Thus, I hope that should the occasion arise where you face my nephew, you would graciously accept defeat, as Isia concluded. The smile faded from his face, replaced by a foreboding glare fixed upon Cassius, laden with menace. Cassius stood tall, realizing just how audacious this so-called smiling tiger was, making such brazen demands without a hint of shame. Maintaining an air of righteousness throughout. The uninformed, one might presume that he was the aggrieved party. Indeed, the moniker Smiling Tiger was well-deserved. Chapter 81. Conflict. Cassius could comprehend Isia's motives in paving the way for his nephew, as it is human nature to be selfish, revealing that selfishness is not particularly surprising. However, when it encroached upon his own interests, Cassius found it intolerable that he could endure personal losses, but when it came to the hard-working soldiers under his command, anyone daring to infringe upon their rights would be committing an offense in Cassius's eyes. In a sense, this was a display of protective instincts, yet Cassius was resolute in his stance. Isia might wield his authority as a battalion commander to intimidate him, but whether that intimidation would succeed was not within Isia's control. Cassius stood firm, silently reflecting, his countenance adorned with a genuine smile, even as Isia's expression grew more sinister, revealing his anger. Despite Isia being the superior officer of Rolling, Cassius remained unperturbed. "Commander, I firmly believe that my battalion has the potential to claim victory, which would in turn reflect glory upon you. Wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, the regular competitions are established by the division commander. If we were to engage in deceit, wouldn't that be?" Cassius continued to make his final efforts. Even though Isia's remarks had reached a critical juncture, Cassius still hoped to negotiate. You acknowledge me as your battalion commander, do you? I had thought you fancied yourself a division commander. What are you? After all, just a few months ago, you were a mere private. The division commander elevated you to the rank of commander. Do not overestimate your worth. By the way, I've heard that the commander of the 4th Battalion, Gerald, is on friendly terms with you. Surely, you do not believe he could shield you? Let me be clear. I have never regarded Gerald with any level of esteem, much less you. Isia shed his usual demeanor of humility and civility, his presence now exuding an unsettling menace. Cassius remained steadfast, his gaze fixed upon Isia, not uttering a single word, his expression indifferent and his eyes clear, allowing Isia to rant unchecked. "Commander, I will reiterate. The competition is dictated by the division commander. I hold no authority to intervene, nor do you. If your precious nephew Amos cannot even best my battalion, does he truly aspire to compete with the fierce teams from other battalions? That would be sheer folly. It would not be an exaggeration to call it delusional." Cassius's words struck hard, and observing Isia's increasingly darkening countenance, he took a slight step back. To confront a battalion commander in such a manner within a military camp was a rare occurrence indeed. "You are courting death." Isia advanced menacingly as Cassius retreated. Isia's broad palm swung toward Cassius, a flicker of pale flame shimmering upon his hand. In broad daylight, this man dared to resort to violence. Taken aback, Cassius sidestepped to the right, clasping his hands before him to brace against Isia's force. Thud! Cassius coughed as he fell to the ground, his expression dark as he glared at the smug Isia, acutely aware that this man had indeed intended to harm him. Having just been promoted to a novice knight, he was no match for Isia, a seasoned knight on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of his abilities, nearing the threshold of becoming a full-fledged knight. The power of a formal knight loomed ominously over Cassius. In the distance, Bartle and the others, witnessing Cassius's sudden fall, rushed over, their eyes fixed upon Isia with fierce intensity. Though Isia held the title of battalion commander, the officers and soldiers of the 1st Battalion, if given the choice between Cassius and Isia as their leader, would undoubtedly choose Cassius without hesitation. This was a testament to Cassius's character. He trained alongside these men, shared their meals, and never placed himself upon a pedestal. They held this sentiment deep within their hearts, and now, seeing Cassius injured, they could not simply ignore it. Their gazes were locked onto Isia, as if awaiting a command from Cassius to charge forth and deliver a sound thrashing to their battalion commander. "What are you doing?" "I am your battalion commander." "Are you seeking death?" Isia's expression soured, realizing that what he had initially thought would be a simple matter had escalated to a point of confrontation, though he was unafraid of the soldiers before him. If this incident were to reach the division comm, Isaiah departed with a sullen expression, while Cassius observed the retreating figure of Isaiah, a faint smile gradually reappearing on his face. This cunning individual had indeed suffered a mute loss today. However, this incident had irrevocably soured their relationship, and it was likely that he would face some difficulties in the future. Contemplating this, Cassius furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze drifting, lost in thought. "Boss, how are you? That Isaiah fellow didn't he give you too much trouble, did he? Just say the word, and I'll go up there and tear him apart," Bartle exclaimed, mimicking a forward charge, observing this bumbling giant. Cassius couldn't help but smile faintly. When he glanced at the surrounding soldiers, all of whom wore protective expressions, he felt that it was only right for him to safeguard their interests. They had devoted their loyalty and integrity, so why shouldn't he contribute in return? Now that he had assumed the role of their captain, he bore the responsibility and duty to defend their rights. A choice he had never regretted. As for Isaiah, a petty individual, he was hardly worth consideration. Chapter 82. The inside story. 2 days later, under the organization of Division Commander Scana, the internal contests of the division commenced. This marked the first official competition since the 3rd Division-S reconstruction, and the entire division regarded it with considerable seriousness. Everyone knew that the victor of this inaugural contest would leave a lasting impression on the esteemed division commander, and the prospects for their future were undoubtedly promising. This was precisely why Isaiah had previously sought to manipulate Cassius. He merely aimed to elevate his nephew in the eyes of Commander Scana. And such an opportunity for distinction was not one to be easily relinquished. Cassius pondered this as he prepared for various maneuvers. For these new recruits, who had only recently joined the military, the half-month of training had not yielded particularly commendable results. They were still in the early stages of familiarization with one another. Though the time was brief, some effects were beginning to manifest. Under Cassius's unique training regimen, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Brigade had begun to take shape, at least in terms of formation, showing minimal deficiencies. This was quite remarkable for newcomers who had only undergone half a month of training. Moreover, in Cassius's battalion, the proportion of veterans was exceedingly small, with Bartle and a few others numbering no more than 20. The absence of seasoned soldiers as training templates significantly diminished the overall effectiveness of the training. Initially, the 2nd Brigade had over 200 vacancies for new recruits, but most had been funneled into the 2nd Battalion, as its commander, Amos, was the nephew of Brigade Commander Isaiah, who naturally garnered preferential treatment. Isaiah's confidence in his nephew achieving outstanding results stemmed from knowing that nearly half of the 2nd Battalion comprised veterans. The combat effectiveness of these seasoned soldiers was undeniable. Veterans who had seen battle truly fought with fervor. Even though the 2nd Battalion had not prioritized training in recent days, the presence of over 200 veterans alone would ensure they made a mark before the division commander. This was not something easily envied, especially considering the nepotistic advantage of having a discerning yet self-serving brigade commander as an uncle. Had it not been for Division Commander Scana personally appointing Cassius as the commander of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Brigade, it was likely that Amos would have occupied that position. Perhaps this was why Brigade Commander Isaiah had maintained a lukewarm attitude towards Cassius. Logically, there should have been no enmity between them. Cassius had initially performed commendably, rendering such underhanded tactics unnecessary and excessive. Cassius cast his gaze further afield, finding himself positioned at the base of the training ground, with a vast arena loomed before him. Now divided into 8 sections, given their size and layout, it was evident that these areas were designated for 8 groups of competing battalions to engage in combat. The rules for the contest were straightforward. The victor would reign supreme. Aside from the prohibition against killing, sustaining injuries or disabilities was deemed normal. The division commander, Scana, was a man forged in the crucible of battle, possessing a natural affinity for the brutal realities of warfare. As he had previously stated, the battlefield was far more sanguinary than this so-called contest. If one could not acclimate to such a competitive environment now, would they lay down their arms and surrender in the blood-soaked chaos of the battlefield in the future? Though the division commander's words were somewhat fervent, they were undeniably wise, and Cassius held a deep appreciation for this iron-fisted leader. The contest would see all battalions disperse for a system of advancement based on 150 competitors. The eliminated party would forfeit any chance of competing again. The division commander had previously declared that, since the entire army had been vanquished, there was no point in further exertion, that if one encountered an exceptionally strong team in the first match, they could only blame their own misfortune. Have you heard? I've been told that the top 5 battalion slots have already been monopolized. What? But the contest hasn't even started yet. Where did you get that rumor? Sounds unreliable. Hey, don't dismiss it. I got this intel from my aunt's neighbor, cousin's sister-in-law, brother, who happens to be the captain of the personal guard for the commander of the 1st Battalion. If he says it's true, it's likely legitimate. Really? Do tell, who has taken the top 5 slots? Are we in the running? Alas, we are from the 4th Battalion. It's unlikely we'll be considered. I've heard that the 1st Battalion has 3 seed teams, all composed of veterans, specifically formed to dominate this contest. Then there's the 2nd Battalion. It's said that the commander of the 2nd Battalion is the brigade commander's nephew. So he gathered all the veterans there, forming 2 seed teams with a significant chance of securing a top 5 position. Lastly, there's the 3rd Battalion. Although their numbers are lacking, pooling the entire brigade's strength to create a formidable team is still feasible. It is just unfortunate for our 4th Battalion, much like the 5th, which seems to be neglected, receiving no attention from the division commander, and we haven't even been allocated 100 veterans. Cassius sat nearby, listening to the exchange between the 2 soldiers, lamenting in silence. His mind grew clearer as he glanced towards the right front, spotting Gerald's robust figure shifting uneasily, his expression also one of gloom, indicating he too was aware of some of the contest's undercurrents. Forming the strongest battalion with veterans, then achieving victory in the contest, certainly had an air of unfair advantage. After all, the combat effectiveness, awareness, and cooperative synergy between veterans and rookies were hardly comparable, creating an inherent imbalance. Yet, in this world, absolute fairness was a rare commodity. True equity was earned through personal struggle. Just as now, Cassius would not yield to such so-called arrangements. The so-called top 5 battalions, Cassius believed, still possessed the opportunity and capability to intervene. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared, and Cassius was absolutely confident in the sufficiency of his own readiness. In the center of the grand martial stage, the robust and commanding Scana Division commander had, at some point, found a seat among the proceedings. Aside from this distinguished commander, the central platform was occupied by the leaders of the 5 major brigades and several judges, approximately 10 individuals seated. Drawing the collective gaze of onlookers towards them, in Cassius's line of sight, he noticed that Gerald had also ascended to the martial stage, now seated alongside Isaiah, exchanging silent glances. Chapter 83. The first round of the advancement tournament, this was the first competition for the 3rd Division. An event of considerable significance. The Scana Division commander appeared particularly spirited today, seemingly poised for a grand display. To the heart of the combat arena lay a pile of resplendent golden dragons and glimmering silver wolves, captivating the attention of all present. Surrounding the arena, the tantalizing aroma of simmering meats heightened appetites, a promise of rewards from the commander, who had vowed that those who distinguished themselves in combat would not be deprived of gold and glory. The commander had issued a stern warning. Those battalions finishing in the bottom 10 would face dire consequences, with both brigade and battalion leaders subjected to varying degrees of exploitation. Such was the reality, harsh yet undeniable. Perhaps it was precisely this circumstance that had fostered the present atmosphere. When interests accumulate to a certain extent, individuals might resort to unconventional means to obtain what they covet, such as these shimmering golden and silver dragons, along with the intangible yet palpable glory that accompanies them. These desires are tangible, and the more concrete they are, the more they incite human ambition. When such aspirations do not align with one's capabilities, individuals may choose to employ extreme and unorthodox methods to seize them. These methods of deprivation are often brutally cruel. Once one resolves to acquire something that exceeds their abilities, notions of dignity and justice are cast aside. Cassius nodded toward Bartle and the others beside him, signaling them to remain unburdened by psychological pressure, confident that the new recruits molded under his guidance were indeed the finest, even if some resorted to manipulative tactics. Incorporating so-called veterans into the fray, Cassius remained undaunted. This confidence stemmed from a deep-seated pride. Despite the corruption of fairness and justice in this world, he was determined to shatter these metaphorical chains. My fate is determined by me, not by destiny. Nothing in this world can confine me. Cassius. Nearly 180 battalion leaders convened to draw lots, determining the order for the first round of selection. The inaugural round would see 180 competing for 90 slots, and all battalion leaders were eager, their anticipation palpable, especially with the division commander and the 5 brigade leaders observing from the central stage. If not now, when would they exert their utmost effort? Of course, many battalion leaders were secretly hoping to face a relatively weaker opponent, as they wished to avoid elimination in the first round. Should they be ousted at this stage, it would signify an end to their aspirations of advancing into the top 90 battalions. Furthermore, they would find themselves in competition with other eliminated battalions. And if relegated to the last 10, their position would become exceedingly precarious. They would not only incur the division commander's wrath, but would also face repercussions from their own battalion and brigade leaders. For those battalion leaders lacking in strength, this was a moment of heightened anxiety. Initially, they had felt elated and invigorated upon being promoted to their ranks, yet now a bitter taste of disillusionment lingered on their palates. This sentiment was far from pleasant. However, having reaped the honors and benefits of their positions, they were obligated to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities and duties. That it was likely that the Scana Division commander devised this system of rewards and penalties to identify the most competent and the least competent of the grassroots officers. Those lacking ability and responsibility ought to gracefully step down. Making way for the capable T.O.B. Frank, Cassius felt an inexplicable resonance with his commander's principles. Meritocracy above favoritism, where the capable shall ascend to their rightful place. This is precisely the most fundamental quality and virtue that a superior should possess. In this regard, the esteemed General Scana has performed admirably. After Bartle and others drew their respective numbers, the first round of selection commenced amid the judges' calls. Due to spatial constraints, it was impossible for all the companies to compete simultaneously. Only 8 combat areas were available, necessitating that all companies engage in rounds of competition in groups of 8. With a total of 180 companies divided into 90 groups, the first round of trials had to be conducted in 12 separate instances, given the overwhelming number of participating companies. It was impractical to allow the duel between any 2 companies to continue indefinitely. General Scana mandated that each match could last only 15 minutes. If a resolution was not achieved within that time, the judge would intervene, assessing the outcome based on the number of eliminated and injured soldiers from each side. The authority to determine victory resided solely with the judges personally selected by General Scana. And once a decision was rendered, none of the company leaders had the right to contest it. While this may seem an autocratic clause, it is, after all, quite reasonable if everyone sought to debate the judge's decisions. The few judges available would surely be overwhelmed. The first round of battles promptly commenced. Coincidentally, Cassius's company, the Decker Company, was chosen for the initial bout. Their opponent was a company from the 5th Division's 2nd Battalion, not one of the vaunted seed companies, which allowed Cassius to relax and observe the unfolding events with keen interest. Due to the overwhelming power of the Knight-class warriors, the involvement of any Knight-level combatants in this match was strictly prohibited, a rigid rule set forth by General Scana. Any violators would be immediately disqualified from the competition and subjected to corresponding penalties. In the glaring eyes of the spectators, few dared to openly defy the general's stern orders. The resonant war drums sounded. The battle erupted on the grand arena. The combat in the 8 small zones was intensely fierce. Although the clashes were not with real weapons, the strikes were nonetheless forceful to mitigate the risk of severe casualties. Both sides were prohibited from using iron weapons, and wooden swords and staffs were uniformly distributed. The criteria for victory involved forcing the opponent out of the designated area. Once both feet crossed the boundary, that individual would lose their right to compete, leaving them to rely on their teammates to reclaim glory. While the method of combat may have seemed rudimentary, it effectively gauged the mutual cooperation and basic teamwork abilities of the company members. Although it fell short of a true battlefield experience, as long as the rules were strictly enforced and fairness upheld, The competition held significant value. At least from Cassius's perspective, it provided a foundational assessment of a company's adaptability and combat effectiveness. Chapter 84. Overstepping authority. Cassius directed his gaze toward the area occupied by the Decker Company. He observed both armies entangled in a fervent struggle. From Cassius's vantage point, the slender Decker led the charge, wielding a wooden longsword that unleashed an unexpectedly formidable force. Each soldier struck by the longsword fell to the ground, their combat effectiveness significantly diminished. Subsequently, soldiers from behind Decker swiftly bound their fallen comrades and hurled them outside the competition area. The disciplined formation and seamless cooperation of Decker's soldiers provided the opposing company commander with a visual feast. He had not anticipated that the seemingly frail Decker could exert such combat prowess, let alone that an obscure company could so swiftly overpower his meticulously trained unit. The tide of battle shifted overwhelmingly in favor of Decker, prompting the opposing commander to panic in a fit of rage. He swung his wooden axe, cleaving down two of Decker's soldiers before charging directly at Decker. This commander, robust and muscular, appeared to rival Bartle, standing in stark contrast to the slender Decker at first glance. One might assume that the diminutive Decker was doomed. Even General Scanna, seated prominently at the center of the arena, shared this sentiment, shaking his head slightly as he prepared to divert his gaze to other battle zones. Just as his attention was about to shift, an unexpected throw caught his eye. The previously pitifully weak commander executed a remarkably fluid wrestling maneuver, lifting his hulking opponent overhead and slamming him forcefully onto the hard ground, creating a resounding thud. This little fellow seems to possess quite a bit of strength. Scanna's focus sharpened. He appeared to discover something entertaining, his expression gradually shifting to one of satisfaction. Which companies occupy Area 7? Scanna inquired casually, yet his question startled the two company commanders present. The 5th Division's commander flushed slightly. The company in question was among the strongest in his ranks. Initially, he believed that even if they could not match the so-called seed companies, they could at least be considered among the second tier of units. However, witnessing their swift defeat was a humbling experience. Commander, it seems one of them is an officer under my command, the little one. Isai interjected, seizing this opportunity to showcase his achievements. Although he held little regard for Cassius and his companies, he would not hesitate to claim their accolades for his own benefit. After all, he was indeed the commander of this group, was he not? Isai felt a surge of pride, adopting a somewhat sycophantic demeanor as he addressed Scanna. Very impressive, such a diminutive stature, yet capable of exhibiting such formidable strength. Moreover, their formation is impeccable, and their cooperation is remarkable. To have trained for merely 15 days, what a delightful surprise, Commander Isai. Your training methods are truly commendable. Scanna expressed his admiration without reservation, his words imbued with satisfaction and excitement. You all should seek further guidance from Commander Isai in the future. Scanna added, observing Isai's composed facade, believing him to be a person of integrity, which only heightened his satisfaction. Your Excellency, you flatter me. It is nothing worth mentioning. With dedication, anyone can cultivate fine soldiers. Isai replied modestly, maintaining a composed smile. Though internally he was ecstatic, to be praised by the division commander was an accomplishment he felt he could boast about for a lifetime. By the way, Commander, this company under my command can only be considered average. The most elite units have yet to make their appearance. Once they do, Isai began to drift into a self-congratulatory reverie, intending to promote his esteemed nephew, convinced that the 2 seed companies under his nephew's command would surely impress General Scanna. He envisioned that, should this occur, it would not be impossible for his nephew to receive a commendation as a company commander. If that were to happen, both nephew and uncle would hold the title of company commander within the 3rd Division. Who would dare oppose them? Isai's plans were well laid, and his excitement grew. During the time Scanna and Isai engaged in conversation at the center of the arena, Decker once again surged forward, decisively forcing the opposing company out of the competition area and securing victory in the first battle. All within less than half the allocated time. Observing Decker's swift resolution of the conflict, General Scanna nodded with increasing approval. Decker, along with his company, descended the platform leisurely, while Cassius wore a slight smile. Approaching Decker and patting him on the shoulder, commending him on a job well done. Although Decker maintained his characteristic stoic expression, he had grown less resistant to Cassius after spending several days together. Otherwise, he would not have joined Cassius's ranks as a company commander. The opponent was truly inept. Deck spoke with a hint of pride, then casually reclined on the ground, wearing a nonchalant expression. Cassius, this fellow, has certainly learned a considerable number of specialized terms by following me. A quarter of an hour later, those battalions still engaged in combat were abruptly called to a halt. Some units, having become heated in their skirmishes, continued to grapple with one another despite the referee's commands. At this moment, the guards of the divisional commander standing around the training platform were far less accommodating, brandishing their blades with intent. Initially, it was merely a threat, but if there was no change in behavior, those gleaming swords would soon strike. The expressions on the faces of these guards were fierce and terrifying. They were genuine warriors forged in the crucible of battle. Dealing with these greenhorns posed little challenge for them. The show of authority by the divisional commander's guards proved effective, as the entire training platform gradually fell into silence. After a brief moment, another batch of battalions ascended the training stage to engage in one-on-one combat. The fighting persisted, and casualties were, of course, inevitable. Although wooden weapons were used, the fervor of combat could still lead to fatalities, even unarmed. However, under the unified suppression of the divisional commander's guards, the intensity of the duels was kept within certain limits. Chapter 85. The divisional commander's discretion. The dueling reached a crescendo, the exchanges of offense and defense. The fierce battles and various cunning techniques were employed without restraint. The esteemed General Scanna displayed an approving demeanor, seemingly appreciating this phenomenon. Those who survived the blood-soaked battlefield often cared more about how to register and survive than the means employed to attain such ends, which were generally overlooked. Surviving was the only true principle of existence. If one could not endure, how many would truly care about the integrity of one's principles? In reality, the justification of such direct self-interest is not without merit. The distinction between good and bad is merely a discourse in two differing environments. The established hierarchy was palpable. To gain favor in the presence of this divisional commander and to make a mark within the 3rd Division, one must demonstrate their skill. Even if some unscrupulous methods were employed, as long as the outcome was favorable, the process need not be scrutinized. The complete control of interests, brutal and bloody, yet in an unseen manner, established the most ironclad order. Soon, the first round of 10 matches concluded, taking approximately 2 hours, with the sun hanging motionless in the sky. General Scanna, brimming with enthusiasm, showed no inclination to pause before the next contest, waving his hand to signal the commencement of the 2nd round. Fortunately, all 5 battalions under Cassius's command advanced from the 1st round. Although luck played a role, as none faced the so-called C battalions, it nonetheless indicated the combat prowess of Cassius's forces. In just half a month, Cassius had successfully trained his troops to this level, a source of pride for him, as the 2nd round began. Cassius remained composed, having already achieved his initial objectives with all his battalions advancing. While securing better results in the upcoming matches would be ideal, he could accept failure, understanding that those who advanced possessed a certain level of skill and capability. Although confident in his own abilities, he recognized that encountering unexpected challenges was perfectly normal. From his vantage point below the dueling platform, Cassius observed a fierce contest above, beyond the skirmishes between battalions. There was also a competition among several battalion leaders vying for the commander's favor. This was a prime opportunity to earn prestige before the divisional commander, and no one wished to miss it. Everyone understood that making an impression could determine their battalion's future standing. Lower-ranked battalions sought more resources and a chance to rise, while those at the top desired to secure all available resources for themselves. If managed properly, such competition could serve as an effective means of motivation. However, this relied on maintaining harmony within the division, but if such competition bred animosity, it would be best avoided. Every situation has its limits, and recognizing these boundaries simplifies problem solving. Yet, failing to navigate these limits could lead to evident repercussions. Often, it is a clash between two opposing forces, hinging on whether one possesses the requisite skill and tact. A slight smile grazed Scanna's face as he considered the competition favorably, believing it could inspire mutual advancement and drive. Once such momentum was established, it could yield unforeseen positive effects, such as soldiers training with greater diligence and displaying a willingness to fight valiantly. Should this spirit take root, it would signify a significant stride toward the 3rd Division's evolution into an elite force. Scanna, formerly a captain of the Legion Commander S-Guard, had learned much from his shrewd superior. He never openly displayed genuine affection, nor did he allow it to manifest in words or thoughts. Always maintaining an appearance of humble simplicity, one might wonder how a seemingly straightforward individual could ascend to the rank of Legion Commander, leading them to numerous renowned victories across the Empire. The ability to conceal one's emotions is a vital trait for a commander, a quality that only deepens with time. Those who possess this quality are often the most formidable. Although Scanna doubted his ability to match the cunning of Commander Myers, he recognized that his 5 battalion leaders were not the same treacherous individuals that once occupied the ranks of the Feathered Legion. Their levels of wits and capability were limited, and Scanna believed he could further assert his influence over them, incorporating them into his grand ambitions. What was now required was composure, joy, and commendation that he needed to learn from Commander Myers' methods while exercising discernment and employing appropriate strategies. As he and Myers were not one and the same, blind imitation could lead to his downfall, whereas appropriately infusing his emotions into the mix could illuminate a path to gradual advancement. Such were Scanna's contemplations, and he acted accordingly. Feeling content with the current circumstances that in just 15 days, he had witnessed a remarkable enhancement and progress among his troops. Consequently, the promised rewards and penalties must be administered with due consideration. As a commander, one must keep their word. Only thus can they establish authority and command respect. Divisional Commander, on the 4th training ground is my nephew's battalion. Please take a look and offer your guidance. Isaiah stated with feigned restraint, his tone laced with pride as he cast a challenging glance at Gerald, for the battalion in question bore the banner of the 4th Battalion. This Seed Battalion, nurtured by Isaiah himself, was poised to showcase a one-sided slaughter before him, which would surely draw the attention of the divisional commander to his precious nephew. Once he left an impression in the commander's mind, life would undoubtedly become much easier for both him and his cherished nephew. Chapter 86. A bypass. Isaiah, the battalion commander, had calculated his strategy impeccably by the 5th round of combat. Only 13 battalions remained engaged in fierce struggle. At this juncture, it was a contest among the Seed battalions. After 4 rounds of battle, despite the use of wooden weapons keeping casualties manageable, even the so-called Seed battalions were beginning to feel the strain. Unexpectedly, 2 of the 13 remaining battalions hailed from Cassius's command, a surprising turn of events considering Cassius only commanded a single regiment of 5 battalions, while the entire 3rd Division comprised 180 battalions. Currently, among the 5 battalions under Cassius's command, 2 have ascended into the top 13, which is undeniably quite remarkable. The gaze of Captain Isaiah is a blend of anger and delight. He is well aware that Cassius has been diligently training the new recruits lately, particularly with his unconventional training methods that have left Isaiah quite impressed. Otherwise, he would not have previously chosen to discuss with Cassius the possibility of allowing his cherished nephew to participate in the duel. However, this plan did not come to fruition, and the lingering feelings of embarrassment and anger still make Isaiah uncomfortable. To his surprise, 5 of the 13 battalions hail from his 2nd Battalion, and now General Scanna is increasingly appreciating him, a feeling of astonishment that Isaiah relishes. Thus, he resolved that as long as Cassius remains sensible, he might consider letting him off the hook. Although Cassius can be somewhat ungrateful, he undeniably possesses commendable skills in training new soldiers, and it would be worthwhile to exploit his remaining potential. That Isaiah's thoughts are quite complex, and his gaze towards Cassius has grown sharper. Among the battalions advancing to the 5th round of duels, 2 belong to Cassius's camp, 2 are from his beloved nephew's battalion, and 1 is from the 3rd Battalion of the 2nd Brigade, which is not particularly strong but has benefited from fortunate matchups against weaker opponents. The 3rd Brigade comprises 5 battalions in total, yet the 2nd Brigade now leads with 5 slots, while even the 1st Brigade has only 4, 3 of which were pre-selected Seed battalions. In an instant, Isaiah felt a swell of pride. dismissing the 1st Brigade's Captain Kingsley as inconsequential, merely occupying resources without achieving significant results. Unconsciously, Aja revealed a disdainful glare. The other brigade leaders on the training platform were quite incensed by Aja's haughty demeanor. Yet they felt powerless, for he is currently favored by the division commander. Captain Kingsley of the 1st Brigade, seated nearby, wore a slightly sullen expression, speaking little throughout. He has long been a follower of Scanna. Having joined him when Scanna was the captain of the Legion's honor guard, he had no intention of vying for favor with these individuals, recognizing the nature of his division commander. To gain favor, one must demonstrate worthiness. As long as one showcases their value and abilities, there is no need for excessive flattery. The Commander Scanna will naturally reward those who deserve it, which is entirely reasonable. For someone like General Scanna, possessing the ability allows one to act with impunity, with the means and methods at one's own discretion. Kingsley understood this, and thus he grew silent, fixating on the duel arena, fervently hoping that the battalions he personally trained would help him rid himself of his misfortunes. 13 battalions would compete in pairs, with one automatically advancing. This fortunate battalion is something everyone aspires to be part of. Now is not the time for heroics. After enduring numerous bloody battles, the soldiers are largely fatigued, and if they could have a bye, it would equate to an additional 15 minutes of rest while conserving significant stamina. Perhaps, with this advantage, they could directly advance. All eyes were eagerly set on this fortunate battalion, and naturally, each battalion leader hoped it would be one from their own ranks. The bye went to Captain Aja's battalion. When his name was announced, a wave of sweetness and pride surged within Aja, and he cast a disdainful glance at Kingsley, but he felt confident that his nephew was poised to claim victory. The combat strength among the seed battalions was closely matched, and with this additional rest, victory seemed all but assured. Aja suddenly perceived the day to be exceptionally bright, the clouds remarkably clear, and everywhere he looked echoed with laughter and cheer. Instinctively, he scanned the surroundings, and when he caught sight of Cassius standing steadily below the platform, he was taken aback. The battalion with the bye was the 3rd Company of the 1st Battalion under Aja's command, led by Captain Dirk. When the referee announced this designation, Aja's countenance instantly darkened. Completely, so did I. In truth, he need not have been so disappointed. It was merely that his initial hopes had been so high that he found it difficult to accept the outcome. Had it been a battalion under his nephew Amos that had benefited, Aja would have been most grateful. However, the bye had indeed gone to a unit under Cassius's command, although Cassius was also one of his officers. The previous conflicts between them still left Aja feeling quite unsettled. Damn it! Curse it! Aja exhaled in frustration, forcing a veneer of nonchalance with an awkward smile. Kingsley, noticing Aja's sudden shift, exhibited a slight change in expression. Revealing a hint of suspicion before discreetly nodding, it appeared there was ample material to explore here. Kingsley's smile broadened slightly, and he chuckled subtly. Dirk, it seems, has had quite the stroke of luck. Cassius regarded Dirk, who was resting below the platform, and nodded to himself. The results achieved so far have greatly satisfied Cassius. Although he initially held high hopes for these battalions, he was still somewhat apprehensive. After all, the proportion of veterans under his command is alarmingly low, and the disparity between new recruits and seasoned soldiers is glaringly evident. Chapter 87. Teasing if the current trend continues, Dirk's battalion might indeed aspire to the top position. Aside from Captain Aja's expression shifting from surprise to gloom, his cherished nephew Amos also bore a face clouded with shadows. Cassius, do not get too complacent. This championship is mine. Anyone who stands in my way shall meet a dire fate. A robust man, his face adorned with a fierce countenance, approached Cassius, his voice booming with anger. Is that so? The last person who spoke to me in such a manner is now dead. Cassius smirked, showing no regard for this fool. Individuals like him, who believe themselves invincible due to their minor status, often parade their so-called heroic tales, but in truth, they are merely disgruntled losers that achieve their desires. They resort to underhanded tactics, reveling in their sinister methods. Such unscrupulous individuals always expect others to adhere to the boundaries they themselves disregard. Label such a person as an idiot is already an act of kindness on Cassius's part. Are you certain you wish to oppose me? Are you not aware of my status? My uncle is. What your uncle is has no bearing on me. Do you expect me to recognize you as my nephew? I certainly do not possess a fool of your caliber. Cassius interrupted Amos bluntly, asserting that discussing matters of morality with such a person is futile. Direct confrontation is the most effective approach to render him speechless. Are you truly unafraid of death? You have provoked me, and I shall offer you one last chance. If you agree to rein in your underlings during the duel, perhaps I will spare you out of goodwill. Amos persisted, lacking any trace of self-awareness that, Cassius replied, feeling somewhat disinterested. He had no desire to engage in conversation with an imbecile. Are you agreeing or not? Amos asked, bewildered. You can leave now. Do not obstruct my view of the duel. Cassius waved dismissively. Finding amusement in Amos's incredulous expression, it turns out that reprimanding an idiot can be quite gratifying this moment. Within the 6 ongoing battles in the arena, there were units from Captain Roland's battalion and 2 from the foolish Amos's command. Coincidentally, a team from Bartel's battalion was pitted against one from Amos's ranks. Currently, on the 4th duel platform, they faced each other, exuding a formidable presence. Cassius cast a sidelong glance at Amos, who was nervously watching the unfolding battle, and leisurely hummed a tune, displaying his relaxed demeanor. Geeseman, do you think Bartel will win this duel? Cassius seemed to unconsciously inquire, casting a glance at Geeseman beside him. Geeseman's company had encountered 2 formidable battalions in the previous skirmishes, resulting in their elimination during the 4th round. Nonetheless, their performance was commendable. Indeed, Bartel, that fellow, was brimming with enthusiasm, perhaps single-handedly sweeping away an entire company of foes. Geeseman, sensing the moment, hurriedly spoke in a tone neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to catch the attention of Captain Amos. Observing the faint blush on Amos's face, Cassius hesitated. After all, they were up against the Seed Company of the 2nd Battalion, reputedly comprised entirely of veterans from their 3rd Division. Could they truly prevail? At this juncture, Cassius could distinctly perceive the extreme confidence and pride emanating from the slightly tense face of Amos, who glanced at Cassius, troubled and forlorn, and let out a low grunt. Aware of his insufficient strength, he mused that surrender was still an option. Otherwise, Amos sarcastically mocked from aside. Cassius felt a sudden surge of malicious amusement at the air of superiority radiating from Amos. Indeed, it was only natural, for this was a Seed Company meticulously crafted under the direct supervision of the battalion commander. If they were to be defeated by a mere ordinary company, it would undoubtedly be a matter of disgrace. The unpredictability of such a scenario was daunting. Geeseman, pray tell, what would be the outcome if our Seed Company were to falter? Perhaps they would be subjected to slander and defamation. Alas, strength itself could be a curse. Cassius, while marveling at his own thoughts, scrutinized Amos's increasingly darkening countenance, which seemed on the verge of eruption, yet restrained by the current atmosphere. Otherwise, Cassius surmised, this individual might very well draw his sword in indignation. You lot can only boast with words. Once my company triumphs over yours, let us see if you can still wear that grin. Amos finally could no longer contain his outburst. Cassius stood by with an expression of calm indifference. Let us observe, then, should my company lose, it will be quite normal, as they are not the Seed Company of the 2nd Battalion. However, Captain Amos, you must be feeling quite the pressure, I presume. Cassius and Amos engaged in a war of words. While the battle on the training stage escalated to a fever pitch, Bartel, the imposing figure, charged forward, lifting and casting aside the enemy soldiers that obstructed his path. The thuds of bodies hitting the ground resounded, drawing the attention of the spectators surrounding the arena. Subsequently, 100 well-trained soldiers from Bartel's company surged forth, wielding wooden weapons. Though their physiques may not have appeared particularly formidable, their collective momentum was undeniable. Garnering a wave of approval from the onlookers, the remaining 13 companies, in a sense, represented the most elite assemblage within the 3rd Division, symbolizing its elite strength. After enduring rigorous selection, each of these 13 companies possessed significant prowess. Overcoming numerous trials was no trivial feat. Bartel's fervor, coupled with the unity of his soldiers, indeed captured attention. Yet their adversaries were far from disorganized. The clashes between the two sides became increasingly fervent. With countless injuries inflicted by fists, feet, and wooden weapons, gradually staining the training stage with blood. Cassius stood beneath the platform, maintaining an appearance of tranquility. Yet internally, he was far from indifferent. In this context, Cassius naturally wished for Bartle to advance. Currently, Dirk, having received a bye, had directly progressed to the top 7. If Bartle could also advance, it would mean that 2 companies under Cassius's command would be among the top 7. The allure of such a prospect was immense. Cassius's demeanor brightened at the thought. If his expectations materialized, his battalion would undoubtedly make a grand impression before the division commander. A remarkable opportunity indeed. Furthermore, from this vantage point, he could leverage the authority of the division commander to intimidate Captain Isaiah. Should these plans come to fruition, the path ahead for Cassius would become considerably smoother. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Cassius's mouth as he reveled in the prospect of realizing his ambitions. However, the environment he found himself in was not as idyllic as it appeared. Following the catastrophic near collapse of the 3rd Division, the bonds among the remaining survivors had gradually strengthened, fostering a sense of mutual understanding akin to that of confidence. This was the sweetness following adversity, a sensation that flowed freely throughout their beings, naturally facilitating the advancement of their relationships. This was both clear and tangible. For instance, the rapport between Cassius and Captain Isaiah was not as dire as initially perceived. The transformations occurring in this context could be meticulously unraveled and analyzed. However, with the announcement from Division Commander Scanna regarding inter-company competitions, this fragile peace was, to some extent, shattered. While the atmosphere of mutual support and understanding was commendable, it was ill-suited for a military unit, especially one that was nearly reconstituted. In such circumstances, the tides of human sentiment shifted, restoring vigilance and even treachery among the ranks. This was entirely normal. Cassius never deemed it unusual. It is in human nature to act selfishly, pursuing personal interests, which was a common occurrence. For the sake of advantage, it is not uncommon for comrades to undermine one another, even among close friends and family. Naturally, in a military context, such treachery would never be overtly acknowledged. However, covert acts of sabotage frequently surfaced. It was likely that Division Commander Scanna was well aware of these dynamics, yet refrained from intervening directly. In a sense, the division commander may even have been fostering competition among the various companies, battalions, and even individual squads that in the military. The absence of competition would render the organization superfluous. Gradually, the contest between Bartel's company and the one under Amos's command reached its climax. It was evident that both companies had expended nearly all their energy. The intensity of their combat had escalated to a frenzied level. By the 5th round of competition, they were engaged in a battle of true warriors, one where each participant risked their very life. The struggles within the training ground were palpable, and Division Commander Scanna, seated centrally, was in high spirits. Through this contest, he believed that the 3rd Division would steadily evolve into a genuine force of ferocity and prowess. A true force capable of clashing with the savage and ruthless troops of the Changhan Kingdom, where chaos reigned and the specter of death loomed large. Only those who could survive in such an environment, or adapt to its demands, could be deemed true soldiers or even veterans. This is why veterans have always been coveted as precious resources. The true value of a veteran far exceeds their individual combat capabilities. It lies in their ability to guide numerous recruits towards the aspirations of their commanders. That a veteran can significantly enhance the survival rates of new soldiers on the battlefield. This is not mere rhetoric. It has been substantiated through various analyses. There were once war-hardened individuals who meticulously documented such statistics, revealing survival rates that could indeed soar to 100%. The company under Amos, dubbed the Seed Company, consisted solely of veterans, a strategy that, while somewhat insidious and underhanded, was not without historical precedent. Since time immemorial, victors have been crowned as kings while the vanquished are deemed outlaws. People often focus solely on the final outcomes, seldom delving into the intricate processes that led to them. In an era of tumult and upheaval, the hearts of most individuals are fraught with restlessness, and what they perceive is merely the outcome of events. Cassius clenched his fists tightly. At that moment on the boundless battlefield, the struggle between the two companies had reached its critical juncture. Although Bartle was valiant, the opposing company commander was by no means inept. Since he had been selected to lead a seed company, he undoubtedly possessed considerable skill, a fact in which Cassius had faith regarding the judgment of Commander Isaiah. From Cassius's vantage point, he observed the opposing commander entangled with Bartle. Despite Bartel's immense strength, he was markedly lacking in agility. This disadvantage rendered Bartle increasingly passive. Though the clash remained fierce, Cassius understood that Bartle was nearing his limits. Cassius's expression shifted subtly as he witnessed Bartel's colossal frame collapse onto the ground with a thunderous crash, akin to a great mountain crumbling. Ultimately, this robust figure could not withstand the strain. Meanwhile, the battle between the two sides had reached a stalemate, with neither side's soldiers gaining the upper hand. The outcome now hinged on the capabilities of their respective commanders. Isaiah, Kingsley, Amos, Cassius. On the field, nearly 10,000 gazes converged upon the fourth arena, each silently cheering for the company they supported. The tension of this gripping battle dissipated the moment Bartel's massive form fell to the ground. Regardless of which side they had backed, hearts were heavy with disappointment. Isaiah exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite some unexpected turns, the result was still somewhat satisfactory. Amos shot a haughty glare at Cassius, radiating an air of arrogance that seemed to pierce the heavens. Chapter 89. Kingsley's thoughts. Cassius felt a knot tighten in his chest. In this situation, he could no longer maintain his previous composure. His relationship with Bartle was unique. This towering figure had always held him in great esteem. Though they were not brothers, their bond was akin to that of brothers, and no longer was the matter solely about winning the duel. Cassius was deeply concerned with how to minimize Bartel's injuries. Fixating on the increasingly dire battlefield, Cassius took a deep breath. He was prepared to concede defeat on Bartel's behalf. This day's fellow might genuinely risk everything for this match. While Cassius also cared about the outcome, if it concerned the life of his trusted general, nothing else mattered. At that moment, the tide of battle completely reversed. Bartle collapsed like a mighty mountain, and the most delighted was undoubtedly the opposing commander, who approached with a dark expression, preparing to stomp on Bartle, ensuring the duel's outcome was beyond doubt. Just then, Bartle, lying motionless on the ground, suddenly rolled to the side, deftly evading the impending footfall, and then sprang into action, launching a fierce counterattack against his overconfident adversary. For the first time, Bartle caught sight of his opponent's movements, perhaps due to overconfidence leading to a lapse in awareness, or perhaps because they had not anticipated Bartel's capacity for a comeback. The outcome was exhilarating. Bartle rose with immense vigor, overpowering his opponent and delivering powerful blows, causing cries of agony to erupt. As Bartel's fist descended for the 8th time, the commander of Amos's seed company, amidst his screams, declared, "I concede," thus concluding the battle. The conflict began abruptly and ended even more unexpectedly, leaving the audience in astonishment at this unforeseen reversal. And one had anticipated Bartle would employ such a tactic, deceiving them all. Among the spectators, some were elated, while others were incensed. Amos, who had previously reveled in his superiority, now wore a face of disbelief and anger, a sensation akin to stepping into an ice cellar on a sweltering day, a feeling that was profoundly unsettling for Kingsley, the commander of the first company. The hidden talents within Isaiah's company were indeed remarkable. This fierce contest was truly exhilarating. After a prolonged silence, Kingsley suddenly praised Isaiah in front of Commander Scanna. Though such flattery only served to further provoke Isaiah's ire, the glint of malice in Isaiah's eyes quickly faded, replaced by an awkward smile. There's no need for Commander Kingsley to be so courteous. Observing Isaiah's expression, which resembled one who had just consumed something unpleasant, Kingsley nodded with satisfaction, glancing at Commander Scanna, who had been nodding along. Kingsley understood that Scanna likely had his eye on the formidable Bartle. This was not surprising. The spectacle of Bartel's comeback was profoundly moving that if Kingsley were in that position, he too would likely exhibit such a reaction. Both companies belonged to the second company, and logically, regardless of which side triumphed or faltered, it should not have affected Isaiah. Yet, why did Isaiah's demeanor shift so dramatically? Typically, when two companies hail from the same unit, selecting the more elite one as the victor is commonplace. And even in a contest of this nature, the stakes should not have been so high. However, the current circumstances were indeed peculiar. Kingsley pondered, noting that Isaiah's response suggested a personal vendetta against this company. Clearly, there was much more to uncover. Kingsley found the situation increasingly intriguing. It was far from the simple affair he had initially envisioned. Since this event had transpired, there had to be reasoning and motivation behind it. And discovering the source of such motives was essential. Perhaps this could serve as leverage against Isaiah. Kingsley narrowed his eyes, observing the robust figure leading his company to victory in the final confrontation. A grin of amusement spreading across his face. The commander of the second company had become increasingly unruly, harboring grand ambitions to overshadow Kingsley's first company in the eyes of their superior. Kingsley would not permit this to happen. Thus, he needed to take action to thwart such aspirations that CMB now had material to study and develop further. Standing in the audience, Cassius breathed a sigh of relief. As Bartle was assisted off the arena by fellow soldiers, Cassius's heart gradually eased. Bartle was safe. Although he bore multiple injuries, his life was not in jeopardy, and he had given his all to eliminate Amos's seed company. The fact that this massive figure had been reduced to a state of utter exhaustion attested to the ferocity of the battle. Cassius decided against allowing Bartle to continue fighting. He had reached his limit. Not only had Bartle suffered significant injuries, but his 100 soldiers were also nearing exhaustion at this juncture. There was little need for further discussion. Cassius understood that even with utmost effort, the hope of securing victory in the next duel was slim. "You must concede the next match," Cassius commanded Bartle in an unyielding tone, his face betraying deep concern. More than the superficial ranking, Cassius prioritized Bartle's safety. As long as one is alive, there are pursuits to be made. But if one is incapacitated or dead, what good is it to reach for the stars? The future, though uncertain, stretches far ahead, and now is not the time to expend every ounce of strength. There is no need for such recklessness. Having done one's best is enough. Living life to the fullest is the goal. Cassius placed his right hand on Bartle's shoulder, gently patting him. "It is precisely because of these trustworthy comrades that there is hope for the future. Grounded in the present, one must prepare for the uncertainties of tomorrow." Chapter 90. A fragile heart, you are playing with fire. Amos found himself standing before Cassius, his gaze fierce and filled with animosity. His eyes were bloodshot, his complexion flushed, and the tone of his voice betrayed an endless resentment. Cassius mused silently that Amos truly possessed a fragile heart. He could hardly bear the slightest adversity. It was evident to Cassius that Amos was nothing more than a spoiled noble scion, brimming with arrogance and utterly unwilling to endure even the slightest humiliation in the face of such a person. Cassius resolved to adopt the coldest demeanor possible. After all, even if he wished to take action, he could do little. The rift between them had reached an irreparable state, unless Cassius were willing to submit to Amos and that commander of the Asia unit. Reconciliation was utterly out of the question. The prospect of Cassius yielding was rendered impossible after their initial encounter with Asia. It was undeniable that Asia was formidable. The strength of a peak apprentice knight was far beyond what Cassius could contend with at present. However, this reality did not instill fear or compel submission within Cassius. He would fight for his life if necessary. The soldiers under his command had forged a strong bond with him over these days, providing him with the confidence to stand against Asia and Amos. Here, within the confines of the military camp, Asia, despite his strength, could not wield absolute power. Under such circumstances, Cassius possessed a certain degree of strength to resist. It was not that Cassius sought confrontation. Rather, it was a reluctant choice to avoid destruction. He had to strive. This was a natural and pragmatic response. "Step aside," Cassius replied coldly to Amos. He felt that having said so much was already a generous concession. Any further words were unnecessary. "Are you truly unafraid of death? I could easily end your life." Amos's voice was icy and ominous. He was indeed furious, and an enraged Amos could very well resort to drastic measures. "Do you believe I couldn't do the same to you in an instant? Do not presume to challenge my limits, for you are unworthy." Cassius stood tall, his imposing aura radiating fiercely. Amos's expression darkened. "You have advanced in rank? Vanish from my sight, or I shall not hesitate to deal with you before the division commander." Cassius interlocked his fingers in front of him, his mind illuminated with clarity. Since their relationship had become irreparable, he saw no reason to maintain it. After all, he had never truly hoped for such maintenance. It was merely a means of standing apart, having been defeated in a single blow by Asia days prior. Cassius returned to the celestial abyss that night to cultivate, and, as if by providence, he achieved a breakthrough. Cassius was now a level 2 apprentice knight, although there remained a considerable gap between him and Asia. A level 5 apprentice knight. One could not overlook the fact that Asia had taken years to attain his rank, while Cassius had risen to knight status in less than a month. In light of this, many aspects warranted further contemplation. Generally speaking, within the ranks of apprentice knights, achieving a minor promotion within 6 months to a year was considered exceptionally rapid, placing one among the ranks of prodigies. Cassius' ascent within less than a month could be deemed extraordinary. The wonders of the celestial abyss had only begun to manifest. Knightly training within its confines rekindled the sensation of steadily growing power. The barrier to advancing to knight had been erased, allowing Cassius's body to accommodate a significantly greater amount of power. With this newfound threshold breached, he felt an invisible surge of potential coursing through him. Crossing the threshold into the realm of apprentice knights opened the door to an entirely new world, one that Cassius had long sought. In this world, the competitive pressure would be greater, yet the opportunities would be boundless. And the horizon of his future would expand ever wider. As for Amos, he was merely a minor obstacle on the path to greatness. Whether his name would be remembered in years to come remained uncertain. Even the commander of the Asia unit held little significance in Cassius's heart. To possess the ambition to conquer the world was the true qualification for discussing greater matters. Though Amos was seething with rage, he recognized that this was not the appropriate setting for unleashing his emotions. Cassius had reached the level of a 2-star apprentice knight, while Amos had only just ascended to 1 star. Although this was merely a minor discrepancy, such gaps could often prove fatal. At least, Amos lacked the confidence to best Cassius. From the formidable aura radiating from Cassius, Amos grasped this truth. Despite his fury, he retained enough self-awareness to understand that further provocation would only lead to his own detriment. Best not fall into my grasp, or else. Some individuals possess an insatiable urge to utter harsh words at the final moment, as if such utterances could somehow affirm their own capabilities. Perhaps this is a form of pathological indulgence. Such arrogance is frequently observed among villains who, plagued by profound insecurity, seek to bolster their confidence through verbal dominance. Most righteous individuals, in contrast, face such challenges with unwavering courage, inadvertently providing the villains with their elusive source of self-assurance. However, it is clear that Cassius is not one to conform to expectations, nor does he wish to become such a person. You should pray that our next match does not coincide with my unit. Otherwise, we shall endure yet another tedious exchange that a loss is a loss. As a man, one must bear some responsibility. You truly wish to spend your life hiding beneath your uncle's wing. Pathetic waste. Cassius' words struck deep, exposing Amos's most vulnerable side, a revelation that was utterly intolerable for the fragile-hearted Amos. He trembled violently, his lips quivering, and his eyes flashed with fury. It was evident that he had been deeply enraged. Yet he found himself powerless against Cassius, unable to fight back, and the truth of Cassius's words rang undeniable. In that moment, Cassius felt an overwhelming discomfort wash over him. Had looks possessed lethal capabilities, he believed Amos's glare would have claimed his life countless times over. This fellow had truly endured little hardship throughout his life. Even the slightest affront was too much for him to bear. Chapter 91. A second round of buys. Cassius regarded Amos, with his fragile heart, as having already shown considerable forbearance. This individual simply could not withstand the slightest grievance or harm. As the 5th round of duels drew to a close, the 6th round commenced, with the remaining teams in the 5th round. Including the buys for the Dirk unit, there were a total of 7 teams left, which meant that one more unit could receive a buy. Everyone craned their necks, eager to be that lucky team. After all, receiving a buy would propel one directly into the top 4, coupled with ample recovery time and no further exertion, thereby significantly increasing the chances of victory. The top 10 teams would see all their captains and their respective battalion leaders awarded third-class merits, each receiving 30 golden dragons, The top 3 teams would have their captains and battalion leaders awarded second-class merits, each receiving 100 golden dragons. The champions would see their captains and battalion leaders awarded first-class merits, each receiving 500 golden dragons. The glimmering golden dragons lay tantalizingly within reach, and no one could feign indifference to such rewards. Even someone as composed as Cassius felt a quickening of breath upon hearing those figures. In an era where a single golden dragon could sustain a family of 3 for a month, a reward of 500 golden dragons would compel the majority of individuals on this continent to risk their lives. Moreover, the accolades for military achievements would drive most officers to madness. Even a third-class merit was no easy feat to attain, let alone a first class. The intensity of such military honors could lead to direct promotions in rank, and even the possibility of being granted a noble title by the Empire was not out of reach. The atmosphere in the training arena was somewhat peculiar as the 6th round of decisive battles approached. This round would essentially culminate in the final duels, where a single misstep could result in a difference of 2 tiers in rewards. This heightened the excitement and tension among everyone present. Advancing further not only promised rapid ascent, but also the chance to amass significant wealth. Who would not seize such an opportunity? Certainly, the 7 battalions selected at this juncture are all among the top 10. And at this point, they have already secured a preliminary qualification for rewards. Regardless of how events unfold subsequently, the rewards are undoubtedly assured. However, no one would ever dismiss the value of accolades, such as the Golden Dragons and military achievements. Under these circumstances, the progression of affairs becomes remarkably straightforward. From this perspective, conflicts arising from vested interests are inevitable. Cassius remains composed, firmly planted in his position, while he harbors a keen desire for those rewards. He understands that acquiring them would be ideal, yet he does not intend to force the issue in essence. He believes in allowing matters to unfold naturally, as that is the true essence of wisdom. After a brief respite of merely 15 minutes, Bartel's injuries have improved somewhat. Cassius has urged him to concede the match, but Bartel, with his stubborn disposition, clearly disregards Cassius's advice. Bartel struggles to rise. Cassius comprehends that this fellow is determined to fight to the end. Your life is far more precious than a myriad of golden dragons. You must return safely, Cassius stated with a serious countenance. Both the golden dragons and military accolades present ample opportunities for pursuit, but once life is lost, it is irretrievable. Understood, boss, Bartel replied with a stern expression, and promptly ascended the duel platform at the sound of the command. Just as Bartel confidently prepared to enter the arena, the referee coincidentally announced the number of the battalion that had received a bye.